Chapter 1. Transcending into Huo Yuhao, reborn in the Douluo Continent. A gentle halo enveloped the surroundings like a mother's caress, delicately touching the ethereal skin of the clouds and mist, creating an exceptionally captivating sense of substance within the illusory space. In the distance, a magnificent palace seemed to materialize, rendered both surreal and tangible beneath the tender glow. A figure stood quietly amidst the clouds, cradling a transparent, glistening sphere, seemingly crafted from the finest crystal. Within this sphere, a radiance akin to the sun emanated, casting brilliant hues. Yet when these colors met the outer surface of the crystal sphere, they were entirely reflected back. Is this the will of the Douluo star? Huh. As the sea god Tang Sect, there's nothing I desire that I cannot obtain. This individual, or rather the entity conversing with itself, was none other than the enforcer of the divine realm, the Azura god and sea god, the immaculate Tang Fozu. Alas, were it not for the protective laws of heaven and earth, I could have directly slain you and replaced you with my father. I dare say Douluo star would now belong to the Tang family. A disdainful smile curled at the corners of Tang Sect's lips. Yet you expend your last vestige of power in a futile attempt to forge a savior from your plane? How convenient for me, sparing me the trouble. Mark my words, the child you've created will become nothing more than a loyal dog to the Tang family under my cunning manipulation. And the day he ascends to the divine realm will be your final hour. My sister Xiao Qi seems quite intrigued by Douluo star. Where Xiao Wu and I once resided, perhaps I could arrange for her to descend and bond with that child of the plane, easily transforming him into my family's devoted hound. Let me ponder. If I were to divide Xiao Qi into two entities, one male to subdue the child of the plane, and one female to silently guard him, ultimately merging the two to keep him close. No, that might not be appropriate. Xiao Qi possesses the bloodline of a soul beast. I could separate her into two soul beasts, allowing them to connect with the child of the plane in the Star Dou forest. Perhaps that could work. No, still not quite right. I've got it. Just as the pure-hearted sea god lost himself in visions of the future, a soft voice called out from behind. Third brother, you've come. Upon hearing the call of his beloved Xiao Wu, Tang Sect hastily relinquished the crystal sphere meant to confine the will of the Douluo plane to a trusted second-tier deity who had been waiting nearby. Adjusting his attire, Tang Sect quickly made his way into the distance. If one listened closely, they might catch the sea god's somewhat melancholic musings. Speaking of which, Xiao Wu was originally a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit reincarnated into human form. Given the low birth rate of rabbits, why do I find myself without a son? Could it be? No. I must arrange for the god of medicine to conduct a thorough examination soon. Meanwhile, within the crystal sphere, the will of the Douluo Continent suddenly flickered with a golden brilliance. Yet this light was fleeting, unnoticed even by the deity assigned to guard it. On the outskirts of the Star Dou forest in the Douluo Continent, a figure, appearing somewhat diminutive and frail, sprinted forward with all his might, closely pursued by a shadowy presence behind him. To those with keen eyesight, it would become apparent that the pursuer was a baboon, approximately 1 meter tall, covered in tawny fur, with brown eyes, elongated arms, sharp claws, bared canine teeth, and a fierce glint in its gaze. Hello, everyone. I'm Huo Yuhao, and I am about to perish. What the hell? Where's the promised benefit of being a transmigrator? Did I not become Huo the Hanging? But where's my white tiger dagger? Without it, how am I to defeat this wind baboon? The esteemed child of the plane, Huo Yuhao, the pioneer of the Shrek city dining industry, found himself akin to a headless fly, desperately evading the relentless attacks of the wind baboon, despite his naturally sluggish speed. Coincidentally, although this baboon had merely 10 years of cultivation, it possessed considerable combat experience, and each of its pounces was remarkably well-timed to be dodged by Huo Yuhao. You may wonder why Huo Yuhao refers to himself as a transmigrator. It is because he has indeed undergone a soul exchange, becoming Huo's soul exchange Yuhao. Now, Yuhao's soul belonged to a being from the Blue Star. Yet unlike a typical Blue Star inhabitant, he had been groomed from a young age by a powerful organization to become a top-tier assassin. After flawlessly completing another mission, He was ruthlessly silenced by the organization's leader and sent to the underworld with a cup of fine poison wine. However, unexpectedly, he did not die instead. He was swept up in the tide of transmigration. With remnants of memories lingering in his mind, he easily deduced that he had taken the place of someone else. He had transcended into the era of the second part of Douluo Continent, peerless Tang men, becoming the protagonist Huo Yuhao. The moment of his transmigration coincided precisely with Huo Yuhao's encounter with the peak of the soul beast might in Douluo Continent, the true beast god, the Nirgid slayer, the wind baboon. Some assassins enjoy cutting hair in their spare time, while others seek companionship to raise a pink-haired little girl. He, on the other hand, prefers to pass the time by reading web novels. Thus, he not only knew the conclusion of the first part of Douluo Continent, where the sea god battled the twin gods, but also the plotline in the fourth part where Lan Xuanyu delivered a resounding slap to his grandfather, Tang Sect. However, to be honest, binge reading from the first to the fourth part of Douluo Continent during a rare holiday had left his mental state somewhat unhinged, nearly costing him his life on his next mission. Indeed, having read the entire Douluo Continent series, even someone like him, who had undergone brutal training and possessed a resilient spirit, found it overwhelming, especially with peerless Tang men, which directly challenged his worldview. Though as a top-tier assassin, his perspective was already quite twisted, he never anticipated that the mental state of that esteemed individual would be even more outrageous. Huo Yuhao's emergence was originally intended as the final means of self-rescue for the Douluo playing in Tang Sect's hands, infused with boundless hope. Not only did he start with a million-year soul ring as a foundation, but he also boasted an extraordinary spirit martial soul alongside the unparalleled ice martial soul-on explosive combination of martial souls. As if that were not enough, Huo Yuhao also possessed a demigod mentor from another plane who graciously bestowed upon him a god-level undead martial soul, making him the first individual in history to wield an unimaginable 3 life martial souls. Even in fan fiction, such an extraordinary beginning would be deemed unreasonably overpowered, inviting scorn from readers for being a brainless dragon overlord setup. The will of the plane truly had me in tears. Yet, this perfect beginning, capable of allowing even someone as dim-witted as Guijing to ascend to divinity with ease, was squandered by Huo Yuhao himself. He incessantly murmured about avenging his mother, yet under the radiant light of Tang Fosus Buddha, he chose to forgive him, even facilitating the ascension of his scoundrel father into the divine realm. Most importantly, even his last shred of dignity, the Hua in Huo Yuhao, was transformed into the surname Dai in the divine realm. When Dai Yuhao knelt before Dai Mubai, it was executed with remarkable decisiveness. His lifelong mentor, Ilex, was forced to ignite his divine soul by Tang Sect's schemes, and even the last remnants he left behind were ruthlessly shattered by Tang Sect. Yet, Huo Yuhao resolutely became the loyal dog of Tang Sect's beloved daughter, deriving pleasure from triggering the restrictions that Tang Sect had placed upon her. Such behavior was akin to tying a carrot to the forehead of a mill donkey, visible, yet unattainable. Yet this foolish creature found joy in the futility. Unfaithful and unfilial, devoid of righteousness and virtue, such values are utterly appalling. A true man, living amidst heaven and earth, cannot languish beneath another for long. Since he is transmigrated as Huo Yuhao, he shall never allow such a fate to befall him again. However, it appears he has found himself in a parallel version of the Douluo Continent, or perhaps fate played a small trick on him. Although he has indeed transmigrated into Huo Yuhao, with his father being the White Tiger Duke Dai Hao and his mother a maid of the White Tiger Duke's estate, Huo Yuhao is merely an illegitimate child of the White Tiger Duke. Yet, he finds himself without the White Tiger Dagger, the very token Dai Hao had given to his mother, Huo Yuner. Instead, adorning his right hand is a black ring, ancient in appearance, crafted from unknown materials, etched with indistinct patterns. This ring was not a gift from Dai Hao to Huo Yuner, but rather something Huo Yuner had acquired from an unknown source. This ring indeed aligns with my aesthetic, but at this critical juncture, lacking a weapon, am I to propose to the wind baboon with this ring? At this moment, Huo Yuhao felt a wave of despair wash over him truthfully, Had he encountered this wind baboon in his previous life, slaying it would not have posed a challenge. Even though the wind baboon possessed some rather fantastical innate abilities, such as expelling a white substance from its mouth, it could easily evade attacks thanks to its well-honed reflexes. However, the present circumstances were far from favorable. Huo Yuhao, being still quite young and physically undeveloped, had suffered abuse throughout his childhood, leaving him malnourished and weak, with his original powers diminished to the point that his innate spirit power was only at the first level. Such a feeble physique was a burden even for someone like him, who had once been a top assassin in his previous life. It was akin to pairing a 1990s vintage computer with a quantum-level processor. It simply wouldn't function. Here I was, a mere novice fresh from the starting village, having my beginner's wooden sword snatched away by the system, forced to engage in a fierce melee with a wild boar. Was this truly a situation a human could endure? Nevertheless, due to his extensive combat experience from his past life, Huo Yuhao was able to anticipate movements, allowing him to narrowly evade the wind baboon's assault on multiple occasions. Yet, this relentless pursuit was immensely taxing on his stamina. He felt as if flames were about to erupt from his lungs, and his body was pushed to its limits. "Hey, by Ma One, behold my hidden weapon!" Huo Yuhao suddenly emitted an eerie cry, startling the wind baboon into a brief shudder. In the next moment, a dark object, propelled by a gust of wind, hurtled towards the baboon's face. Despite its ample combat experience, primarily against spirit beasts and wild animals, this encounter with a human was entirely unprecedented for the creature. When it saw Huo Yuhao hurling an object at it, instead of evading, it instinctively decided to intercept it using its innate skill. The wind baboon reared up, its fists pounding against its chest in a display of bravado. With a fierce roar, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a burst of white light aimed straight for the dark object. The item Huo Yuhao had thrown was none other than the black ring he wore on his hand. Initially, he intended to use the ring to distract the wind baboon, hoping to create an opportunity to catch his breath and regain some strength. Yet the instant the black ring made contact with the white light, the luminous orb extinguished abruptly. Rather, it could be said that it was engulfed by the ring. Immediately following this, a minuscule flicker of white flame erupted from the black ring, barely perceivable to the naked eye. Without the enhancement of his martial soul's spiritual eye, Huo Yuhao would never have detected this tiny flame's emergence. However, this diminutive spark was enough to freeze the ground, flora, trees, and even small insects within a 20-meter radius, rendering them completely immobile. The 10-year spirit beast, the wind baboon, was no exception. It too was encased in ice, resembling a white marble sculpture. Had Huo Yuhao not already distanced himself from the 20-meter range, he would likely have faced instant encasement in ice as well. What a terrifying cold force! What on earth is this? Huo Yuhao pondered curiously. The black ring, the white flame. Could it be? Just as he was enveloped in confusion and a dawning realization, an unexpected voice resonated within his mind. Finally, I have encountered a human with a spiritual attribute. It's a pity that I cannot shed tears otherwise. I would be weeping profusely. Huo Yuhao paused momentarily, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. You have finally arrived, Brother Tianming. Chapter 2. The White Silkworm, certainly a century-old spirit beast. Huff, huff. Huo Yuhao leaned against a nearby tree, gasping for breath. The frantic escape had nearly drained all his energy, and he felt as though his mind were spinning, on the brink of fainting. Yet, a smile of delight crept upon his lips. Due to the disappearance of the white tiger dagger, he had initially believed he was transported to a parallel universe. In this realm, whether the legendary million-year spirit beast, the Tianming Ice Silkworm, and the necromancer god, Alexei, still existed remained uncertain. Speaking of external aids, Huo Yuhao suddenly recalled the ancient black ring. After regaining some stamina, he mustered the strength to approach the ring, ensuring there were no dangers before slipping it back onto his finger. At that moment, a surge of cold light erupted from his hand. A sharp knife, previously employed to gut the captured bluefish, was suddenly thrust forward, piercing directly into the wind baboon's eye without a hint of deviation. The blade twisted, and in an instant, the baboon's brain was reduced to a pulpy mess, sending the once mighty beast's soul soaring beyond the mortal realm. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him began to tremble. Without warning, cracks appeared 2 meters ahead, widening into fissures that faintly glimmered with a golden-white light. A chill emanated from the cracks in the ground, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet rapidly. This sudden drop made Huo Yuhao, who had already been sweating profusely, shiver involuntarily. The fissures widened, and finally, a rotund head emerged from the crevice. It appeared plump, with a diameter exceeding a meter, yet it was as lustrous and translucent as jade. Subsequently, the heavenly dream ice silkworm wriggled its way out, its body extending to an impressive 7 meters. Despite its emergence from the depths, it bore not a speck of dirt. Beneath its pearly skin, a radiant glow pulsed, and it possessed a pair of sparkling golden eyes atop its head. Remarkably, starting half a meter from its head, 10 golden rings encircled its body at intervals. Wow, such a massive form, such potent cold energy. It must be a century-old soul beast. Huo Yuhao exclaimed, feigning astonishment. Ah, greetings. The heavenly dream ice silkworm had prepared an imposing yet graceful self-introduction in its mind. However, upon hearing Huo Yuhao's remark about being merely a century-old soul beast, it found itself at a loss for words. Family, who understands? My grand entrance and formidable energy waves have been reduced to that of a mere century-old soul beast. Such unsophisticated country bumpkins truly suit my taste. It mused that a naive child, lacking in worldly knowledge, was precisely the kind of host it preferred for its divine mission. With this thought, it coughed lightly, clearing its non-existent throat, and addressed Huo Yuhao. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, the soul beast par excellence. A paragon of wisdom and beauty, a peerless powerhouse, having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, and the record holder for longevity in the Douluo Continent, heavenly dream ice silkworm. You may call me Brother Dream, a 1,000,000-year soul beast. Huo Yuhao feigned surprise. Wow, that's incredible. How about it? Are you captivated by my overwhelming power and handsome appearance? Brother Dream said with pride. Rejoice, young lad, for I shall become your soul ring. The first intelligent soul ring in the history of the Douluo Continent. Intelligent soul ring? What is that? Huo Yuhao inquired, stroking his chin in curiosity. By the way, Brother Dream, I've heard of a lake of life in the Douluo Forest where drinking its water can extend one's lifespan. Since you are so powerful and wish to be my soul ring, could you take me there for a sip? Brother Dream replied incredulously, I just escaped from prison. And you suggest I turn myself in? Well, I should explain. My time is limited. Young lad, although I do not know your name, please bear with me. I must enter now. As the icy aura surged from the heavenly dream ice silkworm, it was clear it intended to encase itself in ice to force the fusion. Huo Yuhao quickly waved his hands, urging, Brother Dream, I understand your urgency, but please, hear me out first. What else do you have to say? My time is truly limited, the heavenly dream ice silkworm replied, somewhat dissatisfied. Huo Yuhao sighed in relief. However, the naive nature of the heavenly dream ice silkworm meant that simply being interrupted had halted its forceful fusion, revealing its ignorance of human society. Had it encountered a more worldly and seasoned host, it would have faced dire consequences. Brother Dream, judging by your appearance, you must possess the ability to burrow underground, correct? Huo Yuhao asked. Indeed, what of it? The heavenly dream ice silkworm nodded. Once we complete our fusion, we will enter human society. In this society, there exists a currency known as soul coins. Are you aware of it? Huo Yuhao inquired tentatively. The heavenly dream ice silkworm rolled its golden eyes in exasperation. Young lad, I am a soul beast, not a fool. I am aware of the currency used for transactions among humans. However, I currently lack such currency, and it is essential for our future cultivation, Huo Yuhao continued. Considering you are a powerful psychic soul beast and have spent many years in the Douluo Forest, have you encountered any formidable warriors who fell in battle against soul beasts, leaving behind corpses or storage soul tools that could provide us with some funds? Indeed, blind youth, you have struck gold, Brother Dream exclaimed. Rather than operating a roadside stall in Shrek City, it would be more efficient to plunder some old fellows for gold coins. That is quite logical, Brother Dream pondered, nodding thoughtfully. After a brief moment of reflection, it suddenly brightened and said, I recall that not long ago, a sect called the Body Sect recklessly hunted 10,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo Forest, provoking the wrath of the formidable beasts, leading to a beast tide. Not far from here, I remember a strong human being torn to shreds by a 10,000-year nether tiger. Splendid. Please take me there. Let us proceed with our fusion. Huo Yuhao's heart soared with joy. Indeed, his beginner's gift package was about to arrive. Then let us depart. My time is precious, and we must hurry. Brother Dream, urged Huo Yuhao. However, that area is inhabited by powerful century and even thousand-year soul beasts. During our fusion process, I will be sealing my powers, and I may not be able to ensure your safety. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Safe? Huo Yuhao chuckled lightly, glancing at the ancient black ring resting on his palm. Do not worry, we shall be safe. Chapter 3. The Fusion of the Dream Eye Silkworm, the Black Ring, and the White Flame. Merely a moment later, the figures of Dream and Huo Yuhao materialized in another dense thicket at the edge of the Star Dou forest. This thicket was situated deeper within the Star Dou forest compared to the area where Huo Yuhao had previously found himself. Yet it still lingered on the outskirts of the forest. Dream, your earth escape technique is truly remarkable, Huo Yuhao expressed sincerely. Despite being entirely enveloped by Dream's power during their journey, rendering him unable to perceive his surroundings. However, the journey was devoid of any turbulence. Even his breathing was remarkably smooth, as though the ground beneath him was merely a leisurely swimming pool for Dream. The name Dream Eye Silkworm raised a perplexing question in Huo Yuhao's mind. Why did it possess the innate abilities of an earthworm? The area within a radius of 1 mile should be the location where that human was slain. But fear not. Although that human was killed by a 10,000-year spirit beast, it was due to a beast tide, with the 10,000-year beast king attacking human settlements. Under normal circumstances, 10,000-year spirit beasts do not stray from the core region of the Star Dou forest. Dream's voice was faint, clearly indicating that his claim of having little time left was no mere exaggeration. Come on, Dream, let us hasten the fusion. At this moment, Huo Yuhao ceased his hesitation and fully relinquished his consciousness, preparing to merge with the Dream Eye Silkworm. Simultaneously, he removed the ancient black ring from his hand and solemnly placed it on a flat piece of green stone before him, respectfully bowing to the ring several times. What are you doing? Dream Eye Silkworm inquired, puzzled. Enough of this. Do not waste time. Young lad, bear with me, for I am about to enter. Huo Yuhao involuntarily twitched at these words, yet before he could voice any retort, an overwhelming chill enveloped him, plunging him into unconsciousness. He barely caught a glimpse of Dream's massive form descending upon his frail body, and in the next moment, all capacity for thought slipped away. The 10 golden rings on Dream Ice Silkworm's body pulsated as if they had come to life, while its large head pressed against Huo Yuhao's forehead. The 10 golden rings swiftly enveloped Huo Yuhao's body, and Dream Ice Silkworm transformed into a white halo that infused itself into him. Simultaneously, the ancient black ring that Huo Yuhao had placed on the green stone emitted a faint glow, as if possessing a strange attraction. A slender thread of the white halo emitted by Dream was drawn towards the ring and vanished within it. This body is exceedingly weak, Dream lamented, sorrow filling his eyes. The passage of time cannot erase my 1,000,000 years of sorrow. How pitiful I am. How many seals must I place upon myself to enable this frail body to withstand it? This wisdom spirit ring is indeed a heavy burden. However, just as Dream was lamenting, the once bright sky above the Star Dou forest suddenly darkened. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, and in that instant, the sun's radiance was entirely eclipsed by shadows. An overwhelming pressure descended, causing Dream Ice Silkworm to turn in shock towards the sky, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Could it be that I have accumulated 1,000,000 years of tribulation, and now the reckoning has come? Yet, to Dream's astonishment, a gray stream of energy descended from the heavens, akin to a bolt of gray lightning, swiftly entering Huo Yuhao's body from the back of his head. What dares to contend with me for my vessel? Dream Eye Silkworm erupted in fury, channeling its vast spiritual essence to expel the gray energy from Huo Yuhao's body. Suddenly, a vague figure materialized behind Huo Yuhao, an ancient voice resonating with an indescribable authority. With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. None in this world compare to me. To think I could retain even a fragment of my soul in the face of Dream Ice Silkworm's formidable spiritual assault. This indistinct figure seemed unaffected, vanishing in an instant. How strange. Never mind. Let it be, Dream mused, shaking his massive head. If he had hands, he would surely adopt a gesture of indifference. Regardless, I am finally liberated. Those who regarded me as mere food have lost their chance. Haha. As Dream Ice Silkworm's triumphant laughter diminished, the terrifying spiritual fluctuations that had enveloped the surrounding area began to fade into silence. A ring of luminous white light subtly emerged beneath Huo Yuhao, circling his body thrice before dissipating, merging seamlessly into him. A thin, pale golden membrane silently ascended from the ground, swiftly shrinking before condensing into a sphere that vanished into Huo Yuhao's embrace. Thus, the million-year spirit beast, Dream Ice Silkworm, left no trace of its presence behind. At this moment, Tanya and Bei Bei were 5 miles away, searching for Huo Yuhao's whereabouts on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Meanwhile, not far from their location, a 3-meter-long, entirely pink serpent, adorned with a small flower-like protrusion on its forehead, was hastening towards them. Within Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, the manifestation of his spirit, crafted from his mental energy, gazed curiously at the surrounding scenery. In this pristine white expanse, myriad points of light stretched endlessly, and his gaze seemed capable of reaching every corner of this space. "So, your name is Huo Yuhao," a sudden voice interrupted, belonging to Dream, now transformed into the 10 great lights illuminating Huo Yuhao's mental realm. "Hello, Dream," Huo Yuhao replied, maintaining his composure. Had he been the original protagonist, he might have felt a sense of wonder and surprise at the scene before him. However, as a soul who had lived 2 lives, with the prior experience of a top-tier assassin forged through brutal training, he remained unfazed by any circumstance. "Your memories are quite peculiar. I attempted to imprint them, but could only capture a portion. The other part seems firmly locked by an immense force of time and space. I have never encountered such formidable temporal power. Even the injuries sustained by Emperor Tian from the evil emperor's temporal light pale in comparison to what resides within your memories." Dream Ice Silkworm remarked with intrigue. Huo Yuhao raised an eyebrow in surprise at this statement, but chose not to respond. After all, as a traveler of realms, certain privileges were to be expected. Moreover, the memories of his past life on Blue Star were better kept secret. Though Dream had merged with him, he still possessed the ability to detach. Since Dream had only accessed the original owner's recent memories, Huo Yuhao could ensure that his identity as a traveler remained concealed. After all, the future was uncertain. Retaining some secrets was undoubtedly advantageous. "Dream, I confess I do not fully comprehend your words. However, I wish to inquire. As a powerful spirit beast of 1,000,000 years, surely you rank among the top-tier beings in the Douluo Continent. What compels you to become my spirit ring? As a professional assassin, the study of social engineering, or the art of social interaction, is essential. While even a fool can wield a knife to harm, the true skill lies in the ability to skillfully manipulate circumstances to approach a target. In this regard, the words of the top-tier assassin, Huo Yuhao, struck a chord with the Dream Lord, not only flattering him profusely, but also shifting the conversational power dynamics in his favor, granting him the opportunity to confide. Seizing the conversational baton deliberately offered by Huo Yuhao, the Dream Ice Silkworm, having been isolated for eons, found his voice once more. He recounted his extraordinary journey from his birth in the frigid northern wastelands, fortuitously falling into the cave of eternal cold, and subsequently advancing his powers through slumber. His exploits included evading confinement by the ferocious beasts of the Stardow Forest, breaking through the threshold of 1,000,000 years of soul beasts, and narrating the minutiae of his adventures to Huo Yuhao. Soon after, the Dream Ice Silkworm began to extol the virtues of the continent's first 1,000,000-year soul ring he had bestowed upon Huo Yuhao, along with the 4 formidable soul skills it encompassed. This was no mere boasting, for the soul skills granted by the Dream Ice Silkworm were indeed remarkable. However, a faint aura emanating from the 1,000,000-year cultivation of the Dream Ice Silkworm was swiftly detected by the surrounding soul beasts. In an instant, both 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts surged towards Huo Yuhao. "Ah, this little creature possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to souls, managing to vaguely sense my presence. Very well. Since I have reaped the benefits of your generosity and courtesy, it would be no trouble to assist you." From atop the azure stone, a wisp of ghostly white flame suddenly emanated from the ancient black ring. Instantly, the dozen or so approaching soul beasts were transformed into exquisite ice sculptures, frozen in place. Chapter 4. Apprenticing under the Medicine Elder, cultivating the burning art. However, I cannot provide you with a soul bone, yet I can bestow upon you an additional martial soul. The martial soul I grant you is ice, albeit currently devoid of a soul. Within the sea of consciousness, The heavenly dream ice silkworm spoke to Huo Yuhao about his ultimate ice martial soul, his second martial soul. In the original narrative, Huo Yuhao's title was Spiritual Ice, and the spiritual I was ranked second, following the Ice Emperor Scorpion of his second martial soul. However, during his studies at Shrek Academy, the Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul of Ultimate Ice was more sought after than the Spiritual Eye. Although the Spiritual Eye undoubtedly possesses formidable combat support capabilities, Shrek Academy's research in soul engineering pales in comparison to that of the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire, thus hindering the development of the Spiritual Eye's advantages in soul engineering. Due to the Academy's lack of understanding regarding the secret methods for a second awakening of the original martial soul, they initially did not regard Huo Yuhao, a student with such a high-level original martial soul, with particular importance. At the very least, the martial soul department did not initially intend to recruit Huo Yuhao as a core disciple. Only after the awakening of his ultimate ice martial soul did they eagerly seek to claim him for the soul engineering department. Without the Spiritual Eye, Huo Yuhao was merely a precious trinket in Qianduo's possession. It was only Huo Yuhao, with his twin martial souls, who became the focus of Shrek Academy's full cultivation efforts. What do you mean by ice without a soul? Huo Yuhao feigned confusion and inquired. The heavenly dream ice silkworm explained. This means that the martial soul I have bestowed upon you currently possesses only attributes, lacking a defined form. It will solidify once you absorb your first ice attribute soul ring. The nature of the soul beast from which you absorb the soul ring will determine the nature of your second martial soul. So, refrain from mentioning the second martial soul involving bone spirit cold fire. Arrangements will be made later. This means that your second martial soul will certainly be a beast martial soul. There is no need to rush. I have already considered this for you. However, your current cultivation is still insufficient. When your strength increases, I shall guide you to complete the augmentation of your first ice attribute soul ring. Now you understand why I said that my ability to enhance your soul ring is inadequate. Therefore, you must be exceedingly cautious when selecting your soul rings in the future and heed my advice. No problem. I trust that Brother Tianming would not place me in any peril, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile and a nod. The heavenly dream ice silkworm was momentarily taken aback. By saying that, you make my conscience ache. All right, it is time for you to leave. The situation outside remains perilous, and we cannot delay for too long. Huo Yuhao felt the scenery before him blur, as though he were suddenly drawn into a vast whirlpool, plunging into darkness. As consciousness regained control of his body, Huo Yuhao flipped over and sat up. However, upon observing his surroundings, he was momentarily stunned. Dozens of various soul beasts, much like the previous wind baboon, were all frozen into ice sculptures not far from him. At the center of the frozen area lay a black ring resting upon a piece of green stone. Wow, Yuhao, what is this situation? In the sea of consciousness, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was equally astonished. I recall that the energy I released just now did not leak out. Why is this happening? A smile crept onto Huo Yuhao's lips as he shook his head and replied, Brother Tianming, this is unrelated to your power. There is another reason. Walking slowly to the green stone, Huo Yuhao respectfully bowed once more towards the ancient black ring. Senior, may I have the honor of meeting you? The heavenly dream ice silkworm in the sea of consciousness curiously asked, Yuhao, whom are you speaking to? Why can I see nothing? Yet at that moment, the black ring on the green stone suddenly levitated. Above the ring floated a transparent figure of an elderly man. The elder, clad in a flowing white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, appeared exceptionally benevolent. His deep-set eyes radiated a wisdom that could not be concealed by the aura of age. As if he had endured countless trials and tribulations, he chuckled, Young one, you possess remarkably keen soul perception. To discern my presence speaks volumes of your extraordinary talent. The elder laughed heartily. It is not that I detected your presence, senior, but rather that I was within the range of the chilling energy. Yet only the surrounding soul beasts were frozen, indicating that the ring possesses autonomous consciousness. Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. I see, the elder nodded. I have observed your experiences over the years. Had you not faced sufficient adversity, you would not possess such astute intellect now, which is commendable. Now, allow me to pose a question to you. Young one, do you wish to grow stronger? Do you seek the respect of others? I do, Huo Yuhao nodded in affirmation. However, I believe that through my own efforts, I can attain strength and status. Deals are negotiated, and while the elder's identity was apparent to Huo Yuhao, he knew better than to appear overly eager lest he fall in the elder's esteem. Haha, young one, your talent is indeed remarkable. Yet you must realize that you are already 11 years old and possess only the 11th rank of soul power. The elder's wrinkled face beamed with joy, resembling a blossoming chrysanthemum. Though I am not well versed in the power dynamics of your world, I understand that you currently lag significantly behind your peers. It is not an easy task to catch up to and surpass the outstanding individuals of your age. You speak true, Huo Yuhao nodded once more. Therefore, do you have a method to assist me in enhancing my strength? The elder descended to the ground, scrutinizing Huo Yuhao for a moment. A mischievous grin flitted across his face, only to vanish swiftly. Do you aspire to become an alchemist? Alchemist? What is that? Huo Yuhao feigned ignorance. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, the heavenly dream-eye Silkworm was instantly captivated by the elder's words. An alchemist, as the name suggests, is one who can concoct various miraculous elixirs that elevate strength. In my realm, every alchemist is pursued relentlessly by various factions, their status immensely elevated. However, those who can become alchemists are exceedingly rare. First, one must possess fire attributes, and within that fire, a hint of wood energy is necessary for the catalytic process of alchemy. It is essential to understand that a single soul can only possess one attribute. No other attributes can be mixed. Thus, a body with two differing attributes is a rare anomaly, making the ranks of alchemists quite sparse. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao eagerly interjected, Senior, does that mean my soul contains the fire attribute with a hint of wood energy? Haha, your situation is more complex than that. The elder gazed at Huo Yuhao with profound meaning. In my perception, your soul originally belonged to the water attribute. However, now your soul possesses both fire and wood attributes. The fire with a hint of wood energy is indeed suitable for becoming an alchemist. Huo Yuhao felt a surge of excitement. This sudden emergence of fire and wood attributes likely resulted from the merging of his soul with that of the original Huo Yuhao. However, merely possessing fire and wood attributes in one's soul does not suffice to become a true alchemist. The other essential condition is the sensitivity of the soul. Because of the existence of your so-called spiritual martial soul, your soul perception is exceptionally powerful. The previous fusion with that colossal creature has significantly enhanced your spiritual perception, marking you as an extraordinary talent in the art of alchemy. As Huo Yuhao's gaze flickered, he mused inwardly about how his already remarkable advantages had been amplified. If he were to transpose the alchemical system of the Douluo Continent to this world, diligently refining elixirs to elevate his cultivation, his progress would undoubtedly surpass that of the original Huo Yuhao in sheer terror. The alchemist's craft is governed by a distinct hierarchy, ranging from the 1st to the 9th rank. Ah, little one, are you truly committed to learning? The elder inquired with a hint of impatience, shaking his head. Yes, yes. Huo Yuhao replied without hesitation, nodding eagerly. Huh, if you're willing, then kneel and pay your respects to your master, the elder declared, sitting cross-legged upon the stone with a cunning smile. However, the elder was taken aback when the young lad before him did not engage in any bargaining. Instead, he promptly knelt and performed the traditional 3 kneels and 9 kowtows with utmost sincerity. In his previous life, he held the elder in the highest esteem, often fantasizing about what it would be like to be his disciple. Now that his dream had unexpectedly materialized, Huo Yuhao was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The elder reached out as if to assist him, but withdrew his hand, graciously accepting Huo Yuhao's gesture of respect. Once Huo Yuhao had completed all the formalities, the elder's tone softened with warmth. I am known as Yao Lao. As I mentioned earlier, I do not belong to this continent. In my world, there are no martial souls or soul power, but rather an array of peculiar techniques and combat skills. As for other matters, we shall refrain from discussing them for now to prevent distraction. However, since you have chosen me as your master, everything I know will be yours to learn. To become an alchemist, you must at least cultivate a fire attribute technique. In our world, cultivation techniques are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Fire attribute techniques? Master, since I am your disciple, might you bestow upon me a heaven-tier fire attribute technique to practice? Huo Yuhao feigned ignorance, extending his hand with a smile as he made his request to Yao Lao. You little rascal, do you think a heaven-tier technique is as common as cabbages? How audacious of you to ask. Yao Lao chuckled, both amused and exasperated. I have not a single heaven-tier technique here, but I do possess a rather peculiar method that surpasses even heaven-tier techniques in strangeness. Would you care to learn it? More peculiar than a heaven tier technique? What rank is this method? Huo Yuhao inquired. The technique is called the burning formula, a low-level yellow tier method. Yao Lao replied nonchalantly. No problem, I want to learn it. Huo Yuhao exclaimed, raising his hand high with an expression of uncontainable joy. Yao Lao thought to himself, what is there to celebrate about practicing a low-level yellow tier technique? Have I unwittingly taken on a fool? Chapter 5, The Second Awakening of the Soul Spirit, the Eye of the Flame God. Brat, do you not understand? The yellow rank low level is the most rudimentary level of martial arts. Why are you so inexplicably joyful? Yao Lao said, his expression one of exasperation. At that moment, Huo Yuhao suddenly stiffened, as a crucial thought struck him. Master, what is so peculiar about the martial arts you mentioned? He inquired, furrowing his brows. It can evolve. Yao Lao replied, after a brief pause, smiling gently. Can it truly evolve? Huo Yuhao asked again, noting the seriousness in Yao Lao's expression. Indeed, it can evolve. Yao Lao affirmed with confidence. At least, that is what the martial arts description states. How does it evolve? Huo Yuhao pressed further. In truth, he already had an inkling. The evolution of the flame technique relied upon the fusion of exotic flames, yet he was acutely aware that he was not in the Douluo Continent, but rather the Douluo Continent. Where could one find exotic flames? The flame technique can indeed evolve, but its prerequisite is the need for exotic flames as materials. Each evolution necessitates the consumption of a type of exotic flame. Yao Lao's voice grew somewhat hoarse. What exactly are exotic flames? Huo Yuhao inquired. To my knowledge, no one in this world has ever encountered such flames. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Yao Lao nodded and began to explain slowly. In this vast expanse of the world, there exist some heavenly exotic flames, perhaps carried by meteors, or the magma fire that has been forged over millennia deep within volcanoes. These exotic flames possess a potency far surpassing that of flames catalyzed by one's own cultivation, yet they are notoriously wild and difficult to encounter. Even if one were to come across them, it would be exceedingly challenging to harness their power. Moreover, some powerful alchemists utilize these exotic flames in their alchemical processes. Not only does this increase their success rates significantly, but the elixirs produced are also far superior in potency compared to those refined using ordinary flames. I understand what you are implying. Although exotic flames are rare, every world should possess its own unique variant of these flames, formed from the essence of the world itself. In other words, this so-called Douluo Continent should also harbor its own distinctive exotic flames, albeit they have yet to be discovered and utilized. At this moment, Tianming Binkan, who had been a silent observer in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, could not help but interject. Yuhao, he is not wrong. I have indeed encountered these exotic flames. What? Brother Tianming, you have seen exotic flames? Huo Yuhao asked, astonished. Indeed. In the icy cavern where I absorbed the 10,000-year-old cold marrow, I once beheld a peculiar white flame. However, I instinctively sensed that this white flame was extremely dangerous, so I avoided it and sought out the cold marrow elsewhere. During my years trapped in the Star Dou forest by those fierce beasts, I also overheard some of their conversations. In the Star Dou forest, there exists a fire attribute beast known as the Crimson King, whose lair is situated within a magma cave, where a core fire resides. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao's heart leaped with joy. His greatest fear was that this world lacked the existence of exotic flames. Without them, practicing the flame technique would be utterly meaningless. Yet now, Brother Tianming had effortlessly provided him with 2 potential locations for exotic flames, directly resolving his dilemma. He relayed everything Tianming Binkan had said to Yao Lao, which immediately brought a smile to the elder's face. As long as they knew the locations of the exotic flames, the next step would be to prepare the materials and fuse the flames, thereby saving a considerable amount of time. However, Yuhao, many alchemists have spent their entire lives in search of exotic flames, only to end up disappointed. After all, to control exotic flames, one must draw them into their own body. Yet, exotic flames are invariably wild and destructive. Even the most refined divine iron cannot withstand their scorching heat, let alone the fragile human body. What is most terrifying is that this technique requires the consumption of various exotic flames. Just a single exotic flame could exhaust even the mightiest of warriors. I cannot fathom what would happen if a person possessed 2 or even more exotic flames within them. It is indeed true that this technique can evolve. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. However, the danger it entails is exceedingly high. Based on my calculations, the probability of success is less than 20%. But master, perhaps you possess other cultivation techniques? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. Yao Lao rubbed his withered old face, chuckling awkwardly, and said, "All right, I admit I may have encouraged you a bit. However, from my perspective, I truly hope you will cultivate this flame technique. You should know, I am merely a soul at this moment, right?" Yao Lao spread his hands. Huo Yuhao nodded in response. "According to common logic, my state should be akin to being dead. Yet, due to my soul's power being significantly stronger than that of an average person, I have continued to exist in this peculiar manner." Yao Lao chuckled self-deprecatingly, a hint of bitterness in his smile. "I do not relish this ephemeral existence, thus I seek to escape this state of being. According to some obscure descriptions in the flame technique, if I successfully cultivate it, it seems I could forge a body capable of housing a soul using several compatible exotic flames. In that case, with a new body, I would truly be reborn. I have endured the suffocating darkness within the ring for so many years, hoping to one day encounter someone whose soul power meets the requirements. I am fortunate to have finally found you." Yao Lao gazed at Huo Yuhao, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "You may consider these words as the ramblings of an old man. Sigh, I promised not to interfere with your choices, yet I cannot help but speak too much." It seems I truly am extending his frail hand. Yao Lao conjured 2 ethereal scrolls, one black and one red, which appeared in his palms. The red scroll contained a low-level fire attribute technique, while the black scroll was the flame technique itself. Yao Lao raised the scrolls with a gentle smile, his withered face softening slightly as he said, "You may choose for yourself. Consider your own circumstances. Just remember, no matter what you decide, you will always be my disciple, and I will not hold it against you." As Huo Yuhao gazed at the kind old man before him, a sheen of mist filled his eyes. He could easily deceive himself. He could convince himself that he only had the flame technique to choose from, although his eventual decision would remain unchanged. Yao Lao had indeed granted him the opportunity to choose. In his previous life as an assassin, he had never been afforded any choice. Accepting missions, completing them, and delivering results, day after day, year after year. This was his existence. From this moment forth, Huo Yuhao truly acknowledged his teacher. Cultivation is a struggle against fate. The heavens are capricious and fortune is unpredictable. No one can foresee what will transpire in the next moment. Huo Yuhao spoke with solemnity. "I would rather perish with my voice than live in silence. My fate lies in my own hands, not in the heavens. Master, I choose to cultivate the flame technique. If I succeed in my cultivation, I will return with you to your world and help you rectify all your regrets." A radiant smile illuminated Huo Yuhao's youthful face as he reached out, grasping the black scroll, which glimmered in Yao Lao's slightly reddened and moist eyes. As his palm made contact with the scroll, it transformed into a flow of information, surging directly into Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. "Excellent. How splendid it is that my fate is dictated by me rather than by the heavens." Upon hearing these words, the old alchemist could not suppress his delight, his face illuminating with joy. Rubbing his reddened eyes, he understood that Huo Yuhao's choice of such a perilous technique stemmed from his own reasons. A warmth surged within his weathered soul, and with a sigh directed towards the heavens, the old alchemist murmured, "Rest assured, I shall cultivate you into the most exceptional potion master." Huo Yuhao sat in meditation, practicing the burning technique and transforming his soul power. Meanwhile, the old alchemist, utilizing his keen spiritual perception, sensed the location of the resting place of the soul master who had battled the 100,000-year soul beast, as recounted by Tianmeng Iceworm. For the Tianmeng Iceworm, whose lifespan was measured in millennia, the time referred to was, in fact, 3,000 years prior. Should Huo Yuhao embark on a quest to discover the burial site of that formidable being, he would likely dig to no avail. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, the old alchemist effortlessly shattered the layers of earth above, unearthing a glimmering purple ring and a skeleton. At that moment, Huo Yuhao woke. After practicing the burning technique, he appeared more invigorated than before, his delicate features glistening with a radiant sheen akin to warm jade, exuding an extraordinary charm. The formless soul power coursing through his meridians had now entirely transformed into a soft yellow hue, which seemed to gather towards his eyes, inducing a peculiar tingling sensation. "Oh, Yuhao, it appears that the technique you are practicing is influencing your spiritual, martial soul. What could this mean?" Tianmeng Iceworm exclaimed in astonishment within the sea of consciousness. The old alchemist approached Huo Yuhao, halting his attempt to forcibly open his eyes. Using his spiritual perception, He probed further and displayed a hint of astonishment. It seems your martial soul is undergoing some changes. At that moment, Huo Yuhao felt a fiery heat coursing through his meridians, converging towards his eyes with tremendous force. Finally, his eyes opened uncontrollably, and two blazing flames erupted from them, stretching over a foot in length. His formerly inky black irises transformed into a fiery red hue. The second awakening of my martial soul? Huo Yuhao mused to himself in bewilderment. It appeared that the spiritual martial soul had evolved once more due to the stimulation from the burning technique. From now on, let us call you the Eye of the Flame God. Chapter 6. The Inheritance of Combat Skills. Journey to Shrek City. Ah, the Eye of the Flame God. What a formidable name. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's explanation, Elder Yao stroked his beard thoughtfully. It is indeed a pleasant surprise that the burning technique has caused a mutation in your martial soul. It appears that your Eye of the Flame God not only possesses its original spiritual attributes, but has also acquired the fiery essence of the burning technique. Having said that, Elder Yao produced a purple, crystalline ring he had recently discovered and handed it to Huo Yuhao. This is the place you mentioned earlier, the resting ground of the powerful individual you sought. His remains have been reinterred, and this is the only relic left behind. Huo Yuhao held the purple crystalline ring in his palm, recognizing it as a soul guide storage ring. As he probed it with his soul power, he retrieved its contents. Given that this was a storage soul guide from thousands of years ago, its capacity was modest, approximately 10 cubic meters. The items within were sparse. Aside from a few garments, there was a red card, a token, and several letters. Upon opening the letters, Huo Yuhao confirmed the identity of the Soul Master. He was a Soul Douluo from the Body Sect who lived thousands of years ago, named Yuchuan. The Body Sect had once rampaged through the Stardow Forest, slaughtering 10,000-year soul beasts to procure the 9th spirit ring for him and other Soul Douluo within their sect. As for the red card, it was a universal prepaid card recognized by various financial institutions across the continent. However, after millennia, its validity remained uncertain. Most importantly, there was the token, forged entirely from dark iron, with the visage of a rotund creature engraved on its face, beneath which were inscribed the 3 characters, Shrek. Flipping the token revealed a single character, N. The Shrek N token. Huo Yuhao gasped in astonishment. This token grants the bearer exemption from entrance exams to Shrek Academy? Thousands of years ago, when the Sun Moon Empire invaded the Douluo Continent, Shrek Academy issued 100 of these tokens to Soul Master families that participated in the battle against the Empire. Holders of this token were exempt from entrance exams for their young. This was a topic the original owner had overheard in casual conversations at the Duke's mansion. Who would have thought he would actually obtain a Shrek token today? The Body Sect had also participated in resisting the Sun Moon Empire's invasion. As a Soul Douluo of the Body Sect, this token was undoubtedly genuine, Huo Yuhao mused. Every Soul Master on the Douluo Continent knew that to enter Shrek Academy's outer college, 2 requirements must be met. One must be under 12 years of age and possess a soul power level of at least 15. Most importantly, a recommendation letter from a city lord of one of the 3 great empires was also necessary. In other words, talent alone was insufficient. One also needed a reputable background. In the original narrative, Huo Yuhao had utilized Tang Sect's exemption to gain admission to Shrek Academy. It was precisely because he initially benefited from the Tang Sect that he gradually became ensnared, ultimately becoming the loyal hound of the Tang family. His deliberate choice to merge with the heavenly dream-eyed Silkworm in a different location was to avoid Tangya and Bei Bei. After all, the Tang Sect was akin to excrement. Once involved, it became distasteful and detrimental. According to his original plan, he intended to enroll in the Soul Master Academy of the 3 great empires' royal cities. The Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire was too far, necessitating a journey across much of the Douluo Continent. Moreover, with the formidable Mingdo mountain range guarding the way, infiltrating would be exceedingly difficult, leaving it for another time. Yet, at this moment, fate had presented him with a Shrek token. It compelled him to ponder whether this was mere coincidence or the design of a higher power. Well, since the situation had unfolded this way, attending Shrek Academy for study would not be a detriment. A smile graced Huo Yuhao's lips as he contemplated. If the emergence of this token were merely fortuitous, that would be acceptable. However, if it were indeed orchestrated by the Tang God King, then his decision to forsake admission to Shrek Academy in favor of another institution would appear suspicious. Do not underestimate the Tang God King. He would not hesitate to ensure that the sea god himself descended to provide you with a recommendation letter for admission. Furthermore, The original Huo Yuhao had granted him a second chance at life, and it was only fitting that he assist the original in rectifying past grievances while pursuing his long-desired vengeance. Within Shrek Academy lay his targets for retribution, the legitimate son of Duke Baihu, Dai Huabin. This life, as a reward, constituted the final mission he accepted as an assassin. Rest assured, I shall eliminate all those who deserve to be eradicated and rectify all that must be set right, Huo Yuhao vowed silently. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Huo Yuhao sensed a negative emotion, long hidden within the depths of his soul, dissipating like mist in the wind. It belonged to the original owner, the young boy who had suffered humiliation within the Duke's mansion, harboring regrets and resentments. It appears you have made a choice, Elder Yao remarked with a smile, having observed Huo Yuhao closely. If that is the case, shall we set forth? Certainly, teacher. However, before we depart, I must impart some additional knowledge to you. Elder Yao pointed his finger, gently touching Huo Yuhao's forehead. A sharp pain shot through Huo Yuhao's head as a torrent of information flooded into his mind, causing it to feel somewhat overwhelmed. 8 Extremes Collapse, a high-level combat skill of the Xian rank, renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities. When perfected, it harbors 8 layers of inherent energy, its power comparable to low-level Earth rank techniques. Heavenly Net Decision, a high-level movement technique of the Xian rank, comprising 12 layers. Upon reaching the 10th layer, one can manifest the heavenly wings, evolving into a uniquely special flying technique. Mastering the 12th layer grants speed rivaling that of low-level Earth rank movement techniques. Suddenly acquiring the inheritance of these 2 formidable techniques left Huo Yuhao reeling. If he truly mastered them, who among his peers could stand against him? Do not be overly astonished. Though the requirements for these techniques are not excessively demanding, they do necessitate considerable physical strength, especially 8 Extremes Collapse, which is a technique for close combat. Given your slender physique, should you attempt to employ it forcefully, it is likely your muscles would rupture before your opponent does, Elder Yao remarked, dousing Huo Yuhao's excitement with a splash of cold water. Indeed, the original owner had suffered from malnutrition in the Duke's mansion, resulting in a meager first-level soul power. With such a frail constitution, attempting to cultivate 8 Extremes Collapse would likely end in his own undoing. How can I enhance my physical strength? Huo Yuhao inquired eagerly after a moment of contemplation. As your soul power grows, so too will your physical strength. Of course, for a faster enhancement, external stimuli are required, Elder Yao replied, his eyes narrowing with a hint of mischief. What kind of external stimuli? Looking at Elder Yao's mischievous grin, Huo Yuhao felt a chill run down his spine. Beatings. The heavier, the better. I will take you to forage for herbs in the woods shortly, and with the blood of the surrounding soul beasts. We should be able to concoct some foundational elixirs for you. During this journey, I shall rigorously temper your physical strength, and I hope you can prepare yourself mentally. The old man, with a sinister smile, caused Huo Yuhao's youthful face to immediately contort in distress. Chapter 7. Cultivating the Foundation Liquid and Entering Shrek City. The innkeeper placed the tea and meals outside the door, listening to the sounds emanating from within, a knowing smile gracing his face. What a remarkable scene. The youth appears quite young yet seems to indulge in rather intense pursuits. Inside, Huo Yuhao stood with his feet slightly apart, toes gripping the floor. His jaw clenched tightly. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his bare skin, clad only in shorts, was marred by numerous dark blue bruises. Behind him, the spirit of Yao Lao sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, his expression grave as he observed Huo Yuhao's determination. With a gentle wave of his hand, the air shimmered with ripples, and a faint red energy whip shot forth from Yao Lao's palm, striking Huo Yuhao's back with a force that left a long, dark bruise. As pain seared through him, Huo Yuhao's lips twitched, and he inhaled sharply, feeling a sudden numbness in his shoulder, followed by a fiery pain that pierced his heart. Under such intense agony, even his toes felt weak, and he nearly collapsed. Yet, having endured countless harsh trainings in his previous life, some even more brutal than this, he found that this training brought not just pain, but a profound sense of his own existence. After the wave of pain subsided, Huo Yuhao immediately channeled his soul power to flow through the wound. The soul power, spurred by the pain, felt more vibrant than usual, and as it coursed through the meridians and acupoints in his shoulder, a soothing sensation gradually permeated his muscles and bones, quietly strengthening his body. Ah, how exhilarating. More. Huo Yuhao forced a smile that was more painful than tears, his youthful face radiating determination and stubbornness. Excellent. Yao Lao beamed with a hint of satisfaction, nodding slightly as he unleashed another streak of faint red energy. With precision, each strike was carefully calibrated to reach the threshold of Huo Yuhao's current physical capacity, ensuring he would not be gravely injured while still causing some damage. Just as trees are scarred by the storms, those scars become their strongest parts, Yao Lao remarked with a smile. In simpler terms, to learn how to strike, one must first learn how to endure strikes. Another whip of energy lashed out, and Huo Yuhao reached his limit, collapsing onto the ground. Very good. Today you managed to withstand 62 lashes of energy, a remarkable improvement from the mere dozen you could handle at the start. Yao Lao noted with undisguised admiration in his eyes. Huo Yuhao's resilience and rapid growth distinguished him as one of the most exceptional individuals Yao Lao had ever encountered. Having spent 5 days since their departure from the Stardow Forest, Huo Yuhao had made astonishing progress each day. Today, he had believed that 40 lashes would be his limit, yet he had persevered to 62, compelling Yao Lao to marvel at his endurance. Clenching his teeth, Huo Yuhao managed to rise, crawling into a nearby tub filled with a blood-red liquid. Yao Lao, well-versed in medicinal properties, had assisted him in gathering numerous valuable herbs before leaving the Stardow Forest, coupled with the essence of century-old and millennium-old soul beasts that Yao Lao had frozen. They had crafted enough foundational liquid for Huo Yuhao to use for some time. The skins and meat of the soul beasts had been sold to specialized merchants in nearby villages, providing him with over 10,000 gold soul coins, alleviating any financial concerns. The crimson liquid in the tub was a diluted version of the foundational liquid. Its properties not only enhanced Huo Yuhao's physique but also augmented his soul power, addressing his innate deficiencies. As the cool liquid enveloped his bruised skin, he let out a contented sigh. Closing his eyes, he lay back in the wooden tub, gradually succumbing to slumber. Yao Lao gazed fondly at his disciple, shaking his head with a smile. Once he sensed that no one was outside, he opened the door and retrieved the tea and food, placing them on the table within. Then, he transformed into a beam of light, entering the Black Ring. Most of the Stardow Forest lies within the borders of the Starluo Empire, with only a small portion in the Heavendow Empire. Shrek Academy is located in the northwest of the Stardow Forest, not far from it. However, due to the presence of powerful soul beasts in that direction, most of which are over 10,000 years old, Huo Yuhao had to navigate around the forest to reach Shrek Academy, making his journey nearly 1,000 miles. As dawn broke, Huo Yuhao emerged from the thicket onto a vast plain, finally beholding the city of Shrek. Shrek Academy, built upon the Lyman Plain, sprawls across a vast area, effectively constituting a city in itself, hence being referred to as Shrek City. Shrek Academy holds exclusive governance over this city, exempt from paying taxes to any nation. In simpler terms, they operate outside the law. The southern, western, and northern gates of Shrek City allow free entry and exit, while the eastern gate is exclusively for Shrek Academy. After inquiring for directions, Huo Yuhao made his way to the eastern gate. At the eastern gate stood a dozen young Shrek Academy students, each clad in yellow attire adorned with a green emblem. Upon seeing Huo Yuhao approach, they promptly intercepted him, though their demeanor was gentle and courteous. "Young brother, what brings you here?" The leading male student inquired with a smile as he approached Huo Yuhao. "I'm a new student this year, here to register for the assessment," Huo Yuhao replied, nodding with a smile, his tone relaxed as if conversing with a friend. The male student exchanged glances with his companions, surprise flickering in their eyes. Typically, new students registering for Shrek Academy were nearly always anxious, given that it is the highest sanctuary for soul masters across the Douluo Continent, revered as a holy place in the realm of soul masters. Each new recruit came laden with the hopes of their respective families, which naturally induced tension. However, Huo Yuhao stood as an exception. His demeanor remained unchanged, calm as still water. Their conversation flowed like casual banter, devoid of any pressure. "Very well, but young brother, there are requirements to register at Shrek Academy. First, you must be no older than 12. Second, your soul power must not be below level 15. And you must possess a recommendation letter from a main city in at least one of the 3 empires," the male student explained amiably. "So, what is your current level of cultivation?" "Level 11, Huo Yuhao replied. Cough, cough. The male student nearly choked on his own saliva. "How many levels?" 11th. "Indeed." Huo Yuhao nodded, even honestly revealing his soul rings. A circle of luminous white soul rings rose from beneath his feet, gracefully ascending until it reached his head, then gently swaying downwards, revealing the first soul ring, a 10-year soul ring. Level 11 soul power. Not only was the male student taken aback, but even the other Shrek Academy students nearby stared at Huo Yuhao in astonishment. Such innate talent, such strength, What audacity do you possess to apply to Shrek Academy? Who grants you such courage? Taking a deep breath, the male student stationed at the city gate displayed no anger on his face. He gently patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder and said solemnly, "Young brother, I'm afraid you do not meet the admission requirements of Shrek Academy, therefore." However, he failed to notice that Huo Yuhao was also sizing him up, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Perhaps Shrek Academy may become a bane to the continent in the future, yet not all of its graduates are inept and mediocre. The ability to treat a peer soul master, who could be deemed as weak, with respect indicates that at least among these younger Shrek students, there still exists warmth and sincerity. Senior, perhaps I did not express myself clearly just now. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly, retrieving a token from his bosom and placing it in the male student's hand. I have heard that possessing this item allows one to enter Shrek Academy without examination. Stop joking, young brother. There are countless legends and rumors about Shrek Academy across the continent. You mustn't. The male student shook his head in disbelief, accepting the weighty token. However, when he beheld the large character for grace inscribed on it, his expression shifted drastically. Shrek Grace Token. Upon hearing these 5 words, the other Shrek Academy students hurriedly gathered around. Yet, being merely junior students and encountering such an event for the first time, they dared not take the initiative to allow Huo Yuhao entry into Shrek City. The male student cast a thoughtful glance at the composed Huo Yuhao, holding the Shrek Grace token, and nodded, saying, "Young brother, please wait here for a moment. I need to report to the teacher in the academy before I can allow you to enter the city." Chapter 8. The recognition of Duo and admission to Shrek Academy. Who does this Shrek ensign belong to? Moments later, a robust man in his 50s emerged from Shrek City. His face bore no wrinkles, yet his hair, as white as steel needles, lent him an air of seasoned experience. Standing impressively tall, at least 2 meters and 2 centimeters, his physique was reminiscent of granite sculpture, broad-shouldered and muscular, showing no sign of age-related decline. His bronzed skin shimmered under the sun, reflecting a metallic sheen, exuding a distinct scent characteristic of soul engineers. "Good day, Dean Qian," exclaimed the surrounding students of Shrek Academy upon seeing him. Qian Duo, the vice president of Shrek Academy, held a prestigious position beneath only one other, his wife. The Academy's leadership comprised merely 4 individuals, who were the true pillars of Shrek Academy. The students, not lacking in discernment, refrained from calling him Vice Dean Qian foolishly. "Greetings, Dean Qian. My name is Huo Yuhao, and this Shrek ensign is mine," Huo Yuhao replied, nodding at Qian Duo's gaze. He had initially anticipated that the male student guarding the gate would merely fetch a teacher for confirmation, never imagining he would summon such an esteemed figure. "Indeed, I can confirm that your Shrek ensign is genuine," Qian Duo nodded. "In the past, Shrek Academy issued 100 Shrek ensigns, and over the millennia, we have retrieved more than 90. It has been nearly a century since anyone has come forth with an ensign for enrollment. We believe the remainder had been lost. I am fortunate to witness one today. By the way, Huo Yuhao, where did you acquire this Shrek ensign?" Qian Duo inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Huo Yuhao, his perceptive eyes missing not even the slightest flicker of emotion. "I discovered this Shrek ensign in a deep pit, expelled by a wind baboon that I hunted in the Star Doe forest," Huo Yuhao replied, his words a blend of truth and fabrication. Knowing that outsiders could not verify his tale, his demeanor remained calm and composed, embodying the essence of an honest child. In crafting lies, his previous life had equipped him with professional training, allowing him to avoid revealing any flaws unless he wished to do so. "Dean Qian, I have heard that the Shrek ensign is not bound to its user, meaning anyone possessing it can enroll in Shrek Academy without examination, correct?" Qian Duo paused momentarily, then nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, anyone holding a Shrek ensign can enroll directly. However, I would like to ask you a personal question." "What question?" Huo Yuhao scratched his head. "What is your martial soul?" Qian Duo inquired with a smile. "Though these young ones may not perceive it, I can see that your spiritual power is extraordinary. Come, let me witness your martial soul." With the desire to study at Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao had no reason to conceal his martial soul. His primary martial soul, having undergone a second evolution, would serve as his asset within the academy. A luminescent white soul ring encircled him, transforming his once dark eyes into a fiery red. The previously formless spiritual fluctuations now radiated heat, astonishing those around him. "Your martial soul is your eyes," Qian Duo exclaimed, his sturdy frame shivering as he approached Huo Yuhao hastily. "A primary martial soul? And it appears to possess fire attributes?" Indeed. My martial soul is the flame goddess I, a dual attribute of spiritual and fire, Huo Yuhao affirmed. Din Qian. Do you believe I am qualified for admission to Shrek Academy? Qian Duoduo's eyes sparkled with intensity as he scrutinized Huo Yuhao. Had he not been proactive in questioning the younger student guarding the gate, he might have missed this gem of a talent. Regardless of Huo Yuhao's soul power being merely level 11, or his single tenure soul ring, as a soul engineer, this was hardly an issue. Enhancements could be achieved through medicinal aids. Unbeknownst to him, Huo Yuhao possessed a black ring on his hand that contained a revered master of medicinal aids. Yuhao. Qian Duoduo's once stern visage now blossomed into a radiant smile. Are you interested in soul engineering? Huo Yuhao nodded earnestly. Absolutely. My dream is to become an outstanding soul engineer. This was a sincere statement, as a reader familiar with the original narrative. He understood the significance of soul engineering for a soul master's future development. It was the powerful soul devices that enabled the soul masters of Douluo Continent to transcend their planet and explore the cosmos freely. The era of traditional soul masters had long since waned. Had it not been for that audacious individual intervening personally, the Sun Moon Empire, the pinnacle of soul engineering, would have inevitably consumed the three nations of Douluo. Recognizing that the fusion of soul devices with soul masters was the most prudent path, Huo Yuhao was determined not to adhere to the rigid mindset of the soul martial system. Upon entering Shrek Academy, he would undoubtedly pursue the soul engineering department. Your aspiration is to become a soul engineer? Qian Duoduo expressed astonishment. Do you not consider soul devices mere tricks? Believing that soul masters studying them is a waste of time? Soul devices are merely tools at our disposal, which we must learn to wield. It is precisely because we can utilize tools that humanity has transcended the primal existence of mere survival, Huo Yuhao replied, shaking his head in resignation. The first ancestor to discover that soul masters could absorb soul rings was also engaged in experimentation and exploration. The soul skills attached to soul rings are, in essence, tools as well. Are we to believe that the correct way to battle as soul masters is to forego soul skills and engage solely in close combat? Indeed. You make an excellent point. It is unfortunate that those stubborn old-timers refuse to heed our counsel, Qian Duoduo exclaimed, patting Huo Yuhao's shoulder, clearly moved by his words. Yuhao, you are remarkable, Qian Duoduo laughed heartily. With that statement alone, the doors of the soul engineering department will surely open to you. Come, let us proceed to Shrek Academy, and I shall personally assist you with your enrollment. Together, they ventured into Shrek City, walking 200 meters until several towering statues obstructed their view. There were more than 10 statues, each 10 meters tall, carved from the hardest granite. As Qian Duoduo began to recount the history of these statues, Huo Yuhao's expression remained unfazed. He was all too familiar with them. In the center stood the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, the old boisterous Yang Yang, who had once packed his beloved woman off to his rival's tent, a true standout in the realm of infatuation. To the left was the esteemed Yu Shaojiang, who claimed there were no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Yet, in his own case, he possessed a worthless martial soul and was, by all means, a worthless soul master, a perfect contradiction. And to the right stood Lu Erlong, whose romantic inclinations disregarded ethics entirely. However, the predecessor of the Shrek Academy, the Blue Tyrant Academy, was one of the few prestigious soul master academies that accepted commoner students. One cannot help but wonder what feelings would stir in her heart upon witnessing that current students of Shrek Academy must now validate their backgrounds for admission. Behind them stood the statues of the Shrek 7 monsters. Yet, Huo Yuhao deliberately averted his gaze, not daring to meet the eyes of those statues. After all, he was uncertain whether a fragment of Tang San's consciousness resided within the statue of the Tang god, and should he attract the deity's attention, the consequences would surely be dire. The White Freshman Teaching Building was located at the southernmost edge of Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao and Qian Duoduo walked from the southern side of the Shrek Plaza and entered the teaching building. As it was the season for enrolling new students, the building buzzed with activity. Several newly admitted students who had passed the assessments were registering here, under the guidance of the esteemed Vice Dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Qian Duoduo. Huo Yuhao's registration proceeded seamlessly. However, it was astonishing to learn that the tuition for a single academic year at Shrek Academy amounted to 10 gold soul coins, excluding meal expenses. Furthermore, should one fail to pass the assessments and withdraw midway, the tuition would be non-refundable. Qian Duoduo initially intended to cover Huo Yuhao's tuition, considering that his attire did not suggest he hailed from a wealthy family. Nevertheless, Huo Yuhao promptly produced 10 gold soul coins to pay the fee, unwilling to owe Duo any favors. After all, repaying money is far simpler than repaying a personal debt. The registration staff respectfully nodded to Duo before handing Huo Yuhao 2 sets of uniforms, a white freshman badge, and a dormitory key. Upon exiting the registration office, Duo patted Huo Yuhao on the shoulder, saying, "Yuhao, your dormitory is right behind the teaching building. The largest structure in the academy is it. You can head there on your own. The new academic year officially begins in 3 days, so take this time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Remember, if you encounter any difficulties within the academy, feel free to seek me out in the Soul Guidance Department." "Thank you, Dean Qian. I hope to seek your guidance on soul guidance devices in the future," Huo Yuhao replied, displaying keen awareness. Satisfied with the exchange, Duo smiled and departed. Huo Yuhao then examined the dormitory key in his hand, the number boldly inscribed as 108. How intriguing. It would be quite an amusing endeavor to meet this headstrong little princess. Chapter 9. I, Huo Yuhao, am listening to advice. The dormitory building sprawls over a vast expanse. Although it is a single structure, it boasts 4 distinct colors: white, yellow, purple, and black, each representing different grades of students, rising to a height of 6 stories. Huo Yuhao approached the entrance of the white dormitory, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld an elderly man seated there. The old man, clad in a gray robe, bore the marks of age upon his face, with deep-set wrinkles and dull, drooping eyelids, resembling a flickering candle nearing its end. Sunlight filtered between the buildings, illuminating the old man's figure as he reclined comfortably in a chair. "Ah, Yuhao, this individual possesses considerable prowess." The voice of Yao Lao suddenly resonated within the depths of Huo Yuhao's consciousness. Throughout their journey, Yao Lao had used Huo Yuhao as a medium to inquire about the utilization of spiritual or soul power in the Douluo Continent from the Tianmeng Silkworm. He was now able to enter Huo Yuhao's mental realm and communicate with him through thoughts. Huo Yuhao smiled gently and remarked in his mental space, "If I am not mistaken, this must be the strongest individual at Shrek Academy, the 99th level ultimate Douluo, dragon god Douluo Muin. Teacher, observe how the sunlight cascading upon him is absorbed into his body. This signifies his mastery over light attributes." "Indeed, you cannot be mistaken. For the original text describes it thus," Yao Lao replied. 99th level ultimate Douluo, quite intriguing. "Teacher, will you be discovered by him?" Huo Yuhao asked with a hint of concern. As one of the most formidable beings on the Douluo Continent, Muin's strength was beyond Huo Yuhao's imagination. If he were to perceive the presence of a soul entity accompanying Huo Yuhao, the best outcome would be that Huo Yuhao would be deemed an evil soul master and subsequently stripped of his soul power. "Fear not. He is yet unaware of my existence," Yao Lao reassured with a chuckle. "However, if you wish to learn about alchemy, it would be prudent not to reside within this academy. After all, this dormitory is too close to him. Even if I use soul power to conceal your presence, it would be easy for him to detect subtle clues." "I understand," Huo Yuhao nodded, resolving in his heart. Adopting an air of innocent naivety, he approached and respectfully said, "Good day, sir. I am a new student here to check into the dormitory. Would you like to inspect my student badge?" Without lifting his gaze, Muin extended a trembling right hand and rasped, "Let me see your badge and dormitory key." Huo Yuhao presented his new student badge and dormitory key, which Muin scrutinized before saying, "You may proceed. Room 108 is the 3rd room on the left on the 1st floor. The 4th floor is designated for female students. Do not venture there, as doing so will result in expulsion." "Understood. I must go off campus for accommodations," Huo Yuhao inwardly scoffed. He bowed in gratitude to Muin before entering the dormitory, while Muin's peripheral vision followed Huo Yuhao's retreating figure, revealing a faint smile. An interesting child. However, casually prying into others' minds is not a commendable habit. For your politeness, I shall let this transgression slide. Following Muin's directions, Huo Yuhao swiftly located room 108. Upon entering, he noted the dormitory's aged appearance, its years of use evident in the thick layer of dust covering every surface. On either side of the hallway stood communal restrooms, reminiscent of ordinary middle and high school dormitory configurations from his past life. It was remarkable that such an extraordinary dormitory arrangement could be conceived by that esteemed figure. Had the funds collected by Shrek Academy's higher-ups been embezzled? Moreover, a pressing question arose. Although Wang Dong disguised herself as a boy, surely she lacked some essential physical attributes? How did she manage to use the communal restrooms? Even if she were to sneak in at an opportune moment, she would need to confirm the absence of others beforehand. What if she encountered a male student at an inopportune moment? At least a fine of 300 coins, he mused. The door to room 108 was ajar, and Huo Yuhao stepped inside to find a youth already present. The boy possessed a strikingly handsome face, fair skin, and a pair of unusually pale blue eyes, complemented by neatly cropped hair of the same hue. He appeared to be of similar height and age as Huo Yuhao. This was none other than the cherished daughter of the Tang Sect's king, Wang Dong, though she should still be referred to as Wang Dong. Who are you? Wang Dong asked haughtily upon noticing Huo Yuhao's entrance. Oh, you're the one sharing this dormitory with me? Very well, you have half an hour to clean the room, after which I will permit you to stay temporarily. However, you must adhere to my rules. First, do not bring anyone back to the dormitory. Second, do not be indecent in the dorm. Third, no snoring at night. Fourth, do not disturb me. And fifth, you shall be responsible for the dormitory's cleanliness. But do not touch my bed. Do you understand? Huo Yuhao surveyed the room, which appeared to have been uninhabited for over a month. With a thick layer of dust covering everything, Wang Dong's belongings were strewn across the only relatively clean table, suggesting that this pampered princess had never been accustomed to such chores. Had Huo Yuhao not arrived, would she have had to sleep at that table tonight? Why should I listen to you? Huo Yuhao replied with a faint smile. Wang Dong snorted dismissively. If you refuse to comply, I will throw you out. Go ahead. Try it. No need for that, Huo Yuhao chuckled again, shaking his head. I am known for my willingness to listen to advice. Since you do not wish for me to stay in this dormitory, I shall take my leave. With a shrug, Huo Yuhao turned and began walking towards the dormitory's exit, leaving Wang Dong in a state of confusion before she hesitated and finally followed him. Upon returning to the entrance of the dormitory building, Huo Yuhao found himself before Muin, who bore an expression of astonishment and bemusement as he regarded Huo Yuhao. Clearly, he had sensed the events that had transpired moments before. Huo Yuhao's resolve solidified, and he smiled as he inquired of Muin, Sir, might students of our academy rent accommodations within Shrek City? Muin paused in surprise, not expecting such a question from Huo Yuhao. In principle, it is not permitted, but my roommate seems quite averse to sharing a dormitory with me, rendering me homeless at present. If you do not agree, I shall have no choice but to reside with you, Huo Yuhao remarked with a touch of playful resignation. Huh, you little trickster, truly. Muin chuckled helplessly, a curious glint in his eyes. Very well, return to the registration office, return your dormitory key, and you may rent a place in Shrek City. However, do consider that the living expenses there are quite steep. Huo Yuhao nodded with a grin and proceeded towards the registration office. At that moment, Wang Dong emerged from the dormitory, casting a disdainful glance at Huo Yuhao's retreating figure. Not even the courage to fight? With such cowardice, how do you expect to establish yourself at Shrek Academy? Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Huo Yuhao turned with a faint smile. He picked up a stone the size of a head nearby and casually tossed it into the air. Then, he misstepped, his body leaning at an angle, and with a sudden thrust of his elbow, he struck the fragment of stone. The 8 extremes burst. Boom. A cloud of white stone dust billowed into the air, and the fragment instantly shattered into countless small stones, each no larger than a peanut. A contemplative expression immediately flickered across Muin's eyes, while Wang Dong, standing nearby, scoffed at Huo Yuhao's actions. Is he trying to show off? Too afraid to truly confront me, he vents his frustrations on a mere rock. How utterly ridiculous. However, Muin gazed at Huo Yuhao's departing figure, chuckling softly as he shook his head and remarked, if a real battle were to ensue, you might not stand a chance against him. Why? Wang Dong retorted loudly, indignant. I am clearly far more powerful than he is. If I wished to deal with him, he wouldn't even be able to touch me. What makes him think he could defeat me? Muin pointed to Huo Yuhao's movements, where a glimpse of his elbow revealed a vivid red hue. His endurance surpasses yours by a wide margin. Should it come to a life-and-death struggle, fear would not dwell in his heart. You, however, are different. Not everyone possesses the resolve to face death without flinching. Wang Dong fell silent, momentarily taken aback by Muin's words. He bowed slightly and then returned to the dormitory without further comment. Once Wang Dong had departed, Muin's gaze deepened. He extended his aged, withered hand, attempting to replicate Huo Yuhao's earlier motion, but he seemed unable to grasp the technique. A self-created soul skill, yet its power. Indeed, this year, the Academy has welcomed many prodigies. Although Shrek Academy generally prohibits students from residing off campus, The teacher at the registration office immediately facilitated Huo Yuhao's arrangements upon hearing that the order came directly from the one who had been found lying at the entrance of the freshman teaching building. While few students were aware, the teachers at Shrek Academy understood that the individual in question was the current Sea God Pavilion Master, the highest decision-maker of the academy. With his approval, the regulations could be disregarded. The cost of living in Shrek City was indeed steep. Huo Yuhao found a hotel within the city, finalizing an accommodation fee of 300 gold soul coins per month. However, the hotel did not include meals, necessitating that Huo Yuhao dine at the academy's cafeteria each day before returning to his lodgings. Although this arrangement was somewhat inconvenient, it was well worth it. After all, he did not wish to practice techniques that belonged to another realm under the watchful eyes of others, as this would inevitably arouse suspicion. 3 days later marked the beginning of the academic year. Lying on the large bed in his hotel room, Huo Yuhao recalled the notice he had seen on the class assignment bulletin board. Huo Yuhao, Freshman Class 1, Class Teacher, Zhou. Chapter 10, Fish Die, Net Breaks. Let us leave now. The enrollment for the new academic year has finally concluded, and Shrek Academy has become increasingly lively. For the past 3 days, Huo Yuhao had not engaged in any other activities but had dedicated himself to cultivation. He had transformed remarkably since departing from the Duke's mansion. He appeared as though he had undergone a metamorphosis. Previously, Huo Yuhao had seemed rather gaunt, his physique suggesting a certain frailty. However, due to a nutrient-rich diet and the relentless training imposed by the medicine elder, he had developed a well-proportioned musculature. Today marked the commencement of classes at Shrek Academy, and Huo Yuhao arrived early. The doors of the white teaching building stood wide open, and new students clad in standardized white uniforms streamed in, each adorned with a green monster emblem signifying Shrek Academy on the left side of their chests. The first classroom for the first-year class was located on the left side of the first floor, and it was already filled to capacity. Huo Yuhao casually selected an empty seat, next to which sat a remarkably beautiful young girl. However, this girl bore a striking resemblance to Wang Dong, exuding an air of superiority and disdain as she tilted her head, completely ignoring him. Huo Yuhao found no inclination to engage with such a spoiled princess, raised in a family of privilege. In his mind, individuals like her were unlikely to traverse a long path in the future. True nobility often embodies profound sophistication, never hastily offending others. As the saying goes, a gentleman conceals his talents and waits for the right moment. Thus, the offspring of nobility typically exhibit an elegant, gentle, and refined demeanor. This brash attitude, however, demonstrated a lack of respect for others, resembling the behavior of a mindless nouveau riche. Pride should emanate from one's essence, not merely be displayed ostentatiously. What she exhibited was not pride, but rather a call for reprimand. Once seated, Huo Yuhao took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. The classroom was expansive, housing over 100 students from his grade, and with a total of 1,000 new students, it suggested the existence of approximately 10 first-year classes. His gaze soon fell upon Wang Dong, whose striking pastel blue hair was impossible to miss. Surrounding her were girls seated in close proximity, indicating the formation of a veritable harem. One could only wonder how these girls would feel upon discovering that the charming boy they secretly admired turned out to be an ineffectual pretender. At that moment, an elderly woman entered the classroom, a frail figure with gray hair coiled atop her head, clad in a flowing white robe. She possessed a pair of remarkably bright eyes, which sparkled with vitality. Huo Yuhao felt a surge of intense mental pressure emanating from her piercing gaze. Upon her entrance, the previously boisterous class fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixated on the podium. The elderly woman's gaze swept calmly from left to right, then back again, imparting an unspoken weight upon every individual present. Yet, to her surprise, Huo Yuhao remained notably tranquil amidst the scrutiny. His eyes resembled a still lake, undisturbed and serene. Though taken aback momentarily, the elderly woman quickly regained her composure and resumed her rhythm. My name is Zhou, and I am your homeroom teacher. I cannot ascertain how many of you will accompany me through the forthcoming year, but I must inform you that in my class, no mediocrity shall pass the scrutiny. I aim to cultivate monsters, not fools. Zhou Yi's voice was a harsh rasp, akin to a cracked gong. As her words echoed, many students displayed indignation upon their faces. They were elites, handpicked from across the continent, each backed by formidable connections. Who dared speak to them in such a manner? Yet on their very first day at Shrek Academy, they had been unwarrantedly berated by their homeroom teacher, labeled as garbage and fools. Who do you think you are? Huo Yuhao's lips curled into a bemused smile as he silently applauded beneath the table. Classic, truly classic. Zhou Yi was one of the most formidable figures he had encountered in the second part of Douluo Continent. In her class, if a group of teenagers made even minor missteps or opposed her autocratic ways, she would promptly expel them from Shrek Academy, absurdly claiming they were unfit to become strong. It is worth questioning whether a teacher should wield such power over a student's future. How could a mere sole emperor character declare others incapable of achieving greatness? Moreover, examining her purported achievements, during her tenure in the third year, only a quarter of her students managed to advance to the inner academy, a seemingly impressive figure. However, when considering the efforts of other teachers in the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades, it is evident that the actual advancement rate from her class was a mere 1 in 40. It is essential to note that students admitted to Shrek Academy are inherently gifted, and the attrition rate in the lower grades is notably high. Even under such circumstances, Zhou Yi could only ensure a 1 in 40 advancement rate to the inner academy. What a bizarre transformation of potential into decay. The few students who did advance expressed gratitude towards her, as they had been subjected to her manipulative tactics, while those who failed were swiftly expelled from Shrek Academy. Had it not been for her husband, destined to become the vice dean or even the dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Zhou Yi might have faced dire repercussions from the factions of those expelled students. Nevertheless, she dared not leave Shrek City, fearing retaliation. A teacher who could not cultivate a garden of flourishing students, but instead garnered a host of enemies, deserved scorn from all. All students who have engaged in fights, please stand. The familiar command reverberated throughout the classroom, stunning the students. Who would dare to engage in a brawl so soon after entering Shrek? Yet, who would admit to it? No one stood. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, deeming them all worthless. Do you not understand that avoiding trouble is the mark of mediocrity? Everyone, out. Run 100 laps around Shrek Square. Anyone who cannot finish will be expelled. The room erupted into chaos. It was only the first day, and they were already being punished for not having fought. Who could accept such a decree? Who is Huo Yuhao? Zhou Yi's voice rang out again, bringing immediate silence over the previously restless students. Realizing she had called his name, Huo Yuhao suspected the reason and wore a playful smile as he rose to his feet. Hello, Teacher Zhou. I am Huo Yuhao. Seeing the student who had earlier met her gaze without a hint of fear was indeed Huo Yuhao. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, but her expression soon hardened. In the path of soul cultivation, one must either advance or regress. You had a conflict with Wang Dong in the dormitory and chose to retreat, even moving off campus to live independently. What a disgrace. A student like you has no right to study in my class. Huo Yuhao, if you do not wish to be expelled, wait. You stand still. Zhou Yi initially intended to use Huo Yuhao's situation to assert her authority and impose a heavier punishment. However, before she could finish her words, Huo Yuhao strode out of the classroom of the new students, leaving her words unspoken. Taking a couple of hurried steps to catch up, Zhou Yi firmly grasped Huo Yuhao's shoulder and coldly inquired, "What do you think you are doing? Who permitted you to leave the classroom?" "It was you who granted permission." Huo Yuhao feigned ignorance, responding, "You stated that a student like me is unworthy of studying in your class, so I merely took my leave. I have no other faults. Just an inclination to heed advice. Since you do not wish for my presence, I shall take my leave." You. Zhou Yi nearly choked on Huo Yuhao's words. Throughout her years of teaching, she had encountered numerous obstinate students, yet none quite like Huo Yuhao. Ha ha. The students of Class 1 could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing Huo Yuhao's remarks. Wang Dong, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, gazed out at Huo Yuhao, the disdain in her eyes considerably diminished. "Be quiet. What are you laughing at?" Zhou Yi shouted furiously at the students. "Teacher Zhou, please understand. We are all soul masters, possessing strong self-discipline. Even in the face of the most humorous situations, we would not laugh," one student managed to say, suppressing their amusement. "Well, unless we can't hold it in," Huo Yuhao muttered. Pfft. At this, even those who had previously refrained from laughing joined in, transforming the classroom into a sea of joy. "Do you find this amusing, Huo Yuhao? Very well, you are quite something," Zhou Yi said with a cold chuckle. "I hereby formally notify you that you are expelled." "Oh, Teacher Zhou, how your demeanor has changed. A frigid old maid like you can make the students laugh like this. Could it be that you wish to adopt a different teaching style?" A woman in her 30s approached Zhou Yi, chuckling softly. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened as she coldly replied, "Mu Jin, mind your own business." Though Mu Jin was of considerable age, her appearance could easily be described as youthful and radiant. With a gentle smile, she shook her head slightly and looked at Huo Yuhao, saying, "What is this?" On the very first day of school, this young student has already provoked you, Teacher Zhou. And you wish to expel him? Indeed, if he violates the rules I have set, I shall expel him from the academy. Zhou provocatively glanced at Mujin. Just as I did with your brother. You. Mujin gritted her teeth in anger, but soon a smile spread across her face, grasping Huo Yuhao's arm. The sudden surge of soul power emanating from her body instantly broke Zhou Yi's firm grip on Huo Yuhao's shoulder. If you do not want this student, then he shall be mine. Chapter 11. As you are aware, I have been an orphan since childhood. Do you wish to have this student? Zhou Yi's expression was far from pleasant. The first day of school was supposed to be her most familiar stage of establishing authority. Yet she had heard that a figure like Huo Yuhao in her class had chosen to avoid conflict with his roommate and instead reside in a hotel in Shrek City. What a perfect subject to assert her dominance. If she could thoroughly punish Huo Yuhao, making him appear exhausted and submissive before the other students, none would dare oppose her commands in the future. This was her usual tactic, intimidating her class through such a brutal display, instilling a sense of servility among them. Even if she later harmed them or expelled them from Shrek Academy, they would accept it as deserved. In modern psychology, this is termed Stockholm Syndrome. However, she failed to realize that her chosen target for intimidation was a rebel among rebels. Huo Yuhao did not resort to violent resistance against her oppression, nor did he choose to engage in theoretical debates. Instead, he adopted a somewhat absurd approach, rendering himself a subject of ridicule among the other teachers. Indeed, Zhou, let us not forget, we are both class advisors for the new students. You possess the authority to expel your students from the academy. And I equally have the power to welcome him into my class. Mujin remarked with a cold smile. Zhou Yi's expression stiffened as her gaze shifted to Huo Yuhao's face, revealing a threatening glint in her eyes. Clearly, if Huo Yuhao chose to join Mujin's new student class, she would not relent in her attempts to undermine him. Yet, she was unaware that Huo Yuhao had already met Qian Duo upon his enrollment. Should she seek to leverage her connections, or even those of her husband, Fan Yu, to oust Huo Yuhao from Shrek Academy, Qian Duo would undoubtedly retaliate. As Huo Yuhao caught sight of Zhou Yi's fierce and menacing glare, he instinctively recoiled like a frightened kitten, retreating behind Mujin. Hello, Teacher Mujin. Today is my first day of class. But Teacher Zhou wishes to expel me for not wanting to fight with my classmates. I am unsure why. Although Mujin was not as gossipy as Zhou Yi, she had heard about Huo Yuhao's decision to stay in a hotel in Shrek City. Initially, she had looked down upon what seemed to be Huo Yuhao's weakness. But upon seeing Zhou Yi's contorted face, she felt a sense of satisfaction. This was her reason for accepting Huo Yuhao, not for any other reason, but purely to irk Zhou Yi. Yet upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Mujin instinctively inquired, "Oh, why do you not wish to fight with your classmates?" At that moment, Huo Yuhao's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, his face flushed and body trembling slightly as he fought to suppress his sobs. In a tone filled with melancholy and self-doubt, he replied, "Teacher, as you know, I am an orphan. My father passed away early, and my mother also succumbed to illness not long ago. Before her death, she taught me not to provoke unnecessary conflict, which is why I chose to avoid confrontation with Wang Dong and opted to live off campus. Am I a coward for adhering to my mother's final teachings? Is striking my future classmates, my future companions, a mark of bravery? My dream of Shrek Academy is to cultivate soul masters who uphold justice and assist the weak. Why then? Does Teacher Zhou wish for me to inflict harm upon my classmates? Does she aspire to train a band of brigands? What a perfect expression. What a perfect tone. What perfect delivery. Let us award this year's Shrek Golden Idol to the new student of Class 9, Huo Yuhao. The moral manipulation of his soul skill erupted, leaving both Zhou Yi and Mujin utterly dumbfounded. Even the teachers and students from other classes who had gathered to watch were rendered silent, lost in contemplation. A flicker of panic finally crossed Zhou Yi's eyes. Under Huo Yuhao's brilliant performance, the situation had spiraled dangerously out of control. Huo Yuhao, you slanderous little wretch. You. Zhou Yi began vehemently, preparing to chastise him in an effort to regain control of the increasingly precarious situation. However, Huo Yuhao simply wiped non-existent tears from his sleeve. Softly sobbing, I am sorry, Teacher Zhou. I understand now. Someone like me does not deserve to remain at Shrek Academy. I will proceed with the withdrawal process. Mujin immediately grew anxious at his words, grabbing Huo Yuhao's arm with reddened eyes. No, Yuhao, you cannot leave. You are right. Those who adhere to their mother's teachings are not cowards. Come, return to Class 9 with me. Mujin, do you dare? Zhou Yi was equally agitated, stepping forward to once again grasp Huo Yuhao's shoulder. Yet, suddenly, a teacher appeared before her, blocking her path. This teacher, in his 50s, was tall, with a black face and no beard, and wore an expression of sternness. Both Shou Yi and Mu Jin halted their actions upon seeing him, too intimidated to proceed. Hello, Huo Yuhao. I am Dou Weilan, the director of the Martial Soul Department from the External College. I heard everything you just said. You did nothing wrong. And you need not withdraw from Shrek. You may now return to Class 9 with Teacher Mu Jin. The transfer procedures will be handled by her after class. After speaking, Dou Weilan's gaze shifted to Zhou Yi, his already stern demeanor darkening further. Zhou Yi, report to the administrative office after class. I have matters to discuss with you. Zhou Yi's face paled at his words. She realized that if Dou Weilan reported the events of the day accurately, she would face severe repercussions. Mu Jin looked at Zhou Yi's ashen complexion with satisfaction, patting Huo Yuhao on the shoulder, guiding him back to Class 9. As Huo Yuhao departed, he cast a glance back at Zhou Yi. To her astonishment, Huo Yuhao's gaze held no trace of weakness or fear, but rather an icy indifference. If you are wise, let today's events end here. Should you wish to pursue me in the future, do not blame me for being ruthless, Huo Yuhao thought quietly to himself. The classroom of Class 9 was not vastly different from that of Class 1, filled to capacity with students. However, compared to the tense and serious atmosphere of Class 1, the teaching style in Class 9 was considerably more relaxed. Upon Huo Yuhao's entrance, several students pointed and whispered, laughing and chatting among themselves. Quiet down. Mu Jin's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the entire class with the aid of her soul power. Immediately, the previously boisterous classroom fell silent. This student is newly joining our Class 9. His name is Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, please come forward and introduce yourself to your classmates. Nodding, Huo Yuhao stepped up to the podium. As he glanced around, his peripheral vision caught sight of two female students seated in the front row. The girl on the left was taller than Huo Yuhao, with short golden hair that appeared quite neat, her azure eyes framed by long lashes, and a few charming freckles gracing her cheeks. The one on the right boasted fiery red short hair and strikingly rare red eyes, exuding a somewhat domineering aura at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin as pale as jade, though her expression was notably cold. With a slight glance, Huo Yuhao shifted his gaze and smiled as he introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Huo Yuhao. I am 11 years old, with a soul power of level 11. Hailing from the Star Luo Empire, and I have transferred from the first class of newcomers to our 9th class. Upon hearing the words level 11, the expressions of skepticism were palpable among the students in the classroom. Wasn't the admission requirement for Shrek Academy a minimum of level 15? How did this individual gain entry to Shrek Academy? Indeed, Huo Yuhao's soul power was merely level 11. I understand your curiosity regarding how he passed the Academy's assessment to become a new student, explained Mu Jin beside him. He is a specially invited student and was exempt from the entrance examination upon entering the Academy. However, this exception is unique to him. Should he fail to complete the academic tasks assigned by the Academy, he will be eliminated just the same. Now, Huo Yuhao, please take a seat. At Mu Jin's words, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in the eyes of the blonde girl, while the red-haired girl displayed a hint of disdain, diverting her gaze from Huo Yuhao. After thanking Mu Jin, Huo Yuhao casually selected a spot to sit in the middle row. Meanwhile, Mu Jin ascended the podium and inscribed two significant characters on the blackboard: Class President. Next, we shall hold elections for the position of Class President in our 9th class of newcomers. Anyone wishing to run for Class President may step forward to demonstrate their abilities, and the position will be determined by vote. The Vice President will be nominated by the newly elected President. Compared to the coercive approach of Zhou Yi, Mu Jin's democratic method is evidently more appealing to the students. At this moment, most of the students in the class exhibited eager expressions. They were all exceptional young soul masters from various factions across the continent, proud individuals naturally interested in the prospect of becoming class president. Just then, a male student in the back jested, I think we should let Huo Yuhao be our 9th class president. When the newcomer's assessment occurs, the students from other classes will underestimate us, thinking our class president is merely a rank 1, and then, heh. The others erupted in laughter at the boy's remark, but the red-haired girl in the front row snorted disdainfully. Him as president? Does he even deserve it? Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous class fell into an immediate silence. Just when they presumed that Huo Yuhao would feel intimidated and retreat, he smiled and replied, I have a key made at home. How many do you have? Chapter 12, The Fiery Spell and the Dragon's Wrath, a battle to establish authority. How many keys can you make? Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the students in the room varied from astonishment to amusement. Some astute male students grasped the insinuation behind Huo Yuhao's statement and laughed aloud. Even the red-haired girl, though unaware of the exact meaning, sensed the sarcasm in Huo Yuhao's tone and the reactions of those around her. Suddenly standing, the red-haired girl exclaimed angrily, "What? Am I wrong to say that you, a worthless level 11 soul master, are unworthy of being class leader? Who are you calling worthless?" Huo Yuhao stood up as well, smiling as he inquired. "I'm referring to you," the red-haired girl retorted furiously. Yet, as soon as the words left her mouth, she recognized the flaw in her argument and became infuriated. What is the point of playing with words? If you want to prove you're not worthless, let us settle this with a fight. Since you insist. I can only agree, Huo Yuhao shrugged in response. Mu Jin furrowed her brow, stepping forward with the intention of dissuading Huo Yuhao from accepting the red-haired girl's challenge. However, to her surprise, the seemingly meek Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement to the duel. Huo Yuhao, you. Mu Jin expressed her concern as she approached him. Wu Feng is from the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School, a grand soul master. You need not force yourself. Teacher, before my mother passed, she instructed me not to provoke trouble but also emphasized the importance of dignity and not allowing others to bully me, Huo Yuhao replied with a faint smile. I have endured far too much. This time, I do not wish to hold back. This was a mere pretense. The reason Huo Yuhao previously avoided conflict with Wang Dong and had issues with Shou Yi was merely to rectify the erroneous choices of his original character. His entanglement with Wang Dong gradually allowed him to fall under the control of Tang Shenwang, who had cast Wang Dong as bait to ensnare Huo Yuhao. Shou Yi further exacerbated Huo Yuhao's psychological turmoil, turning him into a sensitive and emotionally fragile individual, ultimately becoming a pawn for the unscrupulous Tang family. Now that Huo Yuhao had successfully avoided entanglements with Tang Shenwang's troublesome daughter and the perverse teacher Shou Yi, he no longer needed to feign weakness. The appearance of Wu Feng was indeed timely. It was high time to shock these arrogant youngsters. Meanwhile, the blonde girl beside Wu Feng frowned, addressing him. What you're doing is utterly meaningless. Defeating a level 11 soul master will earn you no respect. Rather, it will paint you as a bully. But, young master, Wu Feng hastily attempted to explain. I've told you already, while at the academy, do not refer to me as young master. Call me Ning Tian. The blonde girl stated firmly. My apologies, young Ning Tian. Wu Feng gazed at Huo Yuhao in the distance, his anger still simmering. This mere level 11 worthless soul master dares to mock me. Today, he must learn the meaning of humility. Have you considered why, despite his inferior cultivation, he dares to accept your challenge? Ning Tian's eyes sparkled with insight. If he has the courage to do so, he must possess some form of assurance. No matter what assurance he possesses, he is certainly no match for me, Wu Feng declared arrogantly. After a brief exchange between Huo Yuhao and Wu Feng, Mu Jin led all the new students of Class 9 to the Shrek Academy's training ground. There, various classes were conducting fundamental physical training for the newly admitted students. The physical condition of a soul master directly influences their ability to absorb higher-level soul rings and utilize more powerful soul tools. Thus, all new students at Shrek Academy must partake in basic physical training daily. Naturally, the intensity of these training sessions varies. Soul masters with beast martial souls undergo more rigorous training, while those with average physical attributes have their burdens slightly alleviated, gradually increasing the intensity over time. After all, not many teachers, like Shou Yi, seem to harbor a vendetta against their students, relentlessly pushing all types of soul masters, attackers, agility types, or support types to their limits in running drills, with the slowest being expelled. In terms of Huo Yuhao's previous life as an assassin, it would be akin to forcing some assassins skilled in close-quarter combat, others in long-range sniping, and still others in cold weaponry to all train exclusively in running. Such an act would be sheer folly. This duel will be one-on-one, and you are free to use all your skills. However, be warned, you must not cause any lasting harm to your classmates, nor seek retaliation afterward. Violators will be expelled from the academy, Mu Jin cautioned the two. Understood, they both replied. Now standing face to face, Huo Yuhao appeared somewhat nonchalant, while Wu Feng glared at him, fists clenched, clearly intent on thoroughly defeating Huo Yuhao. Begin, Mu Jin announced loudly. With a fierce shout, Wu Feng sprang into action, a surge of intense heat radiating from her, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. Suddenly, Wu Feng's form grew taller, resembling a mature 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her slender figure tore through her uniform, revealing a form-fitting outfit beneath, highlighting her toned thighs. A faint reddish glow danced across her skin as dragon scales began to emerge from the left side of her face, cascading down her neck, shoulders, and left arm. She exuded both elegance and explosive power, with 2 yellow soul rings rising from beneath her feet. Her martial soul, the Red Dragon, was a top-tier fire attribute dragon martial soul. In stark contrast, Huo Yuhao made little commotion. His body showed no signs of transformation, save for his eyes, which glowed a fiery red. A circle of luminous white soul rings ascended from his feet, radiating brilliance, indicating that he had activated his first soul skill. Under the scrutiny of Huo Yuhao's fire goddess eye, time itself seemed to slow, rendering everything around him strikingly clear. An abundance of information flooded his mind, revealing the distance between him and Wu Feng, along with the fluctuations in the strength of her muscles. Every minute detail was vividly portrayed in his consciousness. Moreover, within a 30-meter radius, he perceived the surroundings in 3 dimensions, with any subtle changes immediately relayed to him as information. While the original Huo Yuhao was somewhat inexperienced in utilizing his mental detection soul skill at this stage, having had no combat experience before leaving the Duke's residence. The current Huo Yuhao was not the Na'vi character from the original story. In his past life, he had been the most elite assassin of Blue Star, possessing abundant combat experience. Previously, his physical limitations had hindered the demonstration of his formidable abilities. However, through the recent refinement of his physique by the venerable medicine elder, coupled with the foundational spiritual liquid and a highly nutritious diet, he has preliminarily resolved this flaw. With the limitations of physical prowess lifted, the combat intuition he acquired from executing countless perilous missions, akin to that of a soul beast, could now be unleashed. With the aid of mental detection, Huo Yuhao was even able to anticipate the position of Wu Feng's strikes and the timing of her attacks. In the realm of online gaming in his past life, such a phenomenon would typically be referred to as activation. In a flicker of movement, Wu Feng appeared before Huo Yuhao. Her left arm, adorned with fiery red dragon scales, swept towards him with tremendous force. Yet, Huo Yuhao merely retreated a step, narrowly evading the strike by less than an inch. Taken aback by this, Wu Feng swiftly lifted her long right leg, aiming a kick at Huo Yuhao's chest. However, he deftly twisted his body, narrowly evading her attack once more. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Wu Feng's ankle with his left hand and held her leg with his right, exerting a slight force to throw her off balance. Wu Feng, losing her footing, executed a graceful backflip to regain her stance. Yet, she no longer dared to underestimate Huo Yuhao. After their previous exchanges, she had confirmed that his close combat abilities were astonishing. Enjoy close combat, do you? Then I shall render you unworthy of even touching me. With her first soul skill, Dragon's Fire, Wu Feng's yellow soul ring flared to life, unleashing a dense crimson flame that enveloped her within a foot's radius. The air around her shimmered, revealing the extraordinary temperature of the flames. As she advanced, Wu Feng stepped forward, her right fist, blazing with red dragon fire, hurtling toward Huo Yuhao's face. Initially intending to evade, Huo Yuhao suddenly felt a burning sensation in his eyes. The faint yellow soul power within him began to operate autonomously along the channels of the burning technique, attempting to consume the flames on Wu Feng's fist. Realization struck him, burning technique? He halted his retreat and instead grasped Wu Feng's advancing right fist. The onlookers, including Mu Jin and Ning Tian, were left astounded as they witnessed the flames on Wu Feng's body transforming into a fiery line, continuously devoured by Huo Yuhao's gaze. With her second soul skill, Dragon's Wrath, Wu Feng's dragon fire transformed into a dark red hue, and her half-scaled armor grew substantially heavier. As the red light in her eyes intensified, her left hand morphed into a dragon claw, aiming directly at Huo Yuhao's abdomen. 8 extremes collapse. Seeing Wu Feng targeting his vital area, Huo Yuhao let out a low grunt. He restrained her right fist with his left hand, not ceasing his consumption of the flames surrounding her. Meanwhile, his right elbow struck forcefully, colliding with her dragon claw. Bang! Huo Yuhao exerted only 60% of his strength. Yet the impact rendered Wu Feng's dragon claw numb and powerless, her left arm drooping. At his current level of 8 extremes collapse, capable of shattering stones into dust, had he unleashed his full strength, Wu Feng's hand would have certainly been incapacitated. The dark red flames enveloping Wu Feng, a result of her soul power conversion, began to dissipate as Huo Yuhao continued to consume them. Consequently, her soul power rapidly diminished, leaving her body weak and unsteady. I concede, Wu Feng uttered in a voice akin to a moan. Pardon? I cannot hear you. Huo Yuhao replied cheerfully. I said, I concede, Wu Feng exclaimed, tears of unwillingness welling in her eyes. I have lost. Chapter 13. I choose Huo Yuhao, the one who is universally acknowledged. Huo Yuhao won. The incredulity was palpable among the surrounding students, even in Mu Jin's eyes. Initially, they anticipated a complete domination by Wu Feng in this battle, but to their astonishment, it was Huo Yuhao who reduced Wu Feng to mere rubble. Within a mere tea's time, the two had exchanged no more than 10 moves. After which Huo Yuhao compelled Wu Feng to concede defeat. Was this truly a spirit master of the first ring? Surely, he must be an infiltrator among the first-ring spirit masters. Yet, perceptive observers noted that while Wu Feng's close combat skills did not match Huo Yuhao's, he ultimately succumbed due to the overpowering nature of Huo Yuhao's martial soul. However, even Mu Jin could not fathom how Wu Feng's top-tier martial soul, the Red Dragon, could be so thoroughly suppressed. What could possibly hold such power over a supreme martial soul? Could it be a divine-level martial soul? Upon hearing Wu Feng's concession, Huo Yuhao refrained from absorbing the Red Dragon's flames and simply released his grip. However, the substantial loss of soul power rendered Wu Feng incapable of standing. His slender legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Ning Tian hurried over, crouched down, and supported Wu Feng, casting a reproachful glance at Huo Yuhao. Meanwhile, the other male students in the class, witnessing Huo Yuhao's straightforward demeanor, could not help but give him a thumbs up. If they were in his position, they would have been reluctant to let go of a beauty like Wu Feng slumped against them, eager to display their chivalry. Huo Yuhao, however, dismissed such thoughts, deeming them beneath contempt. In the distance, the freshmen were being mercilessly drilled by the formidable old hag, Zhou Yi, as they ran laps around the Shrek Academy Square. Yet, Zhou Yi's attention was fixated not on the new students, but rather on the recent sparring match in Class 9. That detestable Huo Yuhao, masquerading as a fool. If he possesses such strength, why does he not dare to teach Huang Dong a lesson, thus dragging me into this mess? Fury burned in Zhou Yi's eyes. Once this class concluded, she would have to face disciplinary action from Du Weilin. Should Du Weilin report this incident to the dean of the Martial Soul Department, Yin Xiaozhe, her punishment would surely be even more severe. Just wait. No matter how cunning you are, you remain just a student. Once I am free, I will ensure you leave Shrek Academy in disgrace. Following the conclusion of the duel, the students of Class 9 were led back to the classroom by Mu Jin. This time, however, the named class leader on the blackboard was erased and replaced with Huo Yuhao. Everyone had witnessed the recent battle. While Huo Yuhao's cultivation was inferior to Wu Feng's, he had adeptly capitalized on his strengths to achieve victory against a stronger opponent, and they were urged to learn from him. Mu Jin cast a gentle glance at the dejected Wu Feng, smiling warmly. However, losses are commonplace. There is no need for self-reproach over a temporary defeat. Identify your weaknesses and overcome them to grow stronger. Ning Tian softly patted Wu Feng's back, casting a grateful look toward Mu Jin. Mu Jin nodded in acknowledgement and then tapped the blackboard where Huo Yuhao's name was inscribed. Now, I propose that Huo Yuhao be appointed as our Class 9 leader. Who is in favor? Who is against? Huo Yuhao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Mu Jin's final statement was almost too much for him to bear, yet he chose to remain quietly inconspicuous. The position of class leader held no particular benefits or drawbacks for him. However, since Mu Jin had embraced him, he was willing to reciprocate by assisting her in training these young souls into formidable spirit masters, ensuring that the new student assessments did not result in excessive eliminations. The students in the classroom exchanged glances but remained silent. Initially, they had looked down on Huo Yuhao, a mere transfer student with only 11th level soul power. However, having witnessed his formidable prowess, they could not help but take notice. With soul power at 23 levels and possessing the premier fire attribute Beast Martial Soul, the Red Dragon, Wu Feng was theoretically the strongest in Class 9. Although Ning Tian's soul power reached 29 levels, just a step away from the Soul Sovereign tier, she was an auxiliary spirit master and lacked direct combat ability. In reality, only 1 or 2 individuals in Class 9 could stand toe-to-toe with Wu Feng. Yet, even they, upon witnessing Huo Yuhao's terrifying close combat capabilities, felt no assurance in challenging him. I support Huo Yuhao as the class leader. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out from the front row. Mu Jin looked down, astonished to find that it was Ning Tian who had spoken. Young master, what are you? Wu Feng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ning Tian in confusion. Win sister, do not let your anger cloud your judgment. You lost due to your own abilities. There is no point in blaming the heavens. To wash away the shame of defeat requires personal effort. We come to Shrek Academy not only to enhance our cultivation and strength. After 10,000 years, the glory of the 3 sects has dimmed, and our 9 treasure glaze tile sect must secure new support to maintain our strength and rise once more. Although Huo Yuhao is currently weak, I can discern the vast potential within him. By extending him some goodwill, perhaps when he grows stronger, our sect may receive his assistance. What is there to lose? Also, I have told you many times, do not call me young master in the academy. We are sisters. Wu Feng was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Ning Tian's depth of thought. Without further contemplation, she nodded obediently and rested her head on the desk, falling silent. With Ning Tian taking the lead, and swayed by Huo Yuhao's prior display of strength, the students of Class 9 began to chant in unison. I support Huo Yuhao as the class leader. It should rightfully be the strongest who leads. And I support Huo Yuhao. Excellent. Mu Jin smiled and nodded. In that case, I hereby announce that Huo Yuhao is now the leader of the new Class 9. However, this leadership position is not fixed. Anyone who possesses the ability to defeat him may take his place. Is that understood? Understood. The students of Class 9 replied in unison. Mu Jin's approach ensured that Huo Yuhao was not bound to the position of class leader, offering hope to others in the class. For Huo Yuhao, the desire of his classmates to claim the leadership position served as motivation, compelling him to diligently cultivate to earn the respect of his peers. Now, let us commence your first lesson at Shrek Academy. Mu Jin turned around and wrote 2 large characters on the blackboard. Attack. Defense. Huo Yuhao, as the class leader, I would like to test your understanding of the attack and defense system of Spirit Masters. Chapter 14. Only children make choices. I want them all. Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback by the remark, but soon rose to his feet. Indeed, he had transferred classes. The reprimands that should have been directed at Wang Dong had now fallen upon him. Nevertheless, Huo Yuhao had assumed that the so-called theories of offense and defense presented by Zhou Yi were merely her unique teaching style. Was this really the first lesson for all the new students at Shrek Academy? My apologies, Zhou. I had overestimated you. Ning Tian turned to regard Huo Yuhao, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. She could perceive that he possessed an extraordinary nature. How would he respond to the somewhat profound question posed by Teacher Mu Jin? The Soul Masters are categorized into strong attack, agile attack, control, support, defense, and food systems. The strong attack, agile attack, and control systems tend to focus on offense, while the defense and food systems emphasize protection. Huo Yuhao spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, a trace of regret appeared on Teacher Mu Jin's face. Although Huo Yuhao's response was indeed appropriate for a newly admitted student, it did not meet her expectations. However, just as Mu Jin was about to instruct Huo Yuhao to take his seat, he spoke again. My previous concept was entirely erroneous. Cough. Cough. A male student in the back row, who had thought Huo Yuhao had finished speaking and was about to take a sip of water, nearly choked as Huo Yuhao took an unexpected turn in his statement. Meanwhile, Mu Jin and the other students glared at Huo Yuhao, seemingly exasperated. Could you not finish your thoughts in one breath? Huo Yuhao offered an apologetic smile to the still coughing male student, then straightened his posture, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as he continued to elaborate. First, consider this. Do support and food system soul masters possess the capability to defend against others' attacks? At this question, all the students in the classroom furrowed their brows. Indeed, even after training, the physical capabilities of support and food system soul masters amounted to little more than that of an ordinary strongman. Even if a support or food system soul master attained the title of Douluo without any combat-specific skills, they would certainly not stand a chance against even a soul emperor of the strong attack system. Had this been over 4,000 years ago, my previous statement would hold true. However, the landscape has changed. There exists an entity that can invert the balance of offense and defense for soul masters. This entity nearly devoured the 3 great empires of the Douluo Continent. Huo Yuhao stated calmly. I know. It's the Soul Guide. A charmingly pretty female student exclaimed with a smile. Precisely. With the assistance of soul guides, even support and food system soul masters can unleash formidable offensive power, along with a degree of self-protection. Huo Yuhao noticed the smile on Mu Jin's face, but his expression grew serious. Yet, even so, does this mean that support and food system soul masters can rival the combat capabilities of soul masters from other systems? This notion is entirely erroneous. Mu Jin was momentarily taken aback, her eyes revealing a hint of gravity. If Huo Yuhao's earlier remarks aligned with her expectations, his current commentary had already surpassed them. As the saying goes, it is better to provide timely assistance than to enhance what is already good. However, only children make choices. I want them both. The timely assistance and the enhancement, Huo Yuhao declared with conviction. The advent of soul guides serves not merely to compensate for the shortcomings of each soul master system, but also to maximize the individual capabilities of every system to their utmost. Linner, new students will only be divided into classes after the 3-month assessment, and then I can bring Huo Yuhao into our soul guide department. If you rush to see him now, it would only alert the enemy. If Yin Xiaozhe, that old fox, learns of it, he will certainly not let Huo Yuhao come to us. In the corridor on the first floor of the teaching building, Duo, the vice dean of the soul guide department, wore a distressed expression as he followed a woman of remarkable poise. The woman stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, appearing to be around 50 years of age. Her fair skin and neatly pinned black hair, along with her white attire adorned with golden edges, exuded an air of competence. Though she was older, it was evident that she must have been a breathtaking beauty in her youth. She was the dean of the soul guide department and Qin Duo's nominal wife, Xian Linner. Humph. Yin Xiaozhe, that scoundrel, has never kept his word. Do you really think that once you bring Huo Yuhao over, he will not resort to trickery to return him to the martial soul department upon discovering the truth? Xian Linner scoffed. I have come to observe whether the student you recommended is indeed worth our heavy investment. Sighing, Duo forced a bitter smile, despite his self-assuredness. He knew he could not outsmart Yin Xiaozhe. Otherwise, Xian Linner would not have found herself in a situation devoid of marital intimacy with him. The two had initially intended to visit the first class of new students, but they encountered Dou Po along the way, only to discover that Huo Yuhao had transferred to the 9th class of new students. However, Dou Po did not mention the incidents involving Huo Yuhao and Shoei, as that was a disgrace of the martial soul department and should not be disclosed to the soul guide department before reporting to the martial soul department's dean, Yin Xiaozhe. Mu Jin was engrossed in the discussion when she turned to find 2 figures at the classroom's entrance. They were Xian Linner and Qian Duo. Dean Xian. Mu Jin was about to speak, but Xian Linner gestured for her to remain silent, indicating that she should allow Huo Yuhao to continue. The 2 deans stood in the blind spot of the classroom door, unseen by the other students in the 9th class. However, they could clearly hear Huo Yuhao's words. In the future Soul Master realm, the irreplaceable status of soul guides is evident. However, the use and creation of soul guides can be entirely separate. Those with inferior martial soul talents, who find it difficult to cultivate, can be responsible for developing and manufacturing soul guides, while exceptionally gifted soul masters can utilize soul guides to enhance their own strength. What do you mean by enhancement and timely assistance? Mu Jin inquired. Huo Yuhao nodded, pondering internally. He could plant a seed of knowledge regarding soul guides in these students' minds, yet he preferred not to delve too deeply. As a reader familiar with the 4 installments of the Douluo Continent, Huo Yuhao was aware of the astonishing future development of soul guides. However, he could not present this vision to others, lest he be ostracized as an outlier. Huo Yuhao had no desire to become the Copernicus of the Soul Master realm. While the delicious barbecue rolls were tempting, being turned into one would be far from enjoyable. Meanwhile, Ning Tian, sitting in the front row, was illuminated by a peculiar light in her eyes. Huo Yuhao's previous statements had greatly inspired her, even illuminating some future pathways. Chapter 15. The possibility of the evolution of the burning technique. The supportive and food-type soul masters are inherently disadvantaged in combat. Although they can somewhat compensate for this flaw with various offensive and defensive soul tools, it is impossible to entirely overcome it, Huo Yuhao stated solemnly. For instance, a powerful attack type or agility type soul master can leverage their strengths, such as immense power and swift speed, to not only use soul tools more effectively but also enhance the tool's inherent potency. However, supportive and food-type soul masters are at a disadvantage when it comes to aiming, reacting in battle, and enduring the physical strain imposed by high-level soul tools. Beast martial soul masters with sufficiently robust physiques can even disregard the recoil from soul cannons, using them beyond their own cultivation limits. In contrast, if supportive and food-type soul masters with inherently weaker bodies attempt to wield such tools, they risk injuring or even killing themselves. So, are you implying that while soul tools may obscure the lines of attack and defense among soul masters, they cannot fundamentally alter this issue? Mu Jin summarized succinctly with a nod. Upon hearing her words, Xian Linner and Qian Duo outside the door exchanged troubled glances. Why should we change? Suddenly, Huo Yuhao smiled and countered, addressing Mu Jin and the other students within the classroom. Unless soul tools can entirely replace our soul rings for soul skills in combat, why should we alter everything? Xian Linner and Qian Duo's eyes brightened, and they exchanged knowing smiles, anticipating what Huo Yuhao was about to articulate. Teamwork. This necessitates the role of a team. I have previously stated that individual supportive or food-type soul masters are fragile, or more broadly, every soul master possesses their own vulnerabilities to some degree. However, when these individuals unite as a team, Their perceived weaknesses and strengths can complement and even offset one another, potentially resulting in positive synergy. I believe that the future trend of soul tool development will see each soul master addressing their weaknesses with suitable soul tools. Forming teams of varying sizes with like-minded individuals whose abilities complement one another, thus maximizing combat effectiveness. I sincerely hope that all students present will not harbor prejudices against soul tools. Whether it be soul rings, soul bones, or soul tools, they are merely instruments in the hands of a soul masters. Our ancestors discovered the immense power of soul rings and soul skills, which enabled humanity to rise from the dominion of soul beasts and become the rulers of this continent. Now, we stand at a similar historical crossroads as our ancestors. As young soul masters, I believe it is imperative that we embrace new elements and transform them into our own capabilities. Thank you all. Huo Yuhao returned to his seat, and an eerie silence pervaded the room. Even Mu Jin, the homeroom teacher, was lost in contemplation after Huo Yuhao's speech. He did not reveal the future of Douluo Continent as he foresaw it, but merely offered them a new path. This path had already been traversed by the Sun Moon Empire, and whether they could keep pace with it was no longer his concern. With a flourish, under Ning Tian's leadership, all the first-year students from Class 9 stood up and erupted into applause for Huo Yuhao. At the same time, Mu Jin was filled with excitement. She had not anticipated that her seemingly careless action to irritate Shou Yi would yield such a treasure. An 11th-level Soul Master could effortlessly defeat a top-tier martial Soul Master and possessed an exceptionally rich knowledge of the Soul Master realm, along with personal insights. At this moment, Huo Yuhao genuinely earned the heartfelt respect of all the first-year students. Even Wu Feng, whom he had previously defeated, applauded sincerely. Liner, it seems I have inadvertently sown seeds of fortune. Qian Duo remarked, somewhat dazed. I never expected that by simply verifying the identities of new students, I would stumble upon such a golden opportunity for our soul tool department. Even if Huo Yuhao is not yet versed in soul tool crafting, with such a speech, he is qualified to enter the Mingda Hall at the Royal Academy of Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire. Xian Lina said no more and turned to leave. When Huo Yuhao has some free time, I will seek him out personally to teach him the craft of soul tools. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo's expression stiffened. Originally, he had intended to take Huo Yuhao as his disciple, but now Xian Lino had unexpectedly taken the opportunity from him. Well, even I belong to Liner. Letting her have Yuhao is no great loss, as long as she is happy, he thought contentedly. After Huo Yuhao concluded his remarks, Mu Jin promptly announced the end of class, due to the subsequent physical training session in the afternoon. Huo Yuhao did not return to the hotel, but instead headed to the Shrek Academy cafeteria for a meal. Inside the cafeteria, there were no tables or chairs, only an expanse of open space with a sink for washing hands and utensils on one side. The inner side featured counters for purchasing meals, each marked with prices. There were 8 counters in total, each offering different dishes, with prices increasing from right to left. This arrangement bore some resemblance to certain prestigious high schools from Huo Yuhao's previous life. However, he held a disdainful view of such theatrics. Food is essential to life. If one cannot even eat well, how can students be expected to focus on their studies? The lack of seating, while ostensibly designed to expedite dining, posed a significant detriment to students' health, with drawbacks far outweighing benefits. Huo Yuhao proceeded directly to the leftmost counter. Although the food prices were steep, given in gold soul coins, he required high-nutrition meals to bolster his physique. The over 10,000 gold soul coins in his possession would suffice for a while, and as for future expenses, Old Medic had assured him of a solution. Greetings, a serving of magic barebone soup and a portion of iced jade shrimp, please. Oh. And do you have the golden sparrow meat buns today? Excellent. I'll take a few of those, and some wind serpent jerky as well. At the leftmost counter, there was no need for patrons to bring their own utensils, as each dish was served in its own separate container. The cafeteria staff also provided Huo Yuhao with a tray to hold these precious foods. For just one meal, Huo Yuhao spent nearly 100 gold soul coins. However, for him, cultivation surpassed all else. Only by possessing sufficient strength could one acquire more substantial resources. Finding a corner to indulge in his meal, Huo Yuhao simultaneously inquired in his spiritual sea, Master, did you witness the battle I had with Wu Feng this morning? Why was I able to absorb the flames from his martial soul with my flame god eye? Yes, I observed, Old Medic responded promptly. That little girl's martial soul is a dragon with unique flames. While those flames may not possess the ferocity of exotic fires, they can still be classified as beast fire. Beast fire? Huo Yuhao's eyes gleamed. If I were to devour it, could my burning technique evolve? Well, Old Medic paused momentarily before continuing. If her cultivation level were to increase sufficiently and you consumed a considerable amount, it might be possible. However, her current level is far too weak. Even if you absorb a great deal, it would yield little effect. Huo Yuhao nodded slightly, and a glimmer of brilliance suddenly flickered in his eyes. Are you suggesting that if I can absorb beast flames of sufficient strength and quantity, my burning technique may undergo evolution? Indeed, replied the medicinal elder. Huo Yuhao nodded once more. Although the burning technique was peculiar, it was, after all, a low-tier yellow-level cultivation method. Despite possessing this technique, his cultivation speed had already surpassed that of other soul masters of the same rank. However, no one would ever deem their cultivation speed too rapid. The evolution of the technique was indeed essential for his growth. Sufficiently powerful beast flames, you say? I might know where to find them. Chapter 16. Tell Lao Mo. I crave fish. Yuho, how much money do you have left? Suddenly, old Yao inquired within the vast ocean of consciousness. Huo Yuhao paused for a moment, mentally calculating before responding. A little over 10,000 gold soul coins. Why do you ask, master? At this point, you can begin to tentatively explore the art of alchemy. However, to practice alchemy, one must possess materials, as well as a cauldron, old Yao explained. Previously, I mentioned your financial constraints. I can assist you with that. What I mean is, you can sell the products of your alchemy. But first, you need sufficient funds to purchase materials and a cauldron. And you should prepare at least 20 sets of materials, as one must be ready for failures in learning alchemy. Huo Yuhao nodded, realizing that old Yao's words were something he had already surmised. After all, the Flame Emperor initially gained wealth and status by selling the elixirs he concocted with old Yao in the novice village. His current circumstances mirrored those of the Flame Emperor back then. The model of generating profit as an alchemist involved producing elixirs for sale, using the proceeds to buy materials for further concoctions, thus creating a cycle of profit. Moreover, when seeking an alchemist's services, it is improbable to provide merely one set of materials. Typically, 3 to 5 sets are required. If an alchemist successfully creates an elixir, all remaining materials belong to the alchemist. Conversely, if the attempt fails and all materials are consumed, the alchemist bears no responsibility. It is a risk-free business for them. Yet, despite this, countless individuals still seek out alchemists for their craft, often without any means of approach. For Huo Yuhao, however, the most pressing issue was his lack of initial capital. While 10,000 gold soul coins appeared substantial, they fell short of what was needed to acquire materials for elixirs and a suitable cauldron. The materials used for alchemy, aside from rare herbs, included the blood of soul beasts over 100 years old. Although not entirely unavailable, these materials were exorbitantly priced. Additionally, to withstand the intense heat generated by soul power flames, or even the flames of beasts and exotic fires, the cauldron must be crafted from exceptionally heat-resistant rare metals. Upon meticulous calculation, Huo Yuhao realized his current funds were grossly inadequate. His daily sustenance also required a significant expenditure, making it impossible to allocate all his resources solely for purchasing materials and a cauldron, thus jeopardizing his cultivation. Old Yao observed Huo Yuhao closely. If Huo were to seek his assistance in producing something for sale, he would not refuse. However, this would indicate Huo's growing dependency on him, which could be perilous. While sheltered growth in a greenhouse may be rapid, it cannot endure the trials of the storm. Only through self-reliance and empowerment can one aspire to become a true master. Should I ask someone for a loan? Huo Yuhao pondered. He wished to avoid troubling old Yao over such trivialities. Wang Dong likely had ample funds, but it would be prudent to keep my distance from her. After all, she harbored a fragment of Tang Sect's consciousness within her, an entanglement I do not wish to provoke. Ning Tian, the young master of the 9 treasure glazed tile school, should also be wealthy. However, we are still unfamiliar with one another. She would probably not lend me any. The vice dean of the Soul Engineer Department, Qin Duo, would surely loan me money if I asked. But it would be best to avoid accruing debts with the Shrek faction. I would rather not complicate my situation. As Huo Yuhao contemplated these matters, a somewhat slender yet sturdy man approached him, seemingly having overheard his thoughts. Buddy, how did you know I caught a 20-pound golden dragonfish today? Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. He had been speaking to himself and did not recognize this individual. Who asked you? He thought, bemused at the audacity of this fisherman. Wait, fish? A sudden realization dawned upon Huo Yuhao. Brother, what an impressive skill. You managed to catch such a large golden dragonfish, he exclaimed, patting the angler's arm enthusiastically. Well, it's not entirely my doing. The fisherman sheepishly scratched his head. Today, my daughter accompanied me to fish, and she caught this 20-pound golden dragonfish on her very first cast. However, she lacked the strength to pull it up. so I helped her. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao cast a sympathetic glance at the trailer beside the fisherman, where the golden dragonfish, over a meter long, lay. The old Air Force isn't fearsome, it's the novice one should dread. What trouble did you cause her? He mused. Now look. You've been treated like a new recruit's welcome gift. What do you do, my good sir? Huo Yuhao inquired. I deliver fish to the Academy's canteen. I'm just an ordinary merchant in Shrek City, the fisherman chuckled. The students of Shrek are noble soul masters. They can't call me brother. That would shorten my life. Just call me Laomo Laomo. Huo Yuhao was momentarily stunned, then instinctively showed respect. Greetings, Laomo. I'm a new student at Shrek Academy. My name is Gao Chi. No, I am Huo Yuhao. He introduced himself, shaking Laomo's rough hand. From today onwards, I would like to procure some fish from you, and I also request your assistance in sourcing fresh meat from 10-year-old soul beasts, along with some vegetables. I'll pay you 3 times the market price for everything. What do you think? 3 times the market price? Laomo exclaimed incredulously. No. That is too much. I can't take a child's money. Just give me a little for running errands. Huo Yuhao smiled warmly, patting the simple-hearted fisherman's shoulder. It's all right. Let us proceed as I suggested. Once my business flourishes, I will increase your pay. Laomo, after several rounds of refusal, ultimately relented, leaving with heartfelt gratitude. The 20-pound golden dragonfish became Huo Yuhao's possession, along with the other goods, to be delivered that evening. Huo Yuhao provided Laomo with a deposit of 1,000 gold soul coins for the purchases and, considering that he might not always be available to collect the goods personally, arranged a secret code for retrieval. Tell Laomo, I crave fish. At that moment, Old Yo was utterly perplexed. After Laomo departed, he promptly turned to Huo Yuhao and asked, Yuhao, what are you planning? Master, doesn't alchemy require practice in controlling flames? Huo Yuhao inquired with a smile. Indeed, soul perception is crucial for mastering the heat in alchemy. But why do you ask this? Old Yo responded, perplexed. Nothing much. I've devised a clever method that will allow me to practice my control over flames. You will see tonight. Chapter 17, The Overachiever, Are You Strong or Not? In the classroom of the newly established Class 9, as the bell for afternoon classes rang 10 minutes prior, 100 students were already seated, filling every available spot. However, the atmosphere was rife with chatter, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that they were discussing the remarks made by Huo Yuhao in response to Mu Jin's question earlier in the day. Most of the freshmen at Shrek Academy hailed from the various soul master factions of the 3 great empires of Douluo Continent, including members of the imperial families. From a young age, they had been educated to view soul tools as a formidable menace, demonizing them as the very scourge that nearly brought destruction to Douluo Continent. Furthermore, since the moment they awakened their martial souls and embarked on the path of soul masters, their elders ingrained in them the belief that the advanced capabilities of soul engineers were inferior to those of traditional soul masters, cautioning that indulging in the craft of soul tools would only hinder their cultivation, potentially stalling their progress. Yet, Huo Yuhao's words utterly dismantled their preconceived notions of soul tools that had been instilled over the years. In his description, soul tools were not vile or corrupt. Rather, they were akin to the chopsticks they used for meals or the shoes they wore while walking, mere tools without distinction. Although the ideology fostered by their families was deeply entrenched, Huo Yuhao's perspective resonated with these budding young soul masters, who fancied themselves the future rulers of the world, thereby illuminating a new path before them. Ning Tian, what are your thoughts on what Huo Yuhao said this morning? Wu Feng inquired, her gaze occasionally drifting to the back row where Huo Yuhao sat. Resting his head in his hands, lost in thought. The trend of soul tool development is inexorable, Ning Tian replied. The exquisite hidden weapons of the Tang Sect seem feeble in the face of these powerful soul tools, which serves as a prime example. Thousands of years have passed, and no one knows precisely how far the soul tool technology of the Sun Moon Empire has progressed. However, all factions within the Soul Master realm can foresee that the Sun Moon Empire will undoubtedly embark on a path of conquest once more. Though it remains uncertain who will emerge victorious this time. Should we consider taking soul tool courses after the class division? Wu Feng asked. As an auxiliary soul master, I intend to study the intricacies of soul tool crafting to compensate for my inherent lack of combat and defensive capabilities, thereby providing opportunities for our sect's future development. Ning Tian replied with a smile. But you, on the other hand, need only heed Huo Yuhao's words and learn the application of soul tools. Delving into crafting would merely squander your energy. Wu Feng nodded obediently. When Mu Jin briskly entered the classroom, the atmosphere among the freshmen of Class 9 shifted immediately to one of solemnity, falling abruptly into silence. At that moment, Huo Yuhao also snapped out of his reverie. He had much on his mind, including not only his cultivation but also the need to learn about alchemy and the knowledge related to soul tools. He needed to carve out time to visit the library to investigate some secrets and histories of the Soul Master realm, broadening his horizons. Coupled with the daily regimen of physical enhancement under the guidance of the medicine elder, his free time was exceedingly limited. Nevertheless, this lifestyle was profoundly fulfilling. And Huo Yuhao found joy in it. I am not afraid of an opponent who is an overachiever. I fear an overachiever who is also a diligent worker. Grinding away ceaselessly, he mused. Huo Yuhao, your response to the question this morning was exceptional. I have dismissed class early to allow them to digest your words. Mu Jin said with a smile. Now, have you decided who will serve as our class vice president? Huo Yuhao rose and surveyed the classroom before settling his gaze on a golden-haired figure in the front row. Teacher, I choose Ning Tian as the vice president. Ning Tian was momentarily taken aback but quickly turned around and offered Huo Yuhao a smile. He reciprocated the gesture, realizing that if he were to choose a partner, it must be someone with wisdom and acumen, rather than a mere brute. Ning Tian's previous display of intellect and her kindness towards him influenced his decision. Excellent. The positions of class president and vice president have been determined. Now, everyone, please stand and gather in the square, Mu Jin instructed. No one dared to dawdle. The students swiftly exited the classroom, following Mu Jin in an orderly and silent procession to the Shrek Academy Square. Upon arrival, they found several iron chain shirts already laid out on the ground. Indeed, what awaited them was the Academy's traditional physical exercise, weighted running. Huo Yuhao observed that some other classes had already begun their laps, indicating that Class 9 had not arrived particularly early. Today marks your first day of school. So we will start with the basics, Mu Jin announced, clapping her hands. For students with varying martial soul abilities, I will implement tailored physical training methods. However, running is the most fundamental form of physical training and will effectively reflect your overall physical fitness. Mu Jin pointed to the iron chain shirts before them. These are the iron shirts, each of you will wear one. Once equipped, begin running laps around the square. You will continue until the bell for class dismissal rings. You may utilize your soul power but are not permitted to use soul skills. Rankings will be determined by the number of laps completed. Huo Yuhao, Ning Tian. You two are to compile a ranking list based on all the students' performances. Future specialized training will be arranged according to their physical data. Huo Yuhao and Ning Tian nodded in agreement, appreciating Mu Jin's scientific approach. By arranging different types of targeted training based on students' physical conditions, they would avoid causing harm to their bodies. Moreover, unlike the erratic methods of the madwoman Shou-yi, who would expel students for finishing last in running, the teachers at Shrek Academy were not prone to expelling students lightly unless there were significant transgressions or blatant insubordination. After all, each student who enrolled at Shrek Academy bore the weight of their family's expectations, and teachers had no enmity with the factions backing them. They would at least grant them an opportunity to participate in the freshman assessment. Huo Yuhao doubted whether there would be more than 10 students remaining in Class 1 by the end of the 3-month assessment, especially given that the twin martial souls of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were almost guaranteed to enter the inner court, resulting in an astonishing promotion rate for Zhou Yi's class. How truly unfortunate for you. As Huo Yuhao mentally criticized Zhou Yi, he noticed that the peculiar old woman had approached Mu Jin. Mu Jin, that boy Huo Yuhao has caused me a great deal of trouble in front of Duel. Zhou Yi sneered. Today had not been favorable for Zhou Yi, as she had endured an hour-long tirade from Duel in the administration office, missing even her lunch. Had it not been for the influence of her husband, Fan Yu, Duel would have surely reported the incident to Yin Xiaojia or even to the Sea God Pavilion. That is your own doing, sitting on a treasure mountain without realizing it. Mu Jin scoffed, waving her hand dismissively. Huo Yuhao is now the class president of our Class 9. Just wait for the freshman assessment in 3 months. We will crush you into dust. Just him? A mere boy with a soul power of level 11. Zhou Yi retorted angrily. Since you are so confident, why not allow our class monitor to compete with him? Using the number of laps run as the criterion for judgment? Chapter 18. Oh my. He runs faster than I fly. In the ranks of Class 1, Wang Dong, the newly appointed class leader, was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why was I compelled to compete against Huo Yuhao? Did you consult me beforehand? Is this how you display courtesy? Moreover, if it were a standard duel between soul masters, that would be one thing, but as the esteemed heir of the Tang Sect, you want me to race Huo Yuhao? This is nothing short of childish folly. Only children would resort to speed to determine superiority. What do you take me for? At that moment, Mu Jinxin turned to Huo Yuhao, offering a questioning glance. Meanwhile, Ning Tian and Wu Feng also focused their gazes on Huo Yuhao's face. Huo Yuhao smiled faintly, returning Mu Jinxin's glance with an affirmative nod. Instantly, Mu Jinxin felt reassured. She understood that Huo Yuhao possessed a keen insight and would never undertake an endeavor without confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Jinxin observed the hideous, twisted visage of Shou Yi and was struck by a bold idea. A bet, perhaps? She provocatively inquired. Zhou Yi, without hesitation, responded affirmatively. A wager? What do you propose to stake? Mu Jinxin paused briefly, then whispered, a soul bone. Do you dare? At this point, Huo Yuhao's internal monologue was one of astonishment. Good heavens! How audacious! In the original narrative, Zhou Yi had exploited Huo Yuhao's team during the freshman assessment to deprive Mu Jinxin of a soul bone. Now, however, it was Mu Jinxin's turn to turn the tables and snatch a soul bone from Zhou Yi. Truly, the protagonist's halo shines brightly upon those who seize the moment. For soul masters, soul rings are immensely precious, as they are essential for breaking through personal cultivation thresholds. However, soul bones are 100 times more valuable. Soul rings are produced by every soul beast, whereas soul bones are only guaranteed to occur from soul beasts of at least 100,000 years of age. For soul beasts under that age, the probability of yielding a soul bone is merely 1 in 10,000. The emergence of any soul bone invariably incites fierce competition among soul masters. It is not merely a matter of exorbitant cost. For even 1,000,000 gold soul coins may not secure a suitable soul bone. By proposing a wager involving a soul bone, Mu Jinxin was effectively risking her entire fortune against Zhou Yi. I go all in. You're free to do as you wish. Zhou Yi was equally taken aback, unable to comprehend the source of Mu Jinxin's confidence. Nevertheless, she firmly believed that Wang Dong had no chance of losing. She had already inquired about Wang Dong's martial soul earlier that morning and was thus filled with unwavering confidence. The radiant goddess butterfly, arguably the most exquisite martial soul on the Douluo Continent. Yet, while beauty is commendable, what truly mattered was that the radiant goddess butterfly was a flying martial soul. How could one possibly compare the mobility of an air force to that of an army on land? Very well, I accept your wager for a soul bone, Zhou Yi declared coldly. Have your precious student don the iron armor and take to the track. Huo Yuhao and Mu Jinxin exchanged a glance, a hint of mischievous amusement gracing their lips. With a deft flick of his toe, the iron armor, composed entirely of heavy chains, soared into his grasp. It was known that the armor weighed no less than 30 pounds, yet he effortlessly lifted it over a meter high, demonstrating the formidable strength in his legs. Zhou Yi's expression shifted slightly. She leaned in to whisper a few words to Wang Dong before handing her an iron armor piece. Despite her inner turmoil and anger directed at Zhou Yi, Wang Dong refrained from openly opposing her. She and Huo Yuhao ascended to the edge of the Shrek square track, preparing themselves beneath the weight of the heavy armor. Begin. Wang Dong surged ahead, leading the charge. Though clad in iron armor, her speed remained undiminished. Huo Yuhao, however, did not rush. Although he lagged behind Wang Dong, he maintained a consistent distance. No matter how much she accelerated, she could not shake him off. Thus, the two circled the Shrek square for a full 10 laps. As time wore on, the effects of the armor became increasingly apparent. Wang Dong was drenched in sweat. Trailing behind her, Huo Yuhao remained calm and collected, his pace steady and seemingly unhurried. Yet, despite his measured stride, he matched Wang Dong's speed perfectly. The first level of the Tian Luo decision was not slow. At the very least, it was quite beneficial for endurance running. As he ran, Huo Yuhao recalled the 2 combat techniques that Yao Lao had imparted to him. Beyond the devastatingly powerful close combat technique, 8 extremes collapse, there was also an advanced evasive technique, the Tian Luo decision. This technique comprised 12 levels. Upon reaching the 10th level, one could manifest the Tian Luo wings, transforming it into a unique flying technique. If mastered to the 12th level, its speed would rival that of low-grade, Earth-level techniques. Currently, Huo Yuhao had reached the 3rd level of the Tian Luo decision and felt confident in his ability to match the speed of agile attack-type soul lords. Moreover, the Tian Luo decision was not an ordinary evasion technique. It was a family heirloom of Yao Lao's, famed for its enduring use of soul power. Having completed 10 laps around the Shrek square, Huo Yuhao felt no fatigue, and the iron armor felt weightless upon him. This was due in part to the formidable physique he had honed over recent days and the remarkable benefits of the Tian Luo decision. Meanwhile, Wang Dong felt a twinge of panic. She could not see Huo Yuhao. Yet the sound of his footsteps behind her and the gazes of those around her made it clear he was closing in, never allowing any distance to form. This situation instilled an inexplicable pressure within her, compelling her to draw upon her soul power and accelerate frantically. Tian Luo decision, second level. Seeing Wang Dong begin to utilize her cultivation to speed up, Huo Yuhao smiled slightly, activating the second level of the Tian Luo decision and maintaining his pursuit without faltering. He understood Wang Dong's mindset perfectly. The fear of the unknown often breeds anxiety. Zhou Yi's teaching methods placed tremendous pressure on the students of Class 1. And with the sudden responsibilities thrust upon her, Wang Dong's fear of the impending consequences of losing only amplified her distress. However, accelerating through the use of her own cultivation was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. While it temporarily increased her speed, her soul power was rapidly depleting. The world around her began to dim, and it felt as though a fire was igniting within her chest. Her mouth was parched, and her body was drenched in sweat. The heavy iron armor chafed against her uniform and skin, sending waves of painful irritation coursing through her. "I can't hold on any longer," a voice echoed within Wang Dong's mind. The sound of Huo Yuhao's footsteps behind her was like a relentless drumbeat, spurring her on to continue accelerating. Zhou Yi's expression darkened considerably, while a smirk crept onto Mu Jinxin's face. Both could see that Wang Dong was nearing her limits. Her soul power was on the verge of exhaustion, and she would soon falter. "Wang Dong, harness your martial soul," Zhou Yi suddenly commanded, channeling her own soul power as she called out. "Shameless." Mu Jinxin scoffed at Zhou Yi's audacious interference. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Wang Dong's eyes brightened. Indeed, she could utilize her martial soul while running laps. Why should she, as a flying soul master, compare her speed to Huo Yuhao's? A pair of azure butterfly wings unfurled in an instant, their colors transitioning from deep blue to cerulean and light blue, resembling a radiant halo embedded in the azure sky, forming a V-shape that illuminated the world below. The shape and hue were unparalleled, embodying an exquisite beauty beyond reproach. Although these wings were mere ethereal shadows, they cast a spell over all who beheld them in the sunlight, inducing a dizzying sense of wonder. Behind Wang Dong, a pair of resplendent wings expanded. With a powerful flap, she soared directly into the sky. The dazzling wings quickened, and Wang Dong began to spin rapidly around Shrek Plaza. Simultaneously, she heard the gasps of astonishment from her peers who had gathered to watch. With her eyes blissfully squinted, Wang Dong reveled in the cheers and shouts of the crowd. However, she soon realized that this applause was not directed at her. Perplexed, she glanced down at the track, only to freeze in shock. There, on the ground, Huo Yuhao was sprinting with an astonishing speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages in his wake. Comparatively, her own flight seemed to lag behind his pace, falling short by at least double. Suddenly, a wave of darkness enveloped her vision, and Wang Dong found herself plummeting from the sky. The girls from her class rushed over to assist the fallen Wang Dong. He is not human," she stammered, her lips trembling as she watched Huo Yuhao continue his relentless run, having lapped her 5 times. Ding dong. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. Mu Jinji clapped his hands with satisfaction and turned to the furious Zhou Yi, a smile playing on his lips. "Well, Teacher Zhou, you owe me that soul bone, and I expect it soon. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to seek out Fan Yu for reimbursement." "You." Zhou Yi clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury. She turned to the new students and barked, "A group of useless wretches. Hurry back to class." Under Zhou Yi's wrathful leadership, the new students departed from Shrek Plaza, seemingly resigned to the prospect of being reprimanded, as Zhou Yi would undoubtedly vent her frustrations upon them. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao, drenched in sweat and having ceased his running, was suddenly surrounded by the students of Class 9. Hands lifted him off the ground, tossing him into the air. Huo Yuhao, Huo Yuhao, Huo Yuhao. As for the author's note, many readers have inquired about the reasons behind the decision to monetize the book. It was not a choice at my discretion. The platform mandates early publication. I have exerted my utmost effort, with previous free chapters reaching a word count of 90,000, allowing early readers to access the latest content without cost. And I earn not a penny from the free portions. For those who discover this book later, I apologize. Yet I assure you that I will not abandon this story nor disappoint you. Upon monetization, there are 2 means to access the paid content. One can either subscribe for unlimited reading or purchase individual chapters. The subscription is undoubtedly the most economical choice, granting access not only to my work, but to all books available on the platform without additional charges. The ensuing narrative promises to be even more engaging, filled with delightful twists. This marks my inaugural foray into writing Douluo fanfiction, characterized by a light-hearted and exhilarating tone. Thus, for those wishing to follow the journey, Subscribing for comprehensive access is the most prudent option. Of course, the choice lies with you. I merely offer this suggestion. I understand the desire for free access to the entire book, but authors, too, must earn a living. I am now a full-time writer, supporting my family through my novels. Finally, the update schedule will shift to 10 o'clock in the evening, with 3 chapters released simultaneously. Absent any pressing matters, I will ensure daily updates exceeding 6,000 words, guaranteeing that readers are thoroughly entertained. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. If you have suggestions regarding the female lead or plot developments, please leave comments. I will read them all and consider reasonable suggestions. Thank you all. Chapter 19 Sister Xiaoya. Please refrain from speaking. Let us order first. With the new students now fully enrolled, the east gate of Shrek City once again buzzed with activity. A plethora of vendors lined the bustling avenue outside, offering an array of wares, particularly an abundance of food stalls, their calls echoing through the air. It was evident that it was not merely Huo Yuhao who recognized that the students of Shrek Academy were affluent youths, seemingly spending their parents' money without a care. Rather, these merchants had gathered here, eager to cater to the needs of the Academy's students, gradually transforming the area into a vibrant food street lit with dazzling lights. Huo Yuhao ambled over, pushing a cart equipped with a barbecue grill and rack. The surface of the cart was adorned with an array of spices and culinary tools. He then opened the cabinet beneath the cart and retrieved several small tables and wooden stools, selecting a spot close to the city gate to set them up. These items had been pre-ordered from various shops in Shrek City after his lunch. As the saying goes, great rewards inspire great efforts. Huo Yuhao had offered a generous sum of 100 gold soul coins, prompting craftsmen to labor tirelessly for an entire afternoon to construct a remarkably modern mobile barbecue cart based on his design. Upon collecting the cart, he had arranged with old Mo to keep it in the courtyard of his shop during the day, with the understanding that in the evening, old Mo would load the necessary meats and vegetables onto the cart and deliver it to the vicinity of the east gate. While other barbecue stalls also lined the avenue, Huo Yuhao's cart undeniably captured the most attention. Its lightweight and simplistic design was strikingly advanced for the Douluo Continent. Thus, as he arranged the tables and chairs and organized the various spices on the cart, a large crowd of Shrek Academy students began to gather around him, pointing and discussing the unique barbecue cart. Wow, this junior has quite the imagination. He actually created a mobile barbecue cart. This is certainly more convenient. And the gleaming metal surface looks exceptionally clean. What a brilliant idea. This design has some elements reminiscent of soul guiding devices. Could this junior be from the soul guiding department? Huo Yuhao remained focused on his tasks, not engaging in their chatter. The cart featured 2 metallic compartments. The left housed the foldable tables and stools, while the right contained an assortment of skewers, fish, meats, and vegetables. All the fish had been prepped by old Mo. Their scales and innards removed. Huo Yuhao tore some perilla and patchouli leaves, mixing them with other spices to stuff into the bellies of the fish, which he then skewered with bamboo sticks. He also brushed a special sauce over the surface of the fish, a concoction of his own design that enhanced both the flavor and aroma, enticing potential customers. Igniting the charcoal in the grill, Huo Yuhao secretly directed his flame control technique to manage the temperature and the area of the flames. Using his technique to grill fish was likely a first in history. The grill was sizable, and after placing 5 fish upon it, there was still room to spare. He then skewered additional meats and vegetables, applying sauce before placing them on the grill as well. In his previous life as a top assassin, he had undertaken missions where he masqueraded as a chef to eliminate targets. Such tasks required a mastery of culinary skills, which he had systematically studied. Coupled with Huo Yuhao's memories and his own extensive culinary experience from Blue Star, the barbecue he crafted surpassed even that of the original Huo Yuhao in the narrative. At that moment, if Yao Lao were to manifest, his expression would be one of bemused disbelief. Huo Yuhao skillfully wielded his divine martial spirit and flame control technique, simultaneously managing the grilling of numerous skewers, a rare opportunity for practice. This exercise was equally beneficial for his alchemical skills, devoid of any risk of material waste. Yet, the scene appeared oddly peculiar. His disciples' initiation into alchemy commenced with a barbecue stall. If this information were to reach Yao Lao in the Douluo Continent, it would surely elicit hearty laughter. One could not help but commend Huo Yuhao's culinary prowess, which had seemingly reached a masterful level. Before long, the rich aroma of the grilling skewers wafted through the air, more effective than any advertisement. Not only the students emerging from the academy, but even the surrounding vendors were drawn to the enticing smell, their attention captivated. "Hey, is that you, Yuhao?" A young girl navigated through the crowd to stand before Huo Yuhao's barbecue stall. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, with long black hair tied in a ponytail cascading down her back. Clad in Shrek Academy's uniform, she exuded a vibrant youthful energy. Following her was a tall, slender boy whose deep blue hair shimmered like gemstones under the sunlight. Though young, he possessed an air of elegance, his handsome face adorned with a languid, gentle smile. His hands resting behind his head as he observed Huo Yuhao, more interested in the person than the grilled fish. Huo Yuhao recognized them as Tangya, the leader of the Tang Sect, and Bei Bei, the sect's eldest disciple and vice leader, currently its only member and reserve treasury. "Hello, Sister Tangya, Brother Bei Bei. Long time no see," Huo Yuhao greeted, flipping the fish on the grill with a smile. "Yuhao, I didn't expect you to enroll in Shrek," Tangya exclaimed, her eyes widening as she noticed his academy uniform. "But why haven't I seen you around the academy?" Huo Yuhao's mouth twitched. The reason for his absence was clear. He had been deliberately avoiding the two harbingers of destiny from the Tang Sect. After all, any encounter with Tangya and Bei Bei would inevitably lead to their persuasion for him to join the Tang Sect. Such a proposition was fraught with danger, particularly for him. Once he became a member, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of Mu In and the Tang God King, who might send him to the Qian Kuan Inquiry Valley for further training, an experience he would rather not endure. Bei Bei's eyes sparkled with mischief as he turned to Tangya, stating, "Xiaoya, although you may not have heard, Yuhao is quite the star among the new students. He made quite the impression on the cold-faced elder Zhou Yi, and I hear he has even become the class leader of the new Class 9 after transferring." As a descendant of the dragon god Douluo Muin, Bei Bei had direct access to information from the Sea God's Pavilion. Thus, he was well aware of Huo Yuhao's accomplishments. However, he typically refrained from sharing such news with Tangya. "Wow, Yuhao, you're amazing." Tangya's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Since you're so exceptional, why not join our sect? We were once the strongest in the continent. Joining us would be an absolute advantage. Absolutely no losses." "No losses. Losses." Huo Yuhao thought to himself, recalling the price of losing both body and dignity. He chose not to respond, merely raising the perfectly grilled fish in his hand, its golden brown exterior emanating an irresistible aroma, and smiling as he said, "Sister Xiaoya, enough talk. Let us order." Chapter 20. The Fishmonger's Comeback. Ordering, Tangya glanced at the roasted fish in Huo Yuhao's hands, swallowing with anticipation. Bei Bei noticed that Huo Yuhao seemed disinterested in joining the sect for the time being, as he was preoccupied with selling his wares. Engaging in conversation with him would only hinder his business. At that moment, a male student in a yellow uniform, who had been waiting nearby for quite some time, approached and inquired, "Little brother, how much are your items?" "Hello, senior," Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. "A roasted fish is 20 gold soul coins. A meat skewer is 5 gold soul coins, and a vegetable skewer is 2 gold soul coins. It's a modest business, and I do not offer credit." "What?" The male student was momentarily taken aback. 20 gold soul coins for a roasted fish? "Little brother, is your fish gilded? This is a family recipe. And today marks my first day of business in Shrek City," Huo Yuhao explained with a grin. "If you find it too expensive, you may try a meat skewer or a roasted vegetable first. If you do not enjoy it, I shall not charge you." "Not charged if it's unpalatable?" The male student's eyes lit up. "Then I'll have a meat skewer with extra fat, please." Huo Yuhao shrugged and handed him a skewer rich in fat. The skewer, marinated in sauce and masterfully grilled to perfection, was golden brown, with droplets of oil cascading down, releasing an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Bei Bei, noticing Tangya secretly salivating, chuckled affectionately and retrieved 40 gold soul coins from his storage soul guide, presenting them to Huo Yuhao. "Yuhao, I'd like 2 roasted fish." Huo Yuhao nodded and handed over 2 fish. Bei Bei kept one for himself and offered the larger one to Tangya. The golden-hued fish glistened with a slight sheen of oil, releasing a rich fragrance from its belly. Tangya's eyes brightened as she eagerly began to taste it. As her teeth met the roasted fish, a gentle crunch resonated. The skin was perfectly crisp yet devoid of any char. The aromatic skin intoxicated the senses, while beneath it lay tender, juicy, and thoroughly flavored fish meat. With just one bite, Tangya's eyes widened in delight. Without pausing to express her admiration, she devoured the fish in mere moments. Meanwhile, the male student tasting the meat skewer took a bite and felt an explosion of flavors in his mouth. The meat, infused with the essence of charcoal, emanated a rich aroma that was further enhanced by Huo Yuhao's specially crafted sauce. Tender, crispy, savory, and spicy sensation swirled and danced within his mouth, with the delicious taste reaching the very tip of his tongue, leaving an indelible mark on his soul. Amidst this experience, the male student sensed a surge of warmth coursing through his veins. His soul power seemed to subtly increase, though the increment was minute. It intertwined with the pleasure of tasting exquisite food, making it all the more unforgettable. "Is this meat skewer made from soul beast meat?" the male student exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, it is the meat of a 10-year-old spirit sheep and spirit cow. I procured the meat fresh from vendors today," Huo Yuhao explained with a smile. "Then give me 10 skewers." The male student tossed a hefty bag onto the table. "Just take what you need. If there is any extra, no need to provide change. Also, I do like a roasted fish." "Yuhao, let us get 2 more. Tangya, having finished her fish, was still unsatisfied, having devoured even half of Beibei's fish. With the 5 roasted fish sold out, and the skewers and vegetable skewers nearly depleted, the onlookers, wealthy heirs with insatiable appetites, could no longer contain themselves. A male student in purple hurried to Huo Yuhao's stall, tossing down a bag brimming with gold soul coins. He swiftly cleared Huo Yuhao's grill of its offerings and retreated to indulge. Soon after, another senior in black approached, throwing down an even larger bag of coins, claiming all Huo Yuhao's next grillings for himself and his friends. The atmosphere erupted into a frenzy of bidding, creating a cacophony of noise. "Dear seniors, please lend me your ears." Huo Yuhao rapped on the table, raising his voice. His words quelled the discord among the Shrek students, who turned their gazes toward him. "Today marks my first day of business, and I have plenty to offer, ensuring that no one leaves empty-handed. The prices for roasted fish, meat, and vegetables are fixed and will not increase, and I hope for your cooperation. However, each day my stall will feature a king of barbecue, whose price will be determined by auction. Now, allow me to present today as king of barbecue, the golden dragonfish," with a gentle touch on his storage soul guide ring. A golden dragonfish over a meter long appeared before him. The sight of the massive, 20-pound fish, shimmering in golden red hues, elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Only the most generous patrons could match such a regal dish. "Each of you are the elite of the academy, destined to soar and transform into dragons. This golden dragonfish is a harbinger of good fortune for you all. Now, let the bidding commence. The starting price is 100 gold soul coins." "The king of barbecue? How intriguing. I bid 300, 500. Today, my friends and I shall feast on this roasted golden dragonfish. 1,000 gold soul coins. The golden dragonfish truly deserves to be matched with someone as illustrious as myself." Under Huo Yuhao's careful guidance, wealthy heirs began to engage in a bidding war. Even Bei was unable to resist Tangya's pleading gaze and joined the fray. Ultimately, the golden dragonfish was sold for 2,400 gold soul coins to the unsuspecting Bei. Huo Yuhao presented Bei with a token crafted from fine iron, intricately engraved with a lifelike depiction of the golden dragonfish. Each day, the winning bidder for the king of barbecue would receive a limited edition token. Collecting 5 tokens would grant one the privilege to redeem a day of free dining on the king of barbecue without needing to bid. Huo Yuhao's business model was ingeniously crafted. After all, many patrons would arrive daily to bid, making it exceedingly rare for one person to collect all 5 tokens. Even Beibei's lineage, as the descendant of the dragon god Douluo, could not withstand such extravagant spending. Yet, this enticing offer would undoubtedly stimulate the customer's desire to purchase, compelling them to continue bidding without feeling jaded by the experience. Given this trajectory, in just a week's time, I can commission a medicinal cauldron and procure the materials for alchemy, Huo Yuhao mused with delight. Indeed, to rise from the depths of poverty, one must first start as a humble fishmonger. Chapter 21. I am on the path of high precision and sophistication. The golden dragon fish was placed on a separate grill by Huo Yuhao, who even activated his martial soul to use his mental detection soul skill to monitor the cooking process. Meanwhile, the sales of ordinary grilled fish, meat skewers, and vegetables were thriving. Students from Shrek Academy, clad in various uniforms, eagerly lined up to purchase, even returning to the academy to bring friends to taste the offerings. At that moment, several female students dressed in purple uniforms emerged from the gates of Shrek Academy. The girl leading the group instantly captured countless gazes. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, with a tall and slender figure. Her long golden hair cascaded in large waves down her back. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her eyes resembled clear water, exuding an ethereal elegance. Upon seeing this stunning girl, Huo Yuhao's lips curled into a faint smile. One of the reasons he chose to set up this barbecue stall was indeed for this enchanting maiden. However, do not misunderstand. What Huo Yuhao desired was not the so-called beauty of the outer academy, Jiang Nan, but rather something in the possession of her devoted admirer, Xian Shui Dan. Nan, it smells so good. What is that aroma? Exclaimed another female student beside Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan also seemed to catch the delightful scent, prompting the group of girls to cast their gazes towards Huo Yuhao's stall. The students who had originally crowded around Huo Yuhao's stall made way, allowing Jiang Nan and her companions to approach the grill directly. With a gentle smile, Jiang Nan graciously nodded in acknowledgement to the students who made way for her. However, these students were so engrossed in their skewers that none of them responded, continuing to enjoy their barbecues. Surprised by their indifference, Jiang Nan arrived at Huo Yuhao's stall. The clean grill and the enticing aroma of the grilled items instantly caught her attention. "Junior, how much for your items?" Jiang Nan softly inquired. 20 gold soul coins for a fish, 5 gold soul coins for a skewer, and 2 gold soul coins for a vegetable, Huo Yuhao replied with his usual rhetoric. "It's a small business. We do not offer credit." "How much?" Jiang Nan's body stiffened, disbelief written across her face. 20 gold soul coins. "Junior, your prices are unreasonable. The cost of this grilled fish is at most 3 copper soul coins, if not less. Why do you charge so much?" Huo Yuhao's expression darkened upon hearing this. Although Jiang Nan's beauty was captivating, he was not one to fawn over her. Moreover, to attract the big fish Su Sanshi, he had to take decisive actions. "Senior, your words are somewhat harsh. The elite students present here at Shrek Academy have no objections to my barbecue prices. Are you implying that I consider them fools? The meat I use is from spirit beasts, and the sauces are family recipes, unique to the Douluo Continent. The cost you mention pertains only to ordinary barbecue stalls, whereas I am on a path of high precision and sophistication. The items here are the last batch of materials for today. Once they are finished, I will close the stall. If you do not wish to buy, please step aside and do not delay the meal of the senior behind you." "Thank you." Jiang Nan was taken aback for a moment, then sincerely said, "I apologize, Junior. I misunderstood the situation and was too hasty. I am sorry." With that, she turned to leave. The barbecue priced in gold soul coins was simply beyond the means of a girl from a humble background. "Kid, do you dare not sell?" A deep, resonant voice filled with fury suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a heavy package slammed onto Huo Yuhao's barbecue cart, leaving a shallow imprint on the steel surface. A figure clad in black strode forward, swiftly bypassing Jiang Nan and heading straight for Huo Yuhao's stall, reaching for the 2 grilled fish on the grill. 8 extremes burst. Huo Yuhao's first soul skill, mental detection, was still active, and his battle instincts honed through countless encounters allowed him to anticipate the assailant's move. He swiftly elbowed towards the weak point of the intruder's arm while simultaneously grabbing the 2 grilled fish and handing them to the male student who had been waiting in line. Boom. Huo Yuhao staggered back 2 steps, his face flushing. Indeed, the black-clad man's cultivation surpassed his significantly. The black-clad figure also involuntarily stepped back, his arm feeling numb and weak. This man, dressed in a black uniform, was tall with thick eyebrows and tiger-like eyes, a straight nose, and a square jaw, projecting an imposing demeanor. His fair skin flushed with anger, and his slightly chubby face exuded a commanding presence. "Kid, you seek death," the black-clad man shouted angrily, his figure flashing as he prepared to strike again. "Su Sanshi, what are you doing?" Jiang Nan exclaimed, her face a mix of shock and anger. "Nan, this kid refuses to sell to you, showing me disrespect. Disrespecting you is equivalent to disrespecting me, Su Sanshi. I cannot let him go." Su Sanshi stepped forward, his large hand reaching for Huo Yuhao's chest. This seemingly simple grab was filled with variations, making it difficult to evade. However, in close combat, Su Sanshi was no match for Huo Yuhao. Not only was he proficient in Blue Star's combat techniques, possessing terrifying battle experience, but he had also cultivated the combat skills of the medicine elder, combined with the advantage of mental detection, making him virtually unbeatable in close quarters. "Stealing my things and damaging my stall. Even if you are a senior, I will not allow such bullying." Huo Yuhao transformed into a blur, employing the celestial net technique, swiftly dodging Su Sanshi's grasp. His right elbow struck out again, once more executing the 8 extremes burst. However, this time, Huo Yuhao unleashed a full 12 portions of strength, targeting Su Sanshi's vital ribs. Should this attack connect, Su Sanshi would undoubtedly be gravely injured. Despite his superior cultivation, the violent shock to his internal organs was not something he could withstand. Su Sanshi was unable to evade in time. And 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, instantly rose from beneath him. His previously fair skin darkened, his muscles bulged, and he grew considerably larger. Most notably, a shield resembling a black tortoise shell, about 1.5 meters in diameter, appeared in his right hand. Xianming shock. The yellow first soul ring lit up, and a powerful black aura emanated from the shield, expanding over a distance of several dozen square meters, resembling a massive barrier being thrust outward, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Huo Yuhao was uncontrollably blasted away by Su Sanshi's first soul skill. However, mid-flight, his eyes suddenly emitted a crimson flame. Soul shock. Just as Su Sanshi was about to pursue, a sharp pain pierced his brain, causing his consciousness to blur momentarily. At that moment, Tang stood between the two. Pouting in dissatisfaction, Su Sanshi, you shall not bully Yao Yuhao. If you delay my grand feast, I will. I will have Bei teach you a lesson. Chapter 22. I am extremely angry. Rest assured, Sister Xiaoya, your golden arowana is perfectly cooked at this moment. Although Huo Yuhao was slightly out of breath, his soul power remained largely intact. As the brilliance in his eyes flickered, the flames in the nearby grill danced in synchrony. What a masterful display of fire control. Bei clapped lightly and approached with a smile, remarking, to be able to multitask while battling Su Sanshi, managing both the intensity of the flames and the grilling process. Yuhao, your talent is indeed astonishing. An outsider may see mere spectacle, but an insider recognizes the intricacies. Bei, with his keen insight, discerned that Huo Yuhao was skillfully manipulating the flames of the grill with his soul power and mental energy, ensuring that each item he prepared achieved a perfect taste. However, during Huo Yuhao's earlier confrontation with Su Sanshi, the flames of the grill continued to adjust themselves autonomously. Some skewers that were already cooked had their flames extinguished beneath them. This indicated that even while countering Su Sanshi's assault, Huo Yuhao had divided his attention to maintain the grilling process. Don't think that just because Bei is protecting you, I won't be able to deal with you, Su Sanshi growled, his eyes blazing. Tang scoffed, come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you delay my feast any longer, you'll regret it. With a subtle flick of her delicate fingers, several golden lights shimmered in the air. Upon seeing the glimmering lights, Su Sanshi's expression shifted, yet he stubbornly refused to lose face, retorting, if he doesn't give Jiang Nanan face, he isn't giving me face either. It's just 2 grilled fish. I've already paid for them. Huo Yuhao calmly distributed the skewers and various vegetables from the grill to the senior students who had already paid. Then, he extinguished the flames beneath the prized golden arowana, using the residual heat from the charcoal to continue cooking the fish's skin. Upon hearing Su Sanshi's words, he coldly scoffed and picked up the bag that Su Sanshi had previously thrown, pointing at the shallow dent on the metal surface of the grill. You did indeed pay. But you have also damaged my grill. Moreover, those 2 grilled fish do not belong to you. There were many others waiting in line ahead of you. You dare speak to me like that? Do you want to die? Su Sanshi shouted angrily. If you had the ability, I would already be lying on the ground. Huo Yuhao retorted with a sneer. You're merely relying on your age. If we were in the same grade, you wouldn't last 3 moves against me. What did you say? Su Sanshi roared, preparing to strike again, while Huo Yuhao remained unperturbed, gazing at him coldly. Tang stamped her foot and proclaimed loudly. Su Sanshi, if my precious golden arowana gets burnt even slightly, I won't let you off easily. Bei, why are you still talking? Teach him a lesson. Make it so he can't take care of himself, and I'll let you have a kiss. Initially, Bei had maintained a serious expression, but upon hearing Tang Ye's mischievous words, his facial muscles twitched. He approached Su Sanshi and whispered, enough of this. If you truly harm Yuhao today, you will be expelled according to school rules. Think carefully. The regulations of Shrek Academy stipulated that senior students were prohibited from actively provoking or attacking junior students, with immediate expulsion as the consequence if discovered. Conversely, junior students could challenge seniors but required a teacher's presence as a witness. It was not permissible for seniors to bully juniors. As for students in the same year, fights were allowed as long as no one was killed, and the academy would not interfere. Huo Yuhao, as a spiritual soul master with highly acute senses, overheard Bei's conversation with Su Sanshi. Adjusting his expression slightly, he widened his eyes and trembled with suppressed rage, appearing as though he had fallen into a frenzy. He patted a senior student who was enjoying a snack nearby and declared loudly, Senior, you saw it too. Su Sancher initiated the attack on me. Not only did he attempt to steal my already sold goods, but he also damaged my stall. I see that you are a senior from the Soul Guidance Department. Could you please help me find Vice Dean Qian Duo and inform him of what has transpired here? As a reward, I will let you eat my barbecue for free for 3 days. How does that sound? The senior student, dressed in black, was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of delight spread across his face. Such a stroke of good fortune. Even though Su Sancher hailed from the Xianming family, which wielded considerable influence. Students at Shrek Academy typically had their own backgrounds and did not fear offending the Xianming family's power. This student belonged to a significant sect within the Soul Master community and had no qualms about crossing Su Sancher. At that moment, his mind was solely focused on the prospect of free barbecue. Little brother, no problem. You wait here. I'll go fetch Dean Qian right away. Rest assured, I witnessed everything that happened here. Seeing the enthusiastic student rush toward the academy, Su Sanchi's face turned pale with fear. If this matter reached Qian Duo, he would undoubtedly be expelled without any chance of luck. He had only just reached the 5th year at Shrek Academy and was already on track to be selected as an inter-academy disciple. Should he be expelled today over such an incident, the heir of the Xianming family would find himself in a dire predicament, facing his father's wrath. No, brother. It was my fault this time. I admit my mistake. What kind of compensation do you want? Just name it. Su Sancher desperately grasped the arm of the excited student, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace directed at Huo Yuhao. I am extremely angry and need a means to vent my frustration. If you are expelled from the academy, perhaps my anger will subside, Huo Yuhao said coldly, shaking his head. Please, don't. Bebe, Tangya. You are familiar with this little brother. Quickly help me persuade him. Su Sancher was now drenched in sweat, desperately seeking assistance from Bebe and Tangya. Disregarding their previous dealings in the soul-fighting arena, Bebe, with a resigned smile, approached Huo Yuhao and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Yuhao, this incident was indeed Su Sanchi's fault. However, let us practice mercy. I'll mediate this for you, so please let him off this time. This fellow hails from the Xianming family, which is quite affluent. Don't hesitate to demand a hefty compensation. Seeing Bebe acting as a mediator, Huo Yuhao's previously tense expression eased. He certainly did not intend to have Su Sancher expelled, as doing so would yield no benefits and would only provoke the Xianming family behind him. After all, in the original storyline, Dai Huabin dared to have assassins from the White Tiger Duke's estate attack Huo Yuhao in Shrek City. The Xianming family might not hesitate to act similarly. The profits from my barbecue stall here are substantial. Even if you offer me 10,000 gold soul coins, I would not be interested, Huo Yuhao said icily. Since you are from the Xianming family, you must possess some Xian Shui Dan. Compensate me with 10 or 8 of those, and I will consider today as incident as though it never occurred. Chapter 23. Is selling fish more profitable than scamming? The Xian Shui Dan is a rare elixir unique to the Xianming family, valued at an exorbitant price. The reason for its high cost lies in the arduous process of its refinement, requiring the blood of numerous water attribute soul beasts and a plethora of precious water-based herbs. Meticulously blended through a specialized method, the water attribute possesses a purifying quality. And the Xian Shui Dan not only provides tremendous nourishment and enhances soul power, but is also remarkably gentle in its effects, allowing soul masters of any rank to absorb its benefits effectively. For soul masters below the 20th level, it can elevate their soul power by at least 1 rank. Furthermore, the Xian Shui Dan has the capacity to cleanse the meridians and expel impurities from the body, thereby improving the innate qualities of the soul master. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Su Sancher felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly spewing blood in disbelief. Was Huo Yuhao not merely asking for a fortune but demanding an arm and a leg? 10 or 8 Xian Shui Dan. Why don't you just rob a bank? Su Sancher lamented in anger. I only possess 2 Xian Shui Dan. Take them if you wish. Rob? How is that any better than extortion? How is that faster than demanding compensation? Huo Yuhao replied with a serious demeanor. You think 2 Xian Shui Dan can appease me? I might as well seek out the Dean of Money. With that, Huo Yuhao strode directly toward the Shrek Academy. The male student, previously entrusted by Huo Yuhao to report the incident, eagerly followed, still dreaming of 3 days of free barbecues, unwilling to miss such an opportunity. Bebe, brother Bebe, please say something for me, I beg you. Su Sancher looked at Bebe for help. If he truly goes to the dean to complain, I am finished. I will surely be expelled. But you know how difficult it is to procure 10 or 8 Xian Shui Dan on such short notice. You brought this upon yourself. Bei sighed in exasperation as he caught up with Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, the demand for 10 or 8 xianshui dawn is indeed beyond his means. Perhaps you could consider having the amount, so he might provide you with 4 xianshui dawn, and he can compensate you with soul coins for the remaining 4? At that moment, Tangya, unable to resist Su Sanchi's pleas, turned to Huo Yuhao and implored, "Little Yuhao, please let him off this time. Do it for my sake." Sighing, Huo Yuhao replied, "I despise being bullied, yet since Brother Bei and Sister Xia are interceding on your behalf, I shall grant you this one reprieve." He paused, feigning reluctance, then added, "However, when can you provide me with 4 xianshui dawn, along with the equivalent in soul coins? If it takes too long, I may not be able to restrain my temper." Retrieving a black card from the storage soul guide, Su Sanshi reluctantly caressed it before gritting his teeth and handing it to Huo Yuhao. This card contains 50,000 gold soul coins, redeemable at any bank in Shrek City. I can give you 2 xianshui dawn now, and the remaining 2 will be yours by tomorrow. Accepting the black card in 2 small porcelain bottles from Su Sanshi, Huo Yuhao concealed them in his storage ring, inwardly smiling with satisfaction. Is selling fish really less lucrative than scamming? Look at me. Encountering a benefactor at such a young age, he patted the arm of the senior in black beside him, assuring him that the promise of 3 days of free barbecues remained valid. The black-clad student then departed joyfully, returning to his stand. Huo Yuhao extracted 40 gold coins from the bag that Su Sanshi had previously tossed to him and tossed the bag back. Su Sanshi, bewildered, gazed at Huo Yuhao. Unsure of his intentions, Huo Yuhao then retrieved 2 fresh fish from beneath the counter, seasoned them, and placed them on the grill. These 2 fish were meant for my dinner, but since you insist on purchasing them, I shall sell them to you. Just a moment. The fish will be ready shortly," he stated calmly. Su Sanshi's eyes brightened at the mention of the fish, and he hurried over to Jiang Nanan, his demeanor instantly softening. "Nanan, just a moment. The grilled fish will be ready soon." However, Jiang Nanan remained unyielding, her warmth reserved for others while she was cold as winter towards Su Sanshi. She turned away angrily. Her voice icy. "Su Sanshi, I've told you before, there is no possibility between us. Please do not bother me any further." With that, she strode away, leaving Su Sanshi feeling embarrassed as he plopped down on a wooden bench beside Huo Yuhao's stall, staring blankly at Jiang Nanan's retreating figure in silence. "The king of barbecue is ready. Sister Xia, please enjoy." Huo Yuhao presented a lengthy golden dragon fish on a specially crafted plate, placing it on the table before Tangya and Bei. "Wow, it smells incredible. Little Yuhao, your culinary skills are truly exceptional," Tangya exclaimed, squinting with delight as she savored the tender, succulent meat of the golden dragon fish. "Little Yuhao, it seems you have some free time now. Would you consider joining our Tang Sect? Our sect's unique techniques are well suited for your cultivation. You are young and alone. Joining the sect would allow us to look out for one another." Huo Yuhao's lips twitched as he thought to himself, "Sister, perhaps you should focus on taking care of yourself first. If it weren't for Bei accompanying you, the Tang Sect might have been left with only you as a solitary commander." For millennia, the Tang Sect had devoted countless resources to training soul masters with the worthless blue-silver grass martial spirit, which was hardly the action of a rational mind. It was fortunate that the Tang Sect was once the foremost sect on the continent. Otherwise, they would not have endured such mismanagement. Not only was the remaining Xiantian treasure record an abridged version, but even the Tang God King had concealed the fact that his martial spirit was the supreme blue-silver emperor, not the worthless blue-silver grass, from future generations of the Tang Sect. At times, Huo Yuhao genuinely suspected that the so-called Tang Sect was merely a source of amusement for the Tang God King, who, when faced with dissatisfaction in the divine realm, would take pleasure in watching his misguided descendants struggle with the blue-silver grass, finding humor in their plight. As for the Tang Sect's reputed unique techniques, to Huo Yuhao at present, they held no value whatsoever. The Xiantian Gong, which could only be considered a second-rate technique even in the martial arts world, paled in comparison to the limitless evolution potential of the burning method. Not to mention the so-called Xian Jade Hand and ghostly shadow stealth, which could not compete with the formidable powers of the 8 Extremes collapse in the Heavenly Net decision. Joining the Tang Sect might be easy, but extricating oneself would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, with too great a cost. Huo Yuhao had no intention of engaging in such a losing venture. "I'm sorry, Sister Xia, but you mentioned before that joining a sect is a lifetime commitment. So I must contemplate this matter carefully," Huo Yuhao gently declined, shaking his head. Yuhao, listen to me. Once you join the Tang Sect, we will be like family. No matter the challenges ahead, Bei and I will. Before Tangya could finish her sentence, Bei pulled her aside. He dared not allow her to make any promises to Huo Yuhao. Otherwise, should Huo Yuhao discover one day that they could not fulfill their commitments, it would only result in endless resentment. You are the one issuing the checks. It is I who must honor them. Though Bei harbored feelings for Tangya and was willing to invest in her and the Tang Sect, he recognized the limitations of human effort and could not guarantee every outcome. Amidst the banter between Bei and Tangya, Huo Yuhao silently transferred the Xian Shui Dan from his storage soul guide into the black ring belonging to the medicine elder. Master, this is the Xian Shui Dan from the Xianming family. Its medicinal properties can enhance cultivation and purify the meridians. I humbly request your appraisal to determine if it can be optimized further. Chapter 24. Su Sanshur, have you heard of Mercury's memoir? In no time, within the vast ocean of his spirit, Huo Yuhao received feedback from Yao Lao. Is this what you refer to as a pill? Yao Lao's voice sounded somewhat amused yet perplexed. Clearly, these were concoctions made from the essence of beasts and potent herbs, prepared through a unique method. They could only be termed as pills, not true elixirs. Authentic elixirs require the refinement of impurities through alchemical fire and the addition of supplementary materials to enhance their efficacy. Huo Yuhao shrugged, having anticipated this outcome. After all, in the Douluo Continent where Yao Lao resided, renowned champions had all utilized elixirs to elevate their cultivation. Yet none had reported significant adverse effects. Even the most severe side effect was merely the rapid increase in power without a corresponding mental evolution. Essentially, a hardware upgrade without a software update. However, on the Douluo Continent, excessive consumption of these substances could adversely affect a soul master's future development, potentially hindering their ability to ascend to higher levels. This was evidently due to the excessive impurities in the ingested substances, which clogged the meridians and inflicted harm upon the individual. It wasn't that taking these substances was unwise. Rather, it was that the quality of what you consumed was subpar. Then, Master, can you refine the efficacy of the Xian Shui Dan? Huo Yuhao inquired tentatively. Yao Lao pondered for a moment before stating, in our continent, elixirs are categorized into 9 grades, and among them exists an 8th grade elixir known as the Elixir Dan. This elixir is used for foundation building, with effects that are remarkably gentle, improving the constitution of the user in tandem with their growth. What do you mean? Huo Yuhao asked, perplexed. Although he was aware of the Elixir Dan's existence, he did not understand why Yao Lao was mentioning it now. This so-called Xian Shui Dan of yours has not been refined with alchemical fire, yet it can serve as a raw material. If you can add some energy aggregates from soul beasts similar to what we call magic cores in our continent, you could concoct an elixir suitable for soul masters. Akin to the Elixir Dan, Yao Lao elucidated. Though this pseudo-Elixir Dan would not yield effects as enduring as the genuine article, nor would its quality measure up to the authentic Elixir Dan, it was nevertheless quite suitable for your current needs. Energy aggregates from soul beasts? Huo Yuhao mused briefly. Then suddenly his expression shifted. You're referring to soul bones, aren't you? Soul bones. If you can procure one for me to examine, I might be able to ascertain whether it can be utilized in elixir crafting. Yao Lao chuckled amiably. Using a soul bone to concoct an elixir? Huo Yuhao felt disheartened at the thought. It was indeed a bold proposition. Soul bones were inherently valuable, and their emergence would incite fierce competition among various factions. Even a low-quality soul bone would command a price exceeding 300,000 gold soul coins, far beyond his current means. He had initially thought that acquiring 50,000 gold soul coins from Su Sanshur was a significant gain, but now Yao Lao had presented him with an insurmountable challenge. Even if he spent an entire semester selling fish at the entrance of Shrek Academy, it would not suffice to purchase a single soul bone. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao recalled that the reward for first place in the upcoming new student assessment, scheduled for 3 months later, was indeed a soul bone, not just any soul bone, but one of above-average quality. It seemed that he would have to reveal his true capabilities. Winning first place in the new student assessment was now imperative. You managed to extort 4 Xian Shui Dan from that fellow, did you not? Yao Lao remarked within the ocean of his spirit. You may keep 3 for elixir crafting. But first, consume 1 so I can gauge its efficacy and select the necessary supplementary materials to enhance its properties. Since you are set to immerse yourself in the foundation-building spirit liquid today, your soul power will soon elevate, and the effects will be optimal during this upgrade. Huo Yuhao nodded, but suddenly a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. No, Master, I believe it would be prudent to wait a day before consuming it. Waiting a day is acceptable. Just ensure you take it during your breakthrough. If you prefer not to advance today, we can defer the matter until tomorrow. Yao Lao, though somewhat puzzled, acquiesced to Huo Yuhao's request. After another nod, Huo Yuhao redirected his focus to his tasks. The 2 grilled fish on the stove were now ready. He sprinkled them with seasonings and placed them on a plate, bringing it over to Su Sancher's table. Here, enjoy. At this moment, Su Sancher remained lost in thought, gazing absently in the direction where Jiang Nanan had departed. Huo Yuhao's words jolted him from his reverie. As the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted towards him, Su Sancher's eyes lit up. A connoisseur of good food, he could discern that the flavor of Huo Yuhao's grilled fish was indeed extraordinary. He picked up a piece of grilled fish and took a delicate bite, and to his astonishment, his taste buds seemed to erupt in joyous celebration. Alas, such delicious grilled fish, yet Nanan cannot partake. Huo Yuhao had initially prepared to turn and leave, but upon hearing Su Sancher's words, he nearly stumbled. How excessive, truly excessive. Even Fei Yangyang would bow to you for your unabashed flattery. You are indeed the king of sycophants. Yet, it must be said that Su Sancher's family had indeed facilitated Jiang Nanan's awakening of her martial soul through monetary support and medicinal elixirs, which should have been a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, in the end, not only did the transaction fail to bear fruit, but the funds were taken, the elixirs vanished, and the awakening itself faltered. How could he not harbor resentment, yet still develop affection for Jiang Nanan? It was a truly perplexing situation. One could only conclude that the thought processes of sycophants diverged significantly from those of ordinary individuals. Noticing Su Sancher's despondent demeanor, Huo Yuhao approached him and, with a touch of mischief, patted him on the shoulder. Su Sancher, have you heard of Mercury's memoir? What? Su Sancher replied, confused. Can you allow me a moment to reminisce about my beloved Nan and without interruption? Ah, my friend, today marks our first encounter, and we are bound by fate. I'll sell you these 2 grilled fish and gift you a song. Huo Yuhao cleared his throat and began to sing, although there was no accompaniment. His voice possessed a magnetic quality that seemed to draw listeners into the essence of the song. How much further must I travel to enter your heart? How much longer until I can draw near? The one who is close yet unreachable awaits our meeting. Orbiting planets, how can they possess you? Stop singing, please. It hurts. It hurts too much. Su Sancher, entranced by the melody, suddenly found the grilled fish in his mouth to be tasteless. He clutched his heart, feeling an overwhelming sense of unexpressed sorrow, and tears streamed silently down his cheeks. Huo Yuhao, did you write this song? I'll buy it. I'll pay you 10,000 gold soul coins. Please, transcribe the lyrics for me. I intend to use them in a love letter to Nanan tomorrow to express my feelings. Taking the 2 grilled fish, Su Sancher walked away, tears in his eyes. As he entered Shrek Academy, oblivious to the bewildered stares of those around him. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao, having secured another 10,000 gold soul coins, began to pack up with a smile of uncontainable joy. Indeed, the king of sycophants and the anthem of sycophants were a match made in heaven. Chapter 25. A delightful encounter with fortune. The next morning, after enjoying breakfast in the dining hall, Huo Yuhao strolled past the new student teaching building, heading east along the southern edge of Shrek Square. Before long, he arrived at a narrow path beside the sea god lake. As he traversed the wooded area adjacent to the path, the shimmering surface of the lake unfolded before him. The water was remarkably clear, its azure hue resembling fine silk. And under the gentle breeze, glimmering ripples danced across its surface. A soft mist mingled with the crisp air, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds along with the shaded green trees by the lakeside, creating an enchanting scene. However, despite the beauty surrounding him, Huo Yuhao felt no inclination to admire it. He ambled along the lakeside path when suddenly, a crimson light flickered in his eyes, and he turned to gaze at an island in the center of the lake. Here she comes. The fiery gleam of his eye of flame flickered as he focused on a red figure striding across the water towards him, clad in a red uniform. She was unmistakably a disciple of Shrek Academy's inner court, and at this hour, there was only one possible candidate, Ma Xiaodao. As she drew nearer, Huo Yuhao could discern that not only was her attire red, but her hair was also a striking crimson. Tall and slender, she radiated an aura of formidable power, reminiscent of a fearsome soul beast. Adorning her face was a red mask, and her eyes glowed blood red. The air around her shimmered slightly, and as she moved, wisps of mist swirled at her feet. This girl possesses a fascinating flame within her, yet it seems to harbor an underlying darkness. The troubling aspect is her apparent fear of this dark force. she rejects its existence, leading to a backlash that renders her nearly irrational. The voice of Yao Lao resonated within his mind. At that moment, Tianming also stirred, eagerly asking Huo Yuhao if he required assistance. No, Tianming. I seek the flames within her, Huo Yuhao replied, shaking his head. Teacher, can her flames be considered a unique beast fire, suitable for enhancing the burning technique? Indeed. They can. However, even if you absorb all the flames she currently possesses, it would merely condense into a small ember within you. To cultivate that ember into a flame sufficient for the burning technique, you must continuously consume her flames or nurture it with fire-attributed treasures, Yao Lao explained. Is that so? A smile graced Huo Yuhao's lips. Do not worry, teacher. I won't need to chase her down. She will come to me seeking to have her flames absorbed. A wave of intense heat suddenly enveloped the area as Ma Xiaodao unleashed a fierce, frenzied energy. Huo Yuhao felt as if he had been engulfed in a sea of flames, with all vegetation within a dozen meters turning to a charred yellow in an instant. It appeared that Ma Xiaodao had sensed his presence, for a colossal fiery handprint coalesced and descended towards him. Just as he was about to be consumed by the fiery grasp, a slender wisp of white flame erupted from the black ring on his hand. This single wisp of flame transformed the surrounding area into an icy realm, freezing even the sea god lake before him. Perceiving the chilling aura, Ma Xiaodao let out a resounding phoenix cry. A massive fire phoenix emerged behind her, adorned with 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, signifying her soul emperor-level prowess. Among her 6 rings, the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th began to glow simultaneously, and the flames enveloping her shifted to a dark red. A slender line of fire, akin to a finger, erupted from the phoenix's mouth. While its lethality may be lacking, the spectacle it creates is quite grand, Yao Lao chuckled in Huo Yuhao's consciousness. Under Yao Lao's guidance, the wisp of white flame rapidly expanded, forming a thin membrane of fire that shattered the fiery line shot from the phoenix and enveloped Ma Xiaodao. At that moment, Ma Xiaodao was frozen by the bone-chilling cold, unable to resist. Now is the time to act, Yuhao, Yao Lao urged. Huo Yuhao nodded, invoking the powers of the Eye of Flame, as his pale yellow soul power surged, initiating the absorption of the flames within Ma Xiaodao. With her unable to utilize her soul power to resist, Huo Yuhao consumed the phoenix's wicked flames with remarkable speed, cleansing her entirely of the irrational fire that had taken hold of her. The flames that had previously rendered Ma Xiaodao devoid of reason now lay docile before the burning technique, behaving like a compliant child. Huo Yuhao's fiery red eyes took on a deeper crimson hue. Yuhao, someone is approaching, Yao Lao alerted him. Yes, teacher, I've concluded my task. Please, before you leave, render me unconscious. Yao Lao sighed in resignation, having never encountered such a request in all his years. However, recognizing Huo Yuhao's desire to feign ignorance before the incoming individuals, he conjured a white flame into the shape of a sizable fist, knocking Huo Yuhao out before retracting it into the black ring. In a matter of moments, several figures arrived at astonishing speed, reaching the shore of Sea God Lake in the blink of an eye. The aftermath of Ma Xiaodao's backlash was swiftly managed, and Huo Yuhao feigned a bewildered expression as he awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself facing a middle-aged man in white. You are unharmed now. Please forget what you have just witnessed. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the academy, the man stated flatly. Huo Yuhao suppressed a bitter laugh. The backlash from Ma Xiaodao was not a new occurrence. The unfortunate souls before him likely lacked his extraordinary advantages. Judging by the teacher's demeanor, it seemed that the outer academy disciples who fell victim to Ma Xiaodao's flames were receiving their just deserts, likely compensated with a meager sum. However, should any harm befall Ma Xiaodao, Shrek Academy would undoubtedly take action. After all, the Academy's history was rife with examples, such as the Soul Master Academy competition, where blatant and intentional violence against the Sun Moon Royal Academy and the Spirit Hall resulted in intervention from powerful figures. The irony lay in the fact that the villains suffered defeat because they still cared for their reputations, while Shrek triumphed through sheer audacity. I understand. What compensation will the Academy provide for me? Huo Yuhao inquired, extending his hand toward the man in white. The middle-aged man frowned, clearly displeased by Huo Yuhao's icy demeanor. Nevertheless, as he was there for damage control, he refrained from escalating the conflict. Taking a deep breath, he tossed Huo Yuhao a green item. This soul-enhancing pill is the Academy's compensation for you. I trust you are wise enough to keep your mouth shut. With that, the man in white took flight, heading towards the Sea God Lake. Go to class, and remember to forget everything you have seen. Huo Yuhao nodded, his gaze fixed on the soul-enhancing pill resting in his palm, a smile breaking across his face. Indeed, seizing opportunities brings immediate gratification, and with this encounter, his strength was destined to soar. Chapter 26. The Old Alchemist Takes Action, a first encounter with alchemy. A soft whimper escaped the lips of Ma Xiaodao as she stirred on the wooden bed, murmuring, "It's so cold." She opened her eyes, revealing irises of a delicate pink hue, their former vitality now faded. A hint of confusion flickered in her gaze as she pondered aloud. "Strange, why is it so cold?" "Xiaodao, you nearly made a grave mistake this time," a white-clad elder at her bedside remarked. "It seems that by sheer coincidence, a surge of external ice energy has entered your body, sealing away the evil fire within you. Do you recall what transpired after you emerged from the sea god lake?" "I cannot remember. All I recall is a sea of red, followed by an overwhelming chill that encased me." Ma Xiaodao shook her head in response. "Master, what kind of power could possibly suppress my phoenix evil fire?" The elder pondered for a moment before replying, "It is a form of ice energy that is extraordinarily pure, far surpassing your phoenix evil fire. You nearly took the life of an outer academy student. I initially believed his protector had frozen you, but he is merely an orphan of average talent, devoid of any backing, who fortuitously found a Shrek token that granted him admission." "Master, what is the name of this outer academy student?" Ma Xiaodao inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "The class leader of the new 9th class, Huo Yuhao." In comparison to the previous day's lessons, the courses today were exceedingly light for the students of the new 9th class. The morning and afternoon consisted solely of theoretical classes. The morning focused on the classification of martial souls, while the afternoon dealt with the identification of soul B stages. Many students, owing to their familial backgrounds, did not place much importance on these subjects. However, Huo Yuhao was different. He listened attentively and took extensive notes. His deficiencies lay not only in cultivation but also in knowledge. Whenever he had spare time, he immersed himself in the Shrek Academy library to gain a systematic understanding of the continent. Though he, as a reader familiar with the original work, possessed a knowledge of the history and culture of Douluo Continent that surpassed the current era, what that esteemed individual had described was but the tip of the iceberg of this world. Huo Yuhao needed to amass a wealth of knowledge to enrich the framework already present in his memory, which was crucial for his future development. That evening, Huo Yuhao pushed his cart to set up his stall as usual, and his business was even more booming than the previous day. After all, he had already captivated a considerable portion of the students' palates with his barbecue, and his reputation had spread throughout Shrek Academy. Foreseeing the demand, Huo Yuhao prudently instructed Old Mo to prepare 50% more barbecue materials, thus avoiding any supply shortages. The star of today's barbecue was a 10-year-old soul beast known as the black-striped pig, which typically moved in herds. However, it was significantly smaller than the pigs raised by humans, making it ideal for roasting whole. Notably, Su Sanshur purchased this roasted pig for 3,000 gold soul coins and willingly handed over the remaining 2 Xianshui pills as well as 10,000 gold soul coins for the purchase of lyrics to water mercury to Huo Yuhao. Besides himself, he also invited Bei Bei and Tangya to partake in the feast, as they had spoken highly of Su Sanshur during the previous day's incident. Graciously, Su Sanshur treated them to express his gratitude. After the meal, Su Sanshur pulled Bei Bei aside to inquire in detail about his so-called picking up girls techniques, leaving satisfied afterward. At last, after finishing the work at the barbecue stall, Huo Yuhao returned to his hotel. Once he closed the door, the old alchemist materialized from within his ring. "Yuhao, you are about to create quite a stir." The old alchemist chuckled. "However, after enduring such extensive training, you will not suffer from instability in your realm. You can rest assured in your cultivation." Huo Yuhao nodded, and then presented the soul elevation pill he had acquired during the day to the old alchemist. "Master, this pill seems to be made from the juice of a plant with remarkable vitality. Please take a look." Subsequently, Huo Yuhao retrieved a Xianshui pill from his storage ring and placed it in his palm. The Xianshui pill was deep blue, roughly the size of a cherry, adorned with numerous white streaks of varying shades. Upon being poured from its porcelain vial, a faint mist enveloped the pill, exuding a refreshing aroma that was invigorating to the senses. In contrast, the soul elevation pill in the old alchemist's hand was the size of a walnut, encased in a semi-transparent, jade-green gelatinous shell. Within the shell, a faint luminescent aura swirled, crystal clear and brimming with life. After inspecting the soul elevation pill, the old alchemist shook his head in bemusement. If that so-called Xianshui pill can merely be called a pill, then the soul elevation pill is hardly worthy of the title. It is clearly a crude extraction of a precious wood attribute herb, hastily infused into a gelatinous shell. Look closely, and you can even see remnants of the plant within. Please hand me the xianshui pill as well. I will purify both pills, combining them with some remaining herbs and soul beast essence, which should enhance their potency. Huo Yuhao complied, handing over the xianshui pill. The old alchemist then retrieved several herbs and soul beast essence from his black ring, gathered during their time in the Stardow forest. Moments later, the old alchemist exhaled softly, and a pale flame suddenly erupted from his left palm. The moment the flame appeared, the temperature in the room dropped significantly. With an impassive expression, the old alchemist gently flicked the white flame, engulfing the xianshui pill within. In merely 2 breaths, the xianshui pill was refined into a small orb of blue liquid. The old alchemist then shattered the shell of the soul elevation pill, allowing the green liquid within to flow out and merge with the blue liquid. As the blue and green liquids coalesced, they gradually transformed into a crystalline azure liquid under the alchemist's white flame. The azure liquid, reminiscent of exquisite jade, writhed within the flame, as impurities dissipated in wisps of black smoke. With the white flame incineration, the azure liquid diminished in size until only a thumb-sized droplet remained. Next, the old alchemist added several herbs and 2 vials of soul beast essence into the white flame, burning them before merging them into the azure liquid. This process continued for about an hour, yet the old alchemist remained invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. Finally, the white flame in the old alchemist's palm gradually diminished until it vanished completely, leaving behind a droplet of azure liquid, fragrant and luminous, suspended in his hand. Very well. Tonight I shall employ the utmost means to refine all of your muscles and meridians. Then you will soak in the foundation establishment liquid and consume this droplet of medicine for optimal results. Huo Yuhao's expression turned pained. He understood all too well what the old alchemist meant by extreme refinement. It seemed he was in for a long night ahead. Chapter 27, Ma Xiaodao. Do you not wish to be consumed by the malevolent flames? The familiar sound echoed once more as the hotel staff, accustomed to the scene, placed the late-night snacks and tea that Huo Yuhao had ordered at the door of his room, then departed without a second glance. Inside the room, Huo Yuhao was covered in dark purple bruises, with some areas even oozing fresh blood. Yet, he remained wide-eyed, stifling any cries or groans. Over the past few days, he had grown familiar with this agonizing sensation, understanding that it was merely temporary. The more pain he endured, the more effectively he could absorb the medicinal power of the foundational elixir, leading to swifter cultivation progress. At last, a crimson energy whip struck fiercely against Huo Yuhao's chest, marking the 108th lash counted by the old pharmacist. Huo Yuhao had withstood a total of 108 strikes of energy without faltering, which astonished the old pharmacist. Even in the old pharmacist's world, individuals with such unwavering resolve as Huo Yuhao were exceedingly rare, most having already ascended to the pinnacle of the cultivation realm and commanded universal admiration. Struggling, Huo Yuhao staggered towards the large wooden tub in the room, leaving bloodied footprints in his wake, a testament to the horrific pain he was enduring. With a heavy thud, he collapsed into the tub filled with a light green medicinal liquid. The coolness of the liquid enveloping his wounds brought him a sense of satisfaction, and he promptly lost consciousness. The old pharmacist shook his head in resignation, casting a sympathetic glance at Huo Yuhao. He then opened a small porcelain vial on the table, guiding a drop of the previously refined azure liquid into Huo Yuhao's mouth. A mist of translucent vapor escaped from Huo Yuhao's pores, his body shimmering with a faint, ethereal blue glow. His skin appeared to ripple gently, releasing subtle currents of air from his pores. The light blue mist continuously flowed in and out, gradually deepening in hue while its fragrance diminished over time. As this mist circulated through Huo Yuhao's pores, it also expelled a significant amount of impurities from his body and meridians. The powerful medicinal energy coursed through Huo Yuhao's meridians, gradually transforming into a pale yellow soul force, absorbed seamlessly into his being. Unbeknownst to Huo Yuhao, his cultivation level had quietly soared to the 12th rank, then to the 13th, 15th, and finally the 16th rank. It was only upon reaching the 18th rank that the fluctuations of his soul power began to stabilize. The primary effect of the elixir refined by the old pharmacist was not merely to enhance cultivation, but to augment Huo Yuhao's innate talent. Due to his congenital malnourishment, Huo Yuhao's meridians were not only exceedingly thin and fragile, but also contained numerous blockages. However, with the aid of the medicinal power, the soul force within Huo Yuhao effortlessly cleared every blockage in his meridians, transforming the once delicate pathways into broader, more resilient channels suitable for the flow of soul power. If one were to liken the human meridians to modern roads, ordinary soul masters might have more green lights than red, allowing for a reasonable speed of soul force circulation. In contrast, Huo Yuhao's meridians were plagued by 9.5 red lights out of 10, with the remaining half being yellow, resulting in an astoundingly sluggish flow of soul power. Yet, under the catalyst of this drop of elixir, Huo Yuhao's meridians were now all green lights, permitting unobstructed movement of soul power, its efficacy far surpassing that of the original Xin Shui Dan. The old pharmacist observed the trajectory of the medicinal energy through Huo Yuhao's meridians, taking note of the areas of primary effect. As he mentally sifted through the materials required to concoct the previously mentioned first pill, Soul Master Edition, suddenly, the old pharmacist's brow furrowed, and he transformed into a beam of light, vanishing back into the black ring. Creak. The window of the guest room was gently pushed open, and a figure clad in crimson leapt inside, Ma Xiaotao. Upon entering, she noticed the bloodied footprints on the floor and, following their trail, quickly spotted Huo Yuhao submerged in the tub. The medicinal power of the foundational elixir had been nearly fully absorbed by Huo Yuhao, and the once light green liquid was now gradually becoming transparent. From Ma Xiaodao's vantage point, she had an unobstructed view of Huo Yuhao's bare body, which was now strikingly well-defined from the dual refinement of the foundational elixir and azure liquid. This sight flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. As the medicinal energy was fully absorbed, Huo Yuhao, who had been in a deep slumber, slowly began to awaken. The instincts of a top-tier assassin alerted him to the presence of an unfamiliar aura in the room. With a splash, he leapt from the tub, his body leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he instinctively grabbed a dining knife from the table, pressing it against Ma Xiaodao's throat. However, as he quickly recognized her features, his expression shifted from cold indifference to calm acceptance. Ma Xiaotao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. Huo Yuhao's instinctive sharpness and speed were far beyond that of a mere soul master at the 10th rank, rivaling even the peak speed of an agile soul elder. Though she could evade the knife in his hand, she knew that even if he had thrust it down, she, shrouded in the protective embrace of the phoenix's malevolent flames, would remain unharmed. Thus, she did not panic. "Oh, it's you?" Huo Yuhao tossed the knife back onto the table, speaking with a nonchalant tone. "What brings you here? It seems we have no connection. Do we, senior sister Ma Xiaotao? You know me?" Ma Xiaotao's brow furrowed instantly. "Fiery demon Ma Xiaotao. Your reputation at Shrek Academy is quite formidable. A little inquiry would suffice," Huo Yuhao shrugged. "However, I have little interest in associating with individuals of your lofty stature. Nor do I wish to have any ties with you. I know you harbor resentment towards me, but I too have my own grievances. For now, allow me to offer my apologies." "Apologies?" Huo Yuhao scoffed. "What use are apologies? Does that mean the government is unnecessary? You are a prodigy of the inner court. Even if I were to be killed by you by the sea god lake, you would only face confinement from the academy's higher-ups, never expulsion. But me, I merely admired the scenery by the sea god lake and nearly faced death at the hands of my fellow students. Afterwards, I was warned that if I dared to speak of the incident, I would be expelled from Shrek. A single ascension pill is the meager compensation for my near brush with death. Isn't that laughable? I find it utterly absurd. Forgive me, but we mere commoners cannot be compared with esteemed prodigies like you. Please leave." Ma Xiaodao's eyes widened, her pink irises deepening in hue, an unspoken pressure enveloping Huo Yuhao. "You are not afraid of me?" Huo Yuhao chuckled coldly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "You may attempt to strike, but rest assured, the first to perish will undoubtedly be you. Feel free to test it." Extending his palm, a wisp of eerie dark red flame flickered into existence within Huo Yuhao's hand, dancing in the wind and emanating an unusual aura of darkness and malevolence. Phoenix malevolent flames. How could this be possible? Ma Xiaotao was taken aback, on the verge of speaking when she suddenly felt a stirring within her, as if the phoenix evil fire inside her was responding to the control exerted by the fire seed in Huo Yuhao's hand. "Stop, stop!" Ma Xiaotao screamed, desperately trying to suppress the familiar heat surging within her. If Huo Yuhao continued to exert such control, the scene that had unfolded by the sea god lake would inevitably repeat itself. However, this was the heart of Shrek City. Should she lose control here and cause a massacre, even Shrek Academy would be unable to protect her. As long as you are willing to help me suppress the backlash of the evil fire, I can offer you anything you desire." Ma Xiaotao exclaimed anxiously. "You seem to be quite fearful of your own power," Huo Yuhao remarked, retracting the fire seed of the phoenix evil fire with a light chuckle. "Since you have put it that way, I shall not be modest. If you wish for my assistance in suppressing the backlash of the evil fire, my price shall be a soul bone. Chapter 28. Have you ever seen a robber who also heals? Ma Xiaotao inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. What do you need a soul bone for? I must say, you are quite audacious in your demands. I have already stated my complete lack of interest in assisting you with that so-called Phoenix evil fire. Even if you were to perish from its backlash, I would feel no remorse, Huo Yuhao replied with a cold laugh. However, since you claim to be able to meet any condition I set, I shall not hold back. I am neither in need of money nor elixirs. If you wish to trade with me, bring forth the soul bones. Ma Xiaodao's expression shifted as she realized the disparity in their statuses. Though she held the position of an inner court disciple and was a student of Yan Xiaozhe, the dean of the Soul Martial Department, any attempt to forcefully suppress Huo Yuhao would likely have no repercussions. Yet, Huo Yuhao's ability to manipulate her internal Phoenix evil fire left her apprehensive. If her evil fire were to spiral out of control under his influence, she would face dire consequences, whether from Shrek Academy or the powerful beings in the city. After all, when faced with the threat of death, offending Shrek Academy would seem trivial. Although Ma Xiaotao was already a soul emperor, encountering a soul sage or even a soul Douluo would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Very well, which part and what attribute of the soul bone do you desire? Ma Xiaotao asked. I require 1 soul bone over 10,000 years old, 2 in the 1,000-year range, and if you possess any of that inferior secret method soul bone, I will take 4. Huo Yuhao stated nonchalantly. As for attributes and parts, I am not picky, I simply require their existence. Ma Xiaodao's eyes widened in anger as she glared at Huo Yuhao, clearly infuriated by the astronomical price he had quoted. Yet, Huo Yuhao remained undaunted, his gaze cold and indifferent, as if he were ready to show her the door at any moment. With a resigned sigh, Ma Xiaodao waved her wrist, and 2 soul bones, one a deep blue and the other a vibrant green, materialized on the table before her. I do not possess any over 10,000 years old. These are 2 approximately 3,000 years old, a left arm bone of water attribute, and a right leg bone of wood attribute, she explained, indicating the pieces. Though Huo Yuhao maintained an impassive demeanor, he was inwardly astonished. Despite Ma Xiaotao being an inner court disciple with ample cultivation resources, her ability to produce 2 such rare soul bones so readily suggested that Shrek Academy was exceedingly wealthy. Seemingly sensing Huo Yuhao's surprise, Ma Xiaotao softly elaborated. Most inner court disciples spend their time outside the academy on surveillance missions, hunting down rogue soul masters wreaking havoc across the continent. Some of the evil soul masters I have slain carried soul bones, and upon defeating them, the soul bones naturally became mine. However, I do not covet soul bones of this caliber. I typically trade them away. Huo Yuhao nodded, finding no fault in this approach of tit for tat. After all, the inner court students relentlessly pursued evil soul masters across the continent, and it was only fair that the spoils of their victories belonged to them. Yet, he felt a pang of regret. He had underestimated Ma Xiaotao's wealth. Had he known she was so affluent, he would have extorted more soul bones from her. Since you have already made your payment, you may come to me at any time for assistance with your evil fire backlash. Huo Yuhao swiftly collected the 2,000-year soul bones and continued, however. I must caution you that this only covers the cost for persuading me to assist you with the first instance of your evil fire backlash. For every subsequent occurrence, you will need to provide me with an additional soul bone. What? Why don't you just rob someone? Ma Xiaotao retorted angrily. Rob? Have you ever encountered a robber who also heals you? Huo Yuhao chuckled lightly. This is my offer. You may accept it or decline. If you choose the latter, I can return the 2 soul bones to you, and you may leave. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao hesitated. Although each time she sought Huo Yuhao's help with her evil fire backlash would require her to part with a soul bone, it would afford her precious time for cultivation. Just like this instance, Huo Yuhao had utilized the burning method to expel the Phoenix evil fire from her body, granting her 3 months of safe cultivation without the threat of backlash. Previously, Yan Xiaozhe had advised her to cease her cultivation altogether, as even the elders of Sea God Pavilion could not suppress her Phoenix evil fire. At least now she had found a solution, albeit one that required her to frequently hunt evil soul masters for soul bones, a task she deemed manageable. All right, I shall comply with your terms. Ma Xiaodao conceded with a nod. Moreover, I have one more request. Huo Yuhao narrowed his eyes, pointing to himself. You must guarantee that everything you see and hear here remains confidential from the academy. Of course, you may inform them that I helped resolve your evil fire issue. But the details of our transaction and everything that transpires here must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, our arrangement will be terminated at any moment. Having witnessed her own appearance submerged in the Foundation establishment spirit liquid, coupled with the effects of the green liquid concocted from Xian Shui Dan and Sheng Hun Dan that had dramatically enhanced her cultivation, she was acutely aware that the elders of Shrek Academy would undoubtedly draw conclusions from these observations. For Huo Yuhao, maintaining a low profile was paramount. He had no desire to become a laboratory subject nor to jeopardize his quest for vengeance against the original owner. Agreed. I will not refuse such a straightforward request. Ma Xiaotao affirmed. I, Ma Xiaotao, swear by my martial soul that I will not disclose any secrets regarding Huo Yuhao to Shrek Academy. Is that acceptable? Huo Yuhao nodded, a smile finally gracing his face. That will suffice. Whenever you find yourself unable to control your evil fire again, do not hesitate to seek me out. Ma Xiaotao scrutinized Huo Yuhao once more, a faint blush surfacing on her cheeks. Do you often speak to others while dressed like this? You are merely a freshman. How shameless can you be? Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback and looked down, realizing he had jumped out of the bath without donning any clothes and was still completely bare. Cough, cough. Rest assured, feel free to look. I won't decharge you, he replied, attempting to maintain his composure. Ma Xiaotao leaped gracefully, preparing to exit through the window of the guest room. However, upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, she trembled, nearly losing her balance and tumbling from the windowsill. Humph, what is there to see from a little bean sprout? She feigned indifference, her tone dismissive. In the next moment, she soared into the night sky, disappearing into the darkness. A little bean sprout? Huo Yuhao glanced down at himself, puffing out his chest with newfound pride. What does she know about size? That's just sour grapes from someone who can't reach the fruit. Chapter 29. I really don't want to strive anymore. Playing with two translucent soul bones, Yao Lao's brows furrowed, clearly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao stood anxiously beside him, intently observing Yao Lao's expression. He was uncertain whether the energy conglomerate within the soul beast was indeed the soul bone. If it were not, he would need to exert further effort in his search. After a moment, Yao Lao's brow finally relaxed, and a smile graced his lips as he glanced at Huo Yuhao and said, Young man, you seem quite tense. How can I not be anxious, master? These two soul bones were painstakingly extorted from Ma Xiaotao. It would be a tremendous pity if they were unusable, Huo Yuhao replied, his face a mask of despair. The path of cultivation has its gains and losses. If one can only accept gains and not losses, one's mindset will inevitably falter. Yao Lao stated seriously. Only by maintaining a balanced heart can one avoid falling into depravity. At this point, Yao Lao seemed to recall something, and his expression turned somber. Huo Yuhao understood that Yao Lao was thinking of his former disciple, Han Feng, a child he had rescued who grew up under Yao Lao's affection. However, upon maturing, Han Feng, driven by ambition and provocation from enemies, chose to slay his benefactor, Yao Lao, to seize a technique known as the burning formula. Ah, master, I am aware of all that. But can these soul bones truly be used for alchemy? You are driving me to desperation. Huo Yuhao feigned a pout, tugging at Yao Lao's ethereal arm playfully, breaking the latter's train of thought. You mischievous little rascal, there is no need for me to impart grand philosophies to you. Very well, I shall tell you that these soul bones can indeed be used for alchemy, and their efficacy surpasses that of the magic cores in our realm. Yao Lao explained. Soul bones are not only pure energy condensates but also embody the laws of heaven and earth, thus providing soul masters with what are termed soul skills. Of course, it is still too early to delve into these details. You simply need to understand that the existence of these laws greatly aids in the crafting of elixirs. Huo Yuhao nodded, rubbing his hands with excitement as he asked, Then, master, are you now able to refine the initial elixir? Yes, the primary materials are present, but some necessary auxiliary materials are still required. My understanding of the herbs in your world is not yet comprehensive. I need to familiarize myself systematically. Tomorrow, you should visit the Academy's library and find a comprehensive book on herbs, Yao Lao instructed. All right, I will go to the library tomorrow at noon, Huo Yuhao promptly agreed. However, there is one more task for you. Yao Lao raised the two soul bones in his hand. This green soul bone of what attribute can be used to refine the initial elixir, while this water attribute soul bone will be used for crafting the blood lotus pill, which you will need after you locate the blood lotus pill, once consumed, forms a strange energy barrier on the surface of the body, capable of withstanding extreme heat. It is only by utilizing its effects that you can approach the closely and find an opportunity to devour it. So? Huo Yuhao's expression stiffened as he inquired. To refine the blood lotus pill, in addition to this water attribute soul bone, you will require blood lotus essence and ice spirit flame grass. After you consult the text tomorrow, if you can find those two herbs or suitable substitutes, you must prepare to purchase them. However, regarding the prices of these herbs, well, I can only advise you to work diligently and earn more, Yao Lao remarked. Huo Yuhao felt as if he were on the verge of tears. Initially, he had merely intended to gather materials for learning alchemy and forge a cauldron, which led him to set up a barbecue stall. Yet, after finally managing to extort some funds from Su Sanshur, Yao Lao suddenly informed him that he needed soul bones, treasures of the soul master world, for alchemy, plunging his finances back into the negative. He had meticulously planned and seized the opportunity to confront Ma Xiaodao, successfully resolving the soul bone issue. But now Yao Lao was telling him that he needed even more money for herbs. While others transmigrated to fantastical realms as kings, celestial emperors, or mighty dragon kings, why was he, a top assassin, forced to labor tirelessly? No, perhaps he should seek a wealthy benefactor instead. He had no desire to strive any longer. Rich lady, I'm hungry, I need food. Yuhao, there's no need to rush. Once you reach level 20, I will take you to the extreme north ice field to obtain your second soul ring and second martial soul. As for the location of I remember it clearly. When we arrive at the extreme north ice field, I will guide you to find it, Tianming added, unwilling to remain silent. Cheering Huo Yuhao on from the sea of spirit, the promising prospect of the evolution of the burning formula momentarily alleviated Huo Yuhao's grievances about being a laborer. He gently nodded and asked Yao Lao, Master, what else do I need to devour Please tell me everything so I can prepare now. After all, I am already at level 18, not far from becoming a great soul master. The blood lotus pill is essential for approaching without its protection, you will be turned to ash in an instant. The second material is called Ice Spirit Cold Spring. If the blood lotus pill protects the surface, then the Ice Spirit Cold Spring safeguards your interior. It will protect you from being burned into nothingness while refining You need not worry about this. If Yuhao successfully obtains the second martial soul, he will not require the so-called Ice Spirit Cold Spring, as the will not harm any part of his body. Tianming Binkin assured. Well, since you have confidence, I shall place my trust in you, Yao Lao chuckled. The final material is known as Naling. This substance will create a special small space within you, intended for storing Given the destructive nature of without complete refinement, anything else will be instantly incinerated, including your body. Naling? Huo Yuhao chuckled bitterly, saying, I have never even heard of it. Where on earth am I supposed to find this so-called Naling? Do not fret too much about the Naling. Coincidentally, I had a small surplus when I was searching for back in the day. Thus, the only thing you currently lack is money, Yao Lao replied with a smile. Money, money. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao's eyes lit up as he retrieved a red card from his storage soul guide. This card belonged to the original owner of the storage soul guide ring and was the Shrek ensign that allowed him entry into Shrek Academy. Left behind by a powerful figure named Yuchuan from the main body sect thousands of years ago. Tomorrow, I will visit the bank in Shrek City to see if this card can still be exchanged for soul coins. Chapter 30, If You Die. Who am I to avenge you? Once again, the morning began with the familiar physical training class, where the students of the first-year class were subjected to relentless weighted runs under the watchful eye of the formidable instructor, Zhou Yi. This grueling regimen has been a time-honored tradition at Shrek Academy since the days of Yu Shaojiang, who lived eons ago. For us, the old Shrek alumni, awakening to the day often comes with the unwelcome surprise of knee pain. Meanwhile, Class 9, under the guidance of Huo Yuhao, engaged in a more modern approach to physical training, drawing upon the disparities in performance observed during their previous running sessions. Huo Yuhao devised a targeted training regimen based on his own past experiences, from explosive sprints to improve speed, squat jumps to build leg strength, and jump rope exercises to enhance endurance. The students of Class 9 found themselves invigorated by this fresh training style. Their enthusiasm was palpable, and Mu Jinxin watched with delight as Huo Yuhao assigned various tasks, inwardly scoffing at Zhou Yi's apparent blindness to talent. In a brief interlude, she presented Huo Yuhao with a soul bone she had won from Zhou Yi, though it turned out to be of rather poor quality. Nonetheless, Huo Yuhao expressed his gratitude, knowing that even a low-grade soul bone might prove useful when he merges with his second martial soul in the future. He reveled not only in acquiring the soul bone but also in witnessing Zhou Yi's misfortunes. After class, Huo Yuhao made his way to the library of Shrek Academy. Following a series of inquiries with the librarian, he arrived at the final bookshelf, where ancient texts were stored. Titles such as the martial soul heritage of soul master families and the habits and distribution of soul beasts on the continent caught his eye. To his astonishment, he discovered a dusty tome in a neglected corner, the comprehensive encyclopedia of Douluo Continent. Gently brushing dust off its cover, he noted that this ancient book was fashioned not from paper, but from the leather of a soul beast, a testament to its durability over millennia. The author was listed as Huo Yuhao from Shrek Academy. However, as he began to read, he noticed a faintly scraped-off inscription beside the title, the original author. Zhu Douluo Yueguan. Huo Yuhao nearly choked on his own saliva in disbelief. How audacious of Huo Yuhao to erase another's name and claim the work as his own. Shaking his head at the academic impropriety, Huo Yuhao continued to peruse the pages, absorbing the vivid illustrations and insightful analyses, which resonated deeply within him. His thoughts, however, were clouded by concern for his mother, whose condition had worsened, while his father remained stationed at the western borders, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil at home. A commotion nearby drew his attention, and he lifted his gaze to see a young man and woman engaged in conversation. The young man was tall and robust, with a strikingly handsome, yet cold visage. His golden hair was parted down the middle, cascading down either side, revealing deep blue eyes that held a peculiar duality. The girl beside him possessed exquisite features framed by dark hair, her eyes uniquely mismatched, one a soft blue, the other a pale yellow, with pupils that seemed to narrow slightly as she regarded the boy. A flicker of recognition sparked within Huo Yuhao, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips as he identified the young man, Dai Huabin, the son of the White Tiger Duke and Huo Yuhao's erstwhile rival. How intriguing that their paths should intertwine once more. While he bore no personal grudge against Dai Huabin, Huo Yuhao felt compelled to avenge his past life, adhering to a personal code of retribution. Despite Huo Yuner's frail state, the true architect of her demise was none other than Dai Huabin and his retinue. It was inconceivable that he could be unaware of the connection between Huo Yuhao and Huo Yuner, especially given the circumstances that led to her tragic end. The possibility loomed that his mother, the White Tiger Duchess, had a hand in this malevolence, as even the fiercest of beasts would not harm their own. In Huo Yuhao's mind, Dai Huabin, along with the Duchess and the Duke, had all earned a place on his list of those marked for death. Yuhao, that lad must surely be the root of your mother's suffering. The voice of the elderly pharmacist echoed in his mind. The black ring he inhabited had been found by Huo Yuner, granting him insight into the dark machinations of the Duke's household. With a calm demeanor, Huo Yuhao inquired, "Master, have you ever encountered the White Tiger Duchess? Are you aware of her ailment? She is overly scheming and burdened by her own thoughts, which have ultimately compromised her health." The pharmacist replied, "What are you planning, Yuhao?" "I require a prescription to assist the Duchess in her recovery," Huo Yuhao replied coldly. "Should she succumb to her illness, it would be far too lenient. The murder of my mother is a grudge that cannot be forgiven. I must ensure she endures the torment of hell to honor my mother's spirit." "Yuhao, you..." The pharmacist hesitated, concern evident in his voice, but ultimately relented. Listing several medicinal ingredients, Huo Yuhao diligently noted them down, ready to act. With a facade of congeniality, he approached Dai Huabin, who turned at the sound of his footsteps, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. "And you are?" Dai Huabin questioned frostily. "Dai Huabin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Huo Yuhao, the class leader of Class 9. I happen to overhear that your esteemed mother is unwell, and as someone versed in medical knowledge, I have prepared a prescription for her recovery. After all, we are classmates, and I sincerely wish for her swift recovery." Though his smile appeared warm, the depths of Huo Yuhao's eyes glimmered with an icy resolve. He was indeed eager for the Duchess's recovery, perhaps even more so than Dai Huabin himself. Chapter 31. My name is Gao Qiqiang. Apologies, but our White Tiger clan never accepts inexplicable favors, and I have no reason to trust you. Dai Huabin paused slightly, yet his demeanor remained cold. As the legitimate heir of the White Tiger clan, he had encountered numerous sycophants eager to ingratiate themselves with him in hopes of climbing the social ladder. To him, Huo Yuhao's current behavior was no different from those individuals. Should I say you are merely an inexperienced novice or chastise you for your foolishness?" Huo Yuhao secretly scoffed. Were it not for Dai Yaoheng's exceptional talent and shrewdness, Dai Hao would likely have handed the White Tiger clan over to this brute, who knew nothing but fighting. I wouldn't be surprised if Dai Huabin's White Tiger clan turned against his mother's family, the Xingluo royal family, to reclaim the throne of the Xingluo Empire. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lu furrowed her brow and quickly tugged at Dai Huabin's sleeve. She then cheerfully accepted the prescription from Huo Yuhao, carefully storing it away. Hello, Huo Yuhao. Thank you very much. Huabin and I will send this prescription back to the Duke of White Tiger's residence. After the physicians there examine it, if it proves effective, both the Duke's residence and the Xinglua Empire will express their gratitude to you. Huo Yuhao smiled and nodded. Zhu Lu's demeanor exemplified that of someone from a prestigious family, neither servile nor arrogant. She was calm and composed, conducting herself with a distinct method and thought process, never easily offending others. It was amusing that Dai Huabin, in the original narrative, even looked down upon Zhu Lu, shifting his affections towards Wang Qiu'er and Ning Tian. It could only be said that Zhu Lu was misallocated. Men fear choosing the wrong profession, and women fear marrying the wrong husband, as the ancients wisely stated. Having put away the complete encyclopedia of Douluo Continent, Huo Yuhao was about to turn and leave when he suddenly heard Dai Huabin's voice behind him. Wait a moment. Huo Yuhao? Have we met before? As the legitimate son of the Duke of White Tiger, Dai Huabin possessed even greater talent in soul master cultivation than his brother, Dai Yaoing. Since childhood, he had held himself in high regard. Even after his mother hinted at him killing his father's mistress, he could not recall what his half-brother, Huo Yuhao, looked like. Simple-minded and physically strong, Dai Huabin had not inquired about the names of Huo Yuner and Huo Yuhao before taking action. Moreover, after Huo Yuhao's recent trials in the nourishing effects of various medicinal foods, he was now a far cry from the frail child he once was, making it impossible for Dai Huabin to recognize him. Huo Yuhao turned around, chuckling lightly, and shook his head, replying, "We have indeed never met before. However, where in life do we not encounter one another? Since we are both at Shrek Academy, I am sure you will remember the name Huo Yuhao in the future." With that, he placed the book back on the shelf and walked straight out of the library. After concluding the afternoon's theoretical classes, Huo Yuhao did not set up a stall, but headed directly to the north gate of Shrek City. As one of the most prosperous cities in the central region of the Douluo Continent, Shrek City was bustling in the evenings, with a continuous flow of people entering and exiting. The sounds of vendors calling out further highlighted its vibrancy. After about a quarter of an hour, Huo Yuhao arrived at the Treasure Pavilion. This establishment was a large shop dealing in various goods related to soul masters and soul instructors. From a distance, the Treasure Pavilion appeared as a grand structure, 4 stories high and towering over 20 meters, its opulence resembling a treasure trove. At the entrance stood 4 young women in elegant gowns, seemingly around 17 or 18, with sweet features and slender figures. Their fair skin contrasted beautifully against the pavilion's resplendent facade. Before Huo Yuhao could reach the entrance, one of the 8 young women stepped forward with a gentle smile, respectfully asking, "What brings you here, esteemed soul master?" Clad in Shrek Academy's uniform, albeit a simple white one for first-year students, Huo Yuhao was nonetheless recognized as a member of the prestigious academy, where most students hailed from affluent backgrounds, some even of royal lineage. Thus, no one dared to slight him. Having witnessed grand occasions in his previous life, he was not easily intimidated by the trivialities of a mere treasure pavilion. He nodded slightly, embodying the demeanor of a truly proud and aloof noble, and said softly, "I have heard that your treasure pavilion also operates a banking service. Please take me to meet the person in charge of this aspect, as I have matters to discuss with him." The young woman, captivated by his calmness, immediately inclined her head and said, "Please follow me." Upon entering the treasure pavilion, an atmosphere of luxury enveloped him. The golden hall exuded opulence, illuminated by a grand crystal chandelier overhead. The young woman led Huo Yuhao to an office on the first floor, gently knocking on the door. Moments later, the door opened, revealing a shrewd-looking middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Xiao Fei, what brings you here?" the middle-aged man inquired. "There is a distinguished guest from Shrek Academy here to visit our bank." The young woman gestured towards Huo Yuhao. "Oh?" The mention of money piqued the middle-aged man's interest. "Very well, I shall attend to this guest. You may return to your duties." The young woman nodded, bowing again to Huo Yuhao before departing. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Wu Yifan, the manager of the Treasure Pavilion's bank. Please, come inside. I have some exquisite Biwu fragrant tea here." The middle-aged man smiled at Huo Yuhao. "You have Biwu fragrant tea? Do you also serve wide noodles?" Huo Yuhao silently mocked as he stepped into Wu Yifan's office. The two of them took their seats on a spacious white leather sofa, and Wu Yifan personally poured Huo Yuhao a cup of Biwu fragrant tea. To Huo Yuhao's surprise, the steam rising from the tea was indeed of vibrant green, exuding a refreshing and elegant aroma reminiscent of a mountain after a fresh rain, invigorating his senses. "Hello. I am a student of Shrek Academy. My name is Gao Qiqiang. Here is a card. Could you please check how many soul coins are in it? I have a significant business proposition to discuss with your pavilion. Huo Yuhao got straight to the point, pulling out the red card from his storage soul guide and placing it on the table. As someone who held a managerial position at the treasure pavilion in Shrek City, Wu Yifan was undoubtedly astute. He immediately recognized the ancient soul guide ring on Huo Yuhao's finger, which was exclusive to the original Douluo Continent and not imported from the Sun and Moon Empire. It was known that most storage soul guides in the Douluo Continent's 3 nations were imported from the Sun and Moon Empire. Those who could wear the ancient storage soul guides were invariably the direct descendants of prominent families or sections. Such ancient soul guides symbolized status among nobles and were significantly more expensive than their imported counterparts. While the storage soul guides from the Sun and Moon Empire had larger internal spaces and were cheaper, the nobility in the Douluo Continent sought status over practicality. Nobles do not seek the best, but rather the most expensive. Chapter 32. Finally achieving financial freedom. A moment later, Wu Yifan hurried back, clutching a crimson card. His demeanor, once gentle, had transformed into one of astonishment tinged with a faint hint of trepidation, a change that did not escape Huo Yuhao's notice. Esteemed guest, this prepaid card was issued by the Xinglua Empire thousands of years ago. However, there are certain aspects we cannot extract for you because... Wu Yifan hesitated for a moment before finally speaking in a hesitant tone. Are you implying that the old geezers in my sect have deceived me? Huo Yuhao suddenly rose, his voice laced with fury, and 2 blazing red beams erupted from his eyes. They told me this was the tuition for my years at Shrek Academy. If I cannot access the contents, do they expect me to starve? A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged through the office, raising the temperature within. Wu Yifan, a soul king and the manager of the treasure pavilion, could not help but feel a sense of awe at Huo Yuhao's formidable spiritual force. This display was, of course, a performance by Huo Yuhao, who had deliberately crafted an impression of being a direct descendant of the Body Sect. Seeing the awe in Wu Yifan's eyes suggested that he had uncovered some background regarding the card, or perhaps its affiliations. The Body Sect. Thus, Huo Yuhao feigned his lineage and unleashed his fire god, I martial soul, to mislead Wu Yifan. Observing Wu Yifan's current expression, it seemed he had indeed been convinced of Huo Yuhao's heritage. Esteemed guest, please do not be enraged. Wu Yifan wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly explained. I merely meant that some aspects of this prepaid card cannot be extracted because it not only holds over 3 million gold soul coins but also serves as the key to a treasury. However, this treasury is located in the imperial capital of the Xinglua Empire, and our treasure pavilion in Shrek City cannot assist you in accessing its contents. Yet, Huo Yuhao was uninterested in Wu Yifan's remaining words. His mind was solely fixated on the shimmering 3 characters. 3 million. Never mind. I should not be called Gao Qiqiang. I ought to be named Wang Duayu instead. 3 million. Oh, 3 million. A lifetime of wealth. Wu manager, I wish to know the precise amount contained in this card. Huo Yuhao said, suppressing his excitement. A total of 3,470,000 gold soul coins. Wu Yifan replied respectfully. Excellent. Thank you for your assistance, Wu manager. As a token of my gratitude, I have a significant business proposal to discuss with the treasure pavilion, and I would like you to oversee it, Huo Yuhao stated, producing a list from his storage soul guide, densely packed with the names of various medicinal herbs. With the first 2 being the blood lotus essence and ice spirit flame grass required for concocting the blood lotus pill. This is the list of herbs I wish to purchase. Please have someone tally the quantities and provide me with a price. Additionally, here is a blueprint. I kindly request that you enlist the craftsman from the Sun Moon Empire to forge a cauldron for me using extremely heat-resistant rare metals. Wu Yifan perused the list and his expression brightened. Most of the herbs were common varieties, with only a few at the top being sourced from other regions of the continent or requiring specialized herbalists, but they could all be gathered within 3 months. Furthermore, since Huo Yuhao insisted on personally handling this transaction, he could expect to earn at least a 10% commission, which represented a significant income for him, not to mention the cauldron forged from rare metals, which were exceedingly expensive and heavily regulated in their transport to the original Douluo Continent. He was sure to profit handsomely from that as well. Thank you, young Master Gao. The treasure pavilion always welcomes your presence. Yes, please transfer all the soul coins from this card to a new one and deduct the cost for the herbs and the cauldron from it. That will suffice. Huo Yuhao nodded, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Thanks to the Body Sect and the Stardow Forest, he had finally achieved financial freedom. After bidding farewell to Huo Yuhao, Wu Yifan approached the door of an office located on the top floor of the treasure pavilion and gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief moment, a gentle voice emanated from within. Come in. Wu Yifan brushed off the dust from his attire, straightened his appearance, and opened the door to enter. Behind a spacious ebony desk sat an elderly woman with a youthful visage and white hair. She was Lin Huichuan, the master of the treasure pavilion and a senior elder of Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion. The treasure pavilion was an enterprise of Shrek Academy but was not directly subordinate to it. It was only bound by the Sea God Pavilion's regulations. Moreover, only Elder Lin wielded complete authority over the treasure pavilion. Elder Lin, a new student from the academy just visited, named Gao Qiqiang, Wu Yifan reported respectfully, holding a prepaid card from the Body Sect issued thousands of years ago that had been exchanged at our treasure pavilion. A card from the Body Sect? Elder Lin exclaimed in surprise. This cannot be. There are no direct descendants of the Body Sect within the academy. All inheritors of the body martial soul are safeguarded by that old coot, never to be sent to the academy. However, the student indeed possesses a body martial soul. Specifically the eye, Wu Yifan quickly clarified. I have personally verified this. It is absolutely true. The eye? Higi, I believe I know who you are referring to. Elder Lin chuckled, shaking her head. Gao Qiqiang, what a cunning lad. Ha! Elder Lin, do you know who he is? Wu Yifan asked, astonished. Indeed, I do. However, this is a confidential matter of the academy, and I cannot disclose it to you at this time. Elder Lin waved her hand, her eyes suddenly glinting with a hint of mischief. Little Wu, pass along this news to the Heavenly Soul Empire, allowing those old geezers from the Body Sect to hear some rumors. When they come to the treasure pavilion in the Heavenly Soul Empire to purchase information, quote them 5 million. 5 million. Wu Yifan's lips twitched, internally giving Elder Lin a thumbs up. No wonder Shrek Academy entrusted her with managing the treasure pavilion. She truly excelled in business. Selling a half-true rumor for 5 million was quite audacious. In his hotel room, Huo Yuhao laid out 3 Xianshui pills, a wood attribute soul bone, and some auxiliary materials purchased from the treasure pavilion on the table. Then, with a flash of light from his black ring, the figure of the medicine elder appeared. He surveyed the materials on the table and examined the quality of the auxiliary materials, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent, Yuhao. For this concoction of the initial pill, I will utilize the medicinal cauldron. As you observe, be sure to absorb the knowledge thoroughly. Once the cauldron is completed, I shall teach you how to refine pills. Huo Yuhao nodded respectfully, clasping his fists and bowing. Please, master, proceed. Chapter 33. The Birth of the Primordial Pill. With a wave of his hand directed at Huo Yuhao, the ancient black ring that adorned Huo Yuhao's fingers gracefully fell into the hands of the elderly pharmacist. Cradling the black ring in his palm, the pharmacist flicked his finger, and a table-sized, pure black alchemical cauldron abruptly materialized in midair. This imposing black cauldron exuded a palpable heaviness, its surface adorned with vividly depicted flame totems. As the cauldron rotated gently, these flame totems seemed to absorb the surrounding fire attribute energy from heaven and earth, condensing it within the cauldron. Such was the might of the teacher's cauldron, truly magnificent. Huo Yuhao could not help but exclaim in admiration. The cauldron, known as the Black Demon, ranked 8th on the heavenly cauldron list. I had to pay a significant price to acquire it back in the day, he reminisced, gazing fondly at the floating Black Demon cauldron. Shaking off the nostalgia for years gone by, the pharmacist's hand trembled slightly, and a pure white flame swiftly enveloped his palm. He gently pressed his hand against the diamond-shaped opening on the cauldron and flicked his finger, igniting the white flame within. Though this modified primordial pill formula I have devised is not an 8th grade pill as the original, it can still reach a 6th grade level. The failure rate for 6th grade pills is not insignificant, and given my current soul state, my power is diminished. Thus, I require the cauldron's assistance in crafting this pill. The pharmacist explained. As he spoke, the pharmacist seized 3 mystic water pills and various herbs from the table, casting them all into the Black Demon cauldron. Withdrawing his hand from the cauldron, the pharmacist's expression remained calm, yet his aged fingers moved with remarkable speed. As his fingertips danced, the searing white flame obediently transformed into dozens of tiny flames, enveloping the 3 mystic water pills and the herbs. Witnessing the pharmacist's deft movements, Huo Yuhao felt a twinge of envy, aspiring to one day emulate his teacher's effortless grace. He closely scrutinized each step, activating his spiritual perception to observe the pale flames within the Black Demon cauldron, committing every detail to memory. In the room, the black cauldron spun slowly in midair, the white flames within swirling and dancing. As the black demon cauldron rotated, ripples of energy emanated from it, expanding outward before dissipating upon contact with the walls. The black demon cauldron opened once more, this time receiving a 3,000-year-old wood attribute soul bone. The verdant bone, under the scorching white flames, gradually transformed into a small mass of emerald green liquid. The volatile soul beast energy was purged of impurities, becoming balanced and harmonious. At last, the azure liquid mingled with the emerald liquid, coalescing into a cyan liquid, while the white flames continued to envelop it, occasionally emitting wisps of black smoke as impurities were incinerated. Within the cauldron, a thumb-sized pale cyan pill began to take shape. At that moment, a captivating fragrance wafted from the cauldron, filling the room and lingering in the air. "Brother Tianming, lend me your aid," Huo Yuhao silently implored in his sea of consciousness. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth, sealing the room and containing the pill's enticing aroma within, preventing it from escaping. "Excellent, quite astute," the pharmacist remarked with a nod. Initially, he intended to use his soul power to contain the pill's fragrance. But Huo Yuhao's foresight spared him the need to divide his focus, allowing him to concentrate solely on refining the pill. After a brief pause, the pharmacist suddenly waved his hand. The white flames within the black demon cauldron erupted violently, enveloping the cyan pill completely as the final round of intense combustion commenced. In an instant, the flames flared and then rapidly subsided. As the fire receded, a thumb-sized, pale cyan pill, shining softly, emerged, spinning gracefully within the cauldron. At the moment the cyan pill appeared, a fierce wave of energy rippled outwards from it. Though some was intercepted by the black demon cauldron, much of it surged forth, threatening to shatter the entire hotel if left unchecked. "Contain." The pharmacist calmly gestured at the energy ripple, conjuring an invisible shield of soul energy within the room. No matter how fiercely the energy ripple struck, they could not disturb the shield in the slightest, ultimately dissipating helplessly. Holding the pale cyan pill, the pharmacist examined it closely, nodding slightly before tossing it directly to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao hurriedly caught the primordial pill, marveling at its first true form, a 6th-grade pill, and his curiosity piqued. He scrutinized the surface of the pill, which was round and lustrous, marked by a pattern resembling a plant, distinctly etched upon it. "Teacher, what does this pattern signify?" Huo Yuhao eagerly inquired. "This is the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth within the soul bone," the pharmacist replied with a smile. "Whether through combat skills or soul techniques, they fundamentally connect one's cultivation with the laws of the universe to unleash power. Integrating these laws into the pill allows you to form a closer bond with them. This would attribute soul bone must originate from a plant-type soul beast. And consuming this primordial pill will enhance your vitality and recovery abilities, further strengthening your constitution. Now, do not delay, consume it quickly, for I shall protect you. Thank you." "Teacher." Shrek Academy, Inner Court. "Teacher, although Huo Yuhao is merely a first-year student, his martial soul exhibits remarkable control over flames, even able to consume them." Ma Xiaotao reported to Yan Xiaozha in his office. "Are you saying that Huo Yuhao can devour your phoenix evil fire? Moreover, after consuming it, he remained unaffected by the backlash?" Yan Xiaozha responded, astonished. "Indeed. Though the reason remains unclear, his martial soul possesses a strong counter against fire attribute soul masters. I have learned that he previously defeated an advanced soul master with his 11th level strength by devouring the flames they wielded," Ma Xiaotao affirmed. Not one to be foolish, Ma Xiaotao refrained from revealing her dealings with Huo Yuhao or any of his other secrets. Her motive for sharing Huo Yuhao's remarkable martial soul with Yan Xiaozha was to garner support for him from the academy. If Huo Yuhao's cultivation reached a certain level, he might ultimately resolve his troubles with the evil fire. Intriguing, quite intriguing. Yan Xiaozha smiled faintly, lifting a letter from his desk. "This is a list submitted by the Soul Guidance Department, recommending that some non-core students of the Martial Soul Department transfer to their studies. Notably, in the most inconspicuous corner of this list, the name Huo Yuhao from Class 9 of the new students is written. Xin Duo, you cunning rascal. You think you can steal my chicken? Dream on." Yan Xiaozha chuckled softly. His handwriting was a lively dance of dragons and phoenixes as he swiftly inscribed his response at the bottom of the letter, "Read and acknowledged." The transfer of students will take place 3 months after the completion of the new student assessment. Chapter 34. My name is not He, it's Huo Yuhao. "Ah, little Yuhao, this fried rice noodle is absolutely delectable. What did you put in it? I must ask Bebe to learn how to make it when we return." The night at the eastern gate of Shrek City remained bustling, with young boys and girls clad in Shrek Academy uniforms emerging from the gate, chatting and laughing. exuding an air of youthful exuberance. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao's stall was as popular as ever, despite having purchased numerous folding tables and chairs. A long queue of students formed to purchase barbecued treats, many opting to take their food back to the dormitory or standing to eat on the spot. Nevertheless, a significant number of students chose to indulge themselves at Huo Yuhao's stall, even diminishing the foot traffic in the Shrek Academy cafeteria that evening. With a grilled fish and several skewers, along with a few accompanying snacks like iron-plate eggs, Huo Yuhao placed them all on the table before Tanya. Sister Xiaya. Frying rice noodles isn't difficult. Besides controlling the heat, the key is to add chicken essence. That's what makes the noodles flavorful, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Then Bebe and I will try making it together when we get back, Tanya replied, narrowing her eyes in enjoyment of the delicious food, nodding in agreement. Huo Yuhao grinned and greeted Bebe beside him before returning to his bustling duties. 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. Yet Huo Yuhao's cultivation had yet to break through to the 19th level. This was not due to any deprivation of his abilities like Xiao Yan, but rather because of the effects of the one-star elixir he had consumed. The one-star elixir, refined by Yao Lao, was extraordinary in its efficacy. And with the presence of the wood attribute's heavenly laws, Huo Yuhao underwent a remarkable transformation after taking the medicine. Firstly, regarding his meridians. The previously sluggish pathways became unobstructed under the influence of the azure liquid concocted by Yao Lao, endowing Huo Yuhao with cultivation talents comparable to those of other top-tier soul masters. In fact, Huo Yuhao, who possessed an innate top-tier martial soul in his eyes, was naturally gifted. After consuming the one-star elixir, his innate talent underwent a rebirth. If the earlier azure droplet had restored his talent to the 8th or 9th level of innate soul power, then Huo Yuhao's current innate soul power had surpassed the 10th level, reaching the realm of divine-level martial soul masters. Of course, this change referred to his innate talent rather than his actual power. However, under the influence of the one-star elixir, all 12 primary and 8 extraordinary meridians within Huo Yuhao had been thoroughly unblocked. His meridians were now several times wider than those of soul masters at the same level and exhibited remarkable resilience, significantly enhancing his capacity for soul power. Additionally, Huo Yuhao's physique had been fortified to the level of golden bones and jade skin, allowing him to leave marks on iron with a single punch. Thus, the soul power cultivated over these 3 months had all been utilized to nourish his body and enhance its strength. The capacity of the meridians to bear soul power and the strength of his physique directly determined the age of soul rings a soul master could absorb. Now, even if Huo Yuhao were to absorb soul rings exceeding 6,000 years in age, he would feel no pressure whatsoever. Give me 5 meat skewers. A familiar voice called out. As Huo Yuhao lifted his gaze, he met a pair of light pink eyes, clad in fiery red, coupled with her striking figure. It was none other than Ma Xiaotao. Are you here to absorb some evil fire again? Huo Yuhao asked, lowering his voice as he glanced around to ensure no one was listening. I encountered a soul saint from the Holy Spirit cult during a mission, and it was quite challenging. In a moment of desperation, I had to use all my strength to defeat him. Ma Xiaotao chuckled lightly. But it wasn't a total loss. I gained quite a bit from this trip, at least enough to cover your reward. With Huo Yuhao's presence, Ma Xiaotao had been able to practice without restraint over the past 3 months, even undertaking 5 missions as an inter-academy student while generally residing on Sea God Island. However, engaging in combat caused her evil fire to react more rapidly. Yet, with Huo Yuhao by her side, she no longer had any concerns. Going all out in each encounter until her enemies were reduced to ash, Huo Yuhao naturally welcomed Ma Xiaodao's behavior, as he had once again acquired 3 pieces of 1,000-year soul bones, and the seed of the phoenix evil fire was on the verge of reaching perfection. Sufficient to fuel the burning technique. Old rules. Book a room at the hotel tonight and wait for me. Don't leave. Huo Yuhao winked, smiling. Ma Xiaodao's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, and she shot him an irritated glance before taking her meat skewers and turning to leave. As she departed, she didn't forget to walk over to Su Sanshur, the king of barbecue that night, and tear off a leg from the roasted lamb before returning to Shrek Academy. Satisfied, Su Sanshur lamented, why is it always me who gets hurt? Xiao, I only lost to Huo Yuhao last time, and ever since then, Shou-yi, that twisted old hag, has berated me every single day for the past 3 months. I can't take it anymore. Just wait. I'm ready to write to my uncles. This time, I'll make sure she regrets it. Once again, a familiar voice reached Huo Yuhao's ears, and he chuckled. Shaking his head, he didn't need to see to know who it was. The daughter of the Tang God King, not a complete entity. The heir of the Tang Sect, too bad she shares a surname with that old Wong next door, in the class monitor of the new student class, a total fool. Wang Dong. Oh dear, Wang Dong, don't be angry. Our class has been reduced to just 15 students after Yao Lao has expelled so many of them. If you were expelled too, I do have no hope of passing the new student assessment, Huo Yuhao said, nodding in satisfaction. Standing beside Wang Dong was a charmingly delicate girl, her gaze towards Wang Dong filled with shyness. When their eyes met, her face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. Huo Yuhao nodded in approval. Indeed, a match made in heaven. Wow, that smells amazing. What is that? Wang Dong had been worn out over the past few months. Despite her best efforts to save her classmates, Zhou Yi had become increasingly harsh, her management of the class more stringent than ever. Throughout these 3 months, new student class 1 had seen a student expelled nearly every other day, with even a record of 3 expulsions in a single day. Whenever a student was expelled, Wang Dong, as the class monitor, would be scolded mercilessly by Zhou Yi, who blamed the expulsions entirely on Wang Dong's inability to better guide her classmates in their training. The constant fear of Zhou Yi's scolding and the guilt of watching her classmates leave the academy nearly drove Wang Dong to madness. With the new student assessment approaching, Wang Dong decided to take a break, which led her to wander outside Shrek Academy with Xiao Xiao after class. Hey, you are. Xiao Xiao stepped forward, pointing her delicate finger at Huo Yuhao in astonishment. As Huo Yuhao continued to flip the skewers on the grill, he shrugged and replied, I am not He. I am Chu Yuxian. Oh no, I am Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao. Wang Dong stared at the tidy, apron-clad vendor before her, momentarily speechless. Although logically, Zhou Yi's worsening temperament and the scoldings she had endured over the past 3 months were all due to the presence of Huo Yuhao. She could not help but feel a twinge of envy upon seeing him. Envy? Of course, she envied Huo Yuhao's early success. Huo Yuhao, come back quickly. The new student class is distributing soul bones. What would you like? A grilled fish is 20 gold soul coins, a meat skewer is 5 gold soul coins, and a vegetable skewer is 2 gold soul coins. It's a small business, no credit, Huo Yuhao said with a light smile. As the scion of the Tang Sect, Wang Dong naturally possessed considerable wealth, and similarly, Xiao Xiao hailed from a formidable power, thus she did not hesitate to spend her soul coins. The two selected a few items and, with plates in hand, found a spot relatively close to Huo Yuhao. Ah, Yuhao, is this your friend? Upon noticing an unfamiliar newcomer greeting him, Tang Yi promptly approached. No, this is my nemesis, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Dong nearly choked on a piece of grilled meat, coughing incessantly. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Wang Dong, exasperated, rolled his eyes at Huo Yuhao and stood up to address Tang Yi. Hello, senior. My name is Wang Dong. Tang Yi smiled warmly. What a charming young boy. I like you. Would you consider joining our Tang Sect? Chapter 35, Devouring the Evil Fire, Evolution of the Burning Formula. Upon hearing the name of the Tang Sect, Wang Dong's body trembled slightly, and he asked in astonishment, Are you from the Tang Sect? Tang Yi nodded repeatedly, saying, Indeed. There are only the 2 of us left in the Tang Sect now, but we were once the foremost sect on the continent. I am the current leader of the Tang Sect, and this is my first disciple, Bei Bei. Surprised, aren't you? Come, the Tang Sect welcomes you. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Dong quickly nodded and said, Great. I have long heard of the miraculous hidden weapons of the Tang Sect. Sect leader. I wish to join the Tang Sect. Please accept me. Tang Yi hesitated for a moment, as she had not anticipated that Wang Dong would agree so readily. The Ziji demon eye flickered slightly, and Tang Yi discerned Wang Dong's remarkable nature. His essence was restrained, and his soul power was substantial. It was evident he hailed from a prominent family, yet this only deepened her suspicion. Have you truly considered this? You must understand that the Tang Sect has no residents left. Our foundation has been seized, and now it is only Bei Bei and me who remain. Tang Yi reiterated for confirmation. That is perfect. Wang Dong earnestly nodded. I wish to join the Tang Sect and learn the art of hidden weapons from you. Upon hearing this, Bei Bei's expression turned wary. He glanced at Wang Dong's almost flawless youthful visage, then at Tang Yi standing beside him. A sense of caution emerging in his eyes. Why would you wish to join this fallen sect without any reservations? What do you seek? Who is Wang Dong? You seem more like the neighbor's old Wang. Very well, as the leader of the Tang Sect, I grant you permission to join. However, you must continuously enhance your cultivation and grow stronger after joining the Tang Sect. When the sect requires aid, you must assist. I will not deceive you. Our Tang Sect is indeed in decline, but our techniques remain intact. However, I have one condition. Once you join the Tang Sect, you are bound to it for life. Should you wish to leave one day, you must return all the sect's secret arts. I understand, Teacher Xiaoya, Wang Dong nodded. Upon hearing him refer to her as Teacher Xiaoya, Bei Bei's gaze flickered with a peculiar light, and his wariness towards Wang Dong intensified. Hey, junior sister. Would you like to join the Tang Sect too? Tangya asked, noticing Xiao Xiao devouring skewers nearby. Me? Xiao Xiao looked confused at Tangya, then turned to Wang Dong, her face suddenly flushing red. Seeing this, Tangya smiled and continued to persuade, junior sister, once you join the Tang Sect, we will be family. If you encounter anything unclear while practicing the sect's secret arts, I can have Wang Dong teach you personally. Family. Hand in hand. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's eyes glazed over, her cheeks growing ever redder. Now is the time for fantasy. JPG all right. I will join the Tang Sect. Xiao Xiao succumbed to the allure and finally nodded in agreement with Tangya. Wonderful. Bei Bei, did you see that? Our Tang Sect has expanded to 4 members. Tangya exclaimed joyfully, nearly jumping up. However, her eyes then narrowed as she smiled at Huo Yuhao and said, Little Yuhao, our Tang Sect's strength has significantly increased. Would you like to? Sister Xiaoya, I truly have no intention of joining any sect or force at the moment. After all, I am an orphan with no support. Wherever I go, I would only bring trouble. Huo Yuhao's soul power surged, intensely stimulating his tear ducts. And large drops of tears began to fall. God King's technique, Jade Heart Disease. Activate. Little Yuhao, I didn't realize you harbored such pain within. Very well. I shall not pressure you. We can discuss this again when you come to terms with it. Seeing Huo Yuhao in such a state, Tangya naturally refrained from further persuasion. She and Bei Bei moved the tables and chairs to join Su Sancher's table, borrowing his roasted lamb to commence the welcoming feast for the new members of the Tang Sect. Su Sancher, why is it always me who gets hurt? Later that night, after sending off Ma Xiaodao, Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on his wooden bed, a dark red glow flickering in his eyes. Fire arise. With this soft command from Huo Yuhao, dark red flames surged from his right palm. At this moment, the phoenix evil fire enveloped not only his hand but also his entire upper body, resembling a suit of dark red fiery armor. The temperature in the room escalated instantly, and Huo Yuhao casually picked up a silver knife from the table. Under the might of the phoenix evil fire, the silver knife melted in an instant, transforming into a liquid state. Well, the power is somewhat acceptable, but the strength of this phoenix evil fire is nearing the limits of your control. If you continue to cultivate it, backlash may soon occur, said Yao Lao, emerging from the black ring. Then I shall consume it before it can retaliate against me. Huo Yuhao replied with a faint smile. Here are the pulse protection pill and the ice heart pill. Remember to take them beforehand when you consume it. Yao Lao presented 2 small jade bottles on the table. When absorbing the phoenix evil fire, you must guide the evil fire along the route of the burning formula. The flames drawn from others are vastly different from your own soul power. They cause significant destruction along their path, necessitating the use of pills to protect your meridians. Moreover, the phoenix evil fire is extremely violent and malevolent. It will affect your mind. If your spirit is corroded, the process of consumption must be abandoned. The ice heart pill will safeguard your mind from its influence, keeping you in a state of clarity and serenity. Huo Yuhao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 2 small jade bottles before he closed his eyes, gradually sinking his consciousness within. The soul power within his meridians began to operate rapidly, while the phoenix evil fire seed within him was forcibly separated from his soul power. Then, a torrent of pale yellow soul power surged forth, enveloping the phoenix evil fire completely. Under Huo Yuhao's mental control, he began to guide the phoenix evil fire along the meridian lines of the burning formula. At that moment, the seed of the phoenix evil fire instinctively sensed a crisis and began to frantically assault the soul power prison Huo Yuhao had erected. As the evil fire blazed, Huo Yuhao's meridians experienced excruciating burning pain, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Take the pills. Yao Lao's voice rang out sharply. Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Huo Yuhao did not hesitate to seize the 2 small jade bottles and swallowed the fragrant pills without delay. As the pills entered his stomach, they transformed into a warm current, swiftly wrapping the meridians required for cultivating the burning formula in a faint white energy membrane. Simultaneously, Huo Yuhao's mental energy sensed a touch of coldness, which did not bring pain but rather made his consciousness feel refreshingly comfortable. With the medicinal power safeguarding his meridians and spirit, Huo Yuhao immediately channeled all his strength to operate the soul power enveloping the phoenix evil fire, causing it to surge wildly through his meridians. As the soul power encasing the evil fire flowed along the route of the burning formula, Huo Yuhao's mental energy suddenly detected that a strand of soul power was beginning to undergo a peculiar fusion with the evil fire. No, it was not merely a fusion. Rather, the phoenix evil fire was gradually being devoured by Huo Yuhao's burning formula soul power. After 3 more cycles of operation, the soul power of Huo Yuhao's burning technique had completely merged with the phoenix's evil fire. The originally pale yellow soul power transformed into an inky black hue, with faint black flames flickering upon its surface. At last, the now black soul power surged through the final meridian, completing a flawless circulation within his body, and converged towards Huo Yuhao's eyes. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao's eyes flew open, and 2 streams of what appeared to be tangible black golden flames erupted from his divine eye, while the fluctuations of soul power emanating from his body surged explosively. To his surprise, by a twist of fate, he had broken through to the 19th level of soul power. However, the change in the color of the flames was rather peculiar, remarked the elder Yao with astonishment. No. This is the true form of the phoenix's evil fire, or rather, the primordial fire of the dark phoenix. Ma Xiaodao feared the power of her own martial soul and was unwilling to allow the inherent dark attributes to merge with her being, which led to her backlash. Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Ah, so that's how it is, elder Yao said, shaking his head in resignation. He then quickly inquired, have you checked the evolution of the burning technique? What level is it now? As he observed the eager expression on elder Yao's face, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes, and he joyfully announced, it's at the intermediate level of the yellow rank. Chapter 36, The Freshman Assessment, A Triumvirate Alliance. Do not fret, there is still one more chapter. The following day, in the classroom of Class 9. Today, the physical training class is suspended, as there are some matters to discuss with the students. Mujin's gentle voice resonated throughout the classroom, and as she spoke, the students of Class 9 quickly ceased their chatter, the room falling into a profound silence, all sitting up straight and gazing at the podium. Mujin's teaching prowess was already on par with Shou-yi, and coupled with her amiable demeanor and leniency towards her students, the freshmen held her in high esteem. Of course, this was partly due to Huo Yuhao's influence. 3 months had passed since the beginning of the semester, and you are now poised to face your first assessment at Shrek Academy. Only upon passing this assessment will you officially become first-year students and truly be part of Shrek Academy. The assessment will commence tomorrow, and today I will outline its key points for you. Rest assured, I have witnessed your hard work over the past 3 months, and I have great confidence in you. Mujin's gaze was filled with pride and encouragement. She could now assert without hesitation that Class 9 was the most united and collectively honorable class she had ever taught at Shrek Academy. This unity stemmed not only from Mujin's exceptional teaching skills and the students' strong foundational qualities, but also from the leadership of Class President Huo Yuhao. Thanks to his presence, Mujin felt she needed not exert excessive effort, as Class 9 operated with remarkable efficiency. Huo Yuhao, at her call, he promptly stood and approached the podium. Please distribute these to your classmates by name, Mujin instructed, handing him a stack of documents. Huo Yuhao's eyes flickered as he observed that each page of the substantial stack bore a similar layout. The top featured the student's name, followed by Mujin's written comments and suggestions regarding their future development, and half a page left blank below. You are all the most outstanding students I have encountered. Although some of you may not continue your studies at Shrek Academy after the freshman assessment, I hope you can find your own path for future development. Mujin said with a smile, with a road beneath your feet, there will be light in your eyes. I hope each of you can become a powerful soul master in the future. It was hard to fathom how Mujin had managed to observe and analyze each of the 100 students so thoroughly and anticipate their developmental paths. By this measure, her dedication to teaching far surpassed that of Shou-yi, earning her the unanimous respect of all students in Class 9. The comments atop each document represented Mujin's encouragement and earnest expectations for these budding soul masters, while the half page of blank space symbolized that each individual's future must be pinned by themselves, unclouded by the subjective judgments of others. Huo Yuhao distributed the documents to his classmates, and each student gazed at him with admiration, not for any other reason than that Huo Yuhao had truly won them over during these past 3 months. In the first 2 months, the physical training classes were tailored according to Huo Yuhao's arrangements, addressing each student's physical deficiencies with targeted exercises. The most recent month focused on close-quarters combat techniques, which Huo Yuhao had discussed with Mujin to implement. This training was inclusive of all students in Class 9, regardless of gender or soul type. Initially, those from prominent sects, boasting robust physiques and having undergone close combat training since childhood, attempted to challenge Huo Yuhao's authority as class president. However, within just one class, all students were swiftly defeated in combat against Huo Yuhao, with the strongest among them falling after merely 3 exchanges. Swift, ruthless, and lethal. This encapsulated the essence of Huo Yuhao's combat techniques learned in his previous life. Strictly speaking, it could be termed as a form of assassination. Huo Yuhao simplified and adapted these techniques to impart to the freshmen some rapid mastery moves. Due to Huo Yuhao's formidable display of strength, the young students of Class 9 became his fervent admirers, their admiration rivaling that which they held for their instructor, Mu Jin. Following the freshman assessment, tailored instruction will commence, and you will face class division. I have offered some preliminary suggestions for each of you. However, the ultimate decision lies with yourselves. Contemplate carefully and pin your planned developmental direction in the blank space below to submit to me shortly. The paths of cultivation refer to classifications such as offense, defense, control, and support. Although you have all been together for these initial 3 months, the true first-year studies will necessitate differentiation, as the training inclinations for each type of soul master vary considerably. For now, focus on your future planning. I will now introduce the details of the freshman assessment at Shrek Academy. Mu Jin lightly tapped the blackboard and inscribed 2 large characters, practical combat. Indeed, it is practical combat. Moreover, every individual must partake in the battles. Shrek Academy has always prioritized practical ability over theoretical prowess. You are correct, however. If I elevate the theoretical prowess of my spiritual energy to surpass that of a god king, and a soul shock could reduce the esteemed Tang god king's head to porridge, how might you respond to that? Huo Yuhao silently mused. Naturally, Mu Jin could not read minds and was unaware of Huo Yuhao's inner thoughts. She continued addressing the numerous students below, elaborating on the contents of the freshman assessment. Pitting support-type soul masters against offensive-type soul masters would undoubtedly be unjust, thus the freshman assessment will take the form of 3-on-3 team battles. During team formation, a maximum of 1 offensive-type soul master is permitted, with the remaining 2 members selected freely. Yet, you need not overly concern yourselves. As long as the team composition is not excessively extreme, the Academy generally refrains from interference. I have prepared a recommendation list for your groupings. However, it is merely a suggestion, and you possess the liberty to form your own teams. If you fail to do so, a random draw will determine the teams. The freshman assessment will occur concurrently for the entire grade. Given the substantial number of new students this year, nearly 300 teams will compete in this assessment. Yet only half will remain. This implies that only the top 150 teams will become first-year students at Shrek Academy. With rankings determined by the points accrued in battle, the order of combat will be decided by a draw, with each team required to engage in at least 10 battles, ultimately ranked by their victories. The top 64 teams will advance to the elimination rounds, with the Academy bestowing various rewards upon the top 4 teams. As for the champion team's reward, I can only say it will be a coveted treasure you have long dreamed of. Every student listened intently for them. The freshman assessment was pivotal for their continued presence. Should they be eliminated, they would return to their families or sects, severing their ties with Shrek forever. A fervent determination simmered within everyone. None would willingly concede defeat. They had toiled for 3 months, and none wished to face elimination at this juncture. Each homeroom teacher for the new students may recommend one exceptional candidate to directly pass the assessment and enter the Soul Engineer Department for training. Chen Guang. Do you wish to become a first-year student in the Soul Engineer Department? Mu Jin inquired. Teacher, I am willing. A chubby and rather endearing male student stood up and exclaimed with joy. Although his soul power ranked low among the students in the 9th class, his martial spirit was related to metal, making him particularly suited for studying in the Soul Engineer Department. Excellent. I have categorized each of you based on the characteristics of your martial spirits. After careful analysis, I have divided our class into 33 groups. This grouping is provisional. If anyone has objections, please come to my office before evening. Once reported, changes cannot be made. Now, let us begin the grouping. The first group comprises Huo Yuhao, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng. Chapter 37. The Objective, Champion of the Freshman Assessment. Today marks the first day of publication, with 4 updates totaling 10,000 words. I am immensely grateful for your support. For those readers who are puzzled as to why I have chosen this moment to publish, I kindly ask you to refer to the directory and locate the chapter containing my thoughts on this matter. Thank you for your understanding. What a grouping. The class leader, the vice class leader, and Wu Feng are all in the same team. The trio of powerhouses joining forces indicates that the teacher-S arrangement is undoubtedly aimed at securing the top position in the freshman assessment. However, wait a moment. Didn't teacher Mu Jin just state that no group can contain two strong attack-type soul masters? Wu Feng is a beast martial soul strong attack-type soul master. And with the class leader included, doesn't that make two? Upon hearing the doubts of others, Huo Yuhao calmly stood up and pointed to himself, saying, I hope you don't misunderstand. I am indeed a bona fide support-type soul master. As soon as he spoke, the students of Class 9 cast disdainful glances at him. Every physical training class begins with you thoroughly beating everyone up, and you dare claim to be a support-type soul master? You must be joking. So your understanding of support-type soul masters is that as long as you defeat all opponents, you can perfectly ensure your teammates' safety? Truly a small genius. However, upon reflection, the students of Class 9 quickly realized the truth. After 3 months of camaraderie, they had come to know that Huo Yuhao's martial soul was of the spiritual type. Most spiritual martial souls are either control type or support type, thus teacher Mu Jin's grouping was entirely valid and without issue. Nevertheless, if Huo Yuhao's group were to compete, the scenes of battle could be largely anticipated. When members of the opposing team attempted to flank, they would discover that the seemingly weak support-type soul master possessed combat prowess that exceeded that of a strong attack-type soul master. One could only wonder at their reactions. I hope everyone remains safe. What a clever ploy to feign weakness. How insidious, indeed. As the groupings by Mu Jin were finalized, every student felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Mu Jin was well acquainted with each member of Class 9, even considering their interpersonal relationships when forming groups. This meticulous arrangement left no student dissatisfied with their placement, all eager to showcase their abilities. Well then, class is about to conclude. I trust you have all nearly completed your considerations. Please submit the materials previously distributed, and you may leave for the day. After returning, ensure you rest well and prepare yourselves, as I hope all 33 members of our freshman Class 9 can advance. Huo Yuhao, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng, please stay behind. After submitting their materials, the other students bade farewell to Mu Jin and the trio before returning to their dormitories to prepare for the assessment. For some, this may have been their last opportunity to meet with Mu Jin and Huo Yuhao. Despite feelings of reluctance, they steeled themselves to face the upcoming battle. I wish to examine the future paths you three have chosen, Mu Jin remarked, holding the 3 documents belonging to Huo Yuhao, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng. A smile gracing her lips. Wu Feng, strong attack type, no issues there. The Red Dragon Martial Soul is indeed a top-tier beast martial soul. Ning Tian, strong attack type? Huh. Mu Jin suddenly paused. Teacher, I wish to study alongside Wu Feng. Hence I too have chosen a strong attack type class, Ning Tian replied calmly. While I do not doubt the teaching capabilities of Shrek Academy, my Jiubao Liuli sect has a millennium-long heritage. Having perfected the soul ring configurations and usage methods for the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul. Joining a strong attack-type class will deepen my understanding of battles between soul masters, thereby enhancing my insights and experiences and aiding others during combat. Your reasoning is quite sound, Mu Jin nodded in approval. Ning Tian, indeed, embodies the wisdom of the Ning family. Having inherited both the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul and their astuteness, a millennium ago, the sect leader Ning Fengji was renowned as the wisest soul master. And it appears Ning Tian has inherited some of that legacy. Turning her gaze, Mu Jin focused on Huo Yuhao. If Ning Tian represents wisdom, then Huo Yuhao. He is somewhat cunning. Even after 3 months of interaction, Mu Jin found it impossible to decipher just how much strength Huo Yuhao concealed. He resembled a deep abyss filled with water, appearing calm on the surface, yet harboring unfathomable depths and uncertainties. Huo Yuhao support type? Mu Jin's eyes widened, fixing a penetrating stare on him. Beside her, Ning Tian and Wu Feng regarded Huo Yuhao with barely concealed irritation, seemingly questioning his choice. To be honest, Ning Tian's decision to join the strong attack-type class was partly motivated by a desire to learn alongside Wu Feng, but it was also influenced by Huo Yuhao. In her eyes, Huo Yuhao was akin to an inexhaustible treasure, capable of unveiling new surprises at any moment. Even during the recent close combat training, she had gained considerable insight. For a support-type soul master like her, even the slightest enhancement in combat ability represented a significant leap forward. Yet, she had committed to the strong attack type. While Huo Yuhao had opted for support, leaving her feeling somewhat overshadowed. Has he grown addicted to playing the fool? Is he perhaps taking it too far? Teacher, you are aware of my martial soul and the soul skills I possess. I am unequivocally a support type, Huo Yuhao replied nonchalantly. I simply abhor senseless violence. It is dreadfully uninteresting. You. Mu Jin nearly laughed in exasperation, gazing at him with a knowing look. Do not presume I am unaware. You merely wish to avoid Zhou. Let me inform you that due to the recent expulsion of too many students from Class 1, Zhou has lost her qualifications to be the head of the strong attack type class. That position is now held by me, so you need not worry. Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, but then a broad smile broke across his face. That eccentric old hag has actually been banned from the academy? What delightful news. Since you are now the homeroom teacher, I shall certainly cooperate with your endeavors. Let the support type be set aside. I have a preference for control type, after all. 4 strong attack type and control type soul masters are inseparable. If they must be divided, let them be in the same class. As Huo Yuhao diligently revised his document, changing his designation from support type to control type, a smile illuminated Mu Jin's face. Although the freshman assessment merely marks your first evaluation at Shrek Academy, it holds considerable significance for your future training paths. Achieving a commendable rank in this assessment may lead to becoming a core disciple of the academy, receiving focused cultivation. Ning Tian has already reached the rank of Soul Master, which is quite rare among freshmen, with Wu Feng possessing the supreme strong attack type, Beast Martial Soul. The Red Dragon, his combat prowess, is equally formidable. As for you, Huo Yuhao, while the teacher does not oppose your strategy of concealing your strength, now that you have joined a team, it is essential to embody a sense of collective honor. I hope you will take responsibility for your teammates. Cough, cough, cough. Huo Yuhao coughed repeatedly, feeling that Mu Jin's final statement was somewhat off-key. Is she really suggesting that I take responsibility for Ning Tian and Wu Feng? Teacher, you may not be aware that the two of them have already achieved self-sufficiency in both production and sales, and I find it impossible to intervene. However, I harbor no doubts regarding the capabilities of the three of you. Thus, I am assigning you a singular task. Your sole objective in the freshman assessment is to secure the championship title. Moreover, I can divulge that our Shrek Academy is renowned for its generous rewards. Among all the assessments conducted by the academy, the prizes for the champions of the freshman assessment and the external graduation assessment are the most substantial. As for the specifics of the rewards, you shall discover them once you attain victory. Now, go forth and prepare yourselves. I have faith in your abilities. Huo Yuhao, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile before placing their hands together in unison. Class 9, we shall prevail. Chapter 38, The Final Frenzy, Zhou Yi's Wager. That night, Huo Yuhao chose not to venture out but instead returned to his hotel to immerse himself in cultivation. Having just consumed the Phoenix Evil Fire using the burning method, he was not yet adept at wielding it with complete mastery. Therefore, he decided to dedicate his time to consolidating his cultivation, preparing himself for the battle that awaited him the following day. Yuhao, since you have devoured a type of beast fire, your original soul power from the burning method has undergone a transformation. I shall impart to you a formidable combat technique. Known as the 8 Extremes Flame Control, Elder Yao emerged from the black ring, his form materializing as he spoke. This technique was acquired during my youthful years while training abroad. It is a high-level technique of the mysterious rank. When employed, it transforms your flame into a fiery vortex, effectively guarding you against all long-range attacks. As Elder Yao pointed his finger, he gently touched Huo Yuhao's forehead, and an influx of information surged into his mind. 8 Extremes Flame Control? A faint smile graced Huo Yuhao's lips. Thank you, Master. Just watch. This time the championship of the new student assessment will undoubtedly belong to me. The night passed in diligent training, and the next morning, after breakfast, Huo Yuhao arrived at the classroom. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a lively atmosphere. Following the group divisions from the previous day, the new students of Class 9 were clustered in groups of 3, fervently discussing tactics for the upcoming assessment. This time, Huo Yuhao did not opt for his usual seat in the middle of the back row. Instead, he chose to sit right beside Wu Feng in the front row. Wu Feng shifted uncomfortably but said nothing. How did you rest last night? You seem quite well today. Ning Tian, also seated next to Wu Feng, remarked cheerfully. With a full meal and sound sleep, naturally, I'm in good spirits, Huo Yuhao replied with a chuckle. The assessment starts this afternoon. Shall we strategize? There's nothing to strategize. With our strength, we can simply crush them, Wu Feng dismissed, shaking his head. Very well, we shall see your performance this afternoon, Huo Yuhao laughed heartily, patting Wu Feng on the shoulder with a look of encouragement. What are you doing? Wu Feng quickly shrugged off Huo Yuhao's warm hand, her cheeks flushing. Huo Yuhao, are you planning to conceal your strength and refrain from taking action this afternoon? Ning Tian said, soothing Wu Feng with a smile before turning to Huo Yuhao. Is that even a question? Since our goal is victory, we must not allow others to fully analyze us ahead of time, Huo Yuhao shrugged. Do you truly believe there are no formidable opponents among this year's new students? While I concede that our team is strong, to claim we can simply crush everyone is utterly unrealistic. Are you afraid? Wu Feng challenged, eyeing Huo Yuhao provocatively. Hiki. Huo Yuhao regarded Wu Feng with a look of evident concern for her naivety, shaking his head with a smile. Class 2 has the evil Phantom Moon, a top-tier defensive martial soul, the Pippi Elephant, and she has already attained the rank of Soul Master. Such a premier defensive martial soul possesses formidable resistance against attribute attacks. Do you feel confident in overcoming such an adversary? Wu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Class 7 boasts a pair of sister soul masters capable of unleashing control-type martial soul fusion techniques. With your current strength, can you break through the combined fusion technique of two great soul masters? Most critically, Class 5's Dai Huabin is a soul master hailing from the White Tiger Duke's estate, the direct descendant of Duke Dai Hao. One of his team members is named Zhu Lu. Don't tell me you are unaware of what that signifies. The martial soul fusion technique, the Netherworld White Tiger. Ning Tian could not help but exclaim. She was well aware of the illustrious legacy of the Dai and Zhu families in the Star Luo Empire. Renowned for their martial soul fusion technique, the Netherworld White Tiger. A millennium ago, Ning Tian's ancestor, who ascended to godhood, Ning Rongrong, had evolved the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower and was a member of the legendary Shrek 7 monsters, the leader of that generation. The evil-eyed White Tiger, Dai Mubai, alongside another member, the Netherworld Spirit Cat, Zhu Qing, could unleash the terrifying Netherworld White Tiger fusion technique, both ultimately ascending to godhood. Thus, the renowned reputation of the Netherworld White Tiger in the realm of Soul Masters was indeed unparalleled. Now, do you still believe our strength can simply crush our way to victory in the new student assessment? Huo Yuhao spoke calmly. Huo Yuhao, where did you acquire all this information? Ning Tian inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. You don't think I was merely selling grilled fish at the academy gate for profit, do you? I merely need to listen to the discussions of the students passing by to gather information with astonishing accuracy. Wu Feng fell silent for a moment but ultimately chose to concede to Huo Yuhao. All right, I acknowledge my arrogance. So, how should we arrange our tactical strategy? Huo Yuhao shrugged with a grin. I have no idea either. Ahem. Ning Tian and Wu Feng nearly choked on Huo Yuhao's words. Even Ning Tian, usually composed and wise, struggled to suppress her urge to give Huo Yuhao a good beating. In any case, I will not take action against weaker teams, or rather, I will refrain from revealing my strength. After all, teams lacking or with only one great soul master should be easily dealt with, especially with Ning Tian and my support. However, I also have a requirement for both of you. During battles, if it is possible to avoid revealing your soul skills, do so. All soul skills should only be unleashed when absolutely necessary, so that we do not expose our full strength when facing weaker teams. Ning Tian and Wu Feng exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. As expected of the cunning strategist, your reasoning is indeed clear. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Mu Jin entered Class 9's classroom, lightly tapping the blackboard. The previously noisy classroom fell silent. It seems everyone heeded my words last night and rested well? Excellent. The ability to remain unflustered before battle is a fundamental quality of an outstanding soul master. This afternoon, the competition will officially commence, and teams from our class will not be grouped together, so you need not worry about internal conflicts. That is all I have to say. Remember to participate in the grouping draw during lunchtime, and gather in the designated assessment area before class this afternoon. Now, return and prepare accordingly. With that, Mu Jin left Class 9's classroom, and the students began to rise, seeking a place to conduct team practice. Meanwhile, in a nearby grove beside the teaching building, Zhou Yi and Mu Jin stood facing each other. Zhou Yi's face was filled with jealousy and resentment, while Mu Jin wore a slight smile. Mu Jin, you actually stole my position as class instructor. That position rightfully belongs to me. Zhou Yi exclaimed in anger. Mu Jin scoffed, shaking her head. This is all your own doing. If you continued as class instructor for a few more years, the number of teachers in Shrek Academy would surpass that of the students. You. Zhou Yi's eyes nearly blazed with fury at her words. Dare you wager once more? Wager? What will you stake against me? Mu Jin replied with a cold laugh. The wager will be based on the performance of our 2 classes in the new student assessment, with the stake still being a soul bone. However, if I lose, I shall resign from Shrek Academy, and if you lose, you must do the same. So, what say you? Do you dare to accept? Mu Jin shook her head and turned to leave, declaring, boring. Such childish wagers hold no interest for me. Wait, Zhou Yi exclaimed, hesitating for a moment before continuing. I will add an 8th level close combat soul guide crafted by Fan Yu. If you win, I shall have Fan Yu tailor one specifically for you. Deal. Chapter 39. Invasion like fire. Instant kill. The examination area of Shrek Academy is situated in the central northern part of the Martial Soul Department, adjacent to the Battle Soul Zone. For some students from the outer academy, this place serves as a nightmare. As every year a significant number are eliminated due to failing the Academy's assessments, most of which take place within this examination area. The assessment zone is oval-shaped. Unlike the enclosed arena of the Battle Soul Zone, and consists of an open space. Encircled by a low wall, the interior is partitioned into several areas, with dividers that can be rearranged to alter the size of these zones. Currently, this vast assessment area of approximately 20,000 square meters has been divided into 50 zones, each roughly 400 square meters in size. Given the limited destructive power and attack range of the new students, such an area suffices for them to demonstrate their abilities. The afternoon assessments officially commence, with each group of new students required to participate in a single match on the first day before they may leave. Except for the first class of new students, which has only 5 groups participating, other classes generally have over 30 groups, whether by coincidence or fate. Huo Yuhao and his companions find themselves assigned to Zone 33, easily identifiable by its prominent markers. The other new students in the same zone cast glances filled with evident hostility towards Huo Yuhao and his team, as only half of them can expect to remain. Attention all new students. Please proceed to the assessment area immediately to prepare for the new student evaluation. There are only 10 minutes left to enter. Latecomers will be considered to have forfeited the assessment. The booming announcement reverberates throughout the outer academy, causing the expressions of the new students to grow serious. Faced with the harsh reality of the new student assessments, few, aside from a select few exceptionally powerful individuals, can maintain their composure. A teacher, appearing to be around 40 years old, arrives at Zone 33. He bears an ordinary appearance, lacking any imposing presence, and wears a warm smile, appearing quite amiable. Hello everyone. My name is Wang Yin, and I will be responsible for your assessments over the next few days. I must remind you that inflicting serious harm on your opponents is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, I will regrettably have to ask you to leave and report the incident to the academy. Seeing the students nodding in understanding, Wang Yin smiled, opened a folder, glanced at it, and announced, the first round of the first assessment pits Team Huo Yuhao from New Student Class 9 against Team Ouyang Junyi from New Student Class 3. Upon entering, stand at opposite corners. You may release your martial souls only after I declare the match to begin. Enter now. As previously strategized, Wu Feng boldly positions herself at the forefront, with Huo Yuhao and Ning Tian flanking her on either side, forming a triangular formation, while the opposing trio stands shoulder to shoulder. Once both teams are in position, Teacher Wang Yin nods, stating, the assessment begins. As his words echoed, Ning Tian extended her right hand, calling out, 7 treasures, turn out the glazed. She spun gracefully on the spot, and a dazzling array of colors erupted from her form, coalescing into a magnificent 7-layered treasure tower, more than a foot tall, shimmering with countless gems. Its appearance captivated the onlookers instantly. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged from Ning Tian, rhythmically swirling around the tower. The 7 treasures glazed sect, the 7 treasures glazed tower? Wang Yin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A disciple of the Soul Master rank from the 7 treasures glazed sect. This new batch truly harbors hidden talents. At this moment, Wu Feng completed her martial soul embodiment, her figure suddenly towering, radiating an intense heat that caused the surrounding air to ripple. With those crimson dragon scales. It must be a top-tier fire element dragon martial soul. Class 9 possesses formidable strength. They certainly have a chance at victory. Wang Yin nodded in approval. Huo Yuhao surveyed the surrounding crowd, a glint of mockery flickering in his eyes. A circle of ethereal white soul rings quietly emerged beneath his feet. Yet his body exhibited no other peculiarities. Wang Yin fell silent, as did the spectators, utterly astonished. A soul master of the 7 treasures glazed tower, paired with a powerful attacking beast martial soul, constituted an explosive combination. Yet, their teammate was merely a soul master with a decade-old soul ring, and appeared to be an auxiliary type? What merit does a soul master with a decade-old soul ring have to team up with such formidable and beautiful women? The onlookers pondered endlessly, unable to comprehend their own shortcomings. Truly, it felt like 2 exquisite flowers blooming amidst a pile of dung. However, after establishing a mental connection through Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection, the expressions of Wu Feng and Ning Tian shifted dramatically. The mental probe was all-encompassing, capable of discerning even the slightest changes. They felt as if they had gained a second brain, allowing them to focus on the ongoing battle while making automatic judgments. Within a 50-meter radius, every detail was crystal clear, devoid of blind spots, as if they had countless eyes observing from various angles. Suddenly, Wu Feng's eyes lit up. She sensed a change in the soul power fluctuations of the little chubby boy at the back of the opposing team. "Come here, my big chicken leg," Zhao Haochen, a food-type martial soul master from Ouyang Juni's team, bellowed as a ring of yellow soul rings erupted beneath him, two beams of yellow light shimmering in his hands. Instantly, 2 roasted chicken legs materialized in his palms, swiftly handed to his teammates in front. 7 treasures, turn out the glazed. 7 treasures are renowned for their speed. Ning Tian's first soul ring illuminated, the rich yellow light enhancing the tower's splendor. A radiant beam shot forth from the tower, landing upon Wu Feng. First soul skill, Dragon's Fire. Wu Feng's first soul ring glowed, and with Ning Tian's support, her speed surged, leaving a trail of afterimages in her wake. In an instant, Wu Feng appeared before Ouyang Juni's trio. Launching herself into the air, her long legs engulfed in crimson flames. She struck fiercely at the chest of the 2 standing in front. The 2, still processing the chicken legs they had just received, found themselves propelled through the air before they could even take a bite. Despite their earlier attempts to evade, every movement was captured by Wu Feng's keen observation, allowing her to predict their evasive maneuvers effortlessly. Boom! With a kick fueled by unparalleled speed, the 2 opponents transformed into rolling figures, leaving only the food-type soul master Zhao Haochen behind, who had just summoned another chicken leg, staring in disbelief as he failed to grasp where his teammates had vanished. "What the heck? Where are my teammates? Someone save me." On the sidelines, Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, while the other teams watching the match wore solemn expressions. The entire Zone 33 fell into a profound silence. Such overwhelming strength. What a terrifying attacking soul master. As they turned their gaze towards Huo Yuhao, jealousy brewed in their eyes. "Why I too wish to soar alongside beautiful sisters." Clearing his throat, Wang Yan boldly declared. Team Huo Yuhao from New Student Class 9 is victorious. Chapter 40, Success Through Assessment. On the opposite side of the competition arena, the 2 fallen members of Ouyang Juni's team had already risen to their feet. Wu Feng's strike had not been delivered with full force, and thus they had not sustained any real injuries. However, the humiliation of being swiftly defeated left them seething with anger. Without uttering a word, they covered their faces and hastily departed. "Wow, we 3 are truly remarkable," exclaimed Huo Yuhao, striding from the back of the team to join Wu Feng and Ning Tian. Laughing heartily, at this remark, the surrounding teams stumbled in disbelief. "Have some dignity. What does it have to do with you? I ask, what does it concern you? From the very beginning of the battle, you merely stood there, activating your martial soul and idly observing. The buffs were provided by Ning Tian, while the damage was dealt by Wu Feng. What right do you have to boast?" Watching Huo Yuhao nestled comfortably between Ning Tian and Wu Feng, the onlookers were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. This was sheer arrogance, unabashed boasting. Would the Academy truly allow such a thing? Permitting a newcomer to coast through the assessment on the coattails of others? They felt an overwhelming envy. Wang Yan, too, was taken aback. The newcomer Class 9 team was called Huo Yuhao's team, implying that he was the captain. Yet, in terms of cultivation level, Ning Tian and Wu Feng clearly surpassed him, with Ning Tian being a direct descendant of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School, a lineage of high nobility. Nonetheless, Huo Yuhao was the leader of this team, suggesting that this seemingly inexperienced student, possessing only a decade-old soul ring, was the core of the group. Why was that the case? Huo Yuhao thought. Need I explain? It's because I am the protagonist. The assessment for newcomers progressed rapidly, and the results of the first round were soon announced. The efficacy of Huo Yuhao's month-long close-quarters combat training was markedly evident, as the newcomers primarily engaged in hand-to-hand combat due to the lack of available soul skills. This was especially true among beast martial soul users. Thanks to Huo Yuhao's rigorous training, the combat abilities of Class 9 students surged dramatically. All 33 teams of the newcomer class achieved victory, with no defeats. Of course, luck played a significant role in this outcome. Had they encountered one of the few exceptionally powerful teams, the limited skills imparted by Huo Yuhao might not have sufficed. On the following day, the intensity of the assessments increased significantly, with 2 rounds held in both the morning and afternoon, totaling 4 rounds. The third day proved even more daunting, requiring each team to complete 5 rounds of assessments within just 3 days. This not only tested the students' practical combat skills but also their endurance in prolonged battles. Beginning today, the students of newcomer Class 9 began to appreciate the benefits of the targeted physical training conducted by Mu Jane. They felt an overwhelming advantage in stamina and strength compared to their opponents, a disparity that became increasingly pronounced as the competition progressed. One team from Class 9, despite losing one member to elimination, managed to exhaust a stronger opponent by running laps around the assessment area for a full quarter of an hour, successfully turning the tables on their adversaries. However, for Huo Yuhao and his companions, their approach had become somewhat monotonous, as each battle followed the same routine without any discernible variation. Ning Tian accelerated, Wu Feng launched surprise attacks, while Huo Yuhao observed from the sidelines. This procedure resembled an assembly line, smooth and simplistic, yet utterly tedious. The trio easily triumphed in all 4 matches of the second day, achieving a commendable record of 5 victories without a single defeat. With such a foundation, they could confidently assert that they had successfully passed the newcomer assessment. Nevertheless, this left Wang Yin feeling rather vexed. He had initially hoped to gauge the true strength of Huo Yuhao and his companions. But aside from the previously revealed first soul skills of Ning Tian and Wu Feng, Huo Yuhao's team had not showcased any new soul skills during their battles. As a theoretical instructor, Wang Yin found himself unable to discern the true capabilities of newcomer Class 9, leaving him perplexed about Huo Yuhao's abilities. This left him feeling quite unsettled. Surely, he could not be merely a wealthy benefactor, allowing Ning Tian and Wu Feng to carry him through the newcomer assessment, could he? Yet, it was unlikely that the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School, which was financially strained, would engage in such a thankless endeavor. Huo Yuhao, the 3 of you come here. Wang Yin called to Huo Yuhao and his companions after the conclusion of the day's matches. Naturally, Huo Yuhao positioned himself between Ning Tian and Wu Feng, taking center stage. This further solidified Wang Yin's belief that Huo Yuhao was indeed the core member of the newcomer Class 9 team. You 3 achieved an outstanding record of 5 victories in the first 5 matches. Continue to strive in the upcoming rounds, aiming to secure a place among the top 64 for the ranking matches. However, following today's matches, there will be a redraw for the pairings. In addition to avoiding internal conflicts within the same class, the previous performances will be taken into account, meaning you will inevitably face formidable opponents. Exchanging glances with Ning Tian and Wu Feng, Huo Yuhao shrugged and replied, "No worries. As long as we pass the newcomer assessment, that is all that matters." Wang Yin shook his head in amusement. After 2 days, he had come to understand Huo Yuhao's carefree personality. Yet, out of a sense of responsibility as a teacher, he reminded Huo Yuhao and his companions to rest well and not to become complacent due to their previous successes. Huo Yuhao nodded. "Thank you, Teacher Wang. We will be mindful of that." Wang Yin smiled gently. "That's good. Make sure to rest early." He still refrained from inquiring about Huo Yuhao's martial soul. As a scholar, he held his pride. He believed that once they faced those strong teams in the newcomer assessment, Huo Yuhao would inevitably reveal his true strength. "Let us go. I'll treat you all to barbecue. Wu Feng will pay." Huo Yuhao joked with his companions as they made their way out of Shrek Academy. If he were to expose his true strength, it would depend on the capabilities of tomorrow's opponents. The next morning, due to Huo Yuhao and his companions' exceptional performance in the previous 5 rounds, they remained in Area 33. After a redraw of groupings, they were assigned to compete against 5 new teams for the continued assessment. These newcomers would certainly not be the top teams from other regions, otherwise. The few strong teams would engage in internal conflict prematurely, diminishing the value of the ranking matches. Thus, in the forthcoming 5 rounds of the loop matches, they would likely not encounter the strongest opponents, but compared to the earlier battles, it would not be so effortless. After all, the weaker teams had already been eliminated, leaving only the first-year students of Shrek Academy. Wang Yin cast a meaningful glance at Huo Yuhao and his companions before announcing, "All right, everyone is here." Due to the outstanding performance of Huo Yuhao's team in the previous 5 rounds, they are designated as the seed team for this area. Following the competition order, they will be the first to compete. In the first match of the 6th round in Area 33, newcomer Class 9's Huo Yuhao team faced off against newcomer Class 7's Huang Chutian team. Chapter 41. The journey begins. The Huang Chutian team? Ning Tian and Wu Feng immediately recalled what Huo Yuhao had previously mentioned about the pair of soul master sisters capable of unleashing a martial soul fusion skill. Following Huo Yuhao's reminder, Ning Tian had gathered some information about this team over the past few days. "How should we proceed?" Wu Feng murmured beside Huo Yuhao as they walked. "I am a model youth of the new era and shall never lay a hand on a girl unless she initiates a fair duel." Huo Yuhao shook his head, a playful grin on his face. "Leave the big oaf to me while you handle the 2 lovely ladies." It's settled then. Wu Feng was taken aback by the audacity of such a division, nearly incensed. However, she understood Huo Yuhao's reluctance to reveal too much of his strength. as he would later serve as a trump card to secure their victory. Yet, his demeanor, which seemed to suggest he wished to shirk responsibility, was infuriating. As both teams entered the arena, Huang Chutian, a powerful assault-type soul master, naturally positioned himself at the forefront. Behind him stood the twin sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, their beautiful eyes nervously fixed on Huo Yuhao's side. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao's formation remained unchanged, with Wu Feng at the front and Ning Tian and Huo Yuhao arranged in a triangular formation. This time, Huo Yuhao stood slightly behind Ning Tian, deliberately feigning anxiety. Wang Yin was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. No way, could Huo Yuhao really be a mere figurehead? But with both teams now in position, Wang Yin had no choice but to announce, the assessment begins. Both teams swiftly summoned their martial souls. Huang Chutian let out a fierce roar, striking his chest with his fists, and his height surged from 5 meters to 8 meters in an instant. His robust muscles tore through his school uniform, revealing skin that turned a deep shade of iron black. His eyes shifted from black to yellow, and his pronounced canine teeth protruded from his thickened lips. 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet, signifying his rank as a great soul master. Huo Yuhao cast an envious glance at Huang Chutian. Being wealthy is truly advantageous. Every time he activates his martial soul, he finds an excuse to change into new clothes, saving even on laundry. Simultaneously, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu also manifested 2 yellow 100-year soul rings beneath them. Their long blue hair danced in the air, rapidly expanding to lengths of over 10 meters. 7 treasure glazed tile, renowned for its speed. Dragon fire. As the buffs activated, a series of fiery red afterimages appeared behind Wu Feng, rushing directly towards the sisters. Under the searing flames of the red dragon martial soul, the sisters' hair quickly became dry and curled. This was the outcome Huo Yuhao had anticipated. Despite the protection of their soul power, hair, being primarily composed of protein, was easily ignited, and Wu Feng's fire attribute naturally countered it. However, less than a second had passed since Wang Yin announced the start of the assessment. Huang Chutian, still pounding his chest, turned to discover his rear flank was under attack. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he intended to assist his teammates, but Lan Luoluo shouted, "Don't fall for their trick. They want us to team up against Wu Feng. We can hold our ground. You go eliminate those 2 support soul masters." Huang Chutian paused, suddenly realizing that Huo Yuhao and Ning Tian were staring at him with wide eyes. This was a golden opportunity to strike at their rear. Just wait. I'll take care of this. With that, Huang Chutian lunged forward, aiming his attack at Ning Tian, only to see Huo Yuhao retreating slightly as if intimidated. A 10-year soul ring user? Very well, I shall take you down first before dealing with that 7 treasure glazed tile master. Huang Chutian gathered his strength and altered his charge towards Huo Yuhao. At the same moment, his first soul ring illuminated, and his fists expanded dramatically, glimmering with intense metallic luster as they barreled towards Huo Yuhao's chest. Yet, as he glanced at Ning Tian, he was inexplicably met with a look of pity from the golden-haired beauty. "Since you've come looking for trouble, don't blame me for being prepared," Huo Yuhao chuckled, extending his hands to meet Huang Chutian's fists. Boom. Their fists collided, but contrary to Huang Chutian's expectations, Huo Yuhao did not get sent flying or knocked unconscious. Instead, Huang Chutian's fists, which were as large as sandbags, were firmly grasped by Huo Yuhao, rendering them immobile. "This is impossible," Huang Chutian exclaimed, astonished. His martial soul, the mighty god ape, was renowned for its strength, yet he could not break free from Huo Yuhao's grip. How could the seemingly unassuming youth possess such terrifying strength? Huo Yuhao smiled at Huang Chutian, gradually exerting force to pry open Huang Chutian's fists. Then, with a swift kick, he sent Huang Chutian flying. "Indeed, you have been concealing your strength," Wang Yin observed, eyes gleaming with excitement, as this was the outcome he had hoped for. As Huang Chutian regained his footing, he felt a lingering pain in his chest. Staring incredulously at the composed Huo Yuhao, he glanced back at his 2 teammates still entangled with Wu Feng, letting out an enraged roar. With hands raised high above his head, Huang Chutian activated his second soul ring. A thick layer of yellow light enveloped him as his arms swelled with explosive power, the yellow glow surging towards his fists. Power cannon, however. Before he could fully unleash his soul skill, Huo Yuhao's voice, laced with mockery, echoed in his ears. "Your skill's wind-up is too lengthy, remember. Don't announce your moves next time, or everyone will know your intentions. Now, take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. You'll feel better after waking up meanwhile." The 7 treasure glazed tile in Ning Tian's hands emitted a dazzling light that enveloped Huo Yuhao, enhancing his speed to unimaginable levels alongside the rapidity of the Tian Luo decision. Before Huang Chutian could complete his second soul skill, Huo Yuhao had already appeared behind him. After delivering that taunt, he executed a precise strike to the back of Huang Chutian's head, knocking him unconscious. "Hey, Wu Feng, I'm done over here. Why are you still at it?" Huo Yuhao called out, glancing back at the fallen Huang Chutian, momentarily stunned. However, upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, she nearly choked with indignation. Seeing their teammate easily defeated by a support soul master left Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu in shock. Yet, realizing the situation, the sisters exchanged determined glances. In unison, their soul rings vanished, and they released their clasped hands, embracing each other in the midst of battle. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Heavenly Net. Activate. Chapter 42. Mysterious Techniques of Combat. 8 Extremes of Fire Manipulation. A surge of immense soul power, far surpassing anything witnessed before, erupted instantaneously. As Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo embraced, a deep blue halo simultaneously radiated from their beings, enveloping them in a veil that obscured their forms. Concurrently, the long strands of hair cascading from behind their heads lifted, transforming into a translucent blue. The strands remained delicate, yet as they enveloped Wu Feng, they imparted a sensation that was entirely different. The crimson flames scorched the blue tresses, yet they could not inflict even the slightest damage. Wu Feng felt as though she had collided with an elastic and resilient net. No matter how fiercely she struggled, the net only tightened around her. In that very moment, the bond of spiritual detection shared by Huo Yuhao was forcefully severed by the overwhelming wave of soul power, vanishing entirely. In an instant, Wu Feng was cocooned within the net of hair, utterly immobilized. The blue strands, however, did not cease their advance, swiftly moving toward Ning Tian and Huo Yuhao. Could it be a martial soul fusion technique? Wang Yin exclaimed from the sidelines. Huo Yuhao's team was surely in peril this time. The strength of a soul master typically hinges upon their individual martial soul and level. Yet, to realize the potential of overcoming the strong through the weak, the predecessors of soul masters uncovered the incredible skill known as martial soul fusion. Theoretically, each soul master possesses a fixed destructive capability. However, if a method can be discovered to stack the powers of 2 or more soul masters, then this approach can amplify soul skills, sometimes increasing their potency severfold. Martial soul fusion techniques embody this principle. Therefore, such techniques require at least 2 soul masters with compatible martial souls and a high degree of synergy to execute. It is not merely a matter of addition, but rather an exponential enhancement of the combat prowess of the soul masters involved. Thus, martial soul fusion techniques are coveted by countless soul masters. In Huang Chutian's team, the individual strength lies with the formidable attack-type soul master, Huang Chutian. Yet the true trump card is the martial soul fusion technique of the Lan sisters. Throughout the earlier rounds of assessment, these sisters remained patient, refraining from utilizing their fusion technique even after suffering a defeat. However, this match was different, should they lose again. Securing a place among the top 3 in the freshman assessment would become exceedingly difficult. Unbeknownst to them, the martial soul fusion technique they considered their greatest secret had already been uncovered by the 3 individuals before them. Once such a trump card is revealed prematurely, its efficacy is greatly diminished. Wu Feng utilized the fire. Huo Yuhao's figure darted nimbly, evading the encroaching net of hair while calling out to the bound Wu Feng. Wu Feng paused, startled, as she noticed Huo Yuhao's eyes suddenly gleaming with intensity. Despite the 10-meter distance between them, she felt the dragon flames upon her body being drawn toward Huo Yuhao. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Feng released her soul power's hold on the dragon flames, allowing all the engulfing fire to burst forth toward Huo Yuhao. With the protective dragon flames dissipating and having already expended a considerable amount of soul power, Wu Feng was incapable of resisting the net's binding, becoming entirely ensnared. "I leave it to you. Do not let us down," Wu Feng called out to Huo Yuhao just before being completely consumed by the net. Rest assured, crimson flames enveloped him as countless blue strands coiled around him like tendrils. "Huo Yuhao, what do you intend to do?" Wang Yin, witnessing the scene, could not fathom how Huo Yuhao would resolve this predicament. The martial soul fusion technique unleashed by the 2 great soul masters was not something a mere soul master with only a decade of soul rings could withstand. Yet he stood his ground, allowing the web to envelop him. It seemed like a reckless act of self-destruction. Mysterious Techniques of Combat. 8 Extremes of Fire Manipulation. With arms outstretched, Huo Yuhao's body began to spin rapidly. The crimson flames borrowed from Wu Feng enveloped his form, instantly forming a towering fire vortex. The reason Wu Feng's dragon flames failed to ignite the martial soul fusion net lay in their insufficient strength. However, Huo Yuhao now used the red dragon fire as a facade to secretly unleash another form of flame. Phoenix Evil Fire. The crimson dragon flames served as a mantle, intertwined with a pitch-black, sinister flame. The myriad blue strands of the net, upon contact with Huo Yuhao's fiery vortex, were instantly incinerated, turning dry and yellow, utterly incapable of restraining his form. With the Skynet technique, Huo Yuhao soared into the air, akin to a colossal fiery drill, charging directly toward the center of the net where the Lan sisters, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu, were ensconced. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the arena as the crimson fire vortex erupted, revealing Huo Yuhao amidst the chaos, gasping for breath as he collapsed to the ground. Had he failed? A shadow of disappointment flickered in Ning Tian's eyes. Wang Yin sighed with a hint of regret from the sidelines. Suddenly, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed. Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the deep blue halo safeguarding Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu shattered like exquisite porcelain, revealing clear fissures. Ultimately, the deep blue luminescence burst apart, and the two sisters, forcibly freed from the martial soul fusion technique, fell to the ground, unconscious. With the fusion technique dismantled, Wu Feng, now free from her constraints, returned to solid ground. She hurried to Huo Yuhao's side, assisting him to his feet. "This victory is thanks to you," he said earnestly after a moment of silence. Huo Yuhao waved his hand dismissively, glancing at Ning Tian who approached from a distance. Smiling as he said, "We are a team. There's no need for thanks." In the first match of the 6th round of Zone 33, the victors are Huo Yuhao's team. A glimmer of excitement danced in Wang Yan's eyes, although he could not discern whether that fiery vortex was a sole skill of Huo Yuhao's or something else. It was evident that Huo Yuhao's prowess exceeded his expectations, single-handedly dismantling the martial soul fusion technique unleashed by two great soul masters was remarkable, even considering the fire attribute's significant advantage over such techniques. Ning Tian supported Huo Yuhao's shoulder with concern, asking, "How are you? Is the exhaustion significant? There are still 4 matches ahead. Can you endure?" "No problem. As long as I meditate to restore my soul power swiftly, I will recover quickly." Huo Yuhao nodded in reply. With the aid of the burning formula and the first beginning pill for physical enhancement, Huo Yuhao's recovery rate far surpassed that of his peers. Although the use of 8 extremes of fire manipulation had left him somewhat fatigued, he would recuperate promptly. In the subsequent matches, having revealed his capabilities, Huo Yuhao no longer concealed his strength. With the acceleration granted by Ning Tian's first soul skill, he and Wu Feng launched joint assaults, effortlessly securing victories in 4 consecutive matches. These victories made Wang Yin realize that Huo Yuhao's role in the team was not that of a mere leader, but rather that of a true battle deity. In these 4 contests, as his opponents were rather unremarkable, Huo Yuhao merely relied on the dual acceleration provided by the 7 treasure glazed tile and the heavenly Luo decision to swiftly close the distance between himself and his adversaries. Subsequently, he engaged in straightforward close-quarter combat, achieving a decisive knockout within 3 moves, ultimately representing the new Class 9. Huo Yuhao's team emerged victorious in all 10 matches of the round-robin phase, securing the best results in the region. However, due to Huo Yuhao's continued concealment of his other abilities in the remaining 4 matches, Wang Yin could no longer restrain his curiosity and, after the competitions concluded, specifically summoned Huo Yuhao for an inquiry. Upon discovering that Huo Yuhao possessed an I-type martial soul, which was both fire and spirit attributed, Wang Yin became exceedingly excited and hurriedly departed. "Yuhao, it seems that this teacher named Wang Yin harbors intentions of nurturing your talents," remarked Yao Lao with a cheerful tone within the sea of spirits. Shaking his head helplessly, Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled with light. The withered trees find it difficult to rejuvenate. He is indeed a commendable instructor, yet regrettably, his earnest intentions are destined to be unfulfilled. Chapter 43, Xuanzi, I do not have high hopes for him. In the center of the sea god lake, on the island amidst the water, stood teacher Wang Yin, who had just concluded his duties as an examiner for the new student assessments. His expression, however, was one of utmost reverence. Not far in front of him sat an elderly man with disheveled hair, whose appearance was rather unkempt. His once white robe had faded to a dull brown, adorned with numerous tears, and his hair was a tangled mess. His bare feet were submerged in the cool waters of the sea god lake, while he held a large gourd in his right hand. The gourd, a deep crimson hue of unknown material, was frequently raised to his lips, releasing a rich aroma of wine. In his other hand, he clutched a roast chicken, indulging in the greasy feast with unabashed delight, alternating between sips of wine and bites of meat. It goes without saying that this scruffy old man was none other than Xuanzi, a legendary figure from the era of the absolute Douluo Tang Sect, and a 98th level super Douluo of Shrek Academy. A person whose prowess could rival that of the illustrious Shou. Known as the chicken leg, he was Shrek's greatest insider. a revered honorary elder of the Holy Spirit Church with combat abilities comparable to those of a Soul King-level evil soul master. Xuanzi observed the young students with keen interest. Although they were still rather young and new to the academy, they were indeed noteworthy. Especially that student named Huo Yuhao, Wang Yin remarked respectfully. Despite his youth, he possesses profound insight, and his strength evokes a sense of unfathomable depth. He might very well emerge as the greatest dark horse in this new student assessment. His physical martial spirit is intriguing, Xuanzi murmured, savoring another mouthful of chicken. However, to claim he is unfathomable might be an exaggeration. His eyes are indeed the pinnacle of physical martial spirits, and his martial spirit has a mental attribute. In essence, it encompasses both his eyes and brain. He uncorked the gourd, taking a hearty swig of wine before continuing, yet, as you mentioned, his first soul ring is only at the 10th grade level. And his innate soul power is merely at the first rank, indicating a lack of talent. Even if he strives diligently in close combat, it remains an uphill battle. The crux of battles between soul masters lies fundamentally in the clash of martial spirits and soul skills. Exceptional close combat ability is but a minor aspect. To put it plainly, I do not foresee significant future prospects for this so-called Huo Yuhao. But, Elder Xian. Enough, Xuanzi interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Since you are insistent, I shall attend the ranking matches of the new student assessment. Go inform Xiaoning to save me a seat. The following morning, the 100 students of Class 9 gathered neatly in their classroom, their faces brimming with excitement. Standing at the podium, Mu Jin radiated joy. Her speech infused with an indescribable thrill, her tone markedly elevated. After 3 days, the new student assessments had concluded, and the results were tallied the previous night. I am pleased to announce that all the students from our Class 9, 33 groups, have successfully passed the new student assessment. Congratulations! Your efforts have yielded the rewards you deserve. Cheers erupted throughout Class 9, reverberating in every corner of the room, as Mu Jin, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy. With a total of 100 students, besides the one special admission into the Soul Guidance Department, every single student passed the assessment, marking a historic moment for Shrek Academy since the establishment of the new student assessment system. They had every reason to celebrate, for they had created an unparalleled legacy. Moreover, nearly all the assessment instructors remarked that the students of Class 9 exhibited greater resilience compared to those from other classes. During the intense assessment matches, they showcased astonishing willpower and combat effectiveness, achieving numerous remarkable comebacks. All right, everyone, please settle down and listen, Mu Jin called, clapping her hands to regain the students' attention. While passing the new student assessment is indeed a cause for celebration, it is merely the beginning of your journey at Shrek Academy. When you advance to the second year, you will face further assessments. Additionally, within our 33 groups, 16 have yet to conclude their new student evaluations, as you have entered the top 64. Which means you must now complete the ensuing elimination rounds. It is during the elimination rounds that you will truly demonstrate your excellence. In this cycle of the new student assessments, 6 groups achieved a perfect victory. Among them were Huo Yuhao, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng from our class. Let us applaud them. Mu Jin initiated the applause, and the students of Class 9 followed suit, their claps resonating throughout the room. Under someone's leadership, they began chanting, "Champion! Champion! Champion!" Ning Tian and Wu Feng felt a wave of emotion, their eyes glistening with tears. However, when they turned to look, they found Huo Yuhao had risen, raising his right arm and leading the other students in a loud cheer for the title of champion. How shameless! Does he not feel any embarrassment? Ning Tian and Wu Feng quickly averted their gaze, sitting up straight and pretending not to know Huo Yuhao. Although Huo Yuhao's strength was indeed formidable, being on the same team with such a goofball was somewhat hard for the two image-conscious girls to bear. All right, Huo Yuhao, sit down. I know you have hopes for victory, but do not be so ostentatious, Mu Jin said, shaking her head with a mix of exasperation and amusement. The laughter from the students of Class 9 erupted, filling the room with mirth. Regardless of the achievements garnered, one must maintain a humble and cautious heart. Remember, humility fosters progress, while pride leads to downfall. The elimination rounds commence tomorrow, and I shall brief you on the key points to note. Once the atmosphere settled, Mu Jin began her explanation. The content was rather straightforward, primarily focusing on the top-tier teams within the new student groups, with particular emphasis on the teams led by Dai Huabin, Xie Huanyu, and Wang Dong. Though Ning Tian was also a soul respect, as a support-type soul respect, her effectiveness relied heavily on her teammates for damage output, leaving her with little combat prowess. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao, possessing only a 10th grade soul ring, had yet to reach even the foundational level of a great soul master, rendering their chances of victory appear rather dim in the eyes of others. After introducing these formidable opponents in the elimination rounds, Mujin offered a few words of encouragement to Class 9 before dismissing them. The subsequent day was designated for the participating students to strategize for the elimination rounds. With her introduction, the students of Class 9 would now have a clearer understanding of their opponent's strengths. The rest would depend solely on their own efforts. While Huo Yuhao maintained a facade of joviality with his peers, internally, he felt a chill akin to frost. He had awaited this opportunity for 3 months, not to showcase his greatness, but to demonstrate that he would reclaim what he had lost. Dai Huabin, I am coming. Chapter 44. The Devious Schemes of the Malevolent Moon. The following day unfolded with the familiar routine and sense. After roll call by Du Weilin, the director of the Department of Martial Spirits from the Outer Academy, the drawing of lots commenced. As it was merely a fresher's assessment, there were no elaborate ceremonies involved. Huo Yuhao stepped forward to draw lots on behalf of their team. The 64 participating teams in the elimination round were divided into 32 matches, employing a one-on-one solo competition format. This system proved to be the most merciless, as each team had only one chance with no margin for error. The matches were scheduled for 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon each day, with eliminated teams returning to classes, while victorious teams remained to continue the competition, which would span 3 days to determine the top 3 finalists. Yesterday, the students enjoyed a day of rest, and the assessment area had been improved by Shrek Academy, as it merely required rearranging the partition positions. The original 50 battle arenas were reconfigured into 16 zones, providing the competing students with significantly larger spaces to showcase their abilities. Once the drawing was complete, the matches commenced immediately, with all 32 battles taking place simultaneously. This arrangement aimed to minimize the assessment time, allowing the victorious students ample rest before the afternoon matches. With Huo Yuhao himself conducting the draw, they found themselves assigned to Zone 15. A different supervisor monitored the proceedings this time, a kind-looking woman in her 30s. The participants only had numbers during the draw, leaving them unaware of their opponents until they arrived at their designated arena. Upon arrival, Huo Yuhao's excitement surged. Fate had played a cruel joke, for their opponents were the only other team from the freshman class to advance to the elimination round, excluding Wang Dong's team. As the 3 adversaries entered the arena, their expressions contorted into grimaces, more sour than bitter melon. Huo Yuhao recognized all 3 opponents. One had even attempted to challenge Wang Dong but had learned his lesson after being soundly defeated in private. Woofing, take a break. I'll handle this. Huo Yuhao grinned wickedly, flexing his wrists as he approached the unfortunate trio. 3 minutes later, the 3 members of the freshman class were sprawled on the ground, silent. They hadn't even registered when Huo Yuhao struck, receiving a heavy punch to the back of their heads. Freshman Class 9, Huo Yuhao's team wins. At the entrance of the assessment area, Zhou Yi glared at Huo Yuhao with a dark expression. Huo Yuhao simply smiled at Zhou Yi before turning and leaving the assessment area. On the sidelines, Mujin approached Zhou Yi and chuckled softly. Now your class has only 1 team left in the elimination round. If they lose, then I don't need you to remind me. Mind your own business. Zhou Yi shouted in anger. Desperate struggle. Mujin scoffed, shaking her head disdainfully as she exited the assessment area. The elimination round for the freshmen officially began in the afternoon when the bell rang for class. Compared to the morning, the number of participating students had halved. After another round of drawing lots, they swiftly proceeded to their assigned areas for competition. In the northern part of the assessment area, a high platform supported by 6 metal pillars stood tall. Elevated 20 meters above the ground, the platform was bustling with spectators, likely many from Shrek Academy's upper echelons, allowing them to overlook the entire assessment area and witness the contest within each arena. Coincidentally, Huo Yuhao's competition zone, number 7, was directly in front of the platform. He could vaguely sense the overwhelming mental pressure emanating from the platform, a clear indication that the observers were influential figures from the academy. Xian Lao, your presence is noted. Wang Yan respectfully approached Xian Lao on the platform, greeting him softly. Xian Lao merely grunted, continuing to indulge in a lavish feast of roast chicken. Wang Yan pointed toward Class 9's team and began to introduce. The Huo Yuhao I mentioned to you earlier is over there, along with. Before he could finish, Xian Lao impatiently waved his chicken leg, speaking in a deep voice. I can observe for myself. There's no need for your embellishments. Understood. Wang Yan retreated, refraining from further comments. Huo Yuhao's upcoming opponents appeared somewhat peculiar. As they entered the arena, they lined up horizontally, with a notably tall and stout boy at the center. This boy stood at least 170 centimeters tall, with a waist circumference matching, resembling a living water barrel. His massive frame made his two teammates appear like mere skeletons, excessively slender by comparison. State your names. Prepare for battle, the supervising teacher commanded solemnly. The hefty boy thundered, slapping his chest, causing his ample flesh to jiggle. I am Huo Yuhao from freshman class 2. This is Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianhua from freshman class 2. Huo Yuhao exchanged glances with woofing, stifling laughter as he quipped, are you keen to tackle this meat mountain? Or would you prefer to engage with those two brothers? Woofing. Feeling slightly nauseated at the sight of the colossal Huo Yuhao, nearly retched at Huo Yuhao's comment. What do you mean by tackling this meat mountain? You certainly have a way with words. I'll take on 2. You handle him. Woofing replied coldly. All right. I'll follow your lead. Huo Yuhao laughed heartily, announcing his name to the opponents. At the teacher's command, the fierce battle for the top 16 commenced. Hey! Huo Yuhao's form suddenly expanded, towering over Huo Yuhao's group as he grew from 170 to over 190 centimeters. His skin darkened, and he pounded his chest, producing a resounding thud as he charged toward Huo Yuhao and his companions. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, encircled him, marking the optimal configuration. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao activated the 7 treasures glazed tower for acceleration, while Woofing unleashed the dragon's fire, directly confronting the Luo brothers. Huo Yuhao, however, swiftly positioned himself before Huo Yuhao. Hey, big guy, don't go anywhere. Your opponent is me, Huo Yuhao said with a calm smile. Yet, Huo Yuhao grinned back, shaking his head as he regarded Huo Yuhao, whose slight frame appeared almost comical in comparison. No, you've misunderstood. My opponent is not you. As his first soul ring activated, Huo Yuhao's body propelled upward like a soul-guided cannonball, soaring a full 10 meters into the air. He then curled into a massive ball of flesh, crashing down towards the last standing Ning Tian. Chapter 45, The Dark Force Unleashed, Defeating the Malevolent Phantom Moon. Just as Mujin elucidated the formidable adversaries that Huo Yuhao and the other participants in the freshman elimination competition would encounter, the instructors from other freshman classes similarly provided their evaluations of Huo Yuhao's team. Prior to their battle with Huang Chutian's team, Huo Yuhao's team lacked the merit to warrant such scrutiny from the other instructors. However, during the confrontation with Huang Chutian's team, Huo Yuhao suddenly exhibited terrifying combat prowess, causing their team's rating to surge dramatically, single-handedly dismantling a martial soul fusion technique, and in the previous elimination match, he had triumphed against 3 opponents, swiftly defeating a team from Class 1 that could hardly be deemed weak. Huo Yuhao emerged like a blade piercing through the night, poised at the throats of all teams participating in the elimination rounds. Nearly all instructors, save for Zhou Yi, echoed the same sentiment regarding Huo Yuhao, unknown combat power, impossible to confront directly. Moreover, during pre-match strategizing, Huo Yuhao and his teammates had discussed the tactics to employ against Huo Yuhao's team. The strategy was straightforward: abandon direct confrontation with Huo Yuhao and instead target the rearguard, Ning Tian. Thus, Huo Yuhao's approach towards Huo Yuhao was merely a feint. His true objective lay in eliminating Ning Tian, who stood behind Huo Yuhao, providing formidable support. This fellow is quite cunning, employing a ruse, Xianlao remarked, savoring a chicken leg. Yet, the next moment, he was struck dumb, wiping his eyes with his soiled sleeve as though witnessing something unbelievable. This little rotund fellow. Has he taken the wrong medicine? In the arena below, Huo Yuhao's massive form was evidently descending towards Ning Tian, yet inexplicably veered back towards Huo Yuhao. A flicker of light shone in Huo Yuhao's flame-god-eye martial soul, and he chuckled inwardly. The reason for Huo Yuhao's sudden change in direction was not an attempt to feign an attack on him, but rather the result of his soul skill's influence. The mental interference produced an effect that disoriented the target, causing their attacks to misfire. The 4 soul skills passed down by Tian Mengu were exceptionally practical. Yet the original owner seemed to have seldom utilized the mental interference skill in the original narrative. This was not surprising, as Huo Yuhao had been inexperienced in combat, unable to pinpoint the opportune moment to unleash mental interference. However, if he could seize the opportunity to execute a perfect mental disruption, it could dramatically alter the course of the battle. Just like now, Huo Yuhao desperately wished to flee, yet found himself unable to escape. Meanwhile, the Luo brothers were staggering under the onslaught of Wu Feng, who was a single powerhouse. As mere ordinary martial soul great soul masters, they struggled to withstand the might of Wu Feng, who possessed a top-tier beast martial soul and was amplified by the 7 treasures glazed tower. Dragon's Fury. With the activation of his second soul skill, the dragon fire enveloping Wu Feng transformed into a dark crimson hue, his half-scaled armor growing denser. As red light blazed in his eyes, his left hand morphed into a dragon claw, striking fiercely at the Luo brothers. The Luo brothers attempted to conjure dozens of blade lights with their Manus blades to thwart Wu Feng's claw attack. Yet, while aspirations were grand, reality proved harsh. In terms of soul power level and martial soul caliber, they were no match for Wu Feng, and their resistance was ultimately futile. In the private evaluations within the Outer Academy, Xie Huanyu, a newly minted soul master, was rated even higher than Ning Tian at this stage. However, the Luo brothers' significant disparity in strength compared to other elimination competitors dragged their team's overall power down. Better to fear a godlike opponent than a pig-like teammate. Wu Feng's Dragon Claw sent the Luo brothers hurtling backward, and the proctor swiftly entered the arena like a specter, extracting the pair and exiting the competition grounds in a flash. The proctor's intervention signified the immediate disqualification of the Luo brothers. At present, only Xie Huanyu remained in the arena. Once again, I am left standing alone, Xie Huanyu muttered in resignation. After inexplicably landing beside Huo Yuhao, he found himself compelled to engage in combat. Although his melee skills paled in comparison to Huo Yuhao's, his corpulent physique proved to be quite resilient. Huo Yuhao's strikes merely dissipated their force against him, failing to inflict any real damage. Pretty boy, are you done? It's my turn. Xie Huanyu's second soul ring flared to life, causing his previously short and stout right arm to elongate dramatically, whipping towards Huo Yuhao like a flexible whip. However, Huo Yuhao remained unperturbed, calmly seizing Xie Huanyu's right arm, lifting himself off the ground as he was spun around. Xie Huanyu vigorously swung his arm, attempting to hurl Huo Yuhao away. Yet, Huo Yuhao gripped Xie Huanyu's sleeve tenaciously, clinging like a piece of toffee, refusing to let go. No matter how great Xie Huanyu's strength, the presence of a living person on his arm rendered him unable to withstand the weight. If this continued, Xie Huanyu would soon exhaust his stamina and have no choice but to concede. At last, the third soul ring on his corpulent body glimmered, enveloping him in a violet radiance, making him appear as a massive purple sphere. With a low growl, a powerful purple aura erupted from him, sending Huo Yuhao sprawling backward. In the next moment, Xie Huanyu lunged after Huo Yuhao, his enormous form descending with terrifying force, intent on pinning Huo Yuhao down. Under the effects of the 1,000-year soul skill, Xie Huanyu's speed surged, reaching Huo Yuhao in the blink of an eye. Wu Feng, too late to intervene, gasped in alarm at the sight. Seeing Huo Yuhao remain stationary, Xie Huanyu was somewhat taken aback. Yet, he was acutely aware of the potency of his 1,000-year soul skill, which no mere 13th-level soul master could hope to withstand. 8 extremes collapse. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao sprang into action, twisting his upper body, his right elbow channeling all his might as it struck Xie Huanyu in the abdomen. Useless. Your attack cannot penetrate the defenses of my Pai elephant martial soul. Though Xie Huanyu's body was momentarily jolted by Huo Yuhao's strike, he pressed on, bearing down upon Huo Yuhao. It's over. Xian Lao stood, seemingly ready to depart. You are correct. It is indeed challenging to breach your surface defenses. Huo Yuhao suddenly lifted his head, smiling at Xie Huanyu. But what if I were to target your internal defenses? 8 extremes collapse, dark force. Bang. A muffled thud resonated from within Xie Huanyu, who gazed at Huo Yuhao in disbelief, crimson blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. The violet light enveloping his body dissipated, and his massive form collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 46. Revenge for Grudges, Retribution for Wrongs. Alas, the proctor's figure flickered as he dashed into the arena, yet he was too late. Xie Huanyu lay injured on the ground, unconscious, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, indicating a serious injury. On the observation platform, the teachers fell silent, their attention completely diverted from the other matches that had concluded or were still ongoing. The abilities of both Huo Yuhao's team and Xie Huanyu's team paled in comparison to their own, for to be a teacher at Shrek Academy, one must possess at least the strength of a 6-ring soul emperor. However, they were perplexed, as they could not discern how Xie Huanyu had sustained her injuries. An oily hand lifted Xie Huanyu's limp body. It was the venerable Xian Lao, who had somehow appeared on the battlefield. After assessing Xie Huanyu's condition, he took a bite from a chicken leg and remarked nonchalantly, "It's nothing serious. This lad has a good measure." Xie Huanyu merely suffered some internal impact. Xian Lao entrusted Xie Huanyu's care to the head teacher of the second-year class, then cast a meaningful glance at Huo Yuhao. Concealed techniques, subtle strength, well done. This round belongs to you. After speaking, Xian Lao strode out of the testing grounds. Faintly, Huo Yuhao seemed to catch the 2 words Xian Lao uttered. What a pity. With Xian Lao's endorsement, despite Huo Yuhao's somewhat rule-breaking actions that caused Xie Huanyu's injury, the judges still awarded victory to Huo Yuhao's team. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, Duel, The director of the External Soul Master Department approached the gratified Mu Jin and said, "Teacher Mu Jin, your teaching results are commendable. Bring those two up. I believe they qualify to be core disciples of the External Academy." Mu Jin was taken aback and quickly asked, "Director Du, why only two? Could it be?" Duel gazed down at Huo Yuhao with a hint of regret and shook his head. The two youngsters from the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School are indeed remarkable. However, regarding that lad with the original martial soul, I cannot deny his combat prowess astonished me, even leading to a misjudgment on my part. Regrettably, his first soul ring is merely a decade old, which is an irreparable flaw. Stunned, Wang Yin interjected, "But director, he possesses an original martial soul." Duelin shook his head once more, speaking with measured calmness. "You must comprehend what is paramount for an original martial soul. It is the mutation, or rather, the second awakening." During today's match, confronted with a soul master of far superior rank, his martial soul exhibited no signs of mutation. Thus, he lacks the inherent advantages of an original martial soul. Moreover, his age is advanced, his soul power insufficient, and his first soul ring is only 10 years old. Even if he has some insights into close combat, it does not fulfill my expectations. Do you understand? Wang Yin, still reluctant, replied, "But enough of the buts. My decision is firm. The two youngsters from the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School may serve as alternatives, but as for Huo Yuhao, he lacks the value for training as a core disciple." With that, Xin Lao rose, indulging in his food and drink, meandering away towards the inner academy. Wang Yin, left behind, sighed deeply. Though he recognized Huo Yuhao's shortcomings, he harbored a premonition. The Soul Master Department's decision not to accept Huo Yuhao as a core disciple would ultimately lead to regret. On merely the first day of competition, a substantial number of new students had been eliminated, leaving only the top 16 teams from this year's new student assessments, totaling 48 individuals. They were the C-Army de la C-Army among their peers, arguably some of the most exceptional soul masters of their generation, though this did not include those from the Sun Moon Empire. The subsequent matches would be pure tests of raw strength. The knowledge that Xie Huanyue's team, which boasted a soul master, had been decisively overcome by Huo Yuhao's team prompted further analysis from the other classes regarding Huo Yuhao. Yet, he and his teammates had only revealed 3 of their soul skills, leaving the remaining 2 soul skills of Ning Tian's 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul shrouded in mystery. As for Huo Yuhao, while his soul rings gleamed like oversized soul guiding lights in each match, no one truly understood the effects of his soul skills. Even after his confrontation with Xie Huanyue, his actual strength remained enigmatic. Today, the observation platform was significantly more crowded than the previous day, with a throng already gathered before the matches had commenced. Xian Lao was present once more, seated beside Wang Yin. Upon catching Huo Yuhao's gaze, Wang Yin waved his hand in greeting. The classic draw for matchups was once again conducted by Huo Yuhao himself. Unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable sense hinted that he might draw a formidable opponent this time. Surely, he mused, he couldn't possibly face Dai Huabin before the finals, especially without having reached the semifinals yet. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, Huo Yuhao drew a slip from the container for his team. New student class 9, Huo Yuhao's team, match number 4. Following closely, Wang Dong stepped onto the stage. After reaching into the draw container, her expression became rigid upon glancing at her slip. New student class 1, Wang Dong's team, match number 4. Below, Zhou Yi's face turned pale, her form swaying dangerously as she nearly stumbled. Though she had anticipated this battle would eventually occur, she had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Conversely, Huo Yuhao's previously tense brow relaxed, his spirits lifted. With the mantra of revenge for grievances and retribution for wrongs, it seemed this round of new student assessments would witness his unbridled fury. Chapter 47, The Hat Trick of Huo Yuhao. Soon, both teams entered the competition arena. The tension was palpable not only among the players on the field, but also among the instructors of the 2 classes observing from the sidelines. On one side, Wang Dong stood at the forefront with a tall male student, while the petite Xiao Xiao lingered a short distance behind them. In contrast, Huo Yuhao had taken the initiative to position himself at the very front, with Wu Feng a step behind him. Ning Tian stood protectively behind Wu Feng, subtly shielded by him. As the names were called, the referee, a teacher, cast a wary glance at Huo Yuhao. Just yesterday, he had officiated a match where Xie Huanyu had been injured, and he had endured 3 hours of scolding from Du Weiluan afterward. In the end, I bear the brunt of it all. Class 1, Wang Dong. Class 1, Xiao Xiao. Class 1, Lu Renjia. After the names of Class 1 were announced, Huo Yuhao and his companions followed suit. With the referee's declaration, the round of 16 commenced. 7 treasures turned to glazed, 7 treasures hold renown. First, speed. 2 dazzling beams of colorful light enveloped Huo Yuhao and Wu Feng. Huo Yuhao executed the Sky Luo technique, creating numerous afterimages as he darted toward Wang Dong. Wang Dong, do you dare to battle me? Observing this, Xiao Zhao's gaze sharpened, her hands raised defensively before her. Suddenly, her 2 yellow spirit rings merged into one. And the Sanxingzhen Hunding floated above her head, while a long emerald flute appeared in her hands. The flute, adorned with intricate phoenix carvings, enhanced Xiao Zhao's ethereal beauty, contrasting with the steadiness of the Sanxingzhen Hunding. The 100-year yellow spirit ring illuminated, and a haunting melody resonated. Though the tune was not particularly melodious, it imparted a viscous quality, with a jade-green aura radiating outward from Xiao Zhao's form. Upon contact with this aura, Huo Yuhao's momentum faltered, and his speed diminished significantly. Twin martial souls. The elder in the audience rose suddenly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What a promising talent! Alas, it seems a bit premature to augment her second soul ring. Perhaps she intends to utilize it as a secret weapon in the freshman assessment, a trade-off, indeed. Xiao Zhao's second martial soul, the 9 Phoenix Flute, was now in play. Despite possessing only 1 spirit ring, she exhibited the capabilities of a control-type spirit master. Although the deceleration effect was merely 20%, the drastic reduction in Huo Yuhao's speed rendered it exceedingly apparent. Seeing Huo Yuhao's advance stymied, Wang Dong swiftly summoned her goddess of light butterfly martial soul, her magnificent wings unfurling to shield Xiao Xiao. Let the battle commence, I fear not. In an instant, Wang Dong's wings and arms converged, forming razor-sharp golden edges. This was her first spirit skill, the immensely powerful winged guillotine. The guillotine sliced toward Huo Yuhao's chest. Wang Dong, having observed Huo Yuhao's prior combat prowess, was fully prepared for his impending attack. Are you serious? I was just jesting. Huo Yuhao chuckled, his previously slowed form suddenly surging forward again, but this time his target was not Wang Dong, but rather the male student Lu Renjia standing beside her. Previously, Huo Yuhao had only revealed the initial levels of the Sky Luo technique. However, 3 months had passed, and he had since mastered it to a substantial degree. His earlier act of feigning deceleration was merely a ruse to catch Lu Renjia off guard. 8 extremities burst. Poor Lu Renjia, unable to even summon his martial soul, was struck in the chest by Huo Yuhao's elbow. The experienced referee swiftly intervened, whisking Lu Renjia away before he could crash to the ground. Witnessing her teammate eliminated so abruptly, Wang Dong was momentarily stunned. It took her a moment to realize she had been outmaneuvered by Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, you scoundrel! She exclaimed angrily. Do you not dare to face me honorably? What kind of hero resorts to such underhanded tactics? Huo Yuhao, unfazed by her outburst, regarded her antics with indifference. Engaging in reason with such a pampered princess would yield nothing but obstinate retorts. Wu Feng, take out Wang Dong swiftly, then target Xiao Xiao. Huo Yuhao commanded, propelling himself forward once more. Wu Feng, upon hearing his order, abandoned his protective stance by Ning Tian and charged toward Wang Dong. Startled, Wang Dong quickly shifted her focus to defense. However, Huo Yuhao's trajectory altered again, this time aiming directly for Xiao Xiao. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong shrieked. You rogue! I shall not forgive you. Enough shouting. Your opponent is me. Wu Feng had arrived before Wang Dong, his draconic-scaled arm poised to strike her chest. Yet at that moment, Wang Dong's second spirit ring ignited, and her wings blazed with brilliance. The azure wings shimmered with golden patterns, resembling a constellation of miniature suns. Concentrating the brilliance upon her front wing, she twisted it backward while the other faced Wu Feng, both wings radiating light. In that instant, Wang Dong transformed into a golden figure, her dazzling wings unleashing radiant projectiles that enveloped Wu Feng. Caught in the midst of unleashing dragon's fury, Wu Feng was swiftly engulfed by the golden light, forcing an abrupt cessation of his second spirit skill. He felt a warmth wash over him before being violently propelled backward. The formidable power of a millennium spirit skill, combined with the backlash from an interrupted release, caused Wu Feng to cough blood before collapsing unconscious. The referee hastily entered the arena to escort him away. Meanwhile, the instructors observing the match shifted their attention to Huo Yuhao, who had now approached within 10 meters of Xiao Xiao. The 9 Phoenix Flute was retracted, and the Sanxingzhen Hunding split into 3, encircling Huo Yuhao. Ding's fluctuation was activated. Xiao Xiao did not underestimate her opponent. After all, Huo Yuhao had previously triumphed over a soul master of the spirit venerable rank. Thus, she unleashed her strongest skill right from the outset. As the ding radiated black ripples, Huo Yuhao found himself enveloped within, his body trembling from the disorienting effects. At that moment, Wang Dong flapped her wings, soaring toward Huo Yuhao, the winged guillotine poised to strike. It's all over. Zhou Yi's face lit up with ecstatic joy, casting a triumphant glance at Mu Jin beside her. Chapter 48. The Gambler's Demise. As the vibrant colors of the seven treasures shone, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Just as everyone believed the outcome of the match was decided, a dazzling ray of light surged into Huo Yuhao's body, instantly dispelling his dazed state. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Huo Yuhao's eyes. He had previously instructed Wu Feng and Ning Tian to conceal their soul skills, patiently awaiting this opportune moment. His feigned disorientation from Xiao Zhao's soul skill was a calculated move to lower her guard. Now, with Ning Tian's timely intervention, he found himself within a mere 5 meters of Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong was suddenly caught in a dilemma. She had intended to use this opportunity to eliminate Ning Tian, but was uncertain if Xiao Xiao could withstand Huo Yuhao's prowess. If Xiao Xiao were to be defeated, she could not guarantee a victory against Huo Yuhao in a one-on-one confrontation. Gritting her teeth, Wang Dong chose to support Xiao Xiao. With swift movements, her wings flashed above Xiao Xiao, and she brought her wings down like a guillotine, forcing Huo Yuhao to retreat. Xiao Xiao, I have a technique that will ensure victory. But you must hold Huo Yuhao for 15 seconds. Can you manage that? Wang Dong asked, her gaze fixed on Huo Yuhao's retreating form. Yes. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, summoning the 3 life soul-destroying cauldrons around her, forming a protective barrier with the 3 cauldrons positioned like horns. Seeing this, Wang Dong closed her eyes, allowing 2 soul rings, yellow and purple, to illuminate her figure. Golden halos began to radiate from her azure wings as she raised her arms, aligning them with her front wings. Huo Yuhao's eyes glinted with mischief as he charged forward, closing the distance to less than 5 meters from both Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong. National treasure. The resonance of the cauldrons. The 3 cauldrons beside Xiao Xiao erupted with dark light, colliding towards the center. They did not target Huo Yuhao but rather engaged in a self-collision, causing the 2 soul rings attached to the 3 life soul-destroying cauldrons to glow simultaneously. The merging of the 3 cauldrons produced a deafening roar, manifesting a colossal cauldron, twice the size of any before it, adorned with strange runes that exuded an indescribable majesty alongside the resounding echo. Fascinating, the combination of 2 soul skills yields power comparable to a typical martial soul fusion technique, Xian Lao remarked, savoring a chicken leg as he observed Huo Yuhao. This time, that kid is in for a surprise. However, before he could finish, Xian Lao's expression suddenly froze, the chicken leg falling from his hand. Xiao Xiao, controlling the 3-in-1 3 life soul-destroying cauldrons, directed them towards herself and Wang Dong. Wang Dong, who was in the midst of channeling her skill, suddenly felt an unusual pulling force and was taken aback. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the cauldrons descending upon her. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in confusion. Having locked onto Huo Yuhao's form moments ago, she wondered why the cauldrons had turned against her. The answer was clear: Huo Yuhao's first soul skill, mental interference. Unlike those online games, battles between soul masters do not involve friendly fire. The black light emitted by the 3 life soul-destroying cauldrons had the capacity to evaporate soul power, abruptly interrupting Wang Dong's skill. At that moment, twin beams of light shot from Huo Yuhao's eyes, causing the disoriented Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao to feel as though their minds had been struck by a massive hammer. Their vision faded to black, and they collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from their noses and mouths like serpents. The referee, witnessing this, covered his eyes in distress. What on earth? Is this a new student assessment or an assassination attempt on the elite of Shrek Academy? As the semifinals commenced, the referee found himself no longer in charge. Could someone else please take over? A gust of wind signaled the arrival of Xian Lao beside Huo Yuhao. Have you awakened your martial soul for the second time? Xian Lao asked, puzzled. What ability did you just employ? Is it a soul skill? No. It is merely a simple application of my own research into mental power, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. He recognized Xian Lao, as there was likely no other figure within Shrek Academy who resembled a beggar so closely. This is a conspiracy. Suddenly, Zhou Yi marched toward the referee, her voice booming. Our student attacked her own teammate. There must be foul play involved. I demand a report. She pointed an accusing finger at Huo Yuhao. It is undoubtedly him. He must have bribed our Class S students, or this wouldn't have happened. Cheating in the new student assessment should warrant expulsion. Shut your mouth. Huo Yuhao retorted coolly. What did you say? Zhou Yi, rather than being angered, appeared exhilarated. Did you all hear that? As a student, he dares to insult a teacher. He must be expelled. I said, shut your mouth. Huo Yuhao shrugged, turning to leave. He was surprised that anyone would enjoy hearing such remarks. He had never before encountered such demands. Come back here. Joey shouted. Are you trying to run away? You want to leave until this matter is clarified. Joey, are you unaware of the rules of accepting a bet? Does your Class S loss mean we cheated? Are you implying that your words hold no weight? And you wish to evade accountability? On the other side, Mujin approached, looking disdainfully at Joey. As she passed by Huo Yuhao, she patted his shoulder in approval. Well done, Yuhao. Our infamous teacher Zhou has met her match. She'll have to pack her bags and leave Shrek Academy. Oh? Huo Yuhao was somewhat astonished. He recalled that Shou-Yi had previously lost a bet to Mujin during a weighted run challenge and had to part with a soul bone. However, he had not expected Shou-Yi to be so forgetful as to engage in a rematch during the new student assessment. The gambler meets a fitting end. No, I shall not leave Shrek Academy. My teaching abilities are the best among external academies, and my promotion rate within the inner academy far exceeds that of other instructors. If I were to leave, the academy would suffer immensely. I cannot depart. Zhou-Yi declared, her eyes darting toward Xian Lao, seeking his assistance. After all, Xian Lao is destined to be the future Sea God Pavilion Master, the strongest figure in Shrek Academy. With his intervention, Mujin would find it difficult to insist on her demands. Mujin, perhaps we could consider settling this matter differently, Xian Lao began, attempting to persuade Mujin to relent. Yet at that moment, Huo Yuhao's voice, laced with sarcasm, cut through the air. Your teaching abilities are the best among external academies? Teacher Zhou, that statement is downright laughable. Chapter 49 Shou-Yi, you are truly a disgrace. To speak candidly, in terms of teaching standards and methodologies, you are the most incompetent teacher in the entire Foreign Affairs Department. I cannot fathom how someone like you could possibly hold a teaching position at Shrek Academy. What did you say? Dare to repeat that. Zhou-Yi could scarcely believe her ears, and in an instant, she was engulfed by rage. She never anticipated that a mere student like Huo Yuhao would boldly critique her teaching abilities. Elder Xian, too, narrowed his eyes in surprise and addressed Huo Yuhao. Young man, you must clarify your statement. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation for your words, you may very well find yourself expelled from Shrek Academy. Insulting a teacher is undoubtedly a violation of school regulations, and everyone present was acutely aware of this. Yet, Huo Yuhao appeared unfazed. What emboldened him to speak thus to Zhou-Yi? The rationale behind my words is quite substantial, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. First and foremost, educating students entails teaching them how to be good individuals, a premise that should raise no objections from you. After all, the Academy aims to cultivate powerful soul masters, not formidable evil soul masters. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian raised his brows in astonishment. Huo Yuhao's assertion was audacious yet undeniably valid. In other classes, the relationship between students and teachers is one of mutual respect and camaraderie. Teachers are deeply concerned for their students' learning, instilling in them the values of respecting their elders, uniting with peers, and cherishing their companions. Conversely, students hold immense respect and gratitude towards their teachers. Am I mistaken in this regard? Huo Yuhao inquired of Elder Xian. You are correct, Elder Xian acknowledged with a nod. However, in Zhou-Yi's class, the situation is quite different. How does she conduct herself? She expels students who cannot keep up with the so-called curriculum, masking her own incompetence, and employs corporal punishment and expulsion as threats, casting a pall of fear over the entire class. If I recall correctly, there were originally 100 students in the new student class. Yet how many remain now? A mere 15. You afforded these students no opportunities, no guidance. In your view, they are merely underperformers, unworthy of your attention. And thus you feel justified in expelling them from Shrek Academy. I have perused various texts in the library and found that nearly 100% of evil soul masters suffer from severe psychological trauma during their development, which directly leads them down the path of darkness. If you persist in educating students in such a manner, the fear they experience during their studies may well transform into dread and loathing towards you, the Academy, and indeed the entire realm of soul masters. What this portends, I need not elaborate. Millennia ago, one of the founders of Shrek Academy, Master, famously declared that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Your flagrant abuse of power to expel students, entirely disregarding the teachings of Shrek Academy's predecessors, tarnishes the Academy's reputation and undermines its honor, aiming to transform Shrek into a breeding ground for evil soul masters. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's stinging rebuke, Zhou-Yi was taken aback. Even she dared not critique the words of Yu Xiaojiang, for to do so would invite consequences far beyond mere expulsion from Shrek Academy. Even Fan Yu could not shield her from that fate. Huo Yuhao's lips nearly stretched from ear to ear, although Yu Xiaojiang's words were preposterous. They were indeed a masterstroke in this context. You, a mere first-ring student, know nothing of my teaching methods. Your inability to perceive my brilliance is indicative of your own shortcomings. The proportion of students I have guided to advance to the inner academy is the highest. This is an undeniable fact. Zhou Yi shifted her argument, no longer contesting Huo Yuhao's views on student education but instead boasting about her pride, the inner academy's admission rate. You see, you are deceiving yourself again, Huo Yuhao chuckled. If you could truly ensure a quarter admission rate to the inner academy, you would have long since ascended to a senior teaching position. Even if you regularly faced complaints from students backing factions, the academy would not allow you to remain in a middle-tier teaching position given your evident lack of teaching ability. You believe you have found an irrefutable loophole to deceive everyone, yet in truth, you are the only one being deceived. The rest merely observe your folly. For instance, this year, the new student class boasts talents like Xiao Xiao, who possesses dual martial souls, and Wang Dong, who is also formidable. Both are nearly guaranteed admission to the inner academy. Does that imply that Zhou Yi's admission rate to the inner academy is 1/7? That is not how it works. Other teachers are aware that the new students entering Shrek Academy carry the hopes of their futures and the expectations of their families. Thus they cannot bear to expel students lightly. They at least afford them the opportunity to participate in the new student assessment. You, however, are different. You reduce the class size from 100 to merely a handful, thereby inflating the admission rate through sheer deceit. If we calculate based on the original 100 students, your inner academy admission rate is a paltry 2%. This is an undeniable truth. Well said. Mushin was invigorated by Huo Yuhao's words. The other teachers in the academy were aware of these matters, yet none dared to speak openly due to Zhou Yi's connection with Fan Yu. Huo Yuhao, you are absolutely right. Suddenly, a faint voice called out from the distance. Everyone turned to see that it was Wang Dong, who had previously battled Huo Yuhao. Though the blood on her face had been wiped clean, she still appeared quite pale. To everyone's surprise, Wang Dong did not refute Huo Yuhao's remarks. Rather, she joined him in confronting her teacher. Wang Dong, you worthless fool. After all this time I have spent teaching you, you dare conspire with others against me. Zhou Yi's expression twisted in rage. She had never anticipated that the class leader of her students would deliver such a fatal blow from behind. Yet Wang Dong merely offered a bitter smile, tears streaming down her cheeks. Teacher Zhou, in the past 3 months, you have expelled a staggering 85 students from the new student class. Some of these individuals I barely knew, while others were friends with whom I shared a close bond. Yet you unceremoniously cast them out of Shrek Academy. Moreover, if expelling them were not enough, you had the audacity to place the blame for their expulsion on me, claiming it was because I failed to lead the class in their training, resulting in their dismissal. Friends who once stood by my side left without even saying goodbye. All because of your words. The guilt weighs heavily upon me, causing sleepless nights and rendering me unable to regain my composure, which is the direct reason for our defeat. And you used me as a wager, gambling recklessly with other teachers, only to berate me daily when you lost, calling me a fool and a disgrace? I can assure you, like Xiao Xiao, I too possess dual martial souls, and mine are of the highest caliber. If all goes well, I shall undoubtedly cultivate to the level of a super Douluo in the future. Meanwhile, you will only ever reach the level of a soul sage. On what grounds do you dare to label me as trash or a failure? Bravo. Huo Yuhao clapped vigorously. Wang Dong, based on your performance today, I shall treat you to a month of barbecues. At this moment, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, the already struggling mind of the venerable Xian finally grasped the crux of the conversation. You mentioned barbecuing, did you not? Chapter 50. The final battle approaches. Ultimately, this farce concluded under the mediation of Elder Xian. Naturally, Zhou Yi did not leave Shrek Academy, but her circumstances were hardly distinguishable from departure. At the insistence of Mu Jin, Zhou Yi sacrificed another soul bone to retain her position as a teacher at Shrek Academy. However, this role was no longer that of her original homeroom teacher. Instead, she was assigned to teach a course on soul master theories, stripped of any authority to expel students, limited to merely having some students transcribe texts from the library. To put it plainly, Zhou Yi's current position resembled that of certain retired officials in various institutions, spending their days sipping tea and perusing newspapers, devoid of any prospects for advancement. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Zhou Yi might exert herself in private, persuading her husband, Fan Yu, to assist her in regaining her former position. Nevertheless, for the foreseeable future, such hopes appeared dim, given that she had offended both students and colleagues, while also incurring the displeasure of the Academy's higher-ups. In such an extreme situation, unless Fan Yu were to ascend to the rank of a level 9 soul engineer, Zhou Yi had little hope of reclaiming her former role at Shrek Academy. After demonstrating his mental interference capabilities to Elder Xian, Huo Yuhao swiftly cleared himself of any suspicions regarding bribery. Together with Ning Tian, he supported Wu Feng and left the competition venue. Elder Xian ambled ahead, savoring a drink and a morsel of meat, while the relentless Wang Yin trailed behind him. Xiaoyan, do you still wish to persuade me to make that Huo Yuhao a core disciple of the martial soul department? Elder Xian halted, expressing his impatience. Elder Xian, has Shrek Academy always claimed to prioritize actual combat strength over superficial rankings? Wang Yin insisted through gritted teeth. Huo Yuhao's demonstrated prowess in these matches is undeniable. Although he is merely a soul master, his combat effectiveness rivals that of any participant in this freshman assessment. Can we not afford him an opportunity? Disregarding superficial strength. That's merely a ruse to impress the children. Elder Xian scoffed. For soul masters of the soul sage rank and above, their soul skills and combat styles are well established, and indeed, true combat strength surpasses mere rankings. Some soul sages in Douluo possess combat abilities comparable to ordinary title Douluo. However, these youngsters, just stepping into the realm of soul masters, have yet to determine their future paths. Their current superficial strength is indicative of their potential. While Huo Yuhao's combat experience and skills surpass those of his peers, these can be cultivated. What we seek is the innate talent of a top-tier soul master. Talent is the foundation of a soul master, while combat experience and skills are merely the structure above. If the foundation is unstable, no matter how exquisite the edifice, it is doomed to collapse. Do you understand, Xiaoyan? Wang Yin fell silent, recognizing the validity of Elder Xian's reasoning, unable to find a rebuttal. Moreover, given Zhou Yi's unfortunate predicament, the Academy needed to provide Fan Yu with an explanation, as he was the foremost authority on theoretical research in soul engineering. Elder Xian turned, expressing a hint of regret. Had the earlier incident not occurred, perhaps I would have granted him a chance as a core disciple for your sake. But given the circumstances, he must bear the brunt of this situation. Oh, and Xiaoyan, remember to fetch some barbecue from his stall outside the city tonight. You can reimburse the expenses at the Academy's finance office. In contrast to the intense match from the round of 16, the quarterfinals appeared somewhat lackluster. Wu Feng, severely injured, though reluctant to concede, was ultimately persuaded by Huo Yuhao and Ning Tian to rest in the medical room and prepare for the forthcoming challenges. In this quarterfinal bout, Huo Yuhao's team faced an exceptionally unbalanced lineup. One support-type soul master and two agile attack-type soul masters, all at the level of great soul masters. Initially, the trio was excited at the prospect of facing a team with a missing member. However, as the battle commenced, their enthusiasm swiftly transformed into bitterness. They soon realized that despite being agile attack-type soul masters, they could not match Huo Yuhao's speed. Having previously revealed the swiftness of his Tian Luoju, Huo Yuhao did not hold back this time. Even with their teammates' acceleration, the two agile attack-type soul masters were utterly outpaced by Huo Yuhao, who dispatched them with ease. Consequently, the match ended with astonishing rapidity, marking it as the fastest conclusion in the elimination stage. This particular bout reignited fervent scrutiny among the other teachers regarding Huo Yuhao. However, Ning Tian's third millennium soul skill remained undisclosed, and the effects of Huo Yuhao's first soul skill were still unclear. Furthermore, the combat techniques he had previously utilized, such as the 8 extremes collapse and 8 extremes fire control, left the teachers bewildered, as did the students who attempted to follow their explanations. Mu Jin had informed them that this year's freshmen exhibited exceptional quality, and should they secure the championship under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly signify their immense potential. Before long, the freshman assessment reached its final day of competition, where the ultimate champion would be determined. Compared to the previous day, the audience today was even more substantial, primarily composed of teachers, as the students continued their classes. However, Elder Xian did not make an appearance today. The 12 finalists stood together, with the draw being conducted not by the Director of Education, Du Weiren, but by Yin Xiaozhe, the Dean of Shrek Academy, dressed in white. Greetings, young ones. I am Yin Xiaozhe, the 261st Dean of Shrek Academy, he announced with a warm smile, exuding an air of refined gentility, presenting himself as an ordinary elder. Yet, Huo Yuhao was aware that this seemingly benign old man was, in fact, quite the notorious flirt. Not only had he been involved with Feng Ling of the Spirit Hall in his youth, but he also had a prior romantic relationship with Xian Liner during her time at Shrek Academy, even while cradling the future god of war Douluo. Yin Xiaozhe frequently engaged in flirtations with other female students, repeatedly causing heartache for Xian Liner. Their relationship ultimately ended when she witnessed him being affectionate with another female classmate. Shortly after their breakup, Yin Xiaozhe quickly entered into a relationship and subsequently married Kai Meier. Meanwhile, Xian Lina married Qian Duo, who had persistently pursued her. Yet their marriage remained unconsummated, leaving the unfortunate Qian Duo a lifelong bachelor. As the past lover laments, the current partner is bound to suffer. Mei Yangong lay beside Fei Yangong, her thoughts consumed by Shi Yangong, reminiscent of a classic NTR narrative. I know you are curious as to why I am here. Indeed. Ordinarily, it would suffice for a vice dean to appear at this final stage of the freshman assessment to demonstrate the Academy's regard for you. However, I must admit that your performance has greatly impressed me. You are the most gifted cohort of freshmen we have seen in nearly a century. I have high hopes for you, which is why I am here. I will witness your matches today in their entirety, and I hope you will astonish me. Now, let us commence the drawing. Chapter 51. Explosion of dried bamboo shoots, the final match. A glimmer of light flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes as he sensed that Yin Xiaozhe had shifted some of his attention towards him. It seemed that Ma Xiaoda had informed her teacher about his act of dispelling the evil backlash on her behalf. Du Weiluan, displaying keen insight, reached for the drawing box but was met with a smiling refusal from Yin Xiaozhe, who insisted on personally overseeing the drawing ceremony for the final four of the freshman assessment. The 9th class of new students, Huo Yuhao's team, stepped forward to draw lots. Huo Yuhao, undaunted, confidently approached the stage and reached into the box to draw his team as position. Young man, I have high hopes for you. I wish you and your team great success, said Yin Xiaozhe. Huo Yuhao slightly bowed in gratitude, replying, Thank you, Dean. I shall not disappoint. Handing the drawn lot to Du Weiluan, Huo Yuhao turned and descended the stage. The 9th class, Huo Yuhao's team, drew the 2nd position. This meant they would compete in the 2nd venue during the semifinals. Inside the box, there were only 4 numbers, 2 1s and 2 2s. Next, the 5th class of new students, Dai Huabin's team, took their turn to draw lots. Dai Huabin had not personally drawn in the previous rounds, but today, with Yin Xiaozhe's presence, he sought to make a favorable impression on the dean of the Soul Master Department. As Dai Huabin ascended the stage, he brushed past Huo Yuhao, and both exchanged a fleeting, cold glare. The prescription crafted by Yao Lao for the Duchess proved highly effective, although it did not restore her to full health. It alleviated most of her ailments. The Duke's residence had also bestowed upon Huo Yuhao a generous reward, which he graciously accepted, despite having saved Dai Huabin's mother. Huo Yuhao now stood as Dai Huabin's greatest rival in the freshman assessment. Dai Huabin had been taught from a young age by his mother that anyone who obstructed his path was an enemy. Dai Huabin's sole focus was to secure first place in the freshman assessment to restore the prestige of the White Tiger clan. Even Huo Yuhao, who had once saved his mother, would be ruthlessly eliminated if he stood in his way. On Huo Yuhao's side, his primary purpose for entering Shrek Academy was to surpass Dai Huabin, and with the final showdown approaching, he felt a thrill of excitement. Dai Huabin's expression remained icy. And even after meeting Yin Xiaozhe, he did not lower his proud head. Only his clenched fist betrayed his inner turmoil. The 5th class, Dai Huabin's team, drew the 1st position. With a 1 in 3 chance, they would not meet Huo Yuhao in the semifinals, but rather face off in the ultimate final. Huo Yuhao glanced at Yin Xiaozhe's hand resting on the drawing box, and Yin Xiaozhe noticed his gaze, offering a slight smile. Indeed, it seemed to be a covert maneuver. Huo Yuhao understood instantly. In the semifinals, Huo Yuhao's opponent hails from the 10th class of new students. The 3 male students were all great soul masters, and their strength was not to be underestimated, even in the absence of a 3-ringed soul master. From the 10th class, Zhou Siqing, a master of offensive battle spirits, Long Xiangyue, a master of agile offensive spirits, and Chao Jinxian, a master of control spirits, introduced themselves. Huo Yuhao and his teammates followed suit, and under the referee's announcement, the match officially commenced. The agile offensive spirit master Long Xiangyue did not charge forward, but swiftly dodged behind the strong offensive spirit master Zhou Siqing, with Chao Jinxian mirroring this maneuver, forming a straight line. Then, the anticipated moment arrived. The 3 students from the 10th class possessed weapon spirits, all of which required significant preparation time for their abilities. Merely releasing their spirits took over 2 seconds, a duration ample enough for Huo Yuhao to position himself behind them. With an explosive strike, the trio from the 10th class fell like dominoes. At this moment, Wu Feng appeared before them, his arm covered in crimson dragon scales resting upon their heads. 9th class, Huo Yuhao's team, victorious. Huo Yuhao shattered his own record in the quarterfinals, defeating the opposing team in a mere 3 seconds. The homeroom teacher of the 10th class felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in, utterly embarrassed. On the observation platform, Wang Yan's eyes brightened before dimming again. Elder Xian, did you see that? Huo Yuhao is not the talentless waste you believed him to be. You will truly regret your underestimation. Huo Yuhao's close combat abilities and explosive speed were astonishing, evoking a sense of trepidation even within me. Do not underestimate Ndudi's cultivation level. In the final match, besides Ning Tian, you must also keep a vigilant eye on Huo Yuhao. Previously, the teams of Xie Huanyue and Wang Dong suffered under his control tactics, disrupted in their soul skill releases. He had explained this method following his conflict with Shou before his teachers, and you must remain cautious of this. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher of the 5th class was briefing Dai Huabin's team on the key points to note for the final. Dai Huabin was a powerful offensive spirit master of soul respect level, incomparable to the low attack, high defense sandbag that was Xie Huanyue. Huo Yuhao might not stand a chance in a direct confrontation. Moreover, even if he were formidable, could he withstand our martial soul fusion skill, the Netherworld White Tiger? It is essential to recognize that the control-oriented fusion technique of Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu is entirely incomparable to our devastatingly powerful offensive fusion techniques. Beside them, Zhu furrowed her brows, commenting, "You're right." The teacher cast an approving glance at Zhu. Based on my analysis and that of several other instructors, Huo Yuhao's first soul skill is likely a form of mental detection, which grants him a significant advantage in close combat. He also possesses the ability to confuse others with his mental power and launch direct attacks with it. You must be wary of this. It's fine. I will crush him head on, Dai Huabin declared coldly. The White Tiger Duke's residence is not to be underestimated. I will obliterate him directly, making it clear who the true strongest contender in this freshman assessment is. Meanwhile, in Shrek Academy's cafeteria, the wealthy Ning Tian treated Huo Yuhao to a sumptuous meal of the Academy's finest medicinal cuisine. Although Huo Yuhao frequently enjoyed such delicacies, it was always more delightful to indulge in the generosity of others. Wu Feng, the crux of this battle rests upon your shoulders. Remember what I said when I signal. Do not hesitate. Trust me, we will emerge as champions. Chapter 52, The True Strength of Huo Yuhao. The examination area in the afternoon was remarkably tranquil. Although it was the finals of the new students' elimination round, there were no student spectators present. The assessment system of Shrek Academy prioritizes the confidentiality of each student's abilities, ensuring that assessments are never open for other students to observe. However, Huo Yuhao, who had been thoroughly studied by the instructors of various classes, held a different perspective. Even though students were prohibited from watching, the observing teachers would inevitably relay everything they witnessed to their respective classes. It can be said that Shrek Academy truly understands the nuances of discretion. Almost all the teachers from the outer academy who had no classes were gathered in the assessment area to watch, and the dean, Yin Shaozhe, personally arrived, accompanied by Du Weilin and a group of teachers ascending the high platform. Elder Xian naturally occupied the central seat on the platform. In front of him lay a large platter of barbecued delicacies. Those familiar with Huo Yuhao would immediately recognize the unique aroma of Huo's grilled fish. Elder Xian, with his carefree demeanor, was unconcerned about the academy's rules or the presence of others, indulging in his feast. Despite being an annual event held 3 months into the academic year, nearly all inter-academy students at Shrek had once distinguished themselves during the new student assessment, receiving full cultivation thereafter. Yin Shaozhe's presence was indicative of the extraordinary strength exhibited by this year's newcomers. Generally, it takes until the 3rd year for Shrek Academy students to reach the 3rd ring, which is a prerequisite for advancing from the 3rd to the 4th year. Yet, astonishingly, this cohort had already produced 3 3rd-ring students, a level of strength that virtually guarantees their entry into the inner academy. Yin Shaozhe was eager to discover who among these newcomers would ultimately claim victory. Du Weilin, who do you favor in today's match? Yin Shaozhe inquired with a smile. Du Weilin chuckled respectfully. I leaned towards Dai Huabin's team. Although Huo Yuhao's team has triumphed over many formidable opponents in terms of overall strength, Dai Huabin's side is certainly more robust, especially with his 2 companions, who are also quite strong. They all have the potential to enter the inner academy. In that case, I shall wager on Huo Yuhao's team for the win, came a resonant and steady voice from a distance, belonging to Qian Duo, the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department. Yin Shaozhe did not turn around, yet a smile crept across his face. Old Qian, what brings you here? He remarked. The moment I caught a whiff of that coppery scent, I knew it was you. Huh. You and the Martial Soul Department have been holding on to our soul guidance students. So naturally, I had to come to settle this score. Qian Duo boisterously took a seat beside Yin Shaozhe, not forgetting to greet Elder Xian, who was engrossed in his barbecue. I say, old Yin, you're being rather inconsiderate, aren't you? Our soul guidance students are already few in number. And during the Sea God Pavilion meeting, you agreed to transfer some non-core students to our department. Yet, in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Where are my students? Hearing Qian Duo's words, Yin Xiaoxia's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled. Old Qian, why the rush? Among those students who requested to transfer to the Soul Guidance Department, how many are newcomers who haven't participated in the assessment? According to regulations, aside from that one special enrollment slot, only those who pass the new student assessment can remain at Shrek Academy. I am merely adhering to the Academy's rules. Qian Duo's gaze flickered, seemingly sensing that Yin Xiaoxia had discerned his intentions. The two atop the platform ceased their conversation, enveloped in an eerie silence. Huo Yuhao was blissfully unaware of the subtle tension between the two deans in the stands, as his entire focus was on his opponents. Although Dai Huabin did not recognize Huo Yuhao, he could sense the threat posed by Huo's team. After all, aside from Huo Yuhao, no one else had managed to turn the new student assessment into a race for completion. Whether it was Wang Dong, possessing the bright goddess butterfly martial soul with a 1,000-year second soul ring, or Xiao Xiao, who wielded twin martial souls, both were outstanding students among the newcomers. Their overall strength not significantly inferior to that of Dai Huabin's team. Was Xie Huanyue's team weak? As a soul master of the soul respect level specializing in defense, even Dai Huabin lacked confidence in breaching Xie Huanyue's defenses. Yet ultimately, Xie Huanyue could not withstand a single strike from Huo Yuhao, sustaining such severe injuries that even now, they had not fully healed. This allowed Huang Chutian's team to seize an advantage, swiftly defeating a weaker team to claim third place in the new student assessment. Thus, prior to this battle, Dai Huabin had made ample preparations, even seeking out previous opponents who had battled against Huo Yuhao and his companions to meticulously understand the abilities of the trio. The referee entered the expansive assessment area, where all barriers had been dismantled, revealing the vast arena. The referee gestured for both sides to enter. Huo Yuhao and his companions entered the arena at a leisurely pace, Huo Yuhao leading the way, flanked by Ning Tian and Wu Feng. This situation bewildered the observing teachers, as two noble young soul masters from the Jiobao Glaze sect were willingly following a one-ring soul master. On the opposing side, Dai Huabin, leading the two young women, also stepped into the arena. Now, you are about to engage in the finals, and the rules have undergone certain modifications. Listen closely. To ensure you can unleash your full potential, you are permitted to attack your opponents with full force during the match. There is no need to hold back, as I will ensure your safety. However, anyone I rescue from the arena will be deemed eliminated. Is that clear? Understood, both sides replied in unison. Dai Huabin's eyes glinted with a chilling coldness, an invisible aura of menace emanating from him. However, to Huo Yuhao, who was professionally engaged in such matters, this level of hostility seemed as inconsequential as a kitten puffing up at an elephant, entirely devoid of threat. The referee called out the names. Huo Yuhao, Ning Tian, Wu Feng. On Dai Huabin's side, all three exhibited clear hostility. Dai Huabin, Zulu, Chuiji. The referee extended his arms wide, declaring, "Move to the edges of the arena. I will announce the start. Only then may you commence your attacks." Both teams slowly retreated, yet Dai Huabin's gaze remained fixed on Huo Yuhao, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes, hinting at an underlying murderous intent. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao's aura shifted. The gentle smile that had graced his lips was replaced by an overwhelming, terrifying intent to kill that erupted from his being, akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The chilling aura caused Dai Huabin, who met his gaze, to shudder violently, as if he had plunged into an abyss of despair. Yin Xiaoxia and Qian Duo's expressions simultaneously shifted, their countenances growing serious. After exchanging a knowing glance, they both focused intently on the arena. Meanwhile, Mon, lounging at the entrance of the new student dormitory, basking in the sun, revealed a faint smile. Interesting. Let me see just how much strength you are still concealing. A friend has pinned a book titled Douluo. The ex-partner cries, the current partner must lose. The author is seasoned in the Douluo universe, ensuring consistent quality updates. I recommend everyone take a look. Chapter 53, The Hidden Card in a Desperate Situation. The might of the Phoenix's evil fire. The judge raised his right hand, then brought it down sharply. The clear sound began resonating in the ears of all participating students. Dai Huabin and his companions charged forward in their original formation, with Dai Huabin leading the way. As he ran, a powerful roar escaped his lips. White Tiger, embody. A fierce pale light erupted from his body, and as he sprinted, his arms stretched wide. His chest puffed out, bones cracking as his muscles swelled, straining against his clothes. Every muscle beneath the fabric became distinctly visible, and even the air around him seemed to grow turbulent. Dai Huabin's golden hair transformed into a striking mix of black and white, predominantly white, with several strands of black standing out. for faint lines appeared on his forehead, arranged in a pattern that resembled the character king. His claws extended from his palms like sharp daggers, each claw glistening with a chilling light and measuring a good 8 inches in length. Dai Huabin leaned forward, his eyes turning into a deep, profound blue. Beneath his feet, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, spiraled upwards, their radiant glow pulsating like the tides of the ocean. White Tiger Martial Soul. Huo Yuhao's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. Although the original owner yearned to inherit Dai Hao's White Tiger Martial Soul to prove his identity, the reality was that the strength of the White Tiger Martial Soul paled in comparison to the mutated Spirit Eye Martial Soul. Of course, the original owner's son. Su Yunhan's 3-eyed White Tiger Martial Soul undoubtedly represented an even more formidable existence, though it remained a mystery why it had not been passed down. As for now, the Spirit Eye Martial Soul had undergone a second awakening, transforming into the Flame God Eye Martial Soul, severing any remaining ties with the Dai family. His character and that of the original owner were entirely different. He felt no pity for the White Tiger Duke's estate. Beside Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu's heterochromatic eyes deepened in color, her figure became more elongated and powerful, and sharp claws protruded from every finger. Though she advanced alongside Dai Huabin, her form flickered, leaving a series of illusions in her wake. Another member of Dai Huabin's team, Chuiji, was a control-type soul master with a 9-tailed fox martial soul. Upon releasing her martial soul, she instantly appeared more mature. Her pink hair lengthened and formed large, cascading waves, resembling a pink waterfall. 2 long tails sprouted behind her, each about a meter long, their dense pink fur shimmering in the afternoon sunlight, evoking an irresistible urge to touch them. Chuiji's pink eyes quickly found Huo Yuhao, and she smiled sweetly at him. Her first soul ring quietly glimmered, its light subtle enough to be easily overlooked. Huo Yuhao's gaze coincidentally turned towards Chuiji, returning her smile, his eyes igniting with black and golden flames. With each additional soul ring, Chuiji's power grew, her first soul skill, charm, capable of enchanting the minds of others with her mental energy. She habitually initiated combat with charm to disrupt her opponent's rhythm, a tactic that had earned her a string of victories during the freshman assessments. However, this time, she had chosen the wrong target. Perhaps due to Huo Yuhao's formidable close combat capabilities, there was a misunderstanding regarding his fighting style. The Huo Yuhao before her was a bona fide mental-type soul master, and unbeknownst to anyone, he possessed not 1, but 4 soul skills. Why provoke him? Huo Yuhao's eyes shimmered with black and gold flames, and Chuiji felt her released charm soul skill shattered by a mental wave as scorching as fire, causing a terrifying searing pain to erupt in her mind. Ah! Chuiji cried out in pain, prompting Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu to halt their advance. Dai Huabin frowned, turning to Chuiji with concern. Are you all right? Is there something wrong? No. I'm fine. I can still fight. Chuiji gritted her teeth, forcing herself to rise. Yet, in her gaze towards Huo Yuhao, there lingered a hint of fear. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu exchanged glances before charging forward again. During the brief pause, Huo Yuhao and his companions had positioned themselves. At this moment, Huo Yuhao stood at the forefront, facing Dai Huabin from a distance, while Wu Feng guarded Ning Tian, his eyes warily fixed on Zhu Lu. For support-type soul masters, the lethality of agile attack-type soul masters often surpassed that of assault-type soul masters. Thus, Wu Feng's objective in this match was to protect Ning Tian, guarding against Zhu Lu's potential ambush. Originally, Dai Huabin's strategy involved him stalling Huo Yuhao, while Chuiji and Zhu Lu would work together to eliminate Ning Tian under Wu Feng's protection. However, due to Chuiji's earlier misstep, her mind was still somewhat disoriented, so she could only follow Dai Huabin, joining him in confronting Huo Yuhao. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. As Dai Huabin charged forward, the first soul ring on his body illuminated. A layer of white light enveloped him, concentrating particularly around his head, evidently startled by Chuiji's earlier display. Zhu Lu transformed into a series of afterimages, attempting to breach Wu Feng's defense and eliminate Ning Tian directly. Dai Huabin lunged forward, his claws unfurling as he swiped at Huo Yuhao. 7 treasures, 3rd, strength. Suddenly, the 1,000-year soul ring atop Ning Tian's 7 treasures glazed tower glimmered, a dazzling array of colors instantly merging into Huo Yuhao's body. This marked the first appearance of a 1,000-year soul skill in the match, and no one expected Ning Tian to unleash his strongest enhancement skill right at the outset. I advise you to avoid taking to the air right from the start next time. The openings are too glaring for my liking, Huo Yuhao remarked, stretching his arms and reveling in the surge of newfound power, nodding in satisfaction. He then extended his arms, gripping Dai Huabin's wrist with surprising strength, effectively immobilizing him despite Dai Huabin's imposing stature. Dai Huabin was taken aback, exerting all his strength to escape Huo Yuhao's grasp. However, before him stood a youth. Shorter and slighter than himself, yet endowed with an immovable strength akin to a mountain. Dai Huabin's arms felt as if trapped in an iron vise, unable to break free. Subsequently, Huo Yuhao delivered a powerful kick to Dai Huabin's chest, sending him flying. Despite the protection of the White Tiger shield, Dai Huabin sustained no significant external injuries. Still, Huo Yuhao's kick struck a crucial point in his chest, obstructing part of Dai Huabin's soul power flow. Hey! Dai Huabin's soul power surged, forcing open the blocked meridians. At the same time, Chueji had already reached Huo Yuhao's rear. Her second soul ring illuminated, and with a swift motion of her body, her two pink tails lashed out, one of them aiming directly at Huo Yuhao's back. This was not just any soft tail, nor a playful accessory. It was Chueji's second soul skill, Foxtail Needle. In the depths of the foxtail, the soul power coalesced like a needle, should it strike a vital point. The demise of Huo Yuhao would be all but guaranteed. Of course, Chueji had no intentions of truly ending Huo Yuhao's life. For the referee present was not merely a passive observer. All that was required was for Huo Yuhao to be rescued by the teacher, resulting in his elimination, thereby securing the championship title for them. At that moment, Dai Huabin's eyes sparkled with inspiration as his second soul ring illuminated, releasing two luminous white orbs from his mouth. These were none other than one of the immutable techniques of the White Tiger martial spirit, the White Tiger Radiant Wave. These two radiant waves effectively sealed off all avenues of escape for Huo Yuhao, while Wu Feng was preoccupied with fending off Zhu Lu's ambush. Unable to summon the fiery tornado that had once vanquished Huang Chutian's team. Huo Yuhao, you have been defeated, Dai Huabin exclaimed with a hearty laugh, brimming with excitement. Oh, is that so? Huo Yuhao responded with a faint smile as the air around him suddenly grew intensely heated. In an instant, a pitch-black, malevolent flame erupted from his palm. On the stands, Yin Xiaozhi sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Phoenix Evil Fire? Chapter 54. The Convergence of Dual Flames, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. As the referee approached the arena, the combatants had already engaged in fierce conflict. This match was designed to allow the 6 freshmen to demonstrate their full capabilities without any restrictions on their abilities. It was only through exerting their utmost efforts that the observing instructors could discern their potential. The referee, not only an experienced teacher but also a formidable agility-type soul master at the 7th ring, possessed a speed that far surpassed that of Huo Yuhao and his companions. When Chueji launched a vicious attack on Huo Yuhao, the referee was already nearby, anticipating Huo Yuhao's imminent elimination. However, the sudden eruption of black flames from Huo Yuhao's palm sent a shiver of trepidation through the referee. His reaction faltered by the time he regained his composure. He realized the gravity of the situation. Chueji's Foxtail Needle soul skill had coalesced her entire soul power, resulting in devastating lethality. A direct hit on Huo Yuhao would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Just as the referee prepared to intervene, he was forced to retreat by an overwhelming heat. He then beheld Huo Yuhao, arms outstretched, his upper body enveloped in black flames, as if adorned in a fiery armor. The renowned 7 treasures: first, speed; second, release; third, power. Although Ning Tian had been sheltered by Wu Feng while playfully engaging with Zhu Lu, her attention had always remained on Huo Yuhao. Seeing him finally reveal his trump card, she understood that this moment would be pivotal in determining the outcome of the match. She resolved to exert her full strength without restraint. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings atop her 7 treasures glazed tower began to shine simultaneously. As her 3 soul skills activated, the tower in her grasp radiated in extraordinary brilliance, seemingly increasing in size. 3 beams of light shot forth, striking Huo Yuhao. The profound grade combat skill, 8 extremities fire control. Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled with a black golden flame as he spun rapidly, transforming into a searing black fire tornado. As Chueji's Foxtail Needle made contact with the black flames, the once lustrous pink fur was instantly ignited. A cry of pain escaped Chueji as she thrashed her body, attempting to extinguish the black flames on her tail. Yet, those flames possessed a peculiar stickiness, refusing to be extinguished or shaken off. Soon, the black flames spread to her uniform. The referee was about to intervene when a brilliant white light flashed in the arena, and Chueji was whisked away from the competition zone by a figure. Dean, the referee, stammered. Fear not. Extinguishing that flame will require considerable effort, even from you. Focus on overseeing the other participants, Yin Xiaozhi instructed the referee, releasing a golden white light from his palm that enveloped the black flames on Chueji. The once searing Phoenix Evil Fire was extinguished in an instant under Yin Xiaozhi's light. He then turned his gaze back to the arena, where the black tornado continued to rage. What a remarkable lad. He has mastered the Phoenix Evil Fire from Xiao Tao, surpassing her control. This is the primal fire of the Dark Phoenix. Dai Huabin, already close to Huo Yuhao, was further accelerated by Ning Tian. And the black tornado Huo Yuhao had transformed into collided with him in an instant. The searing sensation elicited a pained roar from Dai Huabin. Yet the pain only fueled his battle fervor. Having witnessed Cui Ji's earlier plight, Dai Huabin understood that the black flames could not be easily contained. He immediately activated his most powerful defensive ability. The air around him warped in response to the overwhelming soul power, his eyes turning blood red. The purple third soul ring surged upward, amplifying his already formidable physique, causing his clothing to burst apart, revealing a chiseled muscular form. Strangely, black stripes appeared on his skin, resembling the markings of a tiger. His tiger-like hands grew larger, with glistening silver blades protruding from them, enveloped in an intense golden light, as if he were gilded. His blood-red eyes gleamed with a predatory light, emanating the majesty of a beastly king. The inky black phoenix evil fire clashed with the golden light enveloping Dai Huabin, resulting in a series of terrifying soul power explosions. Dust and smoke filled the arena as the referee hastily waved his hand to clear the air, revealing the two combatants who had collided head-on. Huo Yuhao had reappeared, the black flame armor on his body diminished significantly. Though he appeared slightly breathless, his condition seemed stable. In contrast, Dai Huabin was in a dire state, having drastically underestimated the potency of the phoenix evil fire. The flames of the dark phoenix were indeed the essence of ultimate fire, although Huo Yuhao had only refined a single flame seed without invoking his martial soul. It was already approaching the pinnacle of fire mastery. Even with the dual enhancement of the White Tiger Diamond Transformation and the White Tiger Guardian Barrier, Dai Huabin could not withstand the searing onslaught of the Phoenix Evil Fire, especially when propelled by Huo Yuhao's full exertion of 8 extremities fire control. Dai Huabin's shirt had been burned through, revealing scorched blackened skin marked with black stripes, while the black Phoenix Evil Fire continued to blaze upon his chest. Zulu, help me, Dai Huabin cried, his eyes flashing with determination as he summoned all his soul power, letting out a heart-stirring tiger roar. As the roar echoed, white fur intermingled with black stripes surged from within his body. Meanwhile, Zulu, who had been engaged in battle with Wu Feng, dashed to Dai Huabin's side, trailing a series of afterimages. A wave of black light emanated from her, enveloping her body in a translucent sheen. In that moment, their gazes were solely fixed on each other. Dai Huabin's eyes fused into one, yet his cold demeanor remained unchanged. In contrast, Zhulu's gaze softened, as if she intended to melt his very essence. In an instant, both Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu vanished from the arena, leaving behind a colossal white tiger. This ethereal creature bore a translucent appearance, with black patterns sprawling across its white form, and its eyes glimmered with a rose-purple hue. Martial soul fusion skill. Ethereal white tiger. The massive white tiger appeared almost ghostly, and the phoenix evil fire that had previously clung to Dai Huabin was suddenly extinguished under the formidable power of this fusion skill. The great beast crouched low, then, in the next moment, unleashed a transparent ripple, hurtling toward Huo Yuhao and the others with terrifying speed. Wu Feng, fire. Huo Yuhao's flame god eye fixed intently on the gigantic ethereal white tiger as he called out. Suddenly, the 2 soul rings protecting Ning Tian blazed to life. Roar. A resounding roar of a dragon reverberated throughout the competition arena, as a scarlet dragon-shaped flame suddenly burst forth from Wu Feng's body. With the emergence of this dragon flame, Wu Feng's complexion turned pale, causing him to faint directly into Ning Tian's embrace. In the depths of Huo Yuhao's fiery gaze, black and gold light flickered, as he extended his left hand to draw in the dragon flame that soared from Wu Feng. The massive dragon flame gradually diminished, ultimately coalescing into a 3-inch crimson fire dragon nestled within the palm of Huo Yuhao's left hand. Meanwhile, in his right palm, a pitch-black flame phoenix spiraled gracefully. This obsidian flame phoenix was a culmination of all the phoenix evil fire within Huo Yuhao, its temperature reaching an unparalleled level of extreme heat. Huo Yuhao's gaze was fixed intently on the 2 contrasting flames in his hands, a frenzied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As he slowly brought his hands together, the 2 flames intertwined, invoking the Buddha's wrathful lotus. Chapter 55. We are champions. In the fleeting moment when the 2 flames made contact, a thunderous sound erupted from the palm of Huo Yuhao, causing his hands to burst open, blood pouring forth. This was a reckless experiment. Although Huo Yuhao had read about the usage of the unique martial technique Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus in novels, knowing about it and being able to wield it were 2 entirely different matters. The power of a single flame was already the limit of what he could currently harness, and merging 2 flames into one was akin to courting death. Moreover, unlike Xiaohuahua, the 2 flames under Huo Yuhao's control were of different qualities, making it even more challenging to find the balance for their fusion. At this moment, in his dark eyes, red flames swirled on the left, while black flames danced on the right, an extraordinary sight of alternating red and black. His spiritual detection soul skill was fully activated, desperately seeking the equilibrium between the two flames. Yet, even with a mere half-inch gap separating them, Huo Yuhao had to summon every ounce of strength from his body to inch them closer. How audacious of you to use such a skill in battle. Should I call you arrogant or foolish? The massive form of the netherworld white tiger lunged forward, determined not to allow Huo Yuhao to complete his maneuver. Though unaware of Huo Yuhao's intentions, Dai Huabin sensed danger from the two flames drawing nearer between Huo Yuhao's palms. With a sudden strike, the enormous tiger paw descended. But at that moment, gasps erupted from the spectator stands. A figure appeared before Huo Yuhao. It was Ning Tian, who had rushed in without hesitation to shield him from the blow. Though merely a support-type soul master, she resolved to protect her companion with her life. Huo Yuhao, from here on, it all depends on you. The referee swiftly entered the arena, his expression grave as he caught Ning Tian, who had fallen unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Indeed, she was worthy of being the future heir of the 9-treasure glazed tile school, displaying remarkable decisiveness. Yin Xiaozha had returned to the stands, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at Ning Tian, who was being carried away on a stretcher. Despite her severe injuries, she had provided Huo Yuhao with invaluable time. During this interval, a black golden flame erupted from Huo Yuhao's eyes, and he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, which fell onto the two flames in his hands. Congeal. As the soul power from his burning formula continuously poured in, the once ferocious flames gradually calmed. The two colored flames swayed slightly before, to the astonished eyes of the spectators, slowly coalescing into a palm-sized red-black lotus. Roar. Upon seeing the red-black lotus in Huo Yuhao's palm, Dai Huabin felt a chill run down his spine. The sight of the red and black lotus evoked a sense of absolute death. Huo Yuhao gazed down at the lotus, then at the fallen Wu Feng and the unconscious Ning Tian being taken from the arena, murmuring softly, "Have I succeeded? Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus? Then let it go." The red-black lotus glided silently through the air, leaving no trace of wind in its wake. Yet, this ethereal movement caused the fur of the netherworld white tiger to stand on end. Both Yin Xiaozha and Qian Duo rose simultaneously, their eyes filled with disbelief. They could hardly fathom such a shocking scene unfolding in the final examination match for new students. Such a spectacle was rarely witnessed even among upperclassmen in the outer courtyard, let alone in the inner courtyard. At that moment, they watched as the red-black lotus charged towards the massive netherworld white tiger. Even the seasoned referee was momentarily stunned, unsure whether to prevent the impending collision. Both sides had revealed their strongest trump cards. If they did not allow them to clash, how could a victor be determined? However, the referee glanced at the silent red-black lotus, realizing that if struck head-on, even he would not emerge unscathed. Yet, just when uncertainty loomed, a white figure seemingly appeared out of thin air, positioning itself at the epicenter of the collision. It shielded the tiger's paw with its back while using its front to block the red-black lotus. A brilliant white light surged upwards, forming an ethereal yet incredibly solid barrier that simultaneously halted both forces' most potent strikes. The formidable netherworld white tiger was instantly transformed into countless specks of light upon colliding with this white barrier. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu reappeared in the arena, their faces pale as they collapsed, lacking the strength to rise. Meanwhile, as the red-black lotus approached within 5 meters of the white light, it suddenly erupted into chaos. The lotus pulsated, expanding rapidly, followed by a deafening explosion that resonated throughout the assessment area. At this juncture, Huo Yuhao's Shrek Academy uniform had been scorched away, revealing his body, singed red from the conflicting flames. Yet, he remained steadfast, standing his ground. The one who had suddenly appeared to block the netherworld white tiger and the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus was none other than Du Weiluan, the director of the martial soul department at Shrek Academy. The white light emanating from him was the pure soul power he radiated. It must be noted that he was a formidable soul Douluo of the 8th ring, possessing an immensely powerful soul defense. As for determining the victor, Du Weiluan had made his decision. He would bear the brunt of both attacks, discerning their strengths to declare the winner. After all, both sides had employed their most potent trump cards. It would be crystal clear who was stronger based solely on the impact sustained. At that moment, Du Weiluan showed no visible signs of injury on his back, yet the front of his attire had been reduced to ashes, revealing a multitude of charred scars across his robust chest. Had an 8th ring soul Douluo truly been injured? Injured by a 1st ring novice? This was utterly inconceivable. The teachers in the stands gradually regained their composure, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Seated in the front row, Yin Xiaozha and Qin Duo exchanged glances. Astonished by Du Weiluan's condition, they understood his prowess well. He would never allow himself to appear vulnerable unless he genuinely could not withstand the searing heat of the red-black lotus. Xiao Tao's phoenix evil fire was indeed formidable. Du Weiluan rubbed his chest, grimacing as he stood, his eyes shimmering with determination. A bitter smile flickered across his resolute face as he contemplated the embarrassment he had just endured. Dai Huabin struggled to rise, helping Zhu Lu to her feet. Both were ashen-faced, fully aware of the impending consequences. Well done, both of you, Du Weiluan's voice resonated, prompting the students to calm their emotions, focusing their attention on him. Now, I declare the final champion of the new student assessment elimination round to be Huo Yuhao's team. Chapter 56, The Awakening of Ilex and the Clue of the We have triumphed. We are champions. Wu Feng, who had previously lost consciousness from the intense exertion of her red dragon martial spirit's flames, had just awakened. She mustered her strength to walk over to Huo Yuhao. Her voice somewhat weak yet brimming with excitement. Although Huo Yuhao appeared weak in terms of soul master cultivation, he was the absolute core of the team. Even if a soul emperor were to replace him, they could not perform better. Setting aside the friendship forged over the last 3 months, both Ning Tian and Wu Feng genuinely admired him. Huo Yuhao, did you see? We are the champions, Wu Feng exclaimed, giving his shoulder a pat. However, as she did so, Huo Yuhao, who was originally standing, collapsed to the ground. Mu Jin, who had somehow descended from the high platform, rushed toward them, her excitement akin to that of a child. Yet upon seeing Huo Yuhao fall, she was taken aback and hurriedly knelt to check on him. "Ah, so hot," Wu Feng exclaimed as she tried to touch Huo Yuhao's body, now scorched a fiery red, only to retract her hand immediately from the searing heat. Even with her typically strong character, tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Mu Jin, her voice trembling. "Teacher, will Huo Yuhao be all right?" Mu Jin, with a serious expression, extended her right hand, enveloped by a white soul power aura, isolating Huo Yuhao from the heat. She felt his wrist, and the furrow in her brow relaxed. "It's nothing serious, he is merely exhausted. A few days of rest will suffice. I'll take him back to his hotel later. You should go check on Ning Tian in the infirmary." Upon hearing this, Wu Feng nodded. Her earlier concern for her companion's injury replaced once more by the exhilaration of victory. Although Huo Yuhao had fainted from exhaustion, there was no disagreement regarding the outcome of the match. After all, even the formidable Du Weilin, at the Soul Douluo level, could not withstand the explosive power of the red and black fire lotus. Had Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's martial spirits fused into the nether White Tiger faced this move, it is likely that the Duke of White Tiger would have needed to contact a professional team for his funeral arrangements. Dai Huabin's homeroom teacher approached to comfort the trio. But Dai Huabin's expression remained unchanged, his gaze occasionally filled with malice directed at the unconscious Huo Yuhao, his fist clenched tightly. "Next time, I will never lose." In the sea of spirit, Huo Yuhao slowly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, the familiar voice of Tian Meng echoed in his ears. "I told you, Yuhao. You have an audacious spirit, to dare use such a self-destructive technique so casually. If I hadn't timely employed the power of ice and my life force sealed within to protect your body, your meridians would have been reduced to ashes." A wry smile appeared on Huo Yuhao's lips as he shook his head. "Thank you, Tian Meng. I initially thought that merging the two flames using the burning formula wouldn't be too difficult, but I underestimated the challenge. With my current spiritual power, it was indeed too strenuous. Fear not, for I shall guard you. You will not be harmed," Tian Meng declared confidently. "When the time comes for you to acquire your second soul ring, I will take you to the extreme north ice field. By then, your spiritual power will surely surge, allowing you to control this technique. Indeed, Yuhao, I hold great admiration for you. The Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus you created possesses a destructive power that even I find astonishing. Should you perfect it in the future, and even blend two distinct, I believe you shall find no rivals at your level. My student is truly extraordinary." At this moment, the voice of Yao Lao also resonated within Huo Yuhao's sea of spirit. However, rather than reproaching him for his reckless actions, he felt a deep sense of pride and joy. Suddenly, the gray orb that had long remained silent in Huo Yuhao's sea of spirit shattered silently, releasing a stream of gray energy. "Ah, the one who dares to vie for my domain, you have finally revealed your true form." 10 golden lights ignited simultaneously as Tian Meng attempted to expel the gray energy. Yet, the gray mist was impervious, unaffected by Tian Meng's formidable primal power, showing no signs of dissipating. "Do you think you can contest with me over territory? You are nothing but a mere worm. Were it not for the fact that I am left with only a sliver of consciousness, I would have easily turned you into nourishment." An ancient voice resounded in Huo Yuhao's sea of spirit. Enraged, Tian Ming retorted, "If you have the ability, come forth. Let us see who prevails." "Don't think I haven't noticed. You have no cultivation left, merely this fragment of consciousness, and you wish to challenge me?" The ancient voice scoffed, "Indeed. I am left with but a fragment of consciousness, yet its level vastly surpasses your spiritual power. Even in this weakened state, you cannot contend with me. Should I gradually restore my fragmented consciousness, I could effortlessly crush you." Yu Tianming found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "You may not have the chance to recover," Yao Lao's voice interjected suddenly. He had previously noticed the gray orb in Huo Yuhao's sea of spirit, but refrained from acting due to uncertainty about its nature. However, upon discovering that the gray orb possessed consciousness, he felt a surge of caution. "Powerful being from another world, please do not be alarmed, for I harbor no ill intentions." The ancient voice softened as it addressed Yao Lao. "Who are you, and from whence do you come?" Yao Lao inquired, puzzled. "Like you. I originally did not belong to this world. I recall that I was on the verge of death, yet perhaps due to the strength of my soul, I shattered the fabric of space at that moment, leaving behind this fragment of consciousness, which subsequently arrived in this world. Coincidentally, this young man was merging with that great insect, creating a powerful energy wave, which drew me in. Thus, this fragment of consciousness took residence in his sea of spirit. Rest assured, I mean no harm. If anything were to happen to you, this fragment would also perish. I am currently very fragile and need time to gradually mend myself to restore my full memories. Previously, I sensed the dark flames ravaging within you, which evoked a familiar sensation, awakening me from slumber. Your sea of spirit is indeed peculiar, although I can glean some of your memories. A significant portion remains completely locked away by the forces of time and space. The strength of that seal is such that even in my former life, I could not breach it. Huo Yuhao's expression remained largely unchanged. Although Alex's awakening was unexpected, he was already mentally prepared, with an elder residing within his ring, another in his sea of spirit, and a million-year soul ring from a million-year-old soul beast. Huo Yuhao felt as though he had become the director of the Douluo Elderly Care Center. Since you have awakened and chosen not to depart, it is evident that you seek something, Yao Lao stated calmly. Indeed, while reading this young man's memories, I discovered that he possesses a technique known as the burning formula, which can aid you in refining a body capable of housing a soul, Ilex replied. I was once a human, and naturally, I deeply cherished the sensation of possessing a corporeal form. Thus, what price must you pay? Asked the old alchemist. Ilex paused, then suddenly remarked, if I were to propose that I could offer you a so-called foreign flame, would this facilitate our transaction? Chapter 57. Bullying a soul beast that has never attended school, has it? It is indeed a peculiar experience to have an upset stomach during an examination. Today, the author intends to catch up on sleep and will resume the daily updates starting tomorrow, diligently working to replenish the chapters that are owed. You possess? This revelation astonished not only Yao Lao but also Huo Yuhao. The original text never mentioned that Ilex had in his possession. Has the timeline shifted? Could it be that all of this is part of that esteemed individual's grand design? In this world, there exist numerous planes, each akin to a celestial body and serving as a primary realm. Some coexist spatially with us while others do not. In my previous life, I harnessed my own power to create several smaller worlds, which I refer to as semi-planes. Among them, one possesses a remarkably complete structure and rules. Thus I stored all the summoned undead creatures within it. Over time, the essence of these undead beings merged with the power of the plane itself, coalescing into a peculiar flame at the heart of the plane, what you refer to as. However, even I find it exceedingly difficult to trace this extraordinary flame, as it possesses its own consciousness and has been evading me in a game of hide-and-seek within the semi-plane to avoid destruction. If you would agree to create a vessel capable of accommodating my consciousness in the future, I could guide you into my realm of undead to seek out that. What do you think? Is this trade fair? Upon hearing Ilex's words, Yao Lao fell into silence. To speak honestly, he was reluctant to allow such an uninvited guest to inhabit Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. After all, if Ilex harbored ulterior motives, Huo Yuhao would be at risk of being possessed at any moment. Yet, the fact that this individual wielded was an opportunity that Huo Yuhao, who practiced the burning art, could not afford to overlook. Yao Lao's concerns were justified, yet Huo Yuhao, with his omniscient perspective, understood that Ilex, like Yao Lao, was a venerable elder deserving of respect. Yao Lao was willing to sacrifice himself for his disciple, while Ilex was prepared to burn his last vestiges of consciousness for his own. Huo Yuhao felt no apprehension regarding either of them. Both Yao Lao and Ilex advised me to learn both combat and magic together. What nonsense about melee mages? Huo Yuhao silently scoffed. Since you possess, why not allow me and Yuhao to visit this so-called realm of the undead? If it truly is, we can finalize our transaction. Yao Lao suggested calmly. Ilex responded, his tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. I apologize, but I currently lack the ability to open the realm of the undead. As you can see, I am merely a fragment of consciousness and cannot even manifest a physical form. I will need to regain some of my strength before I can lead you into the realm. That is no issue. I can concoct some soul-nourishing pills to aid in restoring your so-called damaged consciousness. It will also help me stabilize my own soul, Yao Lao replied. However, though the grade of the soul-nourishing pills is not particularly high, around the 5th tier, and the process is not overly complicated, the ingredients required are quite rare. So, Huo Yuhao, understanding the unspoken request, confidently patted his chest and proclaimed, "No problem, teacher. I'll visit the treasure pavilion tonight and have them search for the necessary materials. Right now, I may lack many things, but I am certainly not short on funds." "Huh, you rascal." Yao Lao chuckled. "Very well, once I have concocted the soul-nourishing pills to help restore a portion of your consciousness, we can continue our negotiations. However, during this interim, should you harbor any intentions of harming Yuhao, do not blame me for being unkind." Ilex smiled faintly at this and remarked, "This young man's experiences seem reminiscent of my own. I too was once filled with hatred and anger, leading to unimaginable calamities. Huo Yuhao, do not allow hatred to cloud your vision. Once you commit acts that cannot be undone, you will regret it for a lifetime. And such deeds can never be rectified. The vengeance for my mother's death is something I cannot forgive." Huo Yuhao replied coldly. "You may act as you wish, eliminating all who deserve to die, but do not let this hatred fester. I have scanned your memories. Your only enemies are those within the Duke White Tiger's mansion. However, your anger seems to have inadvertently extended to the entire Star Luo Empire, which is perilously dangerous. Vengeance is permissible, but do not harm the innocent," Ilex cautioned gently. "Very well, I sense my consciousness waning and must return to slumber. I hope that when I awaken next, we will all have attained our desires. With the sun and moon in hand, I am unparalleled in this world." Haha. As his laughter echoed, the grayness within Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea receded like a tide, returning everything to normal within moments, the gray orb remaining in its original position. "Yuhao, there is some merit to what he said, though revenge is significant to you. Do not allow yourself to descend into darkness, otherwise you will ultimately face unbearable consequences." After uttering these words, Yao Lao's soul energy was withdrawn into the black ring. Before departing, Yao Lao hesitated briefly, then seemingly imitating Ilex's tone, remarked, "May there be no suffering in this world. What does it matter if the medicine gathers dust?" Haha. Huo Yuhao. Tianming. Cough I soar above the heavens, unrivaled among mortals. Haha. Tianming. I must take my leave as well. With a whoosh, Huo Yuhao's figure vanished from the spiritual sea, leaving the poor Tianming in a state of disarray. "Are you all bullying me because I'm a soul beast that has been educated? Just wait. Once I learn to compose poetry, I shall write verses to scold you all. Such a disgrace to beasts." The following morning dawned bright and sunny. The mist from the sea god lake purified the air around Shrek Academy, imparting a refreshing ambience. All the newly admitted students who passed the assessment gathered in Shrek Square, awaiting the imminent class assignments. Soon, Director Duel of the Martial Spirit Department, accompanied by a dozen teachers, approached the students. Huo Yuhao's homeroom teacher, Mu Jin, and Wang Yin were among them. However, when Huo Yuhao greeted them with a smile, he noticed that the smiles on their faces seemed somewhat forced. A flicker of light gleamed in Huo Yuhao's eyes as a thoughtful smile appeared on his lips. This scenario seemed oddly familiar. Chapter 58, An Unexpected Twist. Du Weilin held a folder in his hand, smiling as he surveyed the group of students before him. "I trust everyone is aware that the freshman assessment elimination round has concluded, and the top 3 finalists have been determined. Now, I shall officially announce the results and the accompanying rewards. In 3rd place, the Huang Chutian team, please step forward." Having previously been defeated by Huo Yuhao and his team, the Huang Chutian team achieved commendable success, having lost to Dai Huabin's group in the semifinals but ultimately triumphed over the Zhou Xiqing team, which Huo Yuhao had previously bested. It is worth noting that only 3 teams in the entire freshman assessment included soul ancestors, and Xia Huan Yue had suffered significant internal injuries from Huo Yuhao's 8 Extremes collapse, causing her to miss the subsequent matches, thus eliminating Huang Chutian's only rival. The applause from the first-year students thundered, with approximately 400 remaining after the elimination rounds, a stark reduction from the initial count at the beginning of the semester. In 2nd place, the Dai Huabin team, please step forward. The applause erupted once more. Yet Dai Huabin's expression was one of profound sorrow, devoid of any semblance of excitement. His head hung low, his eyes tinged with bloodshot hues, clearly indicating that this defeat had robbed him of a restful night. After a brief pause, Duel raised his voice slightly. Now, let us warmly welcome the final champions of the freshman assessment. They're the Ningtian team, comprising Ningtian, Wufeng, and Huo Yuhao. Instantly, the venue erupted with enthusiastic cheers. However, both Ningtian and Wufeng were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Duelen's announcement. According to the name submitted by Class 9, their team was supposed to be called the Huo Yuhao team, and this had been the title used throughout the previous matches. It was abundantly clear that Huo Yuhao was the undeniable core of the trio. He had single-handedly shattered the Blue Sisters' martial soul fusion technique and defeated Xie Huanyue, a soul ancestor, in an instant. Moreover, he had transformed the assessment into a speed challenge, eliminating his opponent in mere seconds during the semifinals. Most notably, Huo Yuhao had vanquished the renowned martial soul fusion technique of the White Tiger clan, the ghostly White Tiger, leaving scars even on the formidable Duelen. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Huo Yuhao playfully patted the shoulders of Ningtian and Wufeng, urging them forward. If you're not eager to collect your reward, something must be amiss. Surely you two aren't still dazed from yesterday's encounter with the ghostly White Tiger. Are you? Huo Yuhao's just snapped Ningtian and Wufeng back to reality. They glanced at him, noticing no signs of displeasure on his face. Just the same gentle smile he always wore. Yuhao, you. Ningtian began with concern, but Huo Yuhao interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Let us go. Everyone is watching. Amidst the cheers and applause from their fellow first years, Ningtian and Wufeng hurriedly stepped forward. As they advanced, Huo Yuhao deliberately lagged a step behind, allowing his companions to take the lead. Seeing this, Duelen raised an eyebrow in surprise. He gestured for them to stand at the center. Huo Yuhao sensed a gaze fixed upon him and turned to find it belonged to Dai Huabin. The resentment and fury in Dai Huabin's eyes were palpable. He had completely forgotten Huo Yuhao's earlier act of saving his mother, consumed instead by bitterness over having the first place snatched from him. Huo Yuhao smirked coldly, a fleeting glimmer of black golden light flashing in his eyes. Upon noticing the shift in Huo Yuhao's fiery gaze, Dai Huabin instinctively averted his eyes, no longer daring to meet his gaze. Duelen, sensing the tension among the individuals, shook his head with a smile, then announced, I will now declare the rewards for the top 3 teams in the freshman assessment. Each team will receive a unified reward from the Academy, allowing each member to request a soul ring when needed, with the Academy assisting them in obtaining a soul ring that aligns with their capabilities and is most suitable for them. Huo Yuhao interjected, report. I would like the soul ring of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. Subsequently, Huo Yuhao's fanciful request was met with unrelenting disdain from the elder members of the Sea God Pavilion. Of course, all of this transpired solely in Huo Yuhao's imagination. For these Shrek students, with their profound backgrounds, the ultimate soul rings could easily be hunted by powerful family members, rendering the Academy's so-called rewards somewhat inconsequential. Duelen continued. Given the outstanding performance and undefeated record of the champion Ningtian team throughout the competition, the Academy has decided to grant them a special reward. This reward will remain confidential, and once classes conclude, you may accompany me to collect it. Very well, you may return to your teams. Once they had all returned to their original positions, Duelen spoke again. In light of the exceptional talents that emerged from this year's freshman competition, the Academy has specially approved a select number of students to become core disciples of the Outer Academy. I will now announce the names. They are Ningtian, Wufeng, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Xie Huanyue. Indeed, a spark of realization ignited in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Unless there was a problem with the core disciple positions, Mu Jin and Wang Yin would not have reacted as they did earlier. Ningtian and Wufeng's names appeared first, their excitement palpable. However, when Xie Huanyue's name was mentioned last, Huo Yuhao was conspicuously absent from the list, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Why not? Huo Yuhao's strength is evident. Why is he not? Huo Yuhao, let go of me. Wufeng's temper flared as she angrily confronted Duelen. Yet, mid-sentence, her lips were covered by Huo Yuhao's gentle hand. Wufeng. The Academy has its reasons for this decision. How can you speak to Director Du in such a manner? Huo Yuhao smiled, nodding at Duelen. I apologize, Director Du. I speak on behalf of Wufeng. She is young and lacks understanding, so please do not take offense. Duelen regarded Huo Yuhao with a complex expression, letting out a soft sigh in his heart. In truth, based on Huo Yuhao's performance in the final match, he was more than deserving of the core disciple status in the martial soul department. However, due to the prior incident involving Shui. And in order to avoid conflict with the future head of the Soul Guidance Department, Duel had, after consulting Yin Xiaozhe, rescinded Huo Yuhao's core disciple position. There were reasons for this decision on Yin Xiaozhe's part as well. Not long ago, the head of the Soul Guidance Department, Xianliner, had personally approached Yin Xiaozhe requesting a student, while Huo Yuhao had displayed a degree of strength in the final match. It must be noted that he had relied on Wu Feng's assistance, utilizing her entire soul power as a flame to unleash what resembled a martial soul fusion technique. If we disregard the red-black fire lotus and focus solely on Huo Yuhao's currently displayed talent, both Yin Xiaozhe and Xian Lao concluded that Huo Yuhao did not possess sufficient qualifications to be nurtured as a core disciple in the martial soul department. Moreover, with Xianliner personally requesting a student, Yin Xiaozhe felt a sense of obligation towards the martial god Douluo. Thus he reluctantly assigned Huo Yuhao to the Soul Guidance Department as a core disciple. If in the future, Huo Yuhao's primary martial soul undergoes a second awakening or he acquires some other formidable means, Yin Xiaozhe can certainly bring him back to the martial soul department. This is not a difficult task. Du Weiland's gaze shifted, and in the distance, a tall figure approached. He was a middle-aged man, approximately 1 meter 80 in height, with broad shoulders, clad in simple cloth garb. His robust arms, bared to the elements, revealed muscles reminiscent of granite. His face was chiseled, and his gaze was profound and weighty. Standing there, he exuded an aura akin to a towering mountain. "Teacher Fan Yu, you have arrived." Du Weiland greeted politely with a smile. Fan Yu held a position of great esteem within the Soul Guide Department, although his current rank was lower than Du Weiland's. Du Weiland was acutely aware that Fan Yu was destined to become the vice president of the Soul Guide Department, perhaps even the successor to the presidency, while Du Weiland's role as the director would likely be as far as he could ascend. Yes, the president and vice president are engaged in a crucial research project concerning soul guides, and they have entrusted me with the responsibility of escorting the new students transitioning to the Soul Guide Department to the teaching area, Fan Yu replied with a nod. Du Weiland's expression tightened slightly as he cautiously inquired, "What about Huo Yuhao?" "I'm sorry, but our Soul Guide Department will not accept Huo Yuhao as a core disciple," Fan Yu stated matter-of-factly. Chapter 59, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the young and destitute. I must apologize. My friend has summoned me for a matter outside, yet the essence of the situation remains unchanged. It may simply take a bit longer than anticipated. I regret to inform you that our Department of Soul Guidance will not accept Huo Yuhao as a core disciple. Upon hearing Fan Yu's declaration, Du Weiland was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. Had you mentioned earlier that you did not desire him, our martial spirit department would have certainly considered him. Du Weiland's gaze shifted and fell upon Zhou Yi, who stood among the newly admitted class. This cohort had endured a particularly harsh trial. Aside from Wang Dong and Xiao Zhao's group, only 3 unfortunate souls, defeated by Huo Yuhao, managed to pass the entrance examination. Before the assessment, only 5 groups remained in the first class, yet ultimately, a mere 2 groups emerged victorious. Such extraordinary results compelled the Martial Spirit Department to re-evaluate Zhou Yi's teaching abilities. Consequently, her aspiration to regain her position as class head seemed increasingly elusive. Zhou Yi's eyes, fixed on Huo Yuhao, brimmed with resentment and satisfaction. Indeed, the orchestrator of this scene was she. She had subtly influenced Fan Yu, portraying Huo Yuhao as a disrespectful and arrogant student, employing despicable tactics that cost her the class head position, igniting Fan Yu's ire. Originally, Xianliner and Qian Duo had informed Fan Yu prior to their soul guidance research retreat, intending to grant Huo Yuhao the status of core disciple upon bringing back those from the soul guidance department. Yet, Fan Yu had chosen this precise moment, just after Du Weiland's announcement, to deliver a crushing blow to Huo Yuhao. You may be sharp-tongued and possess some talent and strength, but lacking a background. You remain merely a pawn easily manipulated by others. Zhou Yi scoffed inwardly. Being denied the status of core disciple effectively severed your path to the inner academy. Your future is bleak. Beside her, Dai Huabin wore an expression of schadenfreude. The memory of being defeated by Huo Yuhao lingered vividly in his mind. Witnessing his rival publicly humiliated by both major departments of Shrek Academy filled him with a refreshing exhilaration, as if he had consumed an icy beverage on a sweltering day. Huo Yuhao, today is your day of reckoning. Du Weiland cast a lingering glance at Fan Yu, then at Huo Yuhao, internally sighing. Although he suspected that Fan Yu might be misrepresenting the authority, the martial spirit and soul guidance departments functioned independently, and he had no right to interfere with their internal affairs. With a reluctant shake of his head, he continued, in light of the new student assessment. Although some students displayed inadequate talent and ability, they also exhibited commendable performance. The Academy has decided to temporarily grant them core disciple privileges until the end of this academic year. Should they achieve breakthroughs during the upgrade examination next year, their promotion to official core disciples will be considered. The list is as follows: Huo Yuhao, Chuiji, Huang Chudian, Zhou Xiqing, Chao Jinxian, Long Xiangyue. That concludes the announcement. I must apologize, Director Dou, but I choose to forfeit the core disciple status granted by the Academy. Suddenly, a solemn voice resonated from among the students. All eyes turned to Huo Yuhao. What did you say? Du Weilan's expression shifted dramatically. I choose to relinquish the core disciple status. I only wish to take the upgrade examination as an ordinary disciple, Huo Yuhao replied calmly. Among those entering the elimination round, I am the sole individual below level 20. I am acutely aware of my low talent and insufficient strength. My achievements stemmed from my teammates' support, which is why I believe I do not deserve the core disciple status and voluntarily choose to forfeit it. Though Huo Yuhao's words appeared self-deprecating, they felt rather incongruous to the others. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu exchanged glances, their eyes nearly igniting with fury. You claim to have low talent and poor strength. What does that say about us, who you have personally defeated? Are we to be deemed even less worthy? This is nothing short of a slap in the face to the teams you vanquished. Du Weilan discerned the sarcasm in Huo Yuhao's words. Yet as a representative of Shrek Academy's authority, he understood that was voluntary renunciation of core disciple status implied a disregard for the Academy's honor. Huo Yuhao, I recognize your grievances regarding the Academy's decision not to cultivate you as a core disciple. However, since you have chosen to study at Shrek Academy, you must abide by its regulations, Du Weilan asserted solemnly. You are still young. I can interpret this as a momentary outburst of frustration. If you retract your statement, I will consider this a non-incident. Ning Tian extended her hand, attempting to prevent Huo Yuhao from continuing. However, he waved her off, smiling gently before standing tall and addressing Du Weilan with deliberate clarity. Director Du, I trust you and the esteemed faculty can discern my performance during the new student assessment. From the moment I entered Shrek Academy, I devoted myself wholeheartedly to relentless training and improvement. While others rested, I trained. While they idled, I continued to strive. Had Tangyu been present, she would have unflinchingly exposed Huo Yuhao's fibs. While others rested, you were grilling skewers at the East Gate, expanding your business to other city gates. During the new student assessment, I exerted my utmost alongside my partners, ultimately attaining the highest honor. Yet, despite this, I am denied the core disciple status? Why is that so? A millennium ago, a master once proclaimed that there are no worthless martial souls, only inferior soul masters. And we at Shrek Academy have enshrined this as one of our mottos. Yet, why, despite displaying overwhelming strength during the new student assessment, am I deprived of the treatment I rightfully deserve? Although autumn grasses wither, spring shall bring verdant blooms. Though a rusty sword lacks sharpness, it retains the might to vanquish all. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the young and destitute. My choice to forfeit the core disciple status is not to prove my worth but to uphold my dignity. When the upgrade examination arrives, I shall see which core disciple possesses the qualification to challenge me. Huo Yuhao, I stand upon the moral high ground, pointing fingers at you all. Du Weilan fell silent at Huo Yuhao's bold declaration, while surrounding teachers and students wore expressions of shock. How audacious! Here lies Shrek Academy, the foremost sanctum of the Soul Master realm in Douluo Continent, and Huo Yuhao had the audacity to publicly question the decisions of its higher-ups. He even delivered an impassioned speech, delivering cold mockery to the Academy's elite. Ha ha ha, well said. A marvelous expression of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the young and destitute. Suddenly, from afar, a thunderous laugh echoed from the heavens. Hai Chi Chang, I have finally found you. Chapter 60, The Invincible Green Giant. At last, I have found you, Gao Qiqiang. The voice, though seemingly faint at first, resonated in the ears like a resounding bell, echoing like thunderous explosions in the mind. More terrifyingly, this voice enveloped the entire Shrek Academy, casting a shadow that felt as though it threatened to crush the institution beneath its weight. Du Weilan's expression shifted dramatically as he gravely declared, "This is bad. A formidable foe approaches. All teachers, lead the students back to the classrooms and do not venture outside. I will inform Dean Yan. Yuhao, this individual's cultivation surpasses that of the one you encountered earlier, the one gnawing on a chicken leg, and he is but a step away from the dragon god Douluo." Elder Yao's voice echoed in Huo Yuhao's consciousness, while Tianmin's spirit was also roused, diligently fortifying Huo Yuhao's mental defenses. From a distance, Huo Yuhao sensed a powerful mental wave locking onto him. However, since Elder Yao and Tianming exhibited no signs of alarm, it indicated that this mental wave bore no malicious intent towards him. Gao Qiqiang? Could it be? A glimmer of realization sparked in Huo Yuhao's eyes as he contemplated a possibility. Is it you, the poisonous elder? At that moment, the deep voice of Elder Xian resonated above Shrek Academy. A brilliant yellow light surged upwards, instantly enveloping the entire academy in its dazzling glow. Moreover, amidst the academy, an overwhelming aura erupted, akin to colossal waves crashing skyward. What a formidable Shrek Academy! Do you think you can bully us with sheer numbers? Let us compare. Outside Shrek Academy, beams of light in various colors shot into the sky, and upon counting, there were at least more than 20. Each beam of light was solid and unwavering, particularly the foremost emerald green beam, which was exceptionally thick and overshadowed the others. The chicken leg Douluo, Elder Xian, hovered above Sea God Island, still savoring a bite of chicken leg, and coldly remarked, "What? Poisonous elder, do you intend to wage war against us at Shrek Academy?" At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the emerald green light. It was a tall elder with long, dark green hair cascading down his back, yet amusingly. He was bald on top. His complexion was as rosy as that of an infant, devoid of wrinkles. The only sign of age was the depth of experience reflected in his dark green eyes. Behind the elder, more than 20 beams of light aligned in a row, revealing figures of varying appearances. Each one floating in mid-air possessed formidable strength, at least at the Soul Douluo or even Title Douluo level. On Shrek Academy's side, figures began to rise slowly, numbering over 30, with Elder Xian at the forefront. He appeared unfazed and devoid of any worry, merely stating, "Poisonous elder. Today you present such a grand display. What are your intentions? Is it that your body sect intends to target our Shrek Academy first upon your return to the mainland?" Upon hearing the term body sect, the younger teachers in the distant teaching building felt a chill in their hearts. So, they were indeed formidable individuals from the body sect. No wonder they dared to challenge Shrek Academy. The body martial soul is a unique existence among martial souls. Typically, a soul master's martial soul can be anything. Yet seldom is it a part of their own body. Thus, early soul masters possessing body martial souls were often regarded as anomalies. Moreover, at that time, the advantages of body martial souls had yet to manifest, rendering them undervalued in the soul master community. It was not until a genius with a body martial soul emerged, unlocking the secrets to harnessing its formidable power, that the body sect began to rise. Through relentless cultivation and meticulous research, this individual discovered that their body, as a martial soul, was more reliable than others. More importantly, body martial souls possessed unique characteristics absent in other martial souls. For instance, a soul master's control over their body martial soul far exceeds that of conventional martial souls, as individuals inherently possess a strong command over their own limbs. Furthermore, since the body martial soul is part of the body, the soul master can manipulate their muscles, meridians, and even blood flow, allowing for complete mastery over themselves. This ability, straddling the line between beast martial souls and tool martial souls, serves as the ultimate secret for body martial soul masters to triumph over their foes. In the Douluo Continent soul master community, it is said that the pinnacle of power rests in a tripartite balance, encompassing the Mingda Hall of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, and finally, the Body Sect. After all, at that time, the Holy Spirit cult was not yet renowned, nor did it possess a formidable being like the death god Douluo, Yishi Shui, with dual martial souls. The aforementioned three factions already represented the apex of strength in the unified Douluo Continent. At this moment, the elder referred to as the poisonous elder by Elder Xian snorted and coldly laughed. "Xuanzi, your Shrek Academy is truly unscrupulous. You sold us a piece of information for 5 million. However, you see, your cleverness has backfired. I won't waste words. I have come to retrieve Gao Qiqiang for our body sect." Elder Xian snorted dismissively. "I know nothing of this Gao Qiqiang." The poisonous elder, incensed, retorted, "Do not feign ignorance. Any soul master with a body martial soul is implicitly recognized as a disciple of our sect. Are you unaware of this? Where is that young lad with the martial soul? Bring him out quickly. Such talent should not go unrecognized at Shrek Academy. We at the body sect regard him as a treasure. You see, Huo Yuhao?" Elder Xian was taken aback, but quickly replied with a cold smile. "Indeed. I know the lad you speak of, but Shrek Academy has no precedent for casually surrendering its students. Huo Yuhao, so he does not go by Gao Qiqiang. What an intriguing young man. Xuanzi, are you suggesting that a battle is imminent?" The poisonous elder roared in fury, and an intense emerald green light surged skyward. dyeing half the sky in its hue. His body suddenly expanded, growing more than tenfold in an instant. The green skin bulged into massive muscles resembling granite. Clad only in a specially designed pair of shorts to protect his modesty, which would otherwise be torn apart by his colossal frame. Most fearsome were the soul rings adorning him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red, amounting to an astonishing 300,000-year soul rings. As he unleashed his martial soul, the overwhelming wave of soul power seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of space itself. Huo Yuhao, firmly locked by that formidable mental force, chose not to follow Mu Jinshin back to the teaching building but resolutely remained in place. As he gazed upon the poisonous elder's colossal form, his muscles nearly bursting with power, he was momentarily taken aback. My goodness, it's the Hulk. Chapter 61. The unyielding persistence of the poisonous undying and the choice of Huo Yuhao. Upon witnessing the emergence of the poisonous undying's martial soul, Elder Xian's expression turned grave. With a resounding roar, he ascended into the sky, a brilliant yellow light emanating from his being. As the yellow light reached its zenith and began to spread, Elder Xian transformed into a formidable entity resembling a creature with the body of a goat and the face of a human, complete with eyes situated beneath its arms. Tiger-like fangs, human-like claws, and a pair of enormous bullhorns. This monstrous figure exceeded 30 meters in length, boasting a physique even more robust than that of the poisonous undying. The intense yellow light surged forth, and 9 soul rings coalesced into luminous halos, oscillating between the immense horns that stretched over 5 meters. A sudden surge of energy erupted, and the dense yellow radiance illuminated a vast expanse of sky above Shrek Academy, where yellow and green contrasted sharply against one another. However, in comparison to the poisonous undying, Elder Xian's soul rings paled in significance, comprising 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. In terms of 100,000-year soul bones, he was at least 2 short of the poisonous undying. If the adage of martial soul defines a soul master is hard to substantiate with examples of the truly powerful, then Elder Xian undoubtedly stands as one of those rare exemplars. The Taodai Divine Bull martial soul, possessing a fragment of the Taoda's bloodline, is comparable to the great dragon kings of the Dragon Clan. Even the patriarch of the contemporary Black Dragon lineage, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King Di Tian, would refer to the Taodai as uncle. One could assert that Elder Xian's martial soul is on par with Muan's Radiant Holy Dragon and Long Xiaoyao's Dark Holy Dragon, categorically one of the most elite beast martial souls. Yet, this formidable martial soul was ultimately brought low by the insurmountable prowess of Xuanzi. As a true dragon-type martial soul with terrifying physical strength, he possessed but a single 100,000-year soul ring, leaving one to wonder what misdeeds he might have indulged in during his youth. Even within the original narrative, aided by Huo Gu, he achieved the rank of ultimate Douluo, yet remained the weakest among them, a mere unit of combat power. Indeed, after a fierce clash in the heavens, Elder Xian ultimately fell short against the poisonous undying. His form being blasted back, tainted in a dark green hue, clearly suffering from the final impact. Xuanzi, though our cultivation levels are equal, your soul rings are, after all, inferior to mine. As the sect master, I possess an innate martial soul of unparalleled quality. Were it not for the desire to retain a worthy adversary like you in this world, you would already be dead. Elder Xian was propelled 1,000 meters away before stabilizing himself. The green hue on his body faded, and while he seemed outwardly unchanged, even maintaining his imposing presence, a sense of agitation flickered in his eyes. Poisonous undying, spare me your grandiloquent rhetoric. Do you dare to contend with me to the death? Even in demise? I shall ensure you suffer, rendering you utterly helpless. The poisonous undying scoffed lightly, replying with indifference, I have no desire to engage in needless banter. My purpose here is solely to retrieve our sect's disciple, not to engage you in combat. Hand over Huo Yuhao, and we shall depart at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Do not forget my name. Should I unleash my innate poison, how much of it can you withstand? If Xuanzi cannot halt you, what of me? At that moment, a gentle voice emerged unexpectedly. Almost immediately, a soft radiance emanated from Shrek Academy below, specifically from the direction of the freshman dormitories. The diffusion of the gentle golden light seemed slow yet swift, rapidly ascending into the sky. Under this golden glow, both Elder Xian and the poisonous undying found their imposing auras dissipated, and the oppressive atmosphere in the sky shattered. Huo Yuhao felt a sudden lightness in his body, lifted by the golden light, soaring to the heavens. The once formidable poisonous undying, witnessing this extraordinary scene and the golden-hued Shrek city below, was taken aback. The light of the sea god? How can this be? How is it possible that Shrek still harbors someone capable of wielding the light of the sea god? Undying. It has been years since we last met. It seems you have forgotten me, the gentle voice echoed again, accompanied by a faint yet discernible dragon's roar as Muin's somewhat stooped figure appeared beside Elder Xian. You are the dragon god Douluo Muin. You are still alive? How can this be? Weren't you supposed to have? The poisonous Undying stared in disbelief at Muin, beads of sweat forming on his dark green forehead. If I were dead, would you have dared to oppress Shrek Academy? Muin replied coolly. In an instant, the vibrant golden light flickered, and the poisonous Undying's dark green form diminished by a meter, a fierce turquoise radiance spilling forth from his being. Muin, my intent here is solely to escort Huo Yuhao away. I harbor no ill will towards Shrek Academy. The poisonous Undying, now devoid of his earlier bravado in conversation with Xuanzi, remained nonetheless composed. We cannot afford to forsake this child, given our advanced age. You must understand that time is not on our side, and our sect lacks a successor. A successor? At the mention of this, Muin's eyes flickered with surprise. You hold this child in such high regard? Though Shrek Academy is revered as a sanctuary for soul masters, it possesses only a rudimentary understanding of innate martial souls. The poisonous Undying scoffed lightly. You in the Sea God Pavilion presume that our sect can be so easily deceived, purchasing either genuine or spurious information for 5 million. It has been nearly 2 decades since our sect has seen a newcomer. By some divine providence, I have encountered this exceptionally gifted child. The information sold to us by the treasure-gathering pavilion indicated that when Huo Yuhao manifested his innate martial soul, his eyes glimmered with a crimson light. Oh, you cannot possibly know that typically the eyes of soul masters with innate martial soul shimmer either white or gold. The appearance of red signifies that this child has undergone a second awakening. Dragon God Douluo, for your sake, I shall refrain from forcibly taking the child from Shrek Academy. Instead, I shall grant him the opportunity to choose. Whether to depart or remain, I shall not interfere. However, if you insist on obstructing his return to our sect and severing our lineage, we shall not hesitate to bring ruin upon Shrek Academy, even if you still draw breath. I doubt my elder brother left you unscathed. I am certainly not your match, but should you seek to end my life, the cost will be steep, perhaps even your own. Shrek Academy faces foes beyond our sect. Consider that carefully. The 20 or so figures from the Body Sect, having heard these words, felt their already fierce aura surge to new heights. United, their presence forced the golden light, suffusing the sky back several meters. A second awakening? No, this cannot be. Elder Xian was momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had chastised Huo Yuhao for his innate martial soul's failure to achieve a second awakening. Yet he had never considered the possibility that Huo Yuhao might have already undergone such an awakening. How careless I have been. Muin pondered briefly before waving his hand gently. The light of the sea god continued to support Huo Yuhao's form, bringing him to a position between Muin and the poisonous Undying. Huo Yuhao, from the moment you entered this academy, I have kept a watchful eye on you. Muin smiled at Huo Yuhao, yet said nothing further. You are not far from us, so you must have overheard our conversation. I shall not conceal the truth from you. The Body Sect has devoted millennia to the study of the original martial soul, and it is fair to say that no one in this age can rival their expertise. They undoubtedly possess the capability to enhance the power of your flame god martial soul. In light of this, I require a response from you before we can determine how to engage with the Body Sect. Chapter 62. Joining the Body Sect, a 3-year pact. Child, may I behold your martial soul? The voice of the poison immortal trembled slightly upon encountering Huo Yuhao. The Body Sect had awaited such a prodigy for an interminable time. Upon witnessing the poison immortal unleash his martial soul, Huo Yuhao instantly recognized him, having maintained a firm mental lock on him all along. Without hesitation, Huo Yuhao activated his flame god martial soul, this time unleashing its full power without restraint. From his eyes erupted flames of black and gold, extending a foot in length. The powerful mental fluctuations carried an undercurrent of intense heat, as if this were not merely a mental wave, but rather a torrent of molten lava. The soul power fluctuations emanating from the poison immortal cautiously expanded, only to be abruptly absorbed by the flame god upon contact with Huo Yuhao's body. Subsequently, a radiant light, smooth and colorful as jade, blossomed behind Huo Yuhao. The sight of this brilliance caused the poison immortal to tremble involuntarily, falling silent once more. Muin and Xuanzi exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment. The most formidable aspect of the body martial soul lies in its secondary awakening. Most martial souls awaken at the age of 6, allowing those with innate soul power to cultivate as soul masters. Under specific circumstances, an already awakened martial soul may undergo a secondary awakening, which can lead to notable mutations, both beneficial and detrimental. The secondary awakening of the body martial soul is unique, possessing capabilities unmatched by any other martial soul. What is secondary awakening? It signifies the evolution of the martial soul, allowing the body martial soul to ascend to a higher level, akin to a serpent transforming into a dragon. Currently, only the body sect possesses this remarkable ability, which elucidates why the number of body martial soul bearers is so scarce while the sect remains vibrant and prosperous. Any soul master with a body martial soul can stimulate their martial soul through the body sect's secret techniques, inevitably leading to a beneficial secondary awakening. Who would not wish to join the body sect to enhance their power? Moreover, the body sect is known for its exceptional care and protection of its disciples, which only adds to its allure. Even among secondary awakenings, distinctions exist. The body sect categorizes them into 4 levels. Upon completing a secondary awakening, the owner of a body martial soul manifests a shadow formed by their martial soul, with its color serving as a crucial indicator of the awakening's efficacy. A metallic sheen within black is termed black iron level secondary awakening, enhancing combat power by approximately 30%. A bronze hue signifies bronze level secondary awakening, boosting combat power by about 60%. Moving upward, the exceedingly rare silver level secondary awakening typically manifests in vital body parts, such as the torso or head, doubling combat power and enabling some strong individuals to temporarily elevate their capabilities, allowing a soul king to unleash attacks equivalent to a soul emperor. The most formidable and rarest of all is the golden level secondary awakening, characterized by a golden shadow behind the body martial soul. When they activate this secondary awakening, their attack power can surge to 2 or even 3 times its original strength. Even within the body sect, the vast majority of body martial soul bearers only achieve black iron level secondary awakenings, with bronze level being exceedingly uncommon. Silver level participants seldom exceed 10 individuals, constituting the backbone of the body sect. Golden level is a rarity reserved for past sect leaders, who seldom utilize such capabilities. The greater the might of a secondary awakening, the more it drains the individual. At the golden level, it may even necessitate the expenditure of life force. However, the colorful shadow that materialized behind Huo Yuhao under the Poison Immortal's soul power detection perplexed both Mu-In and Xuanzi. What could this colorful brilliance signify? Child, you now face a choice: to continue your studies at Shrek Academy or to return to the body sect, the Poison Immortal stated gently, though his hands clenched into fists behind his back. I choose to join the body sect, Huo Yuhao declared without a moment's hesitation. Xian Lao immediately retorted, you boy, not even a moment's reflection? Did you feel no attachment during your 3 months at Shrek Academy? Huh, Xuanzi. Huo Yuhao became the champion of your academy's new student competition with mere first-ring strength, yet your academy hesitates to grant him a core disciple slot. With such a miserly institution, why should he feel any sense of belonging? The Poison Immortal's tightly clenched fists relaxed, nearly bursting into laughter. The academy deems my talent and strength insufficient for core disciple status. Thus I choose to join the body sect to unearth my potential and enhance my abilities. Is there anything wrong with that? Huo Yuhao replied calmly. As I previously mentioned to Director Du, a sword without an edge, great skill and simplicity. 30 years of the East and 30 years of the West. Do not underestimate a youth in poverty. Good lad, you. Xian Lao was momentarily speechless with rage. Mu-In nodded slightly and gestured for the sea god light to support Huo Yuhao's body toward the Poison Immortal. The latter patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder with approval before entrusting him to an elder behind him. He then clasped his hands in salute to Mu-In, saying, Dragon God Douluo Mu-In, indeed radiant and honorable, your word is your bond. Very well, this time the body sect owes you a favor. Next time, I shall repay you generously. Withdraw. Wait. Mu-In suddenly called out, preventing the body sect members from departing. What? Does Dragon God Douluo intend to go back on his word? The Poison Immortal inquired sternly. Not at all. Huo Yuhao may join the body sect, but he must agree to one condition, Mu-In responded, his voice audible only to the Poison Immortal. What condition? The Poison Immortal asked. Huo Yuhao must continue his studies at the Outer Academy of Shrek Academy for 3 years before he can officially belong to the body sect, Mu-In stated matter-of-factly. Of course, he is now your disciple, and that is indisputable. Allowing our body sect's heir to remain at Shrek Academy for 3 years? The Poison Immortal nearly laughed in exasperation. Dragon God Douluo, have you lost your mind? Would I consent to such a sheep being led into a tiger's den? Not to mention whether your Shrek Academy can adequately educate Huo Yuhao. What if during these 3 years you employ underhanded tactics? Where would our body sect find another heir? Undying. If Huo Yuhao becomes the heir of the body sect, he will one day be its leader. Given his background and previous experiences, he will undoubtedly harbor intense animosity towards Shrek Academy and the Star Luo Empire. The Sun Moon Empire is already quietly preparing for conflict. I have even witnessed powerful soul-guiding devices in their Mingda Hall that pose a threat to my life. Although your sect possesses its own set of principles, it is still originally a sect of the Douluo Continent, which once stood shoulder to shoulder with my Shrek Academy in the face of external threats. However, if Huo Yuhao were to develop any animosity towards us at Shrek Academy, or even towards the Star Luo Empire, which borders the Sun Moon Empire, it would inevitably lead to calamity in the future. When Douluo Continent is renamed as Sun Moon, can your sect truly remain unscathed? I hope that during these 3 years of study and life, Huo Yuhao will at least retain a flicker of affection for Shrek Academy. As for his safety, I swear upon my own martial soul that if Huo Yuhao encounters any life-threatening danger in Shrek City, I shall sever all ties with the lineage of the radiant Holy Dragon. Brothers, as for the characters Wang Dong, Dai Huabin, and Zhou Yi, along with some other plot arrangements, I will not be departing from Shrek Academy for the time being. But rest assured, the narrative will certainly develop, and it will do so without mercy. This aspect has already been thoroughly conceived by the author, ensuring that when the time comes, it will be immensely satisfying for you all. Now, it is past midnight, and the author shall retire for the night. Good night. Brothers. Chapter 63. The 3 conditions for immunity to poison. Upon hearing Muin's words, Elder Xian was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Muin to make such a solemn vow. For a powerful being who had reached the pinnacle of Douluo Continent, every action and word resonated with the laws of the universe, making such a heavy oath inevitable to fulfill. Mu Lao Yu. Poison Immortal's expression shifted as he realized Muin was using the sentiment of family and nation to morally bind him. He could see through it. Nevertheless, Muin's words held merit. Although the body sect operated in both righteous and sinister ways, they placed immense value on the legacy of the 3 kingdoms of Douluo Continent. Moreover, the Heavenly Soul Empire had consistently supported the body sect, and Poison Immortal could not idly watch as the Sun Moon Empire crossed the Mingdo Mountains to consume the 3 kingdoms of Douluo. 3 years, very well. Let it be 3 years. Poison Immortal pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, do not think I am a fool. I understand the schemes of your Shrek Academy. You wish to utilize this child to unravel the secrets of the body martial soul? Then I must say, your efforts will be in vain. If the secrets of the body martial soul were so easily deciphered, our body sect would have long since lost its foothold. Yet, your point holds some truth. I cannot allow a conflict between the body sect and Shrek Academy that would only benefit the Sun Moon Empire. However, if you desire for Yuhao to remain at Shrek Academy for his studies, I have 3 conditions that you must agree to. Poison Immortal stated. Muin nodded. Speak. First, during these 3 years, Shrek Academy shall not cultivate Huo Yuhao as a core disciple. All cultivation resources will be arranged by our body sect. Do not think that before he departs, you can claim he owes Shrek Academy a debt of gratitude and impose your demands upon him. Your tricks will not deceive me. Second, you must not disclose Huo Yuhao's identity as the inheritor of the body sect to anyone or any force. Should you attempt to use this against us, it will force our body sect into a desperate struggle with Shrek Academy. Third, I will leave a guardian in Shrek City, tasked with ensuring Huo Yuhao's safety, and you are not permitted to interfere with this matter. After all, I have heard of your indoctrination methods that prioritize the Academy's honor and interests. It is essential that someone oversees our sect's inheritor to prevent any underhanded schemes. How about it, Dragon God Douluo? Can you agree to these 3 stipulations? Upon hearing Poison Immortal's words, Muin pondered briefly before nodding. I agree. Good. Although that old rascal Xuanzi is unreliable, even if he makes a promise, I would not trust him. However, you, Dragon God Douluo Muin, are known for your integrity, and my elder brother values your sincerity. I hope you will honor your word, Poison Immortal replied. I shall take Huo Yuhao with me now. In 3 days, he will return to Shrek City under the care of the Guardian. With that, Poison Immortal's dark green aura surged, creating a void amidst the golden radiance of the sea god's light. He soared into the air, gesturing with his hand. Body sect members, retreat. More than 20 figures swiftly vanished into the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, they were gone. The golden light in the sky gradually receded, returning to the Sea God Pavilion. At that moment, not only was there a stir within Shrek Academy, but the entire Shrek city buzzed with discussions about the miraculous events that had just occurred. Elder Xian descended gracefully before the Sea God Pavilion, where the 4 deans of the martial soul and soul guidance departments had also gathered. At this time, Fan Yu followed closely behind Qian Duo, his right eye swollen black, clearly having received a heavy blow. All members of the Sea God Pavilion, prepare for a meeting, Mu En's gentle voice echoed in the ears of the assembled crowd. Elder Xian, Yin Xiaozha, and Vice Dean Kai Meyer entered the Sea God Pavilion, followed by the venerable elders of Shrek Academy, who had previously displayed their formidable auras. Xian Linner glanced back at the silently brooding Fan Yu, sneered lightly, and turned to enter the Sea God Pavilion. Meanwhile, Qian Duo wore a grim expression as he followed Xian Linner into the pavilion. The Sea God Pavilion spanned 6 floors, each exceeding 10 meters in height, exuding grandeur. However, due to the perpetual mist surrounding Sea God Island, it was difficult to see clearly from outside Shrek Academy. The Sea God Pavilion was the most significant location within Shrek Academy, housing the worship hall and the Academy's confidential library, along with many undisclosed secrets, including some rare treasures. Whenever an important matter arose at Shrek Academy, meetings would convene in the Sea God Pavilion, representing the highest level of decision-making. Only the deans of the martial soul and soul guidance departments, along with the esteemed elders of the worship hall, were permitted to attend, and crucial decisions were made by a show of hands. It could be said that the most prestigious meetings generally employed the simplest methods of voting. At this moment, the grand conference hall of the Sea God Pavilion was quiet. 10 individuals were seated around an oval table, and at the innermost position of the table, there lay a recliner, shrouded in shadow, where the figure of dragon god Domu and could be vaguely discerned. Xian Linner and Qian Duo occupied the last seats on the right side of the table, while Yin Xiaozha and Kai Meyer took the last seats on the left. The 6 elders seated before them appeared venerable, each with distinct features and white hair. Elder Xian was positioned near the front, at the first seat to the left of the main position, which was the first seat on Yin Xiaozha's side. His expression was grave, with a hint of pallor, clearly wounded by Poison Immortal's recent attack. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting, Elder Xian stated. Elder Xian was momentarily taken aback, but rose nonetheless. Very well, allow me to speak. You all have witnessed the recent events. The Body Sect has re-emerged in the Spirit Master realm and has come to our Shrek Academy to take one of our students. Xiaozha, Linner, and Duo, you should have some recollection of this student. Indeed, his name is Huo Yuhao, a member of the champion team from the new student assessment, Yin Xiaozha replied. Having received information from Du Weiluan about the happenings during the award ceremony for the new student assessment. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. Such boldness is admirable, yet being so conspicuous is not necessarily a good thing, remarked an elder seated to the left, shaking his head. The champion of the new student assessment has been discarded by both the soul guidance and martial soul departments. Shouldn't the young lad be allowed to vent his frustrations and express his grievances? Commented an elderly woman in the main position on the right side, frowning slightly. Linner Duo, what has transpired? Xian Linner scoffed softly, while Qian Duo, sweating profusely, stood and said with a wry smile, I apologize, Elder Lin. The issue arose from my arrangements. Linner and I have been engaged in a soul guidance research project, and I entrusted the task of cultivating Huo Yuhao as a core disciple of the soul guidance department to Fan Yu. However, Huo Yuhao previously embarrassed Fan Yu's wife, Zhou Yi, in front of everyone, which led to Fan Yu's outrageous behavior. Elder Lin exclaimed in anger. With such a temperament, how could he possibly serve as a teacher at Shrek Academy? Fan Yu's rank and remuneration as an educator have been demoted to that of a junior teacher, and he is forbidden from overseeing any affairs within the soul guidance department. Xian Linner decisively declared in a cold tone. As for Zhou Yi, Yin Xiaozha, what is your stance on the matter? Zhou Yi's rank and remuneration as an educator have been reduced to that of a junior teacher, and she shall not assume the position of homeroom teacher for any class in the outer academy in the future. Yin Xiaozha too spoke in a measured tone at this moment. Chapter 64. The meeting at the Sea God Pavilion. The atmosphere within the Sea God Pavilion was charged with anticipation. Elder Xian, acknowledging the support of his companions, expressed gratitude for their understanding and promised to continue delivering content over the next 3 days, even if it meant sacrificing his own comfort. As the discussion progressed, Elder Xian nodded slightly, indicating his acceptance of the outcome. He reflected on the absurdity of being interrupted while enjoying a drink and singing, only to be struck unexpectedly. Yet, he was acutely aware of Fan Yu's significance to the Soul Guidance System and the Shrek Academy as a whole. Zhou Yi could not be expelled from Shrek Academy. Considering Fan Yu's potential as a 9th-level Soul Master, the Academy would certainly accommodate Zhou Yi in a teaching position. The current resolution represented the utmost balance of interests, and Elder Xian's ire had diminished considerably. With a calm demeanor, Elder Xian shifted the focus to another student, Huo Yuhao. Firstly, I must inform you that Huo Yuhao has joined the Body Sect and is likely to become a direct disciple of the renowned Poison Immortal. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Sea God Pavilion, eliciting bewilderment, particularly from Yin Xiaozhe and Qian Duo, who exchanged incredulous glances. What has transpired? Elder Xian continued, indeed. Huo Yuhao possesses an exceptional body martial soul, specifically the eye martial soul. However, I must clarify that despite this, it is unusual for the sect leader to personally accept him as a disciple, especially considering his first soul ring is merely of a 10-year level and his innate soul power is only rank 1, indicating rather poor potential. Yin Xiaozhe nodded in agreement. Questioning, is the Body Sect in such dire straits that they would indiscriminately recruit a child with a body martial soul? At that moment, the voice of the dragon god Douluo, resonated within the pavilion. Xiaozhe, let me inquire about Huo Yuhao's performance during the freshman assessment. Huo Yuhao's performance was indeed unparalleled. Even the heir of the White Tiger clan could not compare, Yin Xiaozhe responded earnestly. Did he reveal any remarkable abilities during the assessment? Yes, he continued. When he defeated the girl with the heir martial soul, he employed a unique skill that controlled fire into a vortex, breaking their martial soul fusion technique. In the final match, he used his companion's flames to coalesce a fire lotus of red and black, vanquishing the White Tiger clan's renowned technique, the Phantom White Tiger. Muin pressed on, given that Huo Yuhao stands as the foremost among freshmen and possesses various astonishing trump cards. Why does the martial soul department refuse to grant him the status of a core disciple? Although Muin's tone remained gentle, the sharpness of his words caused sweat to bead on Yin Xiaozhe's brow. He recognized that the teacher was growing agitated. Elder Xiaozhe, you are both esteemed figures within the Soul Master realm, adept at viewing students from a lofty perspective. You perceive a Soul Master's strength as determined by innate talent, with the level of their martial soul and innate soul power dictating their fate. However, consider this. If you had just entered Shrek Academy as freshmen, would you have been able to contend with Huo Yuhao? The weight of Muin's words left Elder Xian and Yin Xiaozhe momentarily speechless, their expressions shifting from contemplation to reluctant acknowledgement. They both recognized that, given Huo Yuhao's exhibited prowess during the assessment, he had indeed overshadowed his peers. Even they, as prodigious talents in their youth, would have struggled to withstand Huo Yuhao's formidable attack. Shrek Academy has a legacy spanning 10 millennia, and its future rests in your hands. I have reached the twilight of my years, with little time remaining, yet I am deeply concerned by your current course of action, Muin said softly. Elder, Master. The voices of Elder Xian and Yin Xiaozhe trembled, while the other elders and Xian Liner straightened in their seats. Elder Xian, your stubbornness hinders your composure. You must remain calm and prioritize the academy in all matters. And you, Xiaozhe, while wise, must temper your confidence with multifaceted consideration, Muin admonished. Do not worry. I am not departing just yet. I wish to see you rejuvenate Shrek Academy before I leave this world. When I first encountered Huo Yuhao, I sensed he was a child with a profound story. His gaze, although bright, harbored a depth of detachment and weariness beyond his years. If Poison Immortal were to take him away today, I fear for Shrek's future, as it would face dire tribulations that could sever its lineage. Muin shook his head. Thus, I have allowed Huo Yuhao to remain at Shrek for 3 years, hoping to foster goodwill towards our academy. Yin Xiaozhe furrowed his brow, surprised by the teacher's high regard for Huo Yuhao. Elder Xian then recounted Huo Yuhao's statements before Poison Immortal and the agreement between Muin and Poison Immortal, which left the members of the Sea God Pavilion astonished. A second awakening of the body martial soul? Xian Liner seethed with anger, contemplating violent retribution against Fan Yu. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaozhe's expression fluctuated between disbelief and concern. realizing he had misjudged a genius who had achieved a second awakening of his body martial soul at such a young age. You are all aware of the awakening levels of a body martial soul, yet Huo Yuhao's awakening surpasses anything I have witnessed. Although Poison Immortal has endeavored to conceal his astonishment, I can perceive it, Muin remarked. I hope that through Huo Yuhao's studies in the academy over the next 3 years, you will uncover more secrets regarding the body martial soul. Of course, this acquisition of knowledge refers to your research into him, rather than direct inquiries or coercion. Moreover, Huo Yuhao's identity and the events surrounding him are classified as the highest secrets of Shrek Academy. Only members of the Sea God Pavilion may be privy to this information. The Sun Moon Empire stands ready, poised for conflict, and it is imperative that you all prioritize the greater good, lest you squander the foundation laid by our predecessors. That concludes our meeting. Chapter 65. The Divine Body Martial Soul. At long last, it is completed. Time to rest, for I must rise at 4:30. What a wretched fate. Huo Yuhao found himself carried on the back of an elder, who swiftly transported him to an unknown estate. The elder's speed was astonishing. Even as Huo Yuhao activated the flame god's eye to discern his surroundings, everything whizzed by like a fleeting lantern. Yet, he could vaguely sense that they had traveled several hundred kilometers from Shrek City. After some conversation during the journey, Huo Yuhao learned the elder's identity. His name was Jin Peng, known as the Golden Body Douluo. His martial soul was his very own physique, a formidable super Douluo at level 96. Ranking just below the body Douluo, Poison Immortal, within the Body Sect. Alright, Huo Yuhao, we have arrived. Jin Peng declared as he set Huo Yuhao down and patted his shoulder. You are quite clever, adopting a pseudonym like Gao Qiqiang. It made our search far easier. If not for your significant reputation from the freshman assessment, even we would have struggled to locate you at Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao chuckled awkwardly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at being chastised for his alias by the very person it was meant to deceive. At that moment, the Body Sect leader, Poison Immortal, descended before Huo Yuhao. His gaze was alight with excitement, akin to a beauty beholding a priceless gem. I have met the esteemed leader, Huo Yuhao said, adhering to the decorum of respect, having been part of this realm long enough to understand its conventions. Although he had no intention of truly adopting Poison Immortal as a godfather, he aimed to convey the necessary reverence. Splendid, splendid, Poison Immortal exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter as he clapped Huo Yuhao's shoulder. Come, let us converse within. The main hall's doors were already ajar, and as Poison Immortal led Huo Yuhao alongside several other high-ranking members of the Body Sect into the grand chamber, servants offered tea and exquisite delicacies. With a wave of his hand, Poison Immortal dismissed the servants and stood up, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he turned to Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, allow me to behold your martial soul once more. The intensity of Poison Immortal's gaze sent a shiver down Huo Yuhao's spine. His expression suggested a desire to scrutinize his very essence, as if he were assessing his development. Shaking off the peculiar thoughts in his mind, Huo Yuhao focused his soul power into his eyes. Instantly, 2 streams of black golden flames erupted from his gaze, and a faint, colorful vertical pupil shadow appeared behind him. Not only Poison Immortal, but also the other members of the Body Sect were visibly shaken by this spectacle. Huo Yuhao sensed the vibrant light amplifying his mental strength. A manifestation of his martial soul's power that had seemingly been sealed, now revealed in its full glory. Excellent, splendid, Poison Immortal proclaimed again, his excitement palpable. I hereby announce that from this day forth, Huo Yuhao is the heir to the position of leader of the Body Sect. Do any of you dissent? The high-ranking members of the Body Sect, including Jin Peng, exchanged glances and collectively addressed Huo Yuhao. We greet the young master. Huo Yuhao was momentarily bewildered, furrowing his brow as he turned to Poison Immortal. Leader, what does this mean? Poison Immortal waved his hand, gesturing for Huo Yuhao to take his seat before explaining. Yuhao, any individual with a body martial soul can undergo a second awakening of their martial soul through our sect's secret methods. This awakening is categorized into 4 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Even among the Body Sect, the majority are only capable of achieving a black iron level second awakening, with bronze being a rarity. He continued, theoretically, the highest innate level of the second awakening for body martial souls is silver, and only at this level can one have a chance to evolve into gold upon breaking through to the titled Douluo realm. Huo Yuhao nodded, having read about this in the original text and possessing a basic understanding of it. It is precisely because our sect has mastered the method of a positive second awakening that we have flourished to this extent. Yuhao, you may be aware of the Sea God Pavilion, but do you know why Shrek Academy was established in the first place? Huo Yuhao shook his head, feigning ignorance. It is a fundamental courtesy among men to refrain from interrupting or contradicting when another boasts. Over 2,000 years ago, our sect once faced off against Shrek Academy, which fancied itself the holy land of soul masters. However, we dealt them a crushing defeat. Ultimately, Shrek Academy, unwilling to lose face, issued the Shrek summons, recalling all the top talents from the academy and establishing the Sea God Pavilion to defeat us with borrowed strength. Poison Immortal recounted with a chuckle. Though our sect lost that battle, we garnered fame for body martial souls, compelling the continent's premier academy to seek external aid. Aside from our sect, the Stardow Forest, and the Sun Moon Empire, no other force has achieved such a feat. Consequently, many body martial soul masters joined our ranks, bolstering our sect's might. He then revealed, our sect's strength derives from its inherited secret methods. Poison Immortal produced a small booklet from his robe, handing it to Huo Yuhao. Surprisingly, despite its diminutive size, the booklet felt remarkably heavy, at least several dozen pounds. The booklet was a pale gold, adorned with 4 elegant characters, the secret of the body. Our sect's founder was a genius, unparalleled in strength, who established the foundations of our secret methods. His martial soul, like mine, was his own body. Poison Immortal sighed, reflecting on the decline of the inheritance. The founder's body martial soul reached the gold level upon its initial second awakening, and after he ascended to title Douluo. Even we descendants could not discern the extent of his martial soul's evolution. He was the only one capable of completely suppressing the strongest member of Shrek Academy. His prowess was unmatched, even among the limit Douluo. As Huo Yuhao listened, confusion creased his brow. Leader, if the founder's martial soul attained the gold level upon its second awakening, what then does the colorful light I manifest signify? Poison Immortal shook his head in response. I do not know. Huo Yuhao was taken aback, glancing at the other members in the room. They all shook their heads in unison, including Jin Peng, affirming, I do not know. Huo Yuhao. Upon witnessing the prominent veins on Huo Yuhao's forehead, indicating he was on the verge of losing his temper, Poison, with a chuckle, remarked, Yuhao, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Unless our esteemed ancestor were to be resurrected, even I cannot fathom the remarkable level your original martial soul has attained upon its second awakening. However, everyone present in this room, including myself, the sect master whose martial soul has reached the golden tier in its second awakening, felt the oppressive force of a superior martial soul when you unleashed yours. If I am not mistaken, your martial soul is a divine level original martial soul, one that has never been seen in our sect. Chapter 66. The Body Sect is my home. A divine class martial soul? Huo Yuhao's eyes flickered with surprise. The title of a divine class martial soul is not something one can casually claim. Just as the owner of the esteemed Haotian hammer, the Haotian sect, does not dare to assert that their inherited martial soul is divine level. Generally, the emergence of a divine class martial soul requires one of 2 conditions. Either a top-tier martial soul undergoes a second awakening or even evolves due to fortuitous circumstances, or the martial soul itself is related to divinity, embodying the bloodline of a deity. Those who possess divine-class martial souls have left significant marks in the history of Douluo Continent. Yet such exceptional individuals are exceedingly rare, appearing perhaps once every several millennia. In the original work, the angel god, Qian Rinxue, who was defeated by the Tang God King a millennium ago, also possessed a divine-class martial soul. Upon awakening her soul power, she had already reached the level of a great soul master at the 20th rank. Has my Lingmu martial soul evolved into the divine flame due to the stimulation from the burning technique, thus reaching the divine class level? Huo Yuhao pondered. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. There once existed a rare flame, born of heaven and earth, taking a millennium to form and another millennium to gather spirit, subtly leading to its unique mutation. It is well known that rare flames seldom leave their birthplace, yet this particular flame, after gaining sentience, traversed through the underground magma, wandering for a millennium and surviving by consuming fire. The flames it consumed were all ranked on the rare flame list, totaling 21 distinct types. This flame is the last Dou Emperor on the continent where Master Yao resides, and the only one who achieved the title of Dou Emperor through a rare flame, Emperor Yan. The technique Emperor Yan practiced is the burning technique, and its vibrant appearance, a fusion of 22 rare flames, bears some resemblance to the colorful light behind me. Might this be the true power of the burning technique? After all, Dou emperors are incomparably more powerful than the deities of this world. It is only natural that by stimulating my martial soul using a Dou emperor-level technique, I would attain a divine-class martial soul. Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement. Poison Immortal, observing Huo Yuhao deep in thought, smiled and said, Yuhao, I know you have many questions. I will leave someone behind in Shrek City to protect you. In the future, if you have any uncertainties regarding the cultivation of your body martial soul, you can consult him or contact the body sect of the Heavenly Spirit Empire through him. Am I really going back to Shrek City? Huo Yuhao was taken aback. After working so hard to escape, and after having a confrontation with that old man, the chicken-legged Douluo, now I am being asked to return? Isn't that just waiting to be trampled upon? What is the difference between this and throwing myself into a trap? Sigh, I understand your grievances toward Shrek Academy, but there are formidable powers within that institution that even I cannot contend with. Compromise is sometimes necessary, Poison Immortal expressed apologetically. However, you can rest assured that the old fellow fears you might harbor resentment against Shrek Academy. After you achieve the title of Title Douluo, he intends to uproot Shrek Academy, which is why he wants you to continue your studies there for 3 more years. After 3 years, I will personally go to Shrek Academy to bring you back. As for your safety, it is undoubtedly guaranteed. I have faith in that person's credibility. If they truly intend to plot against you, they should not blame me for being ruthless. Even if I cannot defeat him, I can still drag him along. Very well, esteemed sect master. Since I have joined the body sect, I shall naturally abide by all the sect's arrangements. Huo Yuhao slightly focused his soul power, stimulating his tear ducts, and large drops of tears fell to the ground. Sect master, I am sorry for causing trouble for the body sect. Yet, regardless of the tactics Shrek Academy employs, I will never leave the body sect. It was the body sect that offered me a chance to rise from my most humiliating times. As long as the sect does not abandon me, I shall forever be a member of the body sect. You know, I have been an orphan since childhood, and now the body sect has provided me with the warmth of a family. I am a member of the body sect, and I am willing to fight for the glory of the sect. The body sect is my home. No matter how powerful Shrek Academy may be, their actions reveal that it is not a suitable place for me. I am an orphan without kin. The sect is my family. The moral obligation of 100 billion years of soul skills. Skill experience 666,666. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Poison Immortal's eyes turned red. The senior members of the body sect within the room also felt their eyes moisten, and a few of the more emotional older men even began to weep. How touching. Truly too moving. Golden Body Douluo Jin Peng glanced at Sect Master Poison Immortal and scoffed. Look at what you've done, old man. Poison Immortal could only smile wryly. Even with his seasoned wisdom, he could not discern whether Huo Yuhao's display was genuine or feigned. Regardless, the effect was remarkable. After hearing these words, the senior members of the body sect's recognition of Huo Yuhao had risen significantly. All right, Yuhao, I have my own difficulties in this matter, and I hope you can understand. Poison Immortal said awkwardly. But you can rest assured, even while you are in Shrek City, you will not lack any cultivation resources. In the future, you will enjoy a lavish lifestyle at Shrek Academy, free from financial worries. Speaking of which, Poison Immortal's expression softened as he remarked, since you are an orphan, you must often find yourself short of money, right? Not at all. I usually eat at the most expensive stalls in Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao shook his head and described his usual meals to Poison Immortal. The members of the body sect exchanged glances, astonished. Our young disciple can rarely afford such delicacies. After classes, I set up a barbecue stall at the eastern gate of the academy, and I also receive a 30% commission from the franchises in other locations, totaling an income of several 100,000 gold soul coins each month, so I am not lacking in money. Huo Yuhao shrugged. Poison Immortal's face grew increasingly awkward. He had initially wanted to showcase the body sect's financial prowess, only to find that Huo Yuhao did not need money at all. Several 100,000 gold soul coins from a barbecue stall? Are you roasting a 100,000-year soul beast from the Stardow Forest? At this moment, Poison Immortal grasped Huo Yuhao's arm, gently squeezing it, astonished. Your bones are as refined as gold, and your skin as smooth as jade. Such physique. Even among the body sect, few of your age can compare. According to our information, you entered the academy with a soul power of only level 11. Yet you have now reached level 19? Yes, I obtained a few Xian Shui pills from the descendants of the Xianming clan. And I also acquired soul elevation pills in Shrek, which has allowed my cultivation to reach level 19. Huo Yuhao naturally did not reveal Master Yao's existence, merely mentioning his opportunities over the past few months. Poison Immortal exchanged glances with the other senior members of the Body Sect, their eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Damn it, they are not lacking in medicine, so what else can be presented in a cup? Finally, after a moment of contemplation, Poison, unable to perish, addressed Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, fully unleash your martial soul. I shall assist your ocular martial soul in achieving a complete secondary awakening. P.S. I recommend a friend's book. In Douluo, Martial Soul Fallen Angel, authored by the esteemed writer, Qi Dian. This author is a master, and I have learned quite a bit from him. Readers are encouraged to take a look and offer their support. Chapter 67. The Second Awakening of the Soul of the Body. Is it a complete second awakening? Huo Yuhao questioned in perplexity. Indeed, Poison Immortal replied with a chuckle. Although your martial soul has already experienced a second awakening, its extent was not complete. Thus you were unable to employ the secret technique that enhances one's strength through the soul of the body. Moreover, have you not noticed the colorful vertical pupils phantom behind you after releasing your martial soul? Is it not impossible to retract it? Do the members of our body sect reveal their origins merely by taking action? There are indeed methods to conceal the brilliance of this second awakening. However, first and foremost, you must achieve a complete second awakening of your soul of the body. Remember, resist the soul power pressure I unleash with all your might. Do not yield until you reach your limits. In an instant, the air between Huo Yuhao and Poison Immortal distorted, rippling like waves on water, yet nothing could be felt. In that fleeting moment, Huo Yuhao's expression shifted abruptly, stepping back a pace while immediately releasing his flame god, martial soul. Recognizing the level of Huo Yuhao's second awakening and the formidable power he displayed during the freshman assessment, Poison Immortal swiftly released a high-level Soul Emperor's pressure. The terrifying force that surrounded them surged like tumultuous waves, instantly impacting every part of Huo Yuhao's body, causing him to hear the faint cracking of his bones under the immense pressure. Simultaneously, the colorful vertical pupils phantom behind Huo Yuhao erupted in brilliance, the resplendent light melding into his being, aiding him in completely counteracting the formidable pressure emanating from Poison Immortal. Poison Immortal's expression altered. He had already surmised that Huo Yuhao's second awakening was extraordinary, but he did not anticipate it reaching such heights. The pressure from a superior martial soul had rendered Huo Yuhao entirely immune to the immense force he had unleashed. This was beyond his expectations. Alas, it seems today will require considerable effort. Poison Immortal sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile, as a dark green glow radiated from his being. Behind him, a humanoid phantom resembling solid gold emerged, signifying the golden level awakening only attainable by the sect's past leaders. Upon releasing his martial soul, Poison Immortal's aura transformed into a domineering force. Even though Huo Yuhao's martial soul rank surpassed that of Poison Immortal, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. The advantage of a superior martial soul has its limits, and faced with a chasm-like gap in strength, Huo Yuhao once again felt the overwhelming pressure enveloping him. With each distortion of the air, Huo Yuhao felt as though his form would be crushed under the colossal weight, a sensation he had never encountered with other formidable opponents. While he had previously experienced substantial pressure from beings like the dragon god Domu In and Xian Lao, those were predominantly psychological. This was the first time he felt the overwhelming oppression of soul power in such a tangible manner. As time progressed, Poison Immortal's astonishment grew. The pressure he exerted escalated from that of a soul emperor to that of a soul sage. Not even a rank 39 soul master could withstand it, let alone a rank 19. Huo Yuhao was proving to be far more remarkable than he had anticipated. It appeared that the body sect's journey to Shrek Academy had been a fortuitous one. Huo Yuhao himself felt quite peculiar. Although he had consumed the initial pill concocted by Elder Yao, a significant amount of medicinal potency still resided within him. The initial pill's effects were enduring, continuously enhancing his physique and improving the quality of his soul power. In this scenario, Huo Yuhao discovered that the hidden effects of the initial pill within him were being absorbed at an astonishing rate. The immense medicinal energy rendered his body more resilient, while the burning technique operated relentlessly, dissipating wave after wave of pressure. Beads of sweat formed on Poison Immortal's forehead. If he were assisting other disciples of the body sect in their second awakening, he would not have needed to intervene personally. Only those extraordinary talents with silver-level awakenings warranted his direct assistance. Yet Huo Yuhao was entirely different. With his level of second awakening, he was the only one among those present capable of aiding Huo Yuhao in fully completing the second awakening of his soul of the body. If assisting other black or bronze-level disciples in their second awakenings felt akin to sawing wood with a sharp saw, then Poison Immortal felt as if he were excavating metal or with a heavy iron pickaxe. Though there would be rewards, the pickaxe itself would suffer considerable wear. Sweat cascaded down Huo Yuhao's collar, his garments clinging tightly to his skin as if he had just emerged from water. Poison Immortal's gaze intensified as he elevated the pressure to the level of a soul king. The previously rhythmic distortion of the air became frantic, and the wave-like ripples surged toward Huo Yuhao like a tide. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao spewed a mouthful of bright red blood, startling those around him. Just as Poison Immortal contemplated withdrawing, Huo Yuhao stubbornly waved his hand, saying, "I can still continue. Please proceed." Poison Immortal looked at Huo Yuhao in astonishment, but maintained the soul power pressure at the level of a soul king. Huo Yuhao's face flushed crimson, contorted in agony. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, an indication of the pain that was nearly suffocating him. The torment of his body felt as if crushed beneath a colossal weight was unimaginable, far surpassing the pain he had endured during Elder Yao's physical refinement. At that moment, the blood vessels beneath Huo Yuhao's skin bulged to the surface, writhing like small snakes, as if they might burst forth at any moment. Finally, the colorful vertical pupils phantom behind Huo Yuhao shattered, transforming into countless sparkling lights that merged into his body. The flames expelled from his flame god eye gradually shifted from a dark golden hue to a resplendent spectrum. At this moment, Huo Yuhao reached his limit. His body trembled violently. He let out a low groan, and then slowly closed his eyes. The golden body Douluo stepped forward and caught Huo Yuhao's form, while Poison Immortal felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the chair behind him. After battling with Xuanzi and now this, it seemed his old bones were truly being tested. Poison Immortal chuckled wryly, yet his gaze toward Huo Yuhao brimmed with satisfaction. This child possesses a resilient spirit, decisive action, and exceptional talent. Truly, the ancestors are manifesting their blessings. Our body sect is destined for greatness. Old Jean, prepare everything. He is likely to sleep for 2 or 3 days, and then it will be time to return to Shrek City. Let our body sect's prodigy show those juniors at Shrek Academy what true astonishment is. Chapter 68. The Election for Class Leader, the Return of Huo Yuhao. Within the esteemed Shrek Academy, all students who successfully passed the freshman assessment have been classified as first-year students, distributed among various classes. The first year comprises 4 classes. Class 1 consists of Battle Soul Masters specializing in offense and control. Class 2 includes those adept in defense and agility. Class 3 encompasses Support-type Soul Masters, while Class 4 comprises those with unique attributes, including Food and Healing Soul Masters. Undoubtedly, Class 1 boasts the strongest overall prowess, with both Wu Feng and Ning Tian assigned to it. Class 2 is represented by the formidable Xie Huanyu, whose Pai Pai Elephant Martial Soul exhibits impressive defensive capabilities, rivaling even Dai Hua Bin in terms of combat strength. Class 3, while primarily support-oriented, includes students whose martial souls not only assist their allies but also possess a degree of combat ability. Class 4 features those with specialized abilities, exemplified by the Food and Healing categories, which, although lacking direct combat power, can significantly influence the outcome of major battles. The class divisions at Shrek Academy follow this pattern at every grade level, though as students progress, the class sizes diminish. The academy is notorious for its high elimination rate. Even among those who successfully graduate from the outer academy, the number rarely exceeds 50 annually. Consequently, it is remarkable if even 20% of the current cohort of over 300 students reach the end of their journey. Unsurprisingly, Mu Jin has become one of the homeroom teachers for Class 1 of the first year, with each class having 2 homeroom teachers. The other instructor, Wang Yan, holds a particular regard for Huo Yuhao. Unbeknownst to Mu Jin, Wang Yan, originally assigned to teach higher grades, has been appointed to Class 1 due to Huo Yuhao, collaborating with her in teaching. Wang Yan's assignment is not merely a matter of personal choice, but is a directive from the Sea God Pavilion to study the mysteries of Huo Yuhao's innate martial soul. Naturally, Wang Yan is more than willing to accept such a task. Despite the reallocation of classes, Ning Tian and Wu Feng's seating remains unchanged, still occupying the front row of the classroom. Dai Hua Bin and Zhu Lu sit further back, separated by 2 rows. Whenever Dai Huabin glances at Ning Tian and Wu Feng, a glimmer of coldness flashes in his eyes. With Mu Jin absent, Wang Yin oversees the management of Class 1's affairs. Today, the election for class leader is set to take place. Wang Yin announces, "We will now proceed with the election for the class leader and vice leader. Given that all students in Class 1 are Battle Soul Masters specializing in offense and control, the positions will be filled by 1 representative from each category, with the roles alternating monthly. I will make the nominations, followed by a secret ballot." As he speaks, he turns to the blackboard, inscribing 2 rows of names. The first row, labeled Defense, includes Wu Feng, Dai Huabin, Wang Dong, Zhou Sichun, and Huang Chutian. The second row, designated Control, features Xiao Xiao, Chao Jinxian, Lan Su Su, and Lan Luo Luo. Dai Huabin's eyes narrow with a flash of cold light. Despite being the only Soul Master of the Soul Sovereign rank in Class 1, he ranks below Wu Feng. This humiliation stems from their defeat to Huo Yuhao's team during the freshman assessment. Wu Feng furrows his brow and raises his hand, stating, "Teacher Wang, have you perhaps overlooked one individual on the control side? Huo Yuhao is our Group S Control Soul Master and the champion of the freshman assessment. Although he is currently unavailable, anyone on our class roster should be eligible for class leader." The matter of Huo Yuhao being taken by the Body Sect has become an absolute secret within Shrek. Even Wang Yin, assigned to study the mysteries of the innate martial soul, and Mu Jin, Huo Yuhao's homeroom teacher, have only been informed that he sustained minor injuries during a confrontation with formidable foes and is presently recuperating. The students from the former Class 9, who are more familiar with Huo Yuhao's capabilities, are less concerned, yet the incoming students from other classes often regard him with disdain. Despite Huo Yuhao, Wu Feng, and Ning Tian securing the championship in the freshman assessment, not all are aware of his true strength. Due to the assessment being closed to academy observation, many uninformed students dismiss him as merely the luckiest among this year's newcomers. How could a soul master with only a 10-year soul ring ascend to victory? This not only incites envy but also breeds jealousy among many. "I have an objection." Teacher Wang, Zhu Lu, seated beside Dai Huabin, suddenly interjects. Wang Yin's teaching style is markedly different from that of Zhou Yi. He possesses a somewhat gentle disposition. Hearing Zhu Lu's words, Wang Yin smiles and inquires, "Zhu Lu, what is your concern?" With a disdainful expression, Zhu Lu retorts, "I believe Huo Yuhao lacks the qualifications to participate in the election for class leader. He is merely a 1-ring soul master with a 10-year soul ring, even if he won the freshman assessment. It was in conjunction with the soul sovereign ranked Ning Tian and the great soul master ranked Wu Feng. Why should he be allowed to run for class leader?" Her statement receives immediate support from several students, particularly those in the control category, creating a fervent atmosphere. Wang Yin's brow furrows, and he responds sternly, "Huo Yuhao, alongside Ning Tian and Wu Feng, earned the title of freshman champion due to his exceptional abilities. Few control soul masters of his level can rival him. My nominations are based on the results of the freshman assessment and individual strength." Zhu Lu remains unyielding. "Teacher Wang, our class comprises more than just 2-ring soul masters. We even have 3-ring soul sovereigns. Why should a 1-ring soul master be allowed to run for class leader? Can he command respect?" Ning Tian rises, a cold glint in his eyes. "Zhu Lu, you lost to us in the elimination round. It seems you and Dai Huabin harbor some discontent. Indeed, if you possess the capability, win against us during the assessment." Wu Feng chimes in loudly. As Ning Tian mentions her name, Dai Huabin, spurred by Wu Feng's remarks, rises with a cold demeanor. In Shrek Academy, strength reigns supreme. It is said that control types counter offense types. If he could best Dai Huabin, he would concede Huo Yuhao's eligibility for the position of class leader. You are well aware that he is currently recuperating. Your actions are merely an exercise in futility." Ning Tian retorts angrily. Dai Huabin coolly replies, "There is no benefit in idle chatter. As long as he can defeat me in a one-on-one match, I shall acknowledge his qualification to be class leader." At that moment, a figure strides into the classroom of Class 1. Upon entering, he walks directly to the podium and writes a name before the 4 nominated for class leader from the control category, Huo Yuhao. He then turns to face the assembled students with a warm smile, proclaiming, "I nominate myself for the position of class leader. Who is in favor, and who is against?" Chapter 69, The Bed of Huo Yuhao. "Yuhao, you've returned." A flicker of joy crossed the faces of Wu Feng and Ning Tian, while Wang Dong observed Huo Yuhao with a complex expression. The sudden appearance of Dai Huabin startled Huo Yuhao, as he had become a haunting nightmare for him. Even in his dreams, he often envisioned the dual-colored flame lotus approaching him. Teacher Wang Yin, I just returned from Director Du's office. All the necessary procedures have been completed. And I'm back with the team, Huo Yuhao said with a cheerful smile. I didn't expect my return to coincide with such an important event. Running for class leader is certainly a good opportunity, and I will not shy away from it, Huo Yuhao added confidently. Wang Yin chuckled, about to respond when he was interrupted by Zhu Lu below. Teacher Wang, I believe this matter should be put to a vote, don't you think? Upon hearing Zhu Lu's words, Wang Yin pondered for a moment before nodding. Since there are objections, let us have a vote. If those who oppose Huo Yuhao's candidacy exceed half, I will remove his name from the list. Those against, please raise your hands. This moment revealed Wang Yan's shortcomings in teaching. He was a gentle scholar, well-versed in theory but lacking experience in managing students. As soon as he finished speaking, nearly two-thirds of the students raised their hands, whether out of jealousy for Huo Yuhao's victory as a one-ring soul master or due to his earlier audacious demeanor. Only the students from Class 9 and a few calmer individuals refrained from voting. All students admitted to Shrek Academy were undoubtedly prodigies, each possessing a strong sense of pride. How could they agree to elect a soul master with merely a decade's worth of soul rings as their leader without harboring resentment? Wang Yin was clearly unprepared for such a scenario, momentarily left in a state of shock. Huo Yuhao, however, wore a smile and said to Wang Yin, Teacher Wang, it's all right. Since my classmates don't seem to respect me, I shall win their admiration through strength. His words sparked a tumult among the crowd, a one-ring soul master daring to challenge them, the seasoned soul masters. How preposterous! How could a mere newcomer, who had thrived on the accolades of his first-place finish, speak to them this way? Who gave him the audacity? Was it the six-eyed flying fish? As the commotion and jeers grew louder, Huo Yuhao made another gesture, intensifying the atmosphere in Class 1. He extended his right hand, giving a thumbs up, then twisted his wrist so that the thumb pointed downward, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since you all deem me a useless one-ring soul master, I shall return that title to you. Come forth, you so-called useless ones, and challenge me. With that, he pointed directly at Dai Huabin. Dai Huabin, you are first. I noticed you were eager for a duel earlier, and I now grant you this opportunity. One-on-one in the arena, do you dare? Expressions of disbelief flickered across the faces of Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and even the Lan sisters. Is Huo Yuhao out of his mind? Challenging an entire class? Though they recognized Huo Yuhao's formidable strength, confident in his ability to contend with Dai Huabin, they wondered how he could manage the class if he became leader under such circumstances, given the animosity brewing against him. Dai Huabin had not anticipated Huo Yuhao's boldness, and now he found himself in a precarious position, forced to accept. Fine, let us go. Meet in the arena. Wait. Huo Yuhao interjected sharply. You and Zhu Lu have been speaking ill of me behind my back, which I find quite displeasing. A fair fight is in order, but let us add a wager. Dai Huabin felt a chill run down his spine. A wager? What do you propose? The loser must leave Class 1 of the first year, Huo Yuhao stated coolly. What do you say? Do you dare to accept? Dai Huabin hesitated, despite his confidence. The thought of being expelled from Class 1 and shaming the White Tiger Duke's estate loomed large. Beside him, Zhu Lu's eyes lit up. I accept. If Huabin loses, I will leave with him. We raised the stakes, and now it's your turn. Dai Huabin's eyes brightened, quickly adding, exactly. We are 2. And you are 1. This wager cannot stand. To their surprise, Ning Tian stepped forward, coldly declaring, I will join Huo Yuhao. We will wager against both of you. Huo Yuhao and Ning Tian exchanged knowing smiles before addressing Wang Yin. Teacher Wang, what do you think? Wang Yin's pupils constricted as he regarded Huo Yuhao. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and nodded. Very well, I agree to your duel in the Soul Arena. Today, I will make an exception, everyone. Please stand and proceed to the Soul Arena. The Soul Arena, a crucial area within Shrek Academy, was located in the northwest corner of the Martial Soul Department, near the Soul Guidance Department's experimental zone. Many upperclassmen frequented this space to engage in various competitions, with designated teachers serving as referees to adjudicate outcomes and ensure student safety. To hold a Soul Arena match, both parties were required to pay a fee of 10 gold soul coins, yet many students relished the opportunity. Here, participants could engage without restrictions, free from the fear of excessive force, as referees maintained control. Victors in the Soul Arena could earn academic credits, contributing positively to their grades during examinations. As students advanced to higher grades, participation in Soul Arena matches became essential. For instance, to progress from 4th to 5th grade, one needed at least 10 victories against peers within the Soul Arena, with even more required for subsequent advancements. After the 6th grade, the significance of Soul Arena credits reportedly increased dramatically. The matches in the Soul Arena were open to all students, provided they paid a ticket fee of 1 silver soul coin. Upon arriving at the Soul Arena, Wang Yin covered the necessary expenses for Class 1S students. This would be a contest devoid of spectators beyond the first-year class, marking Huo Yuhao and Dai Huabin's inaugural duel since joining Shrek Academy. As Huo Yuhao and Dai Huabin stepped into the arena, Wang Yin personally took on the role of referee for their bout. Once inside, Wang Yin sternly cautioned, "I remind you both that this is a friendly spar between classmates. You may give it your all, but you must not inflict any lasting harm upon your opponent. Do you understand? Should I determine that one side has gained an overwhelming advantage, I will terminate the match immediately." Understood. Chapter 70. The Defeated Evil-Eyed White Tiger. A waste is a waste, regardless of being the champion of the freshman assessment. My name is Dai Huabin, and my martial soul is the most formidable white tiger, now possessing the cultivation of a 3-ring soul master. You, however, are merely a lowly 1-ring soul master. Even among your classmates, most of them surpass you in strength. Dai Huabin realized he might not gain any advantage under Huo Yuhao's prowess, so he resorted to psychological tactics. "Since you wish to play the fool, I shall not hinder you," Huo Yuhao remarked with a slight smile. "After this battle, you will no longer refer to them as classmates, for your name will vanish from Class 1's roster. How sharp-tongued you are, and I shall knock every tooth out of your mouth." Dai Huabin roared, invoking the power of the white tiger. A fierce, pale light erupted from his being as his arms extended outward, his chest puffed up, and his bones cracked audibly. His muscles swelled dramatically, stretching his clothing to its limits, each muscle defined as the air around him grew tumultuous. His golden hair transformed into a striking mix of black and white, predominantly white, with distinct black strands. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, forming the character for king. His hands morphed into massive tiger paws, now twice their original size, covered in white fur. As he flexed his fingers, razor-sharp claws emerged and retracted, each claw resembling a glimmering blade, measuring 8 inches in length. In contrast, Huo Yuhao's presence seemed diminutive. A flash of brilliance ignited in his eyes. Not the original black-gold hue, but a resplendent array of colors. Dai Huabin's 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings pulsed rhythmically, enveloping Huo Yuhao in an air of bloodlust. In an instant, Dai Huabin darted behind Huo Yuhao, his sharp claws aimed at the back of his head. Such ferocity! If that is the case, I shall show no mercy, Dai Huabin declared. Yet, just as he believed he had secured his attack, Huo Yuhao's figure began to fade from view. An afterimage? This is bad. Dai Huabin's heart raced as he swiftly turned, activating his 1st and 2nd soul rings. A protective white light shield enveloped him, and with a fierce tiger roar, a milky white sphere burst forth from his mouth. To Dai Huabin's surprise, Huo Yuhao did not retaliate from behind. His attack missed, dissipating into thin air. To the onlookers, however, Huo Yuhao appeared almost ghostly, evading Dai Huabin's line of sight, mockingly toying with him like a cat with a mouse. In some first-person martial arts games, this maneuver is referred to as the shadow step. Finally, a gap in Dai Huabin's defense revealed itself. Huo Yuhao shifted his stance, his right elbow sweeping out in a powerful arc 8 extremes collapse. Huo Yuhao moved with such swiftness that he left a series of afterimages in his wake. With a thunderous crash, Dai Huabin was sent hurtling backward. The protective barrier of the white tiger shattered like exquisite porcelain, and Dai Huabin's chest caved in, as though several ribs had been broken by Huo Yuhao's strike. How is this possible? The searing pain in his chest nearly rendered Dai Huabin unconscious as he gazed in disbelief at Huo Yuhao. Having never personally witnessed Huo Yuhao's reputed close combat prowess, he believed his own skills, honed under the tutelage of the White Tiger Duke's warriors, could rival him. Yet, in mere moments, he had sustained injury at Huo Yuhao's hands. No, I refuse to believe it. An icy despair enveloped Dai Huabin, igniting his ferocity. His robust frame glowed as his 3rd soul ring flared to life. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Huabin's already formidable physique, enhanced by his martial soul, swelled further. His muscles bulging grotesquely as his clothing tore apart, revealing a terrifying musculature. Strangely, black stripes appeared across his exposed skin, resembling tiger stripes without the fur. His tiger paws grew even larger, their blades now glimmering silver. Most peculiarly, a brilliant golden light enveloped his entire being, as if he were gilded. His crimson eyes shimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam, exuding an aura of dominance that could silence the fiercest of beasts. Huo Yuhao, this ends now. Dai Huabin bellowed furiously. Huo Yuhao smiled faintly, sighing, is this truly the heir of the White Tiger family? Alas, it seems each generation pales in comparison to the last. Dai Huabin's eyes widened in rage, unable to accept such an insult. Huo Yuhao, I will end you. In his frenzy, he moved with the speed of a raging tiger, the sound of thunder accompanying his every step. White tiger light waves erupted from his mouth. Their speed and power doubled under the enhancement of his transformation. Yet, Huo Yuhao deftly maneuvered, employing the heavenly spiral steps to evade each wave of light. Surprised, Dai Huabin lunged toward Huo Yuhao, his massive paw crashing down with a thunderous roar. Your shouts are meaningless. Your strength is far too weak. Huo Yuhao replied coldly, his infernal eye locking onto Dai Huabin. In an instant, a vibrant beam of colorful flames erupted from his gaze. Dai Huabin, taken aback, attempted to conjure a white tiger barrier to shield his head. However, in an instant, the barrier shattered under a powerful mental wave. A scream escaped him as he felt as though a blade was twisting within his brain, blood streaming from his orifices in a gruesome display. Trembling, he looked toward Huo Yuhao, who stood calmly, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. With a feeble reach, he collapsed, utterly defeated. Dai Huabin has fallen. A soul master of the three rings could not best a mere one-ring soul master. The so-called heir of the White Tiger family was nothing more than an illusion. Huo Yuhao turned to the other students in Class 1, stating coolly, is there anyone else who dares to challenge? My wager remains unchanged. If you win, you may leave. If I win, you depart. Who else dares to accept? Chapter 71. This is what we call overbearing aura. The battle has concluded, yet each member of Class 1, Year 1, remains as silent as Dai Huabin, who now lies in a state akin to slumber. Huabin, Zhu Lu cried out in alarm, rushing to the duel platform to assist Dai Huabin. Despite her frantic calls, he remained unresponsive, trapped in his temporary stupor. After the complete second awakening of his Yin Shin Tong martial soul, Huo Yuhao's mental strength had become significantly more solid. The force of his soul shock was such that even a soul king, caught off guard, would find themselves at a disadvantage. For Dai Huabin, a soul respecter, though protected by the White Tiger's shield, how could the defense of a century-old soul skill withstand the terrifying power of a million-year soul ring's first skill? While I am away, you seek to embarrass me. Do you think the heir of the White Tiger clan is so easily trifled with? Huo Yuhao spoke coldly. Just 3 days had passed since the final examination of the new students. Had they truly forgotten how they were defeated? Those who had been bested by me are now audacious enough to bark in my presence? Zhu Lu raised her head defiantly. They had not forgotten that match. Nor would they ever. It was precisely because of the profound humiliation from that defeat that they sought to make Huo Yuhao's recovery a painful endeavor while he was vulnerable. However, they never anticipated his swift return, coinciding perfectly with this moment. With Huo Yuhao invoking the honor of the White Tiger clan, even if Dai Huabin lacked confidence, he had no choice but to ascend the duel platform. Self-inflicted misfortune deserves its consequences. They had sought to exploit his weakness, and thus the outcome was only fitting. Wang Yin quickly approached Dai Huabin, assessing his injuries. Dai Huabin had sustained severe damage, especially from Huo Yuhao's soul shock, which had destabilized his mental consciousness. He needed immediate medical attention. Huo Yuhao. To be fair, Huo Yuhao's actions against an incapacitated opponent were a clear violation of the duel platform's regulations. Yet, Wang Yin, as his supervising teacher, also bore some responsibility, having failed to react swiftly to Huo Yuhao's rapid use of soul shock. The colorful light emanating from Huo Yuhao's eyes ignited a fervent feeling within Wang Yin. He realized it must be the second awakening of his original martial soul, otherwise, how could his eyes have changed color? However, Wang Yin was unaware that Huo Yuhao's display, as well as his direct injury to Dai Huabin, was a calculated move aimed at Shrek Academy. Although Poison Immortal had returned him to Shrek Academy, it did not preclude the possibility of violating school rules and facing expulsion. After finally gaining entry to the Body Sect, could he really escape the clutches of the formidable Tang Sect? At this moment, Huo Yuhao found himself reminiscing about Zhou Yi. Had she been his homeroom teacher, he would have likely bid farewell to Shrek Academy in under a minute. Come back, you eccentric old hag, my proudest belief. Even if this attempt fails, it does not preclude future endeavors. Forge ahead, Huo Yuhao, and boldly defy the regulations of Shrek Academy. Wang Yin carried Dai Huabin towards the infirmary, while Zhu Lu trailed beside them, casting a glance of animosity at Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, just wait. You have harmed Huabin, and the White Tiger Duke's estate will not let this go. At that moment, Ning Tian stepped forward, regarding Zhu Lu with a cold gaze. Do not presume that the White Tiger Duke's estate can wield its influence in the Star Luo Empire to threaten others. Not everyone is someone your estate can afford to offend. As the young master of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Tian possessed the authority to speak thus. Though Duke Dai Hao currently held immense prestige in the Star Luo Empire, the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School had a legacy spanning millennia. Even in a period of decline, they were not intimidated by the White Tiger Duke's estate. Furthermore, the ancestors of the White Tiger Duke, Dai Mubai, and the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, had once fought side by side, creating a bond between their factions. Zhu Lu's expression shifted as she begrudgingly departed. Huo Yuhao, not missing a beat, added with a grin. When Dai Huabin awakens, do not forget to handle his transfer procedures. The expressions of the first-year students were complex. Huo Yuhao truly left no room for Dai Huabin. His decisive actions were remarkably ruthless. Turning around, Huo Yuhao addressed the other students gathered at the duel area, his demeanor turning icy once more. I will count to 3. Those who oppose my role as class leader may step forward and challenge me on the duel platform. Even if you intend to gang up on me, so be it. However, I have but one rule. Anyone who loses to me must voluntarily leave Class 1. Many classmates regarded Huo Yuhao with newfound respect. The previous battle had astonished every student present, including Wang Dong. Wang Dong had initially thought her defeat stemmed from Xiao Xiao being mentally disrupted by Huo Yuhao, causing the soul skills to rebound against her. She had believed Huo Yuhao would not pose a threat in a one-on-one confrontation. However, her perspective had shifted dramatically. Class 1 was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 classes in Year 1, with the most powerful students designated as core disciples by the Academy. Dai Huabin, whom Huo Yuhao had defeated, was the strongest among these core disciples in terms of individual combat prowess. Even the confident Wang Dong could not guarantee victory against Dai Huabin in a direct confrontation. Given that the White Tiger Martial Soul was one of the most formidable beast martial souls, and Dai Huabin's strength surpassed hers. Moreover, he was merely at rank 1. What if he were to reach rank 2? Ascending from rank 1 to rank 2 is far easier than moving from rank 2 to rank 3. Wouldn't that render him virtually unstoppable? At this moment, the students could not help but recall Huo Yuhao's thunderous declaration on the day of the new Student Assessment Awards. Though autumn grasses may wither, spring shall green the fields. A rusty sword may be dull, yet it possesses the might to vanquish all. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. My choice to forego the privileges of a core disciple is not to prove my greatness, but to reclaim my dignity. When the promotion exam arrives, I shall see which core disciple dares to challenge me. Those words still echoed in their ears. And now the students understood. Huo Yuhao's audacity to speak thus was not mere bravado. He truly possessed the strength to back it up. Huo Yuhao leisurely counted to 3. Yet none of the surrounding students stepped forward. Observing this, Huo Yuhao nodded, adopting the demeanor of a class leader, and addressed the students. All right. Let us return to the classroom. I am now the class leader for the control system in Year 1 Class 1. The strong attack system class leader will be elected once Teacher Mu Jin or Teacher Wang Yin returns. Oh, and by the way, Huo Yuhao chuckled. Make sure to erase Dai Huabin's name from the roster. He is no longer a member of Class 1. His name is now defeated. Watching Huo Yuhao's retreating figure, Zhou Xiqing and Chao Jinxian exchanged glances, a hint of admiration in their eyes. Did you see that? This is what we call an overwhelming aura. Chapter 72. The Supreme VIP Student. Huo Yuhao. Huabin, have you awakened? Dai Huabin slowly opened his eyes, but the excruciating pain that tore through his mind caused him to clench his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in silence. Straining his back, he attempted to sit up, only to be restrained by the medical staff beside him. Your physical condition requires rest. You cannot return to class for the time being. Wait until evening when you feel mentally stable before attempting to eat something. For now, you must lie down. Dai Huabin nodded, recalling everything that had transpired before he lost consciousness, a flicker of anger and resentment flashing in his eyes. Class 1 among the 4 first-year classes was the strongest, specifically training control-type and assault-type soul masters. Now, he had been humiliated and expelled from Class 1 by Huo Yuhao. Where else could he go but Class 2? Yet Class 2 focused on defense-type and agility-type soul masters. What could he possibly learn there? More importantly, as the son of the White Tiger Duke, he had lost so miserably before everyone. He had even secretly disparaged Huo Yuhao's strength. only to be easily defeated and humiliated by him. If it weren't for his status as a core disciple, Dai Huabin truly would have no face left to remain at Shrek Academy. In a moment of fury, he clenched his fists, yet his vision continued to blur from the soul shock delivered by Huo Yuhao. What shall we do now, Zhu? Zhu, too, was beginning to panic. As an agility-type soul master, she should have been in Class 2, but due to her soul fusion skill with Dai Huabin, she had received special permission to enter Class 1. Now, having left Class 1 together due to the wager, how could she possibly swallow this humiliation? After all, her pride rivaled that of Dai Huabin. Yet, this was Shrek Academy, the foremost academy in the continent. Even if Duke Dai Hao himself were to visit, he would bow and pay respects to the statues of the original Shrek 7 standing outside. What could they do against Huo Yuhao? Moreover, Ning Tianming from the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School clearly stood alongside Huo Yuhao, and with the backing of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, even the White Tiger Duke's residents would have to think twice. After all, although the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School's power had waned, their financial prowess remained formidable. If provoked, who could say they wouldn't discreetly hire a few evil soul master assassins to deal with you? Dai Huabin gritted his teeth and said to Zhu Lu, "Let us heed the academy's arrangements, but I will remember this humiliation. Before the promotion exam, I will train with all my might. When the time comes, I will defeat Huo Yuhao and cleanse our shame." In the blink of an eye, autumn turned to winter, and winter to spring. 8 months had passed. Huo Yuhao, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng were nearing the end of their first academic year at Shrek Academy, with the upcoming holiday period. During these 8 months, Huo Yuhao's name had become well known throughout the academy, not for any trivial reason, but rather for his sheer tenacity. In the first month, he boldly demanded protection fees from second and third-year male students in their dormitories, proclaiming that anyone who disagreed could challenge him directly on the battle arena. Of the 18 students who fought him, only 3 limped away, while the rest lay defeated on the arena floor, with Huo Yuhao pocketing their protection fees. With this tactic, he amassed a staggering 100,000 gold soul coins within a month. However, when someone reported this incident to the higher-ups at Shrek Academy, it was dismissed with the adage that those who do not seek trouble are mere mediocrities, as stated by Du Weilun. In the second month, Huo Yuhao stealthily infiltrated the restricted section of the library at midnight, studying through the night and leaving his name on the table. When the librarian reported this to the Academy's authorities, it resulted in an official directive from Yin Xiaozhe granting Huo Yuhao access to all restricted books in the outer library. In the third month, Huo Yuhao audaciously barged into the inner courtyard, specifically asking to meet Ma Xiaodao. When this was brought to Elder Xian's attention, he was seen munching on a chicken leg while issuing a pass for Huo Yuhao, thus making him the only student who had never entered the inner courtyard yet was granted entry. As the months progressed, Huo Yuhao repeatedly breached the academy's regulations. Not only was he not expelled, but he also acquired numerous privileges, becoming Shrek Academy's supreme VIP student. With no choice left, he relinquished the idea of leaving the academy, having realized that the Sea God Pavilion was determined to have him study in the outer academy for a full 3 years. He could not engage in any excessively outrageous behavior, such as storming into the girls' dormitory or recklessly pursuing Dai Huabin, as such actions would lead to his expulsion and tarnish his reputation irreparably. Thus, when the holiday arrived, not only Huo Yuhao, but also the faculty of Shrek Academy sighed in relief. This little troublemaker had finally been sent away, granting them a well-deserved respite. Each year, the holiday at Shrek Academy lasted a month, not a time for students to indulge in leisure and sightseeing, but rather an opportunity to consolidate their learning from the past 11 months and engage in rigorous training. Following this month of rest, they would face the promotion exam, with any failing students being directly eliminated from Shrek Academy. This year, Huo Yuhao had turned 12, having recently celebrated his birthday. Compared to a year ago when he first entered the academy, he had grown significantly taller. However, his physique no longer exuded the previous sharpness. Instead, it radiated a sense of returning to one's roots. His well-defined muscles displayed both strength and flexibility, and his gaze possessed an enchanting allure. Today, the weather was rather gloomy, with fine rain falling steadily, bringing a chill to the late spring air. Yet, around Huo Yuhao, a fervent warmth emanated, repelling the rain. Ning Tian, Wu Feng, over here. Huo Yuhao waved toward the distance where Ning Tian and Wu Feng, sharing an umbrella, were approaching him. We'll be parting the day after tomorrow. We came to see you off. Are you ready to leave? Huo Yuhao smiled and nodded. Indeed, I have packed my belongings. What? Are you already missing me? Wu Feng scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. Who would miss you? Ning Tian smiled lightly and added, by the way, our sect wishes to express gratitude for your generosity in giving me the soul bone awarded during the new student assessment, and for gifting Wu Feng one as well. Soul bones are treasures in the soul master world. While we cannot offer you direct rewards, know that if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can seek help from the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and we will oblige. No need for such formalities. We are partners, after all. Huo Yuhao waved his hand dismissively. After returning to Shrek Academy from the Body Sect, Du Weiluan had specifically summoned the 3 members of Huo Yuhao's team and presented them with a soul bone. However, unlike in the original text, this particular soul bone is not an ordinary one, but rather an exceedingly rare head bone of the 10,000-year grade, known as the Soul Skill Amplification Skull. Originally, this soul bone was intended by Shrek Academy to entice Huo Yuhao, as rewarding the champion of the new student assessment is something even the Body Sect could hardly contest. However, Huo Yuhao, who was deeply reluctant to engage in any form of benefit entanglement with Shrek and held no regard for this 10,000-year soul bone, graciously gifted it to Ning Tian. Moreover, the 2 soul bones acquired by Mu Jin and Zhou Yi through their wager also ended up in Huo Yuhao's possession. While Mu Jin delightedly employed a custom-made close combat soul guide crafted by Fan Yu, Huo Yuhao generously bestowed the fire attribute explosive burning left arm bone upon Wu Feng, reserving the ice attribute soul bone for his alchemical endeavors. Such actions not only elevated the camaraderie between Ning Tian, Wu Feng, and Huo Yuhao, but also garnered the friendship of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School. At this moment, Ning Tian inquired, have you been in touch with Director Du? Has the Martial Soul Department agreed to assist you in obtaining soul rings? Huo Yuhao responded with a calm smile and a nod, saying, indeed, this time, I shall embark on a journey to the extreme North Ice Field. Chapter 73, Earth-Level Combat Technique, Flame-Splitting Wave-Biting Ruler. In the dimness of night, within a hotel in Shrek City, a man of ordinary appearance but possessing an unusually robust right arm stood respectfully before Huo Yuhao. His name was Yutao, a titled Douluo of the attack system, an 8-ringed soul master from the Body Sect, assigned as Huo Yuhao's protector by the Poison Immortal. For the past few months since Huo Yuhao's return to Shrek City, he had been under the protection of the Golden Body Douluo, Jin Peng. However, upon observing that Shrek Academy posed no threat, the busy Jin Peng had departed, leaving Yutao in charge of Huo Yuhao's safety. Nodding, Huo Yuhao accepted the storage soul tool ring from Yutao and examined its contents: fresh water, provisions, a tent, a map. Everything appeared to be thoroughly prepared. We shall depart for the extreme North Ice Field at dawn tomorrow, Huo Yuhao declared. Yutao hesitated before inquiring, young master, can the information you gathered from Shrek Academy's library be trusted? What if we are deceived by them? With a smile, Huo Yuhao produced a substantial tome from his own storage soul tool and pointed to its cover. Here, take a look. What can you discern? Extreme North Ice Field, a forbidden zone for soul masters, authored by Shrek Academy, Yao Lao. Suddenly, Yutao's gaze sharpened as he noticed a line of small text beneath the title. Author, 5 Offerings of the Spirit Hall, Guang Ling Douluo. Huh. Huo Yuhao chuckled at Yutao's astonished expression. While Shrek Academy may deceive you, the Spirit Hall certainly will not. Over the last 8 months, I have perused the entirety of the external library's collection. Most of the ancient texts were originally part of the Spirit Hall's archives, their authorship erased and claimed by others. Goodness, Shrek Academy truly lacks shame. Yutao exclaimed, shocked. As an observer, he could only summarize such academic fraudulence with these 3 words. The book detailed that within the extreme North Ice Field, there had been sightings of a mysterious white flame, a force so potent that even 10,000-year soul beasts would retreat. Given that my flame god, I martial soul, can absorb flames to enhance itself, we shall venture into the extreme North Ice Field to hunt for a second soul ring and seek that white flame. Of course, Huo Yuhao fabricated this tale, as the book penned by Guang Ling Douluo contained no mention of such a white fire. However, Yutao, who was not fond of reading, found the small, dense text head-spinning. Thus, he could only trust Huo Yuhao's words, with no room for rebuttal. By the way, young master, should we inform Elder Jin or the sect leader about this matter? Yutao hesitated. Though my soul Douluo level should keep us safe on our quest for a soul ring, if anything goes awry, the sect leader would surely hold me accountable. Feigning exasperation, Huo Yuhao rolled his eyes and earnestly replied, Brother Yutao, consider this. The sect leader is currently in Heavendo City, while we are here in Shrek City. It would take at least 5 days for him to receive your message, and another 5 for the response to reach us. By then, we would miss our opportunity to reach the extreme North Ice Field. But, Yuhao felt an inexplicable unease, though he could not articulate it. Enough with the buts. When on a mission, one must heed orders without question. Besides, I have already consented. What is there to hesitate over? Huo Yuhao feigned regret, shaking his head. I had intended to rely on your assistance when I inherit the sect leader's position, but with your disposition, how can I feel assured? What? You truly value me so much? Yuhao's eyes brightened with innocent surprise, akin to a naive student receiving praise. You know, those of us with martial souls possess a keen judgment of character. Brother Yuhao, I foresee you possessing the potential of a super Douluo. Huo Yuhao clapped Yuhao on the shoulder. Me? A super Douluo? Yuhao felt as though he had been lifted several pounds, standing momentarily in a daze. Indeed, the future of the body sect rests upon your shoulders. Now, go rest. We depart at dawn. All right, at dawn. Yuhao, buoyed by Huo Yuhao's grand promises, staggered out of the room as though intoxicated. At that moment, the black, ancient ring on Huo Yuhao's finger shimmered, and the figure of Yao Lao appeared in the room. Yuhao, your persuasive skills have become quite adept, Yao Lao remarked with a knowing smile. Your talent for flattery is exceptional. Who have you learned it from? If not for your exemplary guidance, I would not have achieved my current accomplishments. As the saying goes, a hero begets a hero. A teacher for a day is a father for life. My growth is also a reflection of your honor. Huo Yuhao replied with a grin. Yao Lao chuckled heartily, completely oblivious to the fact that he had fallen victim to Huo Yuhao's flattery. You have now mastered the subtle force of the 8 extremes collapse quite proficiently, and your physique has surpassed your current cultivation level due to the effects of the first beginning pill, Yao Lao noted with satisfaction. It is time for you to attempt training in another combat technique. Another combat technique? Huo Yuhao was taken aback. What level is it? Earth-level combat technique. Yao Lao squinted his eyes, grinning. With a gentle wave of his hand, a colossal black object shot forth from the ancient ring and crashed heavily to the ground, sending dust flying. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an enormous black sword. However, rather than a sword, it resembled a thick iron ruler devoid of a blade. The black sword lacked a tip, appearing as if it had been cleaved in two, revealing a smooth, mirror-like cross-section. Strange, blurred patterns adorned the surface of the pitch-black sword, extending to the hilt, imparting an air of mystery with its ancient, dark hue. This is... Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled as he recalled the object's origins. This item is called the Xian Zhong Qi, forged from flame-fallen Xian iron, and it is likely the only one in this world. Not only is it exceedingly durable, but it is also immensely heavy. Most importantly, it possesses a remarkable effect of suppressing one's cultivation. If you can adapt to its weight, when you take it into battle, your strength will astound all. Yao Lao smiled before adding, moreover, the earth-level combat technique I will teach you is closely related to this item. As Huo Yuhao gazed at the astonished expression on his face, Yao Lao gently touched his forehead. Instantly, a wealth of information flooded into Huo Yuhao's mind. Flame-splitting wave-biting ruler, an earth-level low-tier combat technique. Once mastered, can effortlessly split mountains and sever waves with but a gesture. Chapter 74. Delving into the extreme northern ice field. On the expansive yellow dirt road, Huo Yuhao, clad in a white outfit, was sprinting with a face drenched in sweat. Each step he took struck the ground with the force of a heavy object, sending up clouds of yellow dust. Trailing behind him was the mysterious heavy ruler bestowed upon him by Elder Yao, its length almost exceeding his own height. This peculiar sight drew curious glances from the occasional passerby. After covering several hundred meters, Huo Yuhao could no longer sustain his pace. He panted heavily, resembling a windmill in motion. Dragging his leaden feet, he made his way to the shade of a large tree by the roadside. Reaching its base, he collapsed onto the cool grass, allowing beads of sweat to cascade from his forehead like a gentle stream. "Young master, are you all right?" asked Yuhao, concern evident in his voice. He had previously felt the weight of the heavy ruler and understood its capacity to suppress one's cultivation. It was astonishing to him that Huo Yuhao, as a first-ring soul master, could sprint alongside him for an entire hour while bearing such a burden. Truly, he was a madman. Huo Yuhao waved his hand weakly, signaling that he was fine. Yuhao, seeing this, refrained from saying more and wandered off to procure some tea. "Teacher, this heavy ruler is terrifying. My soul power has become sluggish under its weight. rendering me incapable of fully unleashing the heavenly Luo technique. And the wait is simply excessive. What should have been a day's journey has now stretched to 2, and we are still not there. Huo Yuhao gasped, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. Earthly tier combat skills are not easily mastered. Do you think this journey is merely a leisurely stroll? Since it is a period of arduous training, prepare to endure the most grueling conditions. The comfortable life in Shrek City is already beginning to fade from your reach. Laughed Elder Yao, reveling in his misfortune. Huo Yuhao could only smile wryly, shaking his head. The burden of the heavy ruler had compressed his cultivation level to below that of a first-ring soul master. Despite having cultivated the heavenly Luo technique to the 8th level, he could only muster the power of the 3rd level. His speed drastically diminished. The ruler's overwhelming weight nearly crushed his waist, even while he exerted his soul power to the utmost. Though the extreme northern ice field lay 8,000 miles from Shrek City, Huo Yuhao would have found it easy to reach within 5 or 6 days at his original pace. However, at the current rate, it would likely take him 10 days to arrive. During this time, he would become intimately acquainted with the true meaning of exhaustion. Yuhao, you are the most reckless cultivator I have ever seen. If I had your tenacity back in the day, those ferocious beasts in the core areas would have been thoroughly subdued by me. Tianming, his spirit, remarked with admiration. With a bitter smile, Huo Yuhao accepted the tea from Yutao and gulped it down. After a brief respite, he pushed himself up from the ground, affectionately patting the thick body of the heavy ruler behind him. He resumed his heavy steps toward the distant horizon. The extreme northern ice field is the northernmost region of Douluo Continent. This place is blanketed in perpetual snow, with an extremely frigid environment, serving as a habitat for countless ice-attribute soul beasts. The central area of the extreme north is as perilous as the core region of the Stardew Forest, where the danger arises from the harsh environment rather than powerful soul beasts. Here, the air is exceedingly dry, and the biting cold winds whip up vast flurries of snow, slicing through everything in their path, leaving the ground barren. Even title Douluo-level soul masters struggle to survive for extended periods in this realm, as resisting the extreme cold requires an enormous consumption of soul power. Should their soul power be depleted, they face a grim fate, eternal slumber in this land, becoming either prey for soul beasts or a permanent marker of this desolate place. Moreover, ice attribute soul masters are exceedingly rare on the continent, and few venture here to hunt soul beasts. Consequently, the soul beasts of the extreme northern ice field have proliferated due to the absence of human hunters, their overall strength rivaling that of the Stardew Forest. On the 8th day of their journey, Huo Yuhao and Yutao finally approached the northern border of the Heavenly Soul Empire. By this point, the map in Huo Yuhao's hand had turned blank. Pausing, Huo Yuhao panted lightly, exhaling white mist that quickly crystallized into shards of ice in the frigid air. His eyes shimmered with colorful light as the flame power from his flame god eyes enveloped him, shielding him from the biting cold. Upon examining the map closely, he noted that beyond their current position lay vast expanses of emptiness, accompanied by a cautionary note in fine print. Extreme North, a forbidden zone for humans. Soul beasts roam here. Danger, danger, danger. The final 3 dangers were highlighted in red, reflecting the trepidation of the map's creator regarding the brutal conditions of the extreme northern ice field. Tianming, wake up. We've arrived. Huo Yuhao called out to the Tianming ice silkworm within his spiritual sea. Guide, what route? I don't recognize this place either. Just follow my spiritual guidance to reach our desired target. The Tianming ice silkworm replied groggily. Oh, and take off your clothes. I'll create some insulation for you. While you can resist the cold with your martial spirit's power, it's not a long-term solution. There's no need for that. Elder Yao's voice suddenly echoed in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. A wisp of white flame emerged from the ancient black ring, transforming into a thin membrane enveloping Huo Yuhao's skin. Huo Yuhao attempted to retract his martial spirit, but felt no chill. Meanwhile, Yutao beside him already bore a layer of frost upon his brows. How should we handle this human? Tianming inquired. We can't bring him along. It would surely spell trouble. With a chuckle, Huo Yuhao replied, no worries. My teacher and I have already made arrangements. Tianming, you lead the way, and I'll find a way when the time comes. Very well. Let us proceed northward into the heart of the extreme north, Tianming instructed. Do you have enough provisions? We estimate it will take us over 10 days in this region. While there's no shortage of water, food will be scarce. Rest assured, I am well prepared, Huo Yuhao assured him. Resuming their journey, Huo Yuhao and Yutao ventured further into the northern expanse of the extreme northern ice field. although the biting cold no longer posed a threat to Huo Yuhao. The gradually rising snow and ice continued to hinder his speed. As they pressed northward, the environment grew increasingly frigid, and even Yu Tao began to struggle, necessitating breaks for rest after a while. 2 days passed swiftly. Huo Yuhao had fully immersed himself in the desolate expanse of the extreme north. Along the way, they encountered several soul beasts, but under the guidance of the Tianming Ice Silkworm, they faced no threats whatsoever. Suddenly, an urgent voice from the Tianming Ice Silkworm resonated in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. Quick, drop to the ground and bury yourself in the snow. Do not move, even if something brushes against you. At that moment, a glimmer flickered in Huo Yuhao's eyes as he glanced at his companion, Yu Tao, a smile gracing his lips. My friend, I must apologize. Chapter 75, Brother Tianming. In a mere quarter of an hour, I have been rendered speechless thrice. Deep within the intricate veins of Yu Tao's body, wisps of delicate white flames, resembling fine dust, began to emanate. These were the subflames of the bone spirit cold fire, mastered by the medicine elder, which had been mixed into the rations consumed by the two over the past few days, thus infiltrating Yu Tao's system. Now, it was time for them to unleash their effects. A flicker of light danced across the ancient black ring, and Yu Tao shuddered involuntarily, instantly transforming into a rigid ice sculpture. Standing beside him, Huo Yuhao chuckled softly, prostrating himself on the ground while laying Yu Tao down, burying him within a nearby snowdrift. Just as Huo Yuhao completed this act, he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Almost immediately, he felt a tremendous weight pressing down on his back, forcing him down into the ground. The fire membrane formed by the bone spirit cold fire was remarkably pliable, shielding Huo Yuhao from harm. He remained motionless, akin to a lifeless object, until the powerful energy dissipated. With a sudden motion, a hand broke through the thick layer of snow, and Huo Yuhao emerged, inhaling the frigid air. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted a series of enormous footprints, one of which he was standing in. Each footprint measured 5 meters in length and over 2 meters in width. Huo Yuhao's own imprint was barely a third of their size. Your luck is astounding. You've encountered one of the 3 supreme kings of the far north, the Titan Snow Demon King. This creature possesses a spiritual attribute and has managed to shield itself from my detection. Fortunately, my spiritual power far surpasses his, and I was able to detect him as he approached within a certain distance. Huo Yuhao murmured internally. The Titan Snow Demon King. Huo Yuhao repeated in his mind. Indeed, the Titan Snow Demon King is one of the 3 supreme kings of the far north, holding a position akin to that of the rulers in the Stardow Forest. They are the true sovereigns of this icy realm, nearly invincible in such a frigid environment. The medicine elder spoke nonchalantly. To say invincible would be an exaggeration. If we were to confront it directly, I could still lead Yuhao to safety. Brother Tianming, I know you're quite formidable, but to say that now would embarrass me greatly. All right, now that we've evaded this so-called Titan Snow Demon King, let us continue our exploration, Huo Yuhao declared. But, Master, are you certain that leaving him here won't pose any issues? He referred, of course, to Yu Tao, who had been cunningly turned into an ice sculpture. Such a simple-minded individual would never suspect that something had been added to his usual meals. Yu Tao, I'm truly at a loss for words regarding you, old man. Did you not just give him the medicinal pill I concocted? With the energy from that pill, combined with his inherently robust physique, he should be fine for at least half a month. The medicine elder chuckled. Moreover, with my subfire masking his presence, he won't be detected by anyone or any soul beast. He'll merely lose memories of this frozen period. Huo Yuhao nodded, grinning as he removed the enormous Xian heavy ruler from his back, utilizing it as a shovel to excavate a deep pit in the snow. He then placed the frozen Yu Tao into the pit, burying him, and erected a small wooden sign as a marker for later retrieval. Brother Tianming, the medicine elder, why does it feel like you have some side business I'm unaware of? A soft white light suddenly emerged from Huo Yuhao's chest, expanding in midair until it matched his size, enveloping his body completely. Ah, this is... The medicine elder remarked in astonishment. It is my residual body, the form you've previously seen. It has been adhering to Yuhao's chest, now encasing your body to allow the external world to sense a hint of my essence, luring in the big fish we seek, Brother Tianming lazily explained. So, your residual body became obsolete after Yuhao absorbed the second spirit ring, correct? A hint of fervor tinged the medicine elder's voice. What a remarkable treasure. A potent life force, a formidable spiritual presence. It could even serve as a primary ingredient for crafting 8th grade pills. Upon hearing the medicine elder's words, Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. 8th grade pills, truly a miraculous remedy capable of reviving the deceased. Brother Tianming. In a mere quarter of an hour, the honest Tianming has been rendered speechless thrice. Here I am, diligently assisting you in devising a method to absorb a 40,000-year-old ferocious beast as a second martial soul. And you're contemplating using my residual body for alchemy? I'm here offering heartfelt support, and you're playing mind games with me? By the way, Yuhao, we are nearing the location of the 10,000-year-old Xian ice cave where I once slumbered. Would you like me to guide you to witness the so-called? Brother Tianming inquired. Before Huo Yuhao could respond, the medicine elder eagerly agreed. Even the dormant ilex seemed to show signs of awakening at the mention of. Previously, most of the medicinal materials needed for crafting the soul-nourishing saliva had already been procured by Huo Yuhao from the treasure pavilion. Of course, this time it was not through his own identity, but rather another's, as the art of alchemy was a secret he could not allow others to discover. As the saying goes, human hearts are inscrutable. Even though the body sect currently regarded him as an heir, there would inevitably be those within the sect who coveted the art of alchemy. Not to mention Shrek Academy. If they were to discover the existence of alchemy, Huo Yuhao would likely spend his life merely as a neighbor to Mu in the Sea God Pavilion. To concoct the soul-nourishing saliva, he still needed the most crucial primary ingredient, the snow condensation flower, a herb said to only appear in the core regions of the far north. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao's journey to the far north would also allow him to brush up on his harvesting skills deep within the icy expanse. Following Brother Tianming's guidance for approximately 2 hours, Huo Yuhao's gaze sharpened as a vast blue ice lake came into view. This is it. Beneath the ice lake lies a cold spring. Submerging oneself in it will grant access to the 10,000-year-old Xian ice cave, Brother Tianming stated. Do not worry. My residual body is impervious to water and fire, and you need not concern yourself with breathing. Simply descend. Listening to Brother Tianming's words and gazing at the icy blue waters ahead, a fervent light flickered in Huo Yuhao's eyes. The medicine elder also emerged from the ancient black ring, exchanging a knowing glance with his disciple, sharing a subtle smile before both leaped into the lake. I am coming. Chapter 76. The Abyss of Eternal Ice and the Trace of Exotic Flames. Descending, descending, descending. The cerulean waters of the lake were exceedingly frigid, with temperatures plummeting well below freezing, yet, paradoxically, they remained unfrozen. Upon reaching the depths of the icy lake, Huo Yuhao beheld the chilling spring and distinctly sensed a pure, cold elemental force rippling through the water. This chilling essence was remarkably pristine, seemingly nourishing his body after being filtered through the remnants of the dreaming ancestor and the bone spirit's cold fire. It appeared to nurture his nascent ice attribute, second martial soul. Submerging into the chilling spring, the surrounding light gradually dimmed. However, for Huo Yuhao, this darkness and cold posed little challenge. Though his mental prowess was somewhat diminished underwater, upon activating his spiritual detection, he could still perceive every movement within a 20-meter radius. After plunging 50 meters into the frigid spring, he sensed a powerful current emanating from a large spring eye below him, strong enough to accommodate a person's passage. Through his mental probing, he even discerned its deep azure hue, indicative of its formidable chill. In truth, unless one possessed an ice attribute martial soul or was a titled Douluo, most spirit masters would find their spiritual energy insufficient to withstand the external chill here, necessitating an immediate ascent lest they be eternally transformed into ice sculptures submerged around the spring eye. Once entering the spring eye, Huo Yuhao was carried along by the swift currents through a relatively spacious cavern. Eventually, he felt the water flow come to a standstill, and overhead, he noticed twinkling lights. Upon surfacing, Huo Yuhao was astonished to discover himself in an underground river, facing a dark cavern. The river's surface lay beneath the cavern, preventing it from flooding. Using his hands and feet, he climbed up and meticulously examined the surroundings of the cavern. It was not overly large, filled with unknown ores and exuding an extremely low temperature akin to that of the spring he had previously encountered. Dreaming ancestor. Is this the abyss of eternal ice you spoke of? He did not rush to venture deeper, but instead scrutinized the area around the entrance. Though unaware of the location of the so-called white flames, he understood that such a level of coldness could not form arbitrarily, even in the depths of the extreme north. He had not felt such an intensity of chill. Silently, the somewhat ethereal figure of Yao Lao materialized within the cavern. He extended his palm, igniting a white flame that illuminated the surroundings. Within the cavern, there existed an almost dreamlike beauty, under the glow of the bone spirit's cold fire. Huo Yuhao observed that the entire cavern was composed of various crystals. These crystals were all deep blue, translucent, and imbued with a fantastical beauty, making Huo Yuhao feel as though he had entered a realm of the divine. This is the ice extreme divine crystal that accompanies the abyss of eternal ice. Deeper within lies the area where I previously slumbered, dreaming ancestor stated nonchalantly. However, I fortuitously fell into this place from a snow pit and exited through this icy lake. In other words, your entrance is my former exit, so I am not entirely familiar with the specifics of this location. However, I recall that there were no ice extreme divine crystals present back then. Ice extreme divine crystals? What a remarkable find! Huo Yuhao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. The ice extreme divine crystal is the hardest and most flexible ice attribute metal. Though it appears crystalline, it possesses metallic malleability. Furthermore, the ice extreme divine crystal serves as the finest conductor and amplifier of ice attribute spiritual energy, particularly invaluable for spirit masters attuned to the essence of ice. In the original narrative, Huo Yuhao and Xian Zhuang, who was still engaged in research at the Mingda Hall, collaboratively developed the Ice Extreme Battle Armor, the earliest humanoid spirit tool designed to assist spirit masters in combat, and a precursor to future battle armors. The primary material of the Ice Extreme Battle Armor is the Ice Extreme Divine Crystal, a rare metal found solely within the abyss of eternal ice. Now that he had stumbled upon an opportunity to seize this precious resource, he would undoubtedly not let it slip away. Huo Yuhao explained the significance of the Ice Extreme Divine Crystal to Yao Lao, who was equally intrigued. After all, there were also weaponsmiths on the Douluo Continent, and he was well aware of how precious materials formed under such extraordinary circumstances could be. However, to excavate the Ice Extreme Divine Crystal, one must wield ice attribute spiritual energy of the utmost purity. While Yao Lao's bone spirit cold fire might reach this level, it would be prudent not to disrupt the structural integrity of the abyss of eternal ice, as it could potentially lead to a collapse. The paramount task remained, to swiftly seek out the exotic flames. As they traversed deeper into the cavern, a bifurcation appeared ahead, one path leading left and the other right. The left path is the direction I previously exited from, while the right path leads to where I sensed the white flames, dreaming ancestor clarified. I felt a sense of threat from the white flames, which is why I did not enter. You need not explore the left side for now. The abyss of eternal ice's marrow has mostly been absorbed by me, even if some has reformed during my absence. It pales in comparison to the quality of what I previously absorbed, dreaming ancestor continued. Nodding in agreement and conferring with Yao Lao, Huo Yuhao proceeded down the right path. After approximately 15 minutes, he felt an overwhelming chill. Surrounding him were peculiar ice pillars, crisscrossing in all directions, varying in size. Each pillar gleamed white as jade, with a faint liquid swirling within, emanating a terrifying cold. Unlike the restrained chill of the Ice Extreme Divine Crystal, the coldness here was uncontainable. The air seemed viscous, with the concentration of ice elements reaching a level that even the remnants of the dreaming ancestor and the bone spirit's cold fire could not fully isolate. Only a spiritual entity like Yao Lao remained largely unaffected in such an environment, not merely due to his incorporeal form, but because he wielded the bone spirit cold fire that harmonizes both cold and heat. The abyss of eternal ice's marrow. It surpasses the quality of what I absorbed before. Dreaming ancestor exclaimed in astonishment. Fortunately, I brought you here first, otherwise, bringing Bing Bing into this place would have certainly hindered my grand endeavor. At that moment, the gray orb of light, which lay dormant in the depths of Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, suddenly dispersed into a stream of gray mist. Concurrently, a voice filled with surprise echoed in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. Here, there seems to be a divine presence. Chapter 77. Divine Ultimate Ice Martial Soul. Ice God. The words divine breath reverberated in Huo Yuhao's mind like a thunderclap. Indeed, in my original world, the concept of divinity was ethereal and elusive. To transcend to such a realm necessitated the relinquishment of the physical form and everything associated with it, with the divine consciousness diffusing into the cosmos. Wielding dominion over all, yet lacking the capacity to manipulate everything. This was a significant reason why the people of my world were hesitant to ascend to divinity. However, your world differs from mine. I sensed that divinity here could manifest in a corporeal form. Regardless, upon reaching the divine level, one would coalesce their divine consciousness. And as one possessing such consciousness myself, I could not be mistaken, I like solemnly stated. Yuhao, my bone spirit cold fire has detected an unusual elemental fire. The voice of Yao Lao resonated within Huo Yuhao's mental sea. And as they both indicated, there exists a potent force at the cave's end. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Despite the longing to possess a body and be reborn, Yao Lao's immediate concern was Huo Yuhao's safety. After all, he was merely a soul entity at present, limited in power and potentially incapable of fully protecting Huo Yuhao beneath that formidable force. Teacher, we have come this far. Retreating is not an option, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. To die in defiance is better than to live in silence. With that declaration, he strode fearlessly into the depths of the cave, unperturbed by the specter of death, a remnant of his past life as a top assassin. Now, with a purpose to fulfill and people to protect, he was compelled to pursue greater strength. Retreat was not an option. After traversing several hundred steps, the surroundings suddenly opened up. At the cave's terminus lay a vast chamber spanning hundreds of square meters. The room shimmered brilliantly, its floor smooth as a mirror, adorned with various furniture pieces. To Huo Yuhao's astonishment, both the floor beneath him and the surrounding furnishings were crafted from ice extreme divine crystals. The walls were adorned with clusters of 10,000-year profound ice essence, numbering at least a dozen patches. The sheer abundance of this essence plunged the room's temperature to an almost unbearable level. Even with the dual protection of the dream ice silkworm's shed skin and the bone spirit cold fire, Huo Yuhao felt the biting cold seep into his very being. What captivated Huo Yuhao's attention, however, was a singular object in the center of the room. It was an ice-blue lotus pedestal, divided into 8 petals, resembling an exquisite sapphire, perfectly crafted and crystalline. Perched atop this ice-blue lotus was a flickering flame of icy white, drawing the surrounding cold energy of the 10,000-year profound ice essence into its core. Upon sensing Huo Yuhao and Yao Lao's presence, the icy white flame emitted a buzzing cry, akin to a spooked kitten, and unleashed white flames towards the two, as though warning them to depart. Sharing the nature of elemental fire, this white flame recognized the formidable presence of Yao Lao's bone spirit cold fire and refrained from immediate aggression. Indeed, this is an extraordinary elemental fire, akin to bone spirit cold fire, possessing both frigid and fiery attributes. Yao Lao exclaimed with delight. Elemental fire incinerates all it touches, including energy. Except for certain unique substances, one can only forcibly envelop it with a continuous flow of energy and carry it away. Although extracting it would consume some of my soul power, it can be replenished with soul-nourishing nectar. This cost is entirely acceptable. Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement and cautiously stepped forward. The moment he did, a ripple of ice-blue energy radiated from the lotus pedestal, instantly enveloping him. Even Yao Lao was caught off guard as Huo Yuhao was flung backward. With a splatter of crimson blood, he fell onto the ice-blue lotus. In an instant, countless golden specks dispersed from the pedestal, forming a segment of text in midair. Those who enter my abode, whether spirit beasts or humans, shall be my inheritors. Meditate upon my original power while seated on the lotus, and you may attain divinity. The white flame within this abode was birthed from my ascension, drawing upon the endless cold power of the 10,000-year profound ice cave, transforming yin into yang and evolving into flame. With a pure heart, I shall treat my descendants kindly, and I hope my inheritors shall reciprocate. Ice God, Huo Yuhao read in astonishment as he stood with Yao Lao's assistance, gazing at the text suspended in the air. The Ice God. This was indeed the shared faith of the myriad spirit beasts of the extreme north. The abode of the Ice God. According to the inscription, meditating upon the ice-blue lotus could grant the Ice God's inheritance. Did that mean the vessel for his second martial soul was the Ice God? Ice God. At that moment, the dream ice silkworm in Huo Yuhao's mental sea murmured as well. Tianning, you are also a spirit beast from the extreme north. Do you possess knowledge of the Ice God? Huo Yuhao inquired. The Ice God is the shared faith of all beings in the extreme north. As a spirit beast of 100,000 years from that area, I am naturally one of her subjects, Tianning replied softly. However, the Ice God has long since lost her divine position in the divine realm. Why is that? Huo Yuhao asked, puzzled, as this passage of history was unknown even to him from the original text. The Ice God belongs to a very peculiar race, akin to the strongest among the 3 great kings of the extreme north, the Ice Empress. She too hails from the Snow Maiden clan, Tianming elucidated. The Snow Maiden clan is uniquely blessed, composed of the purest icy elemental energy condensed from the core of the extreme north. After countless years of nurturing, they developed consciousness and wisdom, becoming sentient beings. The Ice God was the first Ice Empress to appear on the icy plains of the extreme north eons ago. After an unknown duration of cultivation, she ascended to the divine realm. However, for reasons unknown, she later fell in an undisclosed location on the icy plains. As believers in ice and snow, we naturally felt the Ice God's fall. However, the spirit beasts of the extreme north have searched for years without discovering her resting place. Only to find it here. Tianming's tone carried a hint of sorrow, and Huo Yuhao chose not to interrupt him. After a moment, Tianming spoke again. Yuhao, if fate has brought you here, you should attempt to accept the Ice God's inheritance. According to my original expectations, your second martial soul should have been the Ice Emperor Scorpion, ranked second among the 3 great kings of the extreme north. However, should you inherit the Ice God's legacy, your second martial soul will not merely be an extraordinary Ice Martial Soul, but a divine-level Ice Martial Soul, the Ice God Martial Soul. At that point, you will become the sovereign of the myriad spirit beasts of the extreme north, whether it be the 3 great kings or any other spirit beasts. They will all revere you. Chapter 78, The First Anomalous Fire of Huo Yuhao, the Ice-Cold Flame. At this moment, the white flame on the lotus seat had retreated to the corner behind a table, peeking out as if it were observing Huo Yuhao and his companions. It was evident that it was frightened, yet it did not launch an attack against them. Yao Lao pondered aloud. The cold power of the eternal ice essence is not far inferior to mine, however. It seems to have absorbed the strength of the eternal ice essence within the cave over the years, condensing it upon the lotus seat. Why is this so arduous for it? Tianming, puzzled, remarked, moreover, I suspect that both the eternal ice essence and the surplus ice extreme divine crystals in the cave are results of its painstaking efforts to absorb the cold energies from the outside world. What is its intention? Huo Yuhao fell into silence for a moment before suddenly saying, the Ice Goddess legacy resides on that ice-blue lotus seat. Perhaps it sensed the Ice Goddess aura and desires to harness external power to resurrect the Ice God. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, everyone fell into silence. According to Tianming Ice Silkworm, the Ice God had perished at least tens of thousands of years ago. Throughout these millennia, this white flame had tirelessly collected cold energy to condense into the eternal ice essence, solely for the purpose of resurrecting the being that once created it. What profound sentiment this was. Teacher, if I were to absorb it using the burning technique, would that erase its consciousness? Huo Yuhao quietly inquired. Indeed, theoretically speaking, that should be the case. Yao Lao sighed, his voice tinged with both regret and pride. Yuhao, I understand your intentions. The teacher will support you. Huo Yuhao smiled wryly and nodded, saying, yes, teacher. If it lacked consciousness or were to attack us, perhaps I would feel no remorse in forcibly integrating and absorbing it. But now, since I am willing to accept the Ice Goddess legacy, I should not harm it. For that is the Ice Goddess' final wish and my promise to uphold. Yuhao, you are absolutely correct. Even in the pursuit of power, one should not betray the sincerity and goodness within one's heart. Otherwise, one would inevitably descend into the path of evil. Your ability to adhere to this principle brings me great comfort, Yao Lao said with a smile, the look of regret fading from his face. Though anomalous fire is rare, it pales in comparison to having a kind-hearted disciple. If Huo Yuhao were to fall into darkness like Han Feng, that would be the most unacceptable outcome. Alas, it seems this trip was in vain. We must seek another anomalous fire to upgrade little Yuhao's burning technique, Tianming lamented. Perhaps I have a few methods. Suddenly, the voice of Ilek appeared within the sea of consciousness. Such a powerful force, yet with a nascent consciousness, may be bound through a magical contract, allowing its power to be controlled without harming its intellect. Ilek continued, what would become of this family without me? It would surely fall apart. Huo Yuhao's eyes lit up at the thought of contract magic. Wasn't this the very method that created soul spirits in the original narrative? Contract magic? I have never heard of such a technique, Yao Lao remarked, puzzled. We are both spiritual entities, now akin to grasshoppers on the same rope. If Yuhao fails, we all perish. How confident are you? If it were a fully awakened being with a strong sense of autonomy, I would have at most an 80% confidence. However, it appears that this white flame possesses only basic cognitive abilities and lacks excessive distractions. As the saying goes, it has a childlike heart. Thus, our success rate in forming a contract could reach 99%, Ilek asserted. Very well, please proceed at once, Huo Yuhao urged. Yao Lao hesitated momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Now, I am but a wisp of consciousness. To complete the contract magic, I require the power of the seal you placed within Yuhao's Sea of Consciousness. You may unlock a layer for my use. That should suffice, Ilek explained. Humph. In the end, you still need to rely on me? Tianming scoffed. As a golden-white light sphere descended from the Sea of Consciousness, gradually transforming into a staff. An indescribable aura of terrifying mental pressure radiated from the golden staff, which then fell into a suddenly extended palm. Following that hand, Huo Yuhao and Yao Lao could discern the appearance of a venerable elder, clad in a magnificent black robe adorned with golden runes, contrasting sharply with a white cloak draped over it. Although much of my memory remains fragmented, I still recall how to utilize this contract magic, Ilek said with a slight smile. However, even with the aid of the big bug's mental power to briefly manifest, the consumption on my consciousness is quite significant. I hope you can quickly concoct that soul-nourishing saliva. Otherwise, after this spell, I will fall into a prolonged slumber. Yao Lao nodded and reassured him. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to exert yourself, we will fulfill our promise to you. Good. Ilek responded without hesitation, gesturing for Huo Yuhao to sit upon the ice-blue lotus seat. The white flame, witnessing this scene, seemed intent on intervening, but it was repelled by the sudden release of bone spirit cold fire from Yao Lao. It could sense the power of the bone spirit cold fire, which was akin to its own, and felt an urge to devour it. Huo Yuhao emitted a wave of benevolent mental energy towards the white flame before settling cross-legged upon the lotus seat. At that moment, a powerful ice-blue light erupted from the seat, slowly coalescing into an ethereal ice-blue figure before Huo Yuhao. A faint voice resonated in Huo Yuhao's mind, seemingly elucidating the principles of ice in the world. This voice not only echoed within his mind, but also left an imprint upon his sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, the white flame emitted a series of buzzing sounds, sensing a familiar aura emanating from Huo Yuhao, the aura of the ice god. Huo Yuhao's eyes suddenly opened wide, radiant beams of light erupting from them, while behind him lay an emptiness, filled only with an extraordinary chill. This was the second martial soul bestowed upon him by the Tianming ice silkworm, devoid of a soul and a vessel. In that moment, the ice-blue figure moved towards the second martial soul behind Huo Yuhao, transforming into an ice-blue light that fused into Huo Yuhao's body, rendering his flesh and bones a translucent ice-blue, akin to exquisite blue crystal. Observing the transformation, Ilek sighed. Indeed, the aura of a divine being. How familiar it is. He then paused, raising the staff towards the white flame hidden in the corner of the room, saying, since he has obtained the ice goddess legacy, from this moment forth, he shall be your master. Are you willing to sign a servant contract with him, bound together in life and death? Chapter 79, The First Strange Fire of Huo Yuhao, the Xianbing Han Flame. Part 2. The white flame hesitated momentarily before retreating in a series of cautious steps towards Huo Yuhao. It circled his body and then sensed the aura emanating from him, emitting a few joyous hums. Do you wish to sign a master-servant contract with him, pledging your loyalty, come what may? Ilek inquired once more. This time, without a trace of hesitation, the white flame swayed up and down, akin to a human nodding in affirmation. Very well. Since you were born from the endless cold power within the eternal ice cave, from this moment on, your name shall be Xianbing Han Flame. Ilek intoned, reciting both Huo Yuhao and Xianbing Han Flame's names while uttering incomprehensible incantations. Suddenly, Ilek's tone elevated to an extraordinary pitch as he raised his staff high, slowly and resolutely tracing golden symbols in the air. The golden runes floated towards the Xianbing Han Flame, swiftly merging with it, causing its size to gradually diminish. Yuhao blood, Ilek commanded in a deep voice. Huo Yuhao's eyes widened as he forcefully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which landed directly upon the Xianbing Han Flame. In an instant, the flame transformed into a small white blaze, gently flying towards Huo Yuhao, merging into his eyes. Simultaneously, all the garments upon Huo Yuhao's body were instantly reduced to ashes, despite the contract binding Xianbing Han Flame to Huo Yuhao. The wild and untamed nature of the strange fire meant that even a mere hint of its power was beyond what Huo Yuhao could currently withstand. Yuhao, consume the blood lotus pill. The medicine elder gestured, and a small jade vial flew forth from his ancient black ring. As the vial tilted slightly, a round pill, the size of a longan and faintly glimmering, rolled out. With a flick of his hand, the medicine elder tossed the blood lotus pill, and Huo Yuhao opened his mouth just in time to swallow it. The pill transformed into a slightly chilling energy that swiftly penetrated through Huo Yuhao's meridians, gradually seeping into his muscles and bones. As the energy of the blood lotus pill permeated his body, Huo Yuhao suddenly trembled violently, with droplets of blood erupting from every pore. In the blink of an eye, his body was enveloped in a layer of crimson blood, presenting a terrifying sight. This blood quickly coagulated, forming a scarlet outer layer that not only encased Huo Yuhao's skin but also completely sealed his eyes within it. Concurrently, the lotus beneath him transmitted a stream of icy blue extreme cold energy into his body, creating a crystalline protective layer within his meridians and blood vessels, isolating him from the burning power of the Xianbing Han flame. This was the power derived from the ice god's inheritance, a culmination of the cold energy that Xianbing Han flame had tirelessly infused over the years. Huo Yuhao's burning technique operated at full capacity as he extended his right hand, a writhing mass resembling icy white lava materializing in his palm. Is this the seed of the Xianbing Han flame? So diminutive, Huo Yuhao remarked in astonishment. Upon hearing his words, the seed of Xianbing Han flame in his hand twisted, seemingly irritated and attempting to slip from his grasp. Huo Yuhao quickly released a wave of spiritual energy to soothe the agitated flame. All right, do not be angry. Smallness is of no consequence. Even small things can be quite adorable. The medicine elder's expression turned somewhat peculiar upon hearing this, and he cleared his throat, saying, "This is the original seed of the strange fire. Do not underestimate its size. In its initial formation, it was as massive as half a mountain. However, after millennia of tempering and condensation, it has shrunk significantly. When its size is compressed to that of merely a palm, it can form a spark of fire spirit. And only then can it be truly referred to as a strange fire. Imagine compressing the terrifying energy accumulated over a millennium into such a tiny magma fragment. Should it fully erupt, the power unleashed would be cataclysmic, capable of obliterating even the so-called tidal Douluo of this world. What should we do next?" Huo Yuhao inquired. "Swallow it." The medicine elder chuckled. "You, my young friend, are quite fortunate to have such formidable power to help you resist the flames of the strange fire. Safeguarding your body. When I absorbed the strange fire initially, I sat foolishly with the seed for nearly an hour, trembling in fear, before finally mustering the courage to swallow it." Huo Yuhao laughed heartily, raising his hand that held the seed and suddenly tossing it into his open mouth. Subsequently, he endeavored to guide the flicker of the seed along the pathways of his burning technique through his meridians. Since the Xianbing Han flame had already recognized him as its master, it obediently followed the route dictated by Huo Yuhao's consciousness. The icy white lava flowed forth from a primary meridian, flawlessly completing its cyclical operation. In this moment, Huo Yuhao could distinctly sense the deepening connection between his mind and the Xianbing Han flame. At that instant, the inky black soul power of the burning technique surged within him, and under Huo Yuhao's command, strands of black soul power flowed forth, enveloping the icy white lava. Although each time the black soul power made contact with the icy white lava, it was instantaneously consumed. The continuous influx of energy allowed the Xianbing Han flame to persist in traversing Huo Yuhao's meridians. As the last remnants of soul power were nearly exhausted, the seed of the Xianbing Han flame finally emerged from the final pathway of the burning technique. As the icy white lava traversed the last meridian, a gentle coolness washed over Huo Yuhao's mind, instilling a sense of calmness. At this moment, after passing through the pathways of the burning technique, the wildly destructive energy contained within the Xianbing Han flame gradually began to converge. Could it be that success was at hand? In the room, the medicine elder gazed at Huo Yuhao, who was entirely unclothed and enveloped in blood, releasing a heavy sigh of relief, his face alight with a gratified smile. He nodded slightly, flicked his fingers, and the small spirit he had previously extracted transformed into a gray light, shooting directly into Huo Yuhao's body. With the spirit's entrance, a blinding icy white flame erupted from within Huo Yuhao, enveloping him entirely. The swirling icy white flames, imbued with a hint of searing heat, isolated everything outside. Observing the sudden emergence of the icy white flame, the medicine elder smiled gently, murmuring, "What a remarkably fortunate little fellow, blessed with extraordinary destiny." Chapter 80. Devouring the Strange Fire, Evolution of the Burning Technique. Within the cave, a spherical flame shield emanated a faint icy white glow. Inside this luminous barrier, Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged upon an ice-blue lotus platform. He appeared to be in a state of profound unconsciousness, while the mysterious ice-cold flame within him began to flow through his meridians, suddenly activating along the pathways of the burning technique. As the ice-cold flame coursed through his meridians, the resilience of these pathways was markedly enhanced, far surpassing their strength prior to the devouring of the strange fire. The muscles beneath Huo Yuhao's skin were rapidly being fortified. Though he did not resemble a bodybuilder, there was an explosive power subtly coalescing within the flex of his arms. His skin, shedding like that of a serpent, revealed new flesh as delicate as spring tofu. Yet its defensive capabilities and sensitivity to external energies had increased several-fold. With the aid of the ice-cold flame, Huo Yuhao was on the verge of perfecting his physique. The combat prowess emanating from this body was undeniably superior to that of his previous form. If one were to liken it to a video game, a continuous enhancement one, notification would be appearing above him. After enhancing Huo Yuhao's body inside and out, the ice-cold flame, now without any direction, turned its attention to the nearly depleted soul power within his meridians. The scant remnants of dark soul power were swiftly consumed by the ice-cold flame, akin to a hawk capturing its prey. Subsequently, strands of pure icy white gaseous energy were released from the flame and infused into Huo Yuhao's meridians. As this icy white energy traversed Huo Yuhao's meridians, following the pathways of the burning technique, it transformed into his soul power. At this moment, the color of Huo Yuhao's soul power shifted from black to icy white. After all, the Phoenix evil flame was merely a beastly fire, far inferior to the divine, otherworldly ice-cold flame created by the gods. The newly manifested icy white soul power appeared more viscous than before, while still gaseous. Its quality far exceeded that of the soul power prior to the devouring of the strange fire. When the icy white soul power filled Huo Yuhao's meridians, the languidly flowing ice-cold flame ceased its energy production. It gently moved towards a tiny gray light point located at the center of Huo Yuhao's dantian. Like a child who has just discovered a beloved toy, at the center of his lower abdomen, the small gray light point hovered in an abyss of darkness, seemingly concealing another realm, exuding an air of mystery. The ice-cold flame circled the gray light point, filled with curiosity yet hesitance. It vaguely understood that touching this gray point would result in the loss of its permanent freedom. After much contemplation, recalling the familiar aura of the ice god emanating from Huo Yuhao's body, the ice-cold flame hesitated momentarily before releasing a tendril of flame towards the gray light point. In that instant of contact, the light within the gray point rapidly extinguished, and a terrifying suction erupted, drawing the ice-cold flame into its depths. Subsequently, Huo Yuhao's body fell into complete silence. This small gray light point was the minuscule spirit that Elder Yao had previously injected into Huo Yuhao. The final and most crucial step in refining the strange fire into its original seed was to forcibly compress the ice-cold flame into the space formed by the minuscule spirit. Only by completely absorbing and refining the ice-cold flame within the spirit could true perfection be achieved. However, this time was different. The strange fire, possessing its own spirit, proactively chose to merge with Huo Yuhao. Due to the influence of the contract magic, peculiar changes seemed to emerge within Huo Yuhao's body. Crack. The icy white shield shattered like fragile porcelain, and countless fissures spread across its surface. Accompanied by a violent explosion, it completely vanished. On the ice-blue lotus seat, the naked youth sat cross-legged. His slightly closed eyes quivered, and moments later, they slowly opened. Two streams of icy white flames suddenly surged from his inky black eyes, only to vanish, transforming into radiant colors. Rising to his feet, Huo Yuhao moved his body slightly, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. Gazing at his translucent, fair skin, he shook his head helplessly and hastily donned a set of clothing. Noticing Elder Yao's puzzled expression, Huo Yuhao recounted everything that had transpired, including how the ice-cold flame had assisted him in converting his soul power and then autonomously entered the spirit to be absorbed. Indeed, your acquisition of this ice god's legacy is nothing short of fortunate, and that person's contract magic is remarkably extraordinary, Elder Yao nodded. Following this incident, Elder Yao's doubts regarding Ilex had significantly diminished. Presently, it appeared that Ilex genuinely cared for Huo Yuhao's well-being and harbored no ulterior motives. By the way, what about him? Huo Yuhao naturally referred to Elder E. His spiritual energy was excessively depleted and has returned to your sea of consciousness to fall into slumber, Elder Yao explained. Once we find the snow-condensing flower and refine the soul-nourishing saliva, we will be able to restore a portion of his power. Huo Yuhao nodded and then remarked, Teacher, although my soul power hasn't broken through due to the lack of a soul ring, it should have reached around the 26th or 27th level. If I were to devour another strange fire, wouldn't I be able to directly ascend to the soul sovereign level? What kind of beautiful dream are you having? Elder Yao shot Huo Yuhao a disapproving glance and inwardly sighed. People can be infuriating. He pursed his lips and replied, The benefits of refining strange fire are long-lasting and latent. As you become more adept at controlling them over time, the advantages will increase. In other words, during the initial period post-refinement, your strength will not experience any explosive growth due to the devouring of strange fire. Your situation is exceptionally fortunate. I see. Huo Yuhao nodded in understanding. What level has the burning technique reached? Elder Yao rubbed his hands together, eagerly inquiring. Hee, thanks to the contract magic. The ice-cold flame exhibited no signs of resistance during its absorption, Huo Yuhao teased, noticing Elder Yao's growing impatience. It's now at the intermediate level of the Xian stage. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Elder Yu was momentarily taken aback before nodding in relief, a weight lifting off his shoulders. His greatest fear was that this so-called burning technique was merely a fabrication, incapable of evolving through the devouring of strange fire. With his tense heart now fully relaxed, he smiled and said, Indeed, while the evolution between levels requires immense energy, it seems that this is not overly difficult for strange fire. Hee, teacher. There's even more astonishing news to come. Huo Yuhao chuckled, a flicker of white flame dancing in his eyes. Suddenly, a creature resembling a fox, adorned with silken white fur, appeared on Huo Yuhao's shoulder, wreathed in blazing white flames. Despite its intensity, the flames caused him no harm whatsoever. This is... Elder Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the ice-cold flame? Chapter 81. The Trap Set by Dream Brother. Yuhao, we have arrived at the edge of the core area. The temperature here is exceedingly low, yet it is home to the most formidable soul beasts of the extreme north, like the Titan Snow Demon King we encountered earlier. Some of these creatures can even obscure my mental probing, and others are so swift that we may not have time to react. We must exercise caution. Amidst the endless expanse of ice and snow, a figure trudged forward, each step sinking deep into the frigid terrain. Remarkably, despite the temperature plummeting to the point of freezing water, this individual donned a thin white outfit, seemingly unperturbed by the surrounding cold. Dream Brother. Since I have inherited the ice goddess legacy, shouldn't I be the master of this extreme north? What I have to fear? Shouldn't I just wait here for them to bow before me? This individual was none other than Huo Yuhao, who, upon hearing Dream Brother's voice in his spiritual sea, spoke with a hint of exasperation. You naive fool, Dream Brother said, almost laughing in disbelief. With your current meager cultivation, what does it matter if you possess the ice goddess legacy? Those ancient soul beasts, lacking in intellect, might hesitate upon sensing your ice god aura, but they will ultimately attack you. If you encounter those beasts whose intelligence rivals that of humans, especially the ferocious rulers of the extreme north, your ice god inheritance would be nothing more than a coveted treasure in their eyes. Not a single soul beast wishes to miss the chance of becoming a deity and achieving immortality. By devouring you, they may obtain the ice goddess legacy. Huo Yuhao shook his head helplessly. Then I must wait until my strength is formidable enough to command the entire extreme north. But by the time I am powerful enough to dominate the region, why would I need their fealty? The ice goddess legacy seems rather useless. Suddenly, a fluffy white fox head emerged from Huo Yuhao's collar, expressing its discontent with a few indignant yelps. All right, I was wrong. The ice god is the greatest. The ice god is invincible, is that better? Huo Yuhao, both amused and exasperated, raised his hands in mock surrender, prompting the little beast to retreat back into his collar. Yuhao, your luck is truly remarkable. As far as I know, only a select few extremely rare possess the ability to develop their own consciousness and even take form. Yet, after you absorbed it transformed into this fire spirit, a true marvel of nature. Yao Lao marveled within Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. No, master, in my view, the quality of thee is comparable to your bone spirit cold fire, and it lacks the potential to take form. The existence of Shaohan should be attributed to the effects of that contract magic, Huo Yuhao replied. Having acquired the, Huo Yuhao departed from the. He and Yao Lao also ensured to collect the ice, and before leaving, as such treasures are exceedingly rare throughout the continent. The ice blue lotus, having absorbed countless chilling energies from the, was originally a meditative object used by the ice god, and had now evolved to an unknown degree. So Huo Yuhao took it with him as well. He had previously attempted meditating atop the lotus, which had tripled his cultivation speed. Such a treasure was not to be overlooked. Huo Yuhao raised his gaze to the sky, where the enchanting, kaleidoscopic auroras shimmered, adding an eerie allure to this desolate place seldom visited by people. In the core area of the extreme north, even the snowflakes felt solid, and the biting winds whipped the snow into stinging flurries against his face. When the winds howled fiercely, Huo Yuhao found himself crawling on the ground. While he was not afraid of the cold, he certainly feared the wind. However, with the assistance of the, heating his rations became a simple task, and at times, he could even carve out an ice hut to roast meat, thus maintaining a leisurely existence. Thanks to possessing the ice god martial soul, Huo Yuhao felt no trepidation regarding the cold of the snow, nor did he have to fear the loss of heat. He could easily quench his thirst with the ice and snow. Compared to the original Huo Yuhao, his current circumstances felt akin to paradise. Alright, this position should be about right. What we need to do next is wait patiently, Dream Brother Ice Silkworm instructed in the spiritual sea. Huo Yuhao chuckled and nodded. As Xiao Han on his shoulder suddenly radiated a powerful warmth. The heat melted the ice and snow beneath him, causing Huo Yuhao to plunge downward. Once he stopped falling, he used it to excavate a small space of over 10 square meters, leaving a gap above for ventilation. This had been his method of resting beneath the deep layers of snow, comfortably reclining in the snow nest he had crafted. Huo Yuhao signaled an okay gesture to Dream Brother in his spiritual sea. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged within the spiritual sea, and Huo Yuhao's soul-white million-year soul ring quietly emerged, exuding a lustrous sheen as it pulsed rhythmically around him. At that moment, Huo Yuhao felt his mental perception rapidly extending outward, expanding far beyond his previous experiences with mental probing. In the vast core area of the extreme north, spanning over 10,000 square kilometers, the light abruptly dimmed, akin to a sudden transition from day to night. An invisible authority expanded instantaneously, accompanied by an overwhelming spiritual force radiating outward from Huo Yuhao's form. To his astonishment, Huo Yuhao realized that his body had transformed entirely into a brilliant gold. Shaolin Temple S18 bronze men? Offending the abbot and still hoping to leave, as Huo Yuhao silently mocked in his mind. The pristine white million-year soul ring was also bathed in a golden hue, or rather, this golden color represented the true essence of the unique million-year soul ring in the Douluo Continent. Golden light began to emanate from Huo Yuhao's forehead, forming 10 radiant orbs. These represented the spiritual essence of the Dream Brother Ice Silkworm, its most core power. Aside from the portion that Huo Yuhao had already absorbed and the last orb that had been largely utilized by elixir, the remaining 9 orbs detached from Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. The 9 golden orbs coalesced, gradually taking shape into a golden figure of light, identical to Huo Yuhao, even donning a golden outfit resembling that of Shrek Academy. The previously languid Dream Brother Ice Silkworm now exuded a profound and awe-inspiring authority. With the sun and moon in hand, I am unparalleled in this world. Ice Emperor, I know you sense my presence. Dream Brother has returned for vengeance. Do you dare to meet? Chapter 82, The Abduction of the 400,000-year-old Little Loli. Huo Yuhao, Yao Lao, your ability to learn and apply so quickly is truly impressive. What is this? After leaving Shrek Academy, you've automatically mastered the art of imitation, have you? With a satisfied air, Tianming casually delivered this biting remark before waiting with Huo Yuhao in their snowy hideout for the proud little Loli, who had lived for 400,000 years. They were both aware that the Ice Emperor was about to confront the next critical milestone in its cultivation, 100,000 years in the making, which necessitated the absorption of Tianming Ice Silkworm's essence for survival. Otherwise, it would face the grim fate of disintegration beneath the thunderous tribulations. After that statement, the Tianming Ice Silkworm fell silent, yet the golden hue emanating from it grew increasingly intense. The brilliant golden light stood out starkly against the snowy landscape. As the sky darkened and ominous clouds loomed, thickening the atmosphere with an impending sense of foreboding. The Ice Emperor had previously declared that it had already reached its limit at 300,000 years and had injured its essence, rendering the 400,000-year threshold insurmountable. Only by absorbing the immense and pure energy of the Tianming Ice Silkworm could it hope to break free from its constraints and perhaps even surpass the Snow Emperor. Ranked first among the 3 great kings of the far north. Faced with the temptation of its own survival, the Ice Emperor had no alternative but to come forth. Inevitably drawn to this confrontation, suddenly the previously dark clouds began to tremble violently, and from the distant northern horizon, a layer of emerald light swiftly spread. The sky, once shrouded in darkness, transformed into a vivid green, its translucent clarity resembling a colossal emerald gemstone adorning the northern expanse. Tianming, you're still alive. A crisp, proud female voice resonated from all directions, sending shockwaves that caused the snow beneath to rise nearly 3 meters, akin to waves crashing upon a shore. Ice Emperor, you have yet to meet your end. Why should I not live? Do you remember what I once said? If I survive, one day I will be your companion. The voice of the Tianming Ice Silkworm took on a teasing tone, provoking even the usually patient Yao Lao to contemplate emerging from his ring to deliver a sharp reprimand. Damn it, another infatuated fool. Huo Yuhao inwardly scoffed. First, it was the unattainable Qian Duo. Then the lovesick Su Sanshur who belted out his woes by the sea god lake, and now, the interspecies romance of the Tianming Ice Silkworm, rivaling that of the infamous Sangu. Even the original Huo Yuhao was nothing more than a lovesick dog. ensnared by the schemes of the Tang clan. Ultimately reduced to a loyal hound. Does that esteemed individual have any understanding of romantic narratives? What a bewildering view of love. Naturally, upon hearing the unabashed declarations of affection from Tianming, the Ice Emperor was consumed by fury. Tianming, you seek your own demise. Yet, at that moment, Tianming continued unabashedly to express his feelings toward the Ice Emperor. Bing Bing, I speak nothing but the truth. I have lived for 1,000,000 years, most of which were spent in slumber. The only indelible mark on my heart, the sole being who stirs my emotions, is you. After rambling on, Tianming concluded with a tone reminiscent of a heartfelt aria, declaring, Bing Bing, I love you, I love you, I love you. Silence, Tianming. The Ice Emperor's voice erupted in a fit of hysteria, the verdant light of the sky abruptly shifting to a profound black. A streak of emerald light sliced through the heavens, and in an instant, a soul beast materialized opposite the Tianming Ice Silkworm. The Ice Emperor stood about 1.5 meters tall, smaller than the original Tianming Ice Silkworm. Its body was a blend of icy hues and emerald green, with 2-meter-long pincers adorned with peculiar hexagonal protrusions resembling diamond facets. Only the foremost claws and mouthparts gleamed with a mirror-like silver sheen. What captured Huo Yuhao's attention were its eyes, yellow and hexagonal, akin to 2 yellow diamonds embedded within its form, radiating a brilliant, jewel-like glow. Tianming, you concealed yourself well for all these years. You return now, merely to meet your demise? The Ice Emperor scoffed disdainfully. Yet, the Tianming Ice Silkworm maintained its playful demeanor, responding, Bibing, my dear Bibing, I have returned to the far north solely to see you, my beloved. We can finally be inseparable. Having once believed he would never again experience the chill of cold due to acquiring the Ice Goddess legacy, Huo Yuhao now felt an unsettling shiver creep up his spine at Tianming's declarations, causing goosebumps to rise across his skin. Disgusting. The sweet nothings from Tianming felt akin to a mouthful of sugar-laden lard, eliciting a wave of nausea. The Ice Emperor, unable to withstand it any longer, trembled violently. Its sharply arched tail suddenly glimmered, and a beam of pure white light pierced through the body of the Tianming Ice Silkworm. I know not your schemes, but by absorbing your energy, I shall become the strongest soul beast on the continent. Huo Yuhao interjected, well said. But how will you respond if I unveil the Dragon God Claw, specifically designed to counter soul beasts? The white beam that pierced the Tianming Ice Silkworm did not dissipate. Instead, it began to spread wildly within its ethereal form, wreaking havoc upon its golden body. Yet at the same moment, a faint white light enveloped the Ice Emperor, drawing it into a shroud. The Ice Emperor, taken aback, struggled frantically, but in sheer terror, it soon realized that even with all its might, escape was futile. Its raised pincers were slowly subdued, and its elevated tail was forced down against its body. This renowned king of the far north found itself ensnared. No, this cannot be. Tianming, you worthless worm, how could you possibly restrain me? What kind of skill is this? Why can't I break free? The Ice Emperor exclaimed, aghast. This is a skill acquired at the cost of my life. Do relish it. Bing Bing. As he spoke, the Tianming Ice Silkworm pointed at the Ice Emperor with a raised hand, and in a flash of golden light, the Ice Emperor vanished into thin air. Let us go. Yuhao, quickly. Tianming urged Huo Yuhao. While I was scanning with my spiritual perception, I located the snow-condensing flower you needed, 300 meters to the southeast. Let us hurry, or we may soon find ourselves as food for scorpions. Huo Yuhao stored away the xuanzhong and, after harvesting the herbs, sped away, reaching the resting place of Yutao in just 2 days. This location was far removed from where he had previously encountered the Ice Emperor, eliminating any risk of detection by the formidable members of the Ice Scorpion clan. All right, Yuhao, we can ensure safety here. You must now believe my words. With the Ice God's martial soul, and as one of the 3 great kings of the far north as your soul ring, your talent shall undoubtedly eclipse the entirety of Douluo Continent. Chapter 83, My Lord Yuhao, with Divine Bearing. A radiant orb of golden light emerged from the center of Huo Yuhao's brow, gradually ascending into the air, transforming in an instant into a golden disc approximately 1 meter in diameter. Within this disc, the figure captured was none other than the Ice Emperor, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. The remnant of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm was the culmination of his 1,000,000-year cultivation, a treasure so exquisite that even the renowned medicinal elder would gaze upon it with envy. It could be declared as the unparalleled pinnacle of treasures within the Douluo Continent. Despite the Ice Emperor's terrifying power and soul force, escape proved futile, attesting to its formidable resilience. Ice Emperor, cease your resistance. You have attempted this numerous times and should understand the futility of your actions, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm remarked in a rather disdainful tone. Heavenly dream. It appears I have indeed underestimated you. What do you desire? The Ice Emperor inquired coldly. I merely wish to be forever united with my beloved. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm responded with a sickeningly sweet tone. Subsequently, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm unveiled its divine creation plan to the Ice Emperor, interspersed with nauseating declarations of affection that gradually calmed the infuriated Ice Emperor. However, if I join forces with you, our chances of success would surpass 80%. An opportunity for eternal life exceeding 80%, is it not worth the gamble? Ice, you must realize that only the life of a deity is boundless. Upon hearing the heavenly dream's narrative, the Ice Emperor fell silent. No creature is devoid of fear towards death, and she was no exception. Now presented with an opportunity for immortality, she had to contemplate it seriously. Moreover, given her current captivity by the heavenly dream, even if she wished to refuse, the heavenly dream would assuredly not allow her to escape. But you have said much without addressing the crux of the matter, the Ice Emperor suddenly interjected. Why should I trust that the individual you choose possesses divine bearing? You claim an 80% assurance, yet from whence does this assurance originate? Rest assured, Ice. If you agree to sacrifice yourself to become Yuhao's wisdom soul ring, I, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, can swear to you now, the heavenly dream declared. By the name of the Ice God, I, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, vow that if I deceive the Ice Emperor and fail to assist her in becoming a wisdom soul ring after releasing her mental essence, may all that belongs to ice be stripped from me. Huo Yuhao's lips twitched slightly as he thought, heavenly dream, you truly are a genius. Swearing before the inheritor of the Ice God, whether that vow can be fulfilled depends on Yuhao's disposition. What dreams do you have while you sleep? Though this vow sounded somewhat insincere to Huo Yuhao, the Ice Emperor did not share that sentiment. In the far north, such a vow held grave significance among soul beasts. At that moment, Huo Yuhao approached. On his shoulder, the fire spirit Xiaohan gazed curiously at the Ice Emperor trapped within the mental prison, emitting a few soft calls. What is this? The Ice Emperor focused intently, sensing the violent power of the emanating from Xiaohan. This formidable force compelled her to confront the reality before her. Huo Yuhao smiled gently at the Ice Emperor, remaining silent as he directly activated his martial soul. An unparalleled aura of majesty radiated from him, while simultaneously, numerous fiery ice blue lights erupted from within, coalescing into a massive ice blue figure behind him. Though the figure's features were indistinct, one could vaguely discern that it wielded an ice blue longsword. The moment Huo Yuhao unleashed his martial soul, the Ice Emperor felt a tremor in her command over the surrounding ice elements, sensing that if Huo Yuhao desired, he could sever her connection to the ice elements at any moment. This aura is, the Ice Emperor gasped in terror. The Ice God. Indeed. Greetings, Ice Emperor. I am Huo Yuhao, the inheritor of the Ice God, he replied with a smile. The Ice God's inheritance. The Ice Emperor's amber eyes sparkled. Had she been in her prime, she would have unhesitatingly devoured Huo Yuhao. However, at present, her life lay in the hands of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Any sign of defiance would prompt the heavenly dream to act against her. Ice, Yuhao has received the Ice God's inheritance. And even his second martial soul is that of the Ice God. Furthermore, his talents are unprecedented on the Douluo Continent, with his dual divine martial souls making him the strongest among his peers in the continent's foremost academy, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm elaborated. Moreover, he harbors even more secrets. But as you have yet to merge with him, I cannot disclose those matters. We are all children of the Ice God. Yuhao is the inheritor of the Ice God, and thus he is the sovereign of the extreme north ice field. To become the Ice God's soul ring, and perhaps ascend to the divine realm alongside the Ice God in the future, I have procured such an opportunity and honor for you. Does this not serve as proof of my love for you? Plainwill. Ah, yes, it is all your merit. Heavenly dream, you are right. At this juncture, the Ice Emperor no longer harbored any hesitation. Even if she did not trust you, she believed that the will of the Ice God would not harm his followers. The crystal yellow of her eyes gradually transformed into a vibrant green. The long, greenish-blue tail of the ice blue Emperor Scorpion arched upward. A gentle emerald radiance began to ripple from the base of her tail, ultimately coalescing at the tip of her stinger. With a flash of green light, a small emerald orb detached itself, slowly floating upwards. In that instant, the Ice Emperor's eyes dimmed, losing their luster. Indeed, this emerald orb represented her mental essence, or could be considered her soul. with the protection of the medicinal elder. Both Huo Yuhao and the heavenly dream ice silkworm were assured that this undertaking would proceed without complications. Furthermore, the heavenly dream knew the ice emperor well. Her decisive nature would lead her to choose this path once she comprehended her predicament. The golden light that the heavenly dream transformed into surged forward, adhering closely to the remnant of its essence. As the emerald orb approached, the golden sphere enlarged dramatically, akin to a whale consuming its prey, swiftly returning to Huo Yuhao's body, entering through his brow. As the black, ancient ring upon Huo Yuhao's palm glimmered, the remnant of the heavenly dream was directly collected by the medicinal elder. After all, the heavenly dream would find no further use for this relic, and it was better suited for the medicinal elder to examine and perhaps extract something valuable. Upon entering Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, the Ice Emperor beheld the gray orb transformed from ilex. Though the orb was not particularly large, the aura of mental power emanating from it caused the Ice Emperor to tremble. Ah, Yuhao, you have reaped considerable rewards on this expedition to the extreme north. Just then, the voice of the medicinal elder resonated within Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness. Hello, Ice Emperor. Quite an imposing name. In our world, only the most supreme of beings are worthy of the title Emperor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuhao's teacher. You may call me Medicinal Elder. Ice Emperor. Goodness, I initially thought this was a private room, yet it turns out to be a communal dormitory. Truly, as the inheritor of the Ice God, even the Sea of Consciousness has transformed into a lodging. P.S. I would like to recommend a book by a fellow author titled Douluo, the Traveler, specializing in slaying travelers. He is an established writer in the Douluo universe, and his work is quite commendable. Your support would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 84. The Fusion with the Ice Emperor, Huo Yuhao's Transformation. The ensuing period was marked by the deliberation between the Dream Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor. After a lengthy discussion, they opted for the original narrative's approach of fusing the soul bone first, followed by the soul ring. Indeed, the initial fusion of the soul bone would refine Huo Yuhao's physique. The stronger his body became, the greater the lifespan of the soul rings he could endure, consequently enhancing his cultivation. As the successor of the Ice God, I willingly merge with you, ensuring that no issues will arise during the soul bone fusion process. However, although your physique is exceptionally robust among your peers, it pales in comparison to my power, the Ice Emperor remarked. Therefore, during the absorption of my soul bone, you must endure immense suffering. I shall replace your spine, all your ribs, and sternum, and due to the overwhelming might of my soul bone. This process will be lengthy and excruciating, akin to dismantling and reassembling your entire skeletal structure. Can you withstand such agony? Huo Yuhao nodded, chuckling, come on. I've dared to ingest. What is mere pain to me? At that moment, the Dream Ice Silkworm interjected, Yuhao, we shall commence the fusion of the soul bones. Retrieve the Ice Attribute soul bone you previously collected. It will serve as a medium to aid the fusion with the Ice Emperor's soul bone, significantly accelerating the process and alleviating much of the pain while preventing unnecessary energy leakage during the fusion. In the narrative, the secret method of soul bone exchange was transformed into this Ice Attribute Millennium Soul Bone, a considerable upgrade, undoubtedly, given its compatibility with Huo Yuhao's attributes. This Ice Attribute Soul Bone would significantly enhance his absorption of the Ice Emperor's soul bone. Huo Yuhao produced the Ice Attribute Soul Bone, and simultaneously, the voice of the Ice Emperor resonated within his spiritual sea. Are you ready? Huo Yuhao nodded slightly, smiling. Let us begin. As his words faded, a wave of chilling energy surged within his spiritual sea. In an instant, this terrifying coldness was absorbed into his body, vanishing without a trace. This is the power of the Ice God, the Ice Emperor remarked, somewhat astonished. Her intention was to numb Huo Yuhao's pain with cold, minimizing his suffering. However, she did not anticipate that the frigid force she unleashed would be directly absorbed by Huo Yuhao's Ice God martial soul. On a positive note, this proved that Huo Yuhao's mastery over ice elements, or the laws of ice, transcended even that of the Ice Emperor herself. However, the unfortunate news was that Huo Yuhao would indeed have to endure a process akin to bone-scraping therapy. It's all right, Ice Emperor. I do not require the cold to numb my pain, Huo Yuhao reassured with a smile. Please proceed without concern for my well-being. I will be fine. The Ice Emperor acknowledged his words, and subsequently, a brilliant emerald light surged in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, his eyes transforming into a vivid green. Two beams of emerald light shot forth from his gaze, precisely striking the Ice Emperor's corporeal form. In response, the Ice Emperor's physical body began to move again, swiftly gliding beneath Huo Yuhao as intense emerald light coalesced towards her tail stinger. As the emerald hue deepened to a vibrant dark green, the Ice Emperor's tail stinger abruptly lashed out, piercing into Huo Yuhao's coccyx. His body convulsed violently, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, moments later, he fell silent once more. His body still. This nerve-induced pain was unbearable for any human. However, Huo Yuhao, having undergone rigorous training, possessed a remarkable tolerance for suffering. Coupled with his recent exposure to it, he had developed a certain immunity to pain, allowing him to quickly regain his composure. Another beam of emerald light enveloped the ice attribute soul bone, which promptly transformed from icy blue to a striking green before astonishingly dissolving into a fist-sized liquid. The Ice Emperor inhaled this liquid, filtering it within her, and it transformed into a warm, vibrant green current that surged into Huo Yuhao's body. He felt a gentle warmth enveloping him, significantly reducing the previous intense pain, rendering it negligible. Boom. His garments were abruptly torn asunder by the emerald light, which slowly infused along his spine, cascading throughout his torso. The emerald fluid ascended, causing Huo Yuhao's ribs to morph into the same vibrant green. Wherever the green spread, the acute pain followed. Yet this level of discomfort was far less severe than that experienced during the absorption of the Xianbing cold flame. It was merely a minor annoyance, causing him to furrow his brow without further reaction. Once the verdant hue enveloped all the bones in his torso, the emerald light emanating from the Ice Emperor began to dim. The soul bone, a distilled essence of her power, was being transformed, although painful. It would ultimately serve Huo Yuhao far more than any other soul bone. However, the process of extracting her power to form a soul bone would damage the Ice Emperor's original body. This act was a gamble. Yet her decisive nature meant that once a resolution was reached, there was no turning back. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's ice god martial soul erupted uncontrollably, enveloping him in a blue glow, and he found himself devoid of any sensation of pain. With astonished eyes wide open, Huo Yuhao felt the seamless fusion between his being and the Ice Emperor's soul bone. Simultaneously, he sensed the terrifying ice attribute energy embedded within the Ice Emperor's soul bone. The ice god, as the sovereign of ice elements, wielded dominion over all that pertained to ice. In the spiritual sea, the dream ice silkworm exclaimed in astonishment, "I never imagined that the ice god martial soul could facilitate such a flawless integration with the Ice Emperor's soul bone." With the ice god martial soul's assistance, the sealing power of the soul bone will not leak in the slightest. Once your strength reaches a certain level, you will be able to master all the powers of the soul bone. From day to night, and from night back to day, the emerald light surrounding Huo Yuhao intensified. Simultaneously, his muscles, bones, and internal organs were all comprehensively enhanced by this infusion. Ultimately, a brilliant white halo radiated from beneath Huo Yuhao, enveloping his form. The crystalline particles adorning the Ice Emperor's body quietly dissolved into fine wisps of icy mist that flowed into Huo Yuhao's being. The Ice Emperor sacrificially burned her own essence, merging with Huo Yuhao under the collaboration of the dream ice silkworm. Above Huo Yuhao, a golden halo guided the white radiance as it gradually infused into his body. Meanwhile, the frigid winds outside remained biting, as thick flurries of snow blanketed the vast icy expanse, muffling all sound within. Chapter 85. Beasts, release that girl. With a soft sound, an arm suddenly burst forth from beneath the thick layer of snow. Following that, Huo Yuhao, his body unclad, slowly emerged. His muscles, though not particularly robust, exhibited a remarkable fluidity. The skin, as white as jade, radiated a unique luster after breaking free from the ice and snow. As he gradually opened his eyes, two distinct colors flashed within Huo Yuhao's gaze, first a frosty white, then a vibrant green, ultimately solidifying upon the radiant colors of his second awakening of his martial soul. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The snowflakes cascading from the sky swirled around him within a 3-foot radius, as if forming a small tornado of ice and snow centered around his being. Huo Yuhao clenched his fists tightly and swung them forward, unleashing a tremendous blast of energy that swept away the snow blanketing the ground. A circle of dazzling, blood-red soul rings rose from beneath his feet, adorned with 4 faint golden patterns. The interplay of red and gold was striking against the white expanse of the icy plains, releasing an aura reminiscent of ancient savagery that spread outward. At last, you have succeeded, Yuhao. Your brother's efforts have not been in vain, Tianming exclaimed joyfully. However, Yuhao, your cultivation level is still low. Although your body has been enhanced beyond your original capacity, you are yet unable to wield the powers of the Ice Emperor's soul ring and soul bone. But as your cultivation progresses, The abilities bestowed upon you by the Ice Emperor will undoubtedly astonish you. Presently, Huo Yuhao's soul power had reached the 28th level, teetering on the brink of the 29th. Yet, astonishingly, the strength of his body had already attained a high level of soul master, rivaling even that of a soul king. Typically, such a disparity would categorize Huo Yuhao as a severely specialized practitioner. However, this peculiarity allowed him to attach higher-tier soul rings to his martial soul, proving advantageous for his future development. With your current physique combined with your formidable burning technique, you should be able to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring for your flame god, I martial soul, Tianming Binkin suggested. I propose you absorb the soul ring of my kin, allowing me to tailor a particularly useful second soul skill for you. Huo Yuhao nodded slightly. Indeed, simulating this soul skill would serve as a powerful asset. Yet, in the original narrative, Huo Yuhao often employed this skill to wield influence inappropriately, which was somewhat misguided. After all, mimicking the aura of other powerful beings could only be done once, after which one would inevitably be discerned. Nevertheless, he believed this soul skill bore broader applications in real combat scenarios. Having made his decision, Huo Yuhao approached a nearby wooden sign and donned a thick layer of clothing. He then grasped the Xian heavy ruler and began to excavate the snow that concealed Yuhao's frozen form. A flash of light emanated from the ancient black ring adorning his finger, causing countless tiny sparks to emerge from Yuhao's body, which Huo Yuhao collected back into the ring. Channeling his burning technique soul power, he placed his hands firmly on Yuhao's back to assist in circulating his soul power, reigniting the vitality within his body. Ugh! Stripped of the frozen spirit's chilling power, Yuhao soon began to restore the flow of his soul power with Huo Yuhao's help. Yet his eyes remained dazed, exuding a sense of clarity mingled with confusion. What has happened? Yuhao asked, shivering slightly as he activated his soul power, dispelling the chill surrounding him. He suddenly stood upright, scanning his surroundings, only to find Huo Yuhao bundled up like a dumpling in thick clothing. Young master, what transpired? Yuhao inquired, scratching his head. I'm not sure either. I recall a powerful chill engulfing my body, and then I lost consciousness, Huo Yuhao replied, gesturing to his own heavy garments. I woke up before you and broke the ice to bring you back to consciousness. Oh, I see. Yuhao fell into confusion, lacking any memory of the intervening time, yet found Huo Yuhao's explanation reasonable. It's no wonder we encounter such strange phenomena in this perilous northern wasteland, he remarked, shuddering slightly. Young master, this place is too dangerous. We ought to leave quickly. Leave? Have you forgotten our purpose? Huo Yuhao shot Yuhao a look. We must hurry and locate a 10,000-year ice silkworm to absorb its soul ring. Then we shall return to Shrek City. A 10,000-year ice silkworm? Is there truly such a thing as a 10,000-year ice silkworm? Yuhao stared blankly at Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, let me out. I wish to challenge this fool. Tianming's furious voice echoed in Huo Yuhao's mind. Quickly soothing the enraged Tianming, Huo Yuhao dismissed Yuhao with a few casual words, and the two proceeded in the direction Tianming indicated. It seemed Tianming possessed a unique method for locating his kin, for soon they discovered traces of a 10,000-year ice silkworm. However, after traversing a short distance, both Yuhao and Huo Yuhao's gazes suddenly sharpened, as they noticed a series of footprints in the snow beside their path. Someone. Huo Yuhao exchanged glances with Yuhao, both of whom instinctively stifled their presence and cautiously advanced. In this desolate expanse of the extreme north, human footprints were a rarity, which prompted their cautiousness. At that moment, Huo Yuhao's mental detection range had nearly reached 300 meters. As he extended his mental probe forward, he sensed that a fierce battle was unfolding ahead. Ice refraction! A voice rang out, belonging to a girl clad in white attire. Instantly, two figures of the girl appeared upon the crystalline ice surface. Opposite her stood a gigantic bird with ice-white dragon wings, measuring over 3 meters in length. Encircled by swirling snowflakes, Huo Yuhao recognized this creature as the frost dragon bird, a soul beast exceedingly rare even in the northern realms. Though it belonged to the avian family, it possessed a trace of ice dragon blood, endowing it with formidable strength. Its size indicated a cultivation level of at least 10,000 years. The frost dragon bird emitted a terrifying screech directed at the girl, then lunged with its sharp beak toward one of her apparitions. Yet at that moment, the girl's figure transformed into an illusion and vanished, while her true self repositioned, evading the dragon bird's beak and teleporting directly behind it. With a flick of her slender sword, a multitude of sword shadows erupted, aiming for the frost dragon bird's wings. The sword radiance, spanning over a foot in length, remained intact, causing a series of popping sounds in the air. However, the frost dragon bird's eyes glimmered with a cunning intelligence. It had discerned the true location of the girl and had intentionally attacked the illusion to lower her guard and draw her closer. Raising its head skyward, the frost dragon bird let out a long cry, at which point the snowflakes surrounding it took flight, forming an icy prison that ensnared the girl within. The girl cried out, struggling desperately to break free, yet her efforts proved utterly futile. Her cultivation still pales in comparison to that of the frost dragon bird, and now, having fallen into the trap, escape seems improbable. Just as despair envelopes the young girl, a clear voice resonates from not far away. Beast, release that girl. Chapter 86, A Glitch Heroic Rescue. The young girl trapped within the icy prison had succumbed to despair, yet unexpectedly, amidst this frozen wasteland, a hero emerged to save her. Huo Yuhao and Yutao approached slowly from a distance, and the frost dragon bird sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Yutao, flapping its wings in an attempt to flee. My fifth soul ring. The girl panicked upon witnessing this. However, she was unaware of Huo Yuhao's intentions. He had valiantly intervened to save her life, making her reluctant to ask for further assistance in slaying the frost dragon bird. Yet, Huo Yuhao glanced at her, a smile gracing his lips. He waved his hand at Yutao, pointing at the fleeing frost dragon bird, exclaiming, Naiju. What? Yutao was momentarily taken aback. Look at this bird. It's so large and broad, like a punching bag, long and round. You've been frozen for so long, you can let off some steam on it. But remember not to kill it. Huo Yuhao chuckled. Yutao grinned and flexed his wrist. Though not particularly clever, he could guess Huo Yuhao's desire to befriend the girl, despite not understanding the rationale behind it. Nevertheless, he did not need to know the reason. As the heir of the Body Sect, his role was simply to assist Huo Yuhao with unwavering loyalty. As a fighter, excessive contemplation was unnecessary. Obeying the commands of the wise would suffice to avoid mistakes. With a mighty leap, Yutao soared into the air, kicking up a flurry of snow. His jumping ability was indeed astonishing, propelling him nearly 8 meters high, and he landed squarely on the back of the frost dragon bird. You're the one who froze me, aren't you? Speak up. If you don't, I'll take your silence as consent. Watch me take you down. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, causing the bird to emit a mournful cry. Yet, it was powerless to defend itself against such an egregious accusation, for after all, birds do not speak. Huo Yuhao shrugged, striding swiftly to the girl still suspended in her icy prison. His eyes shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and with a wave of his hand, the myriad ice and snow forming her confinement disintegrated, allowing her to fall gently to the ground. The girl was clad in pristine white attire, seemingly unfazed by the frigid climate of the extreme north. Her long silver hair was neatly tied into a ponytail, and her features were exquisitely delicate. Most striking were her eyes, a vivid crimson that seemed to bleed. With 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, she possessed the optimal configuration. Behind her, a spectral figure emerged, a flawless white toad with blood-red eyes mirroring her own. Why you? Hello. The girl glanced at Yutao, who was still gleefully pounding the frost dragon bird, then turned to Huo Yuhao, saying, Thank you for rescuing me. As fellow soul masters, it is our duty to assist one another in times of need. No thanks are necessary, Huo Yuhao replied with a warm smile. No longer did he resemble the slender boy who had fled from the Duke's manor. Now, he appeared handsome and radiant, exuding an ethereal charm that surpassed 99% of his peers. What captivated the girl most were Huo Yuhao's eyes, crystal blue, reminiscent of a clear ocean, yet deep within. They twinkled with hues reflecting the cosmos. Hello, my name is Meng Hongchun. I came to the extreme north for soul ring hunting a few days ago. She stammered, feeling her cheeks flush under Huo Yuhao's unwavering gaze. I am Huo Yuhao, also here to hunt for soul rings, he replied, nodding with a smile. He recognized her at a glance, aware that it was Meng Hongchun who had been battling the frost dragon bird. Otherwise, he would not have been so inclined to intervene. In a mere moment, Huo Yuhao identified Meng Hongchun as her distinctive eyes, and the spectral toad behind her were unmistakable. Cultivating a friendship with her would undoubtedly benefit him in his future endeavors within the Sun Moon Empire's realm. And the advanced soul-guiding technology from the Ming Dahal greatly intrigued him. By the way, why did you venture alone into this perilous place to hunt soul beasts? Huo Yuhao inquired. Has the prestigious Hongchun family truly fallen so low? And no, I came with my grandfather, Meng Hongchun replied, shaking her head, her gaze drifting anxiously into the distance. However, when we entered the core area, we encountered a colossal ice bear. My grandfather fought valiantly to protect me, and he sent me here for safety. But after some time, I noticed the frost dragon bird had landed nearby. So you aimed to slay it for your 5th soul ring, but underestimated its strength and nearly faced defeat? Huo Yuhao interjected with a wry smile. Meng Hongchun, you certainly have a way with words. I find myself at a loss. Suddenly, a cacophony of bird-like cries erupted. The hapless frost dragon bird, overwhelmed by Yu Tao's relentless assault, plummeted to the ground, yearning for a merciful end. All right, hurry and absorb the soul ring. If you delay, it may perish. Huo Yuhao urged Meng Hongchun with a smile. Thank you. I shall repay this debt of gratitude in the future, she said earnestly. In her moment of peril, a hero had appeared, defeating her foe and achieving the classic trope of heroic rescue. Was this not akin to the tales of dashing princes she had once read? Of course, Huo Yuhao did not ride a steed, but he surpassed even the most gallant heroes of those stories in charm, leaving Meng Hongchun, a connoisseur of beauty, utterly enchanted. As Meng Hongchun delivered a swift end to the beleaguered frost dragon bird, Huo Yuhao inquired mentally to Tianming, "Where's the ancient ice silkworm you mentioned?" "Yuhao, your talent is commendable, yet your mental probing requires further refinement," Tianming chuckled. "Did you not notice the movements beneath the snow? The ancient ice silkworm lies merely 20 meters below your feet. The frost dragon bird likely sought to hunt it, but fell victim to your encounter." Huo Yuhao paused, then focused his mental probing downward. Indeed, he discovered a snow nest beneath the surface where an ice silkworm lay dormant. The ensuing process proved straightforward. Though the ice silkworm sensed Huo Yuhao's mental presence and attempted to flee, it was no match for Yu Tao's formidable strength. He easily shattered the snow layer above, capturing the creature. With a flash of icy white light in his eyes, Huo Yuhao unleashed a surge of white flames from his right hand. The ethereal frost fire, imbued with both chilling and searing properties, extinguished the ice silkworm's life force. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged, joining Meng Hongchun in the absorption of their newly acquired soul rings. Meanwhile, Yu Tao stood steadfastly, serving as a guardian for the two. Suddenly, a pale golden radiance illuminated the sky not far away, expanding outward in an instant before rippling gently. From that direction, a figure emerged. The newcomer, though not tall, was exceedingly corpulent, adorned in an opulent black robe embroidered with golden patterns. He was none other than Jing Hongchun, the esteemed patriarch of the Mingda Hall and the grandfather of Meng Hongchun. Chapter 87. Mirror of the Red Dust. At this moment, Jing Hongchun appeared somewhat disheveled, his breath ragged and his black robe bearing signs of wear. Suddenly, he noticed Yu Tao, who was staring intently at him. Following Yu Tao's gaze, he also observed Huo Yuhao, who was absorbing a soul ring nearby, as well as Meng Hongchun, who was engaged in a similar endeavor not far away. "Who are you?" Jing Hongchun inquired coldly, a formidable aura erupting from him instantly. "Are you the leader of the Red Dust Hall?" Yu Tao replied, his tone lacking any semblance of deference. With the strength of the Body Sect, he harbored no fear of the Mingda Hall. Although he was not a match for the 9th-level Soul Master Jing Hongchun, he did not feel intimidated. Miss Meng Hongchun encountered a frost dragon bird and was inadvertently trapped during their fierce battle. My young master witnessed this and instructed me to intervene, rescuing Miss Meng and assisting her in acquiring the soul ring. Jing Hongchun glanced at his granddaughter, who was meditating to absorb the soul ring, and nodded slightly. The frost dragon bird had been battered by Yu Tao, its injuries clearly not inflicted by Meng Hongchun, leaving Jing Hongchun with no choice but to believe him. Noticing Yu Tao's unusually robust right arm, Jing Hongchun's eyes flickered momentarily, and he suddenly asked, "Are you from the Body Sect?" As the leader of the Mingda Hall, Jing Hongchun had dealt with the Body Sect on numerous occasions. A soul master with a distinctively different physique often possessed a body martial soul, making them easy to identify. Yu Tao's muscular arm suggested either that his martial soul was that very arm or that he had yet to marry at his age. "Your insight is commendable." Hall Master Hongchun, Yu Tao conceded, no longer denying his identity. "You refer to this young man as your master. Does that imply he is the heir of the Body Sect?" Jing Hongchun's eyes gleamed with intense interest. The Body Sect had connections with the Heavenly Soul Empire, a fact that was not hidden from him. Although Huo Yuhao's first soul ring was merely of the 10th rank, his audacity to absorb a 10,000-year soul beast for his second soul ring, coupled with his apparent success, ignited a flicker of murderous intent within Jing Hongchun. Yu Tao nodded, his soul power surging fervently. If Jing Hongchun harbored any intention of attacking, he would not hesitate to whisk Huo Yuhao away. Even though Jing Hongchun was a 9th-level soul master, should he risk everything to unleash his secondary awakening secret technique, he could undoubtedly protect Huo Yuhao's escape from the extreme north icefield. Even if he perished, the reckoning would eventually fall upon Mingda Hall. Most importantly, Huo Yuhao must not come to harm. Grandfather, you're back. Are you all right? At that tense moment, a sweet voice interrupted their standoff. Meng Hongqian had completed her soul ring absorption in a remarkably brief span and hurried over to Jing Hongqian upon seeing him. This swift completion was not merely due to Meng Hongqian's extraordinary talent, but rather because the unfortunate frost dragon bird had been so thoroughly tormented by Yu Tao that it had lost the will to fight. After being slain by Meng Hongqian, it was so moved that it did not even unleash the unique soul tremor typical of a soul beast over 10,000 years old. It simply perished. Grandfather, you truly scared me. I thought something had happened to you, Meng Hongqian exclaimed, nestling in Jing Hongqian's embrace. By the way, grandfather, this is Huo Yuhao. He and this uncle saved me and helped me hunt for my soul ring. You must repay them well. Upon hearing Meng Hongqian's words, Jing Hongqian and Yu Tao exchanged awkward smiles. At that moment, the dark, ink-like 10,000-year soul ring atop the ice silkworm's corpse fully solidified on Huo Yuhao's body. The unusual combination of black and white soul rings sparked a glimmer in Jing Hongqian's eyes. Huo Yuhao opened his eyes and smiled at Jing Hongqian. He had perceived their dialogue and the underlying tension through mental detection, and thus felt no need for further inquiries. I am Huo Yuhao, a junior. It is an honor to meet Hall Master Hongqian, he said, bowing respectfully. Ah. Jing Hongqian inclined slightly, helping Huo Yuhao to his feet. Through his grip, he sensed Huo Yuhao's physique far surpassing that of his peers, undoubtedly a successor of the Body Sect. This is not the place for discussion. I had a brief encounter with a frost bear earlier and sustained some injuries. I am unsure if it will pursue me. We should leave the extreme north icefield post-haste. With that, Jing Hongqian sprang into the air, two slender golden wings unfurling behind him, lifting his body gracefully upward. Huo Yuhao scrutinized the flying soul tool that Jing Hongqian employed. It appeared to be a pair of wings, delicate and soft, devoid of any metallic feel. The pale golden light shimmered on them, with no visible soul power emanating. They merely expanded gently, carrying Jing Hongqian skyward. A golden radiance bloomed over the vast snowy expanse, enveloping Huo Yuhao and Yu Tao within a golden veil as they ascended. Yu Tao, astonished, attempted to forcibly disrupt the golden barrier, but Huo Yuhao stopped him. In the next moment, they found themselves soaring through the clouds. They realized that Jing Hongqian's flying soul tool had suddenly expanded 1,000-fold, encasing Meng Hongqian and themselves in a golden membrane that floated behind Jing Hongqian. The enormous wings, spanning 10 meters, fluttered gently, propelling them beyond the extreme north icefield. Everything outside became a blur, yet within the membrane, Huo Yuhao felt no discomfort, as if he were in a tranquil chamber, even unable to hear the sound of the wind. Had it not been for the rapidly passing scenery outside, he would hardly have sensed their swift ascent. Huo Yuhao, it seems you harbor no aversion to using soul tools, Jing Hongqian remarked suddenly. The Body Sect held a lofty view of body martial souls, considering them a divine gift, and looked down upon all soul masters who utilized soul tools. Their traditions, or rather their rigidity, surpassed even that of Shrek Academy. Yu Tao, ensnared by the flying soul tool, clearly displayed discomfort, shifting left and right. In contrast, Huo Yuhao remained composed, akin to a nobleman enjoying a theatrical performance. Hearing Jing Hongqian's words, Huo Yuhao privately rolled his eyes. I've piloted supersonic aircraft in my past life. This speed, while not slow, hardly terrifies me. Of course, he kept this thought to himself. With a slight smile, he responded to Jing Hongqian. Soul tools are merely weapons wielded by soul masters, akin to martial souls, soul rings, and soul bones. They are mere tools for a soul master. As soul masters, we engage in a struggle against fate. If we allow ourselves to be confined by a mere metallic device, becoming fearful, would that not be a farce? Chapter 88. Laughing at the mortal world in ancient times. Certain artisans endeavored to engrave specific patterns of soul power on gemstones and rare metals, aiming to extract their hidden energies, thus giving rise to the rudimentary form of soul guide devices. Subsequently, some individuals attempted to create soul guides from relatively ordinary materials. While this resulted in a significantly reduced lifespan for the devices, it also greatly alleviated the technical demands of their production. Ultimately, however, soul guides are merely tools crafted by soul master artisans, designed to enhance the capabilities of soul masters. Yet, in the present, the soul masters of the Douluo Continent disdain soul guides, viewing them as mere tricks of craftsmanship, believing that their use undermines the legacy of their ancestors. Conversely, the Sun Moon Empire places undue emphasis on soul guides, neglecting their fundamental essence and thereby hindering the enhancement of soul master abilities. Little do they realize that only high-level soul guides wielded by exceptionally powerful soul masters can genuinely achieve a synergy where 1 + 1 = 2, or even surpass it. Ignoring the personal strength of the soul masters while obsessively pursuing an arms race of soul guide production presents a significant flaw. In the Sun Moon Empire, the abundance and ease of mining rare metals have led to a focus on these materials in soul guide development. Thus, the soul guides of the Sun Moon Empire predominantly rely on the unique effects of these rare metals. Should they sever their connection to these diverse rare metals, the Empire's advancements in soul guide technology and the entire societal structure built around it would swiftly collapse. At this juncture, Huo Yuhao smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. To continue would lead into the intricate topics of planning and refining rare metals, discussions that were too profound and advanced. And he was unwilling to let Jing Hongqian take advantage of his insights. Huo Yuhao's analysis of the conservative nature of the Douluo Continent as soul masters, along with the impending challenges facing the Sun Moon Empire, captivated Jing Hongqian, who listened intently. However, he did not anticipate that Huo Yuhao would halt at such a critical juncture, leaving him with an insatiable curiosity. Huo Yuhao, do you have anything more to say? Jing Hongqian inquired with a slight cough. Anything more to say? Huo Yuhao feigned contemplation, then continued, thank you, Master Hongqian, for escorting us. Ahead lies the capital of the Heavenly Soul Empire, and it may be inconvenient for you two to enter, so please let us off in the plains below. Jing Hongqian gritted his teeth in silence, aware that Huo Yuhao was feigning ignorance. However, he found himself powerless to act. If they were in the extreme northern ice fields, he might have considered abducting Huo Yuhao, but now, being close to the Heavenly Soul Empire, stronghold of the Body Sect, made entanglement with Yutao perilous. Huo Yuhao, you possess such extensive knowledge, exclaimed Ming Hongqian, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What you've shared exceeds even what our soul guide theory instructor has taught us. By the way, what level of soul mentor are you? Given Huo Yuhao's profound understanding of soul guides, it was evident that he must have studied their principles. And judging by his previous cultivation level, he should be classified as a second-level soul mentor. Me? I am not a soul mentor. I have never studied the soul mentor curriculum, Huo Yuhao replied with a hint of resignation. Due to the ramifications of his poison and the conflicts with Fan Yu, Huo Yuhao had neither become Fan Yu's disciple, as in the original narrative, nor received instruction from Xian Liner and Xian Duo. Throughout the past 8 months, apart from occasionally observing others as they crafted soul guides, he had not delved into the knowledge of soul guide creation. After all, while Shrek Academy's research on soul guides was decent, it was still considered top-tier compared to the original Douluo Continent, and they were reluctant to let their techniques fall into the hands of the Body Sect. That is truly unfortunate, Ming Hongqian responded, surprised. After a moment of silence, she rummaged through her storage soul guide and produced a thick notebook, handing it to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, take this notebook as my gratitude. Study the methods within for crafting soul guides. With your talent, I believe you will make remarkable progress. Ahead, Jing Hongqian's body trembled but fell silent, allowing Ming Hongqian's actions to proceed without interference. Huo Yuhao accepted the notebook with surprise, flipping it open to reveal a title page emblazoned with the words, Class Notes of Laughing Hongqian. Indeed, Jing Hongqian's reaction stemmed not from concern over Ming Hongqian divulging state secrets of soul guide production, but from lamenting the loss of his precious grandson's insights. Such rudimentary knowledge had long circulated, but losing Laughing Hongqian's comprehensive notes meant he would have to endure several sleepless nights to reconstruct them. Thank you, Huo Yuhao smiled, genuinely appreciative of Ming Hongqian's generous assistance. Having read the original text, he lacked neither insight nor perspective on soul guide technology. He was well versed in certain critical techniques, such as forging. However, he found himself hindered by the foundational knowledge of soul guide creation, a matter that others would find trivial. Now, with Laughing Hongqian's notebook, the obstacles before him had been surmounted. As the flying soul guide descended gently, Jing Hongqian retracted his golden wings into an unknown location. The prominent figure of the Sun Moon Empire's soul mentor community then turned to Huo Yuhao, offering him a token. This is my personal token. You have saved Ming and assisted her in hunting for soul rings. I express my gratitude through this gesture. With this token, you may commission the Mingda Hall to forge any attack or defense soul guide below the 9th level, with all material costs covered by me. Should you encounter danger in the Sun Moon Empire, you may also seek assistance from Mingda Hall using this token, though it is limited to one use. Huo Yuhao, you are unlike others from the Body Sect. Under your leadership, perhaps the body sect will evolve into something entirely different. I hope you study the notes diligently. They contain essential techniques and schematics for low-level soul guide creation, taught at the Royal Academy of Soul Mentors of the Sun Moon Empire, even by me personally. Enough of this. Further discourse is of no use. Huo Yuhao, I eagerly anticipate our reunion in the Mingdu. Your previous remarks piqued my interest. With that, the golden wings propelled Jing Hanshin and Meng Hanshin skyward, swiftly vanishing from sight. Huo Yuhao gazed in the direction of their departure, feeling the weight of the notebook and token in his hands, and smiled faintly. The preconditions for embarking on the Sun Moon Empire's chapter had been fulfilled. Next, it was time to present a few delightful surprises to the members of Shrek Academy. Chapter 89. Return to the Academy. Dai Huabin's Provocation. Shrek Academy. Once again, it is that most significant time of the year, the beginning of the school term. Early in the morning, a considerable throng has already gathered outside the gates of Shrek Academy. Apart from returning students, the majority are parents and guardians escorting their children to register for the entrance examination. Regardless of one's background or the means by which they receive their recommendation, failure to pass the entrance exam results in an immediate return home. Some upperclassmen assist the teachers in conducting the assessments at the school entrance. Though they are merely students, those capable of representing Shrek Academy here are all at least Soul Master level, possessing considerable standing within the continent. Moreover, given their youth, any faction would enthusiastically cultivate their potential. The minimum graduation standard from the outer court of Shrek Academy is the Soul Sect level. Those who fail to reach this tier cannot ascend to the 6th grade and will ultimately be eliminated during the examination. It has been over 20 days since the holidays, and the new academic year is just around the corner. New students are busy with their entrance examinations, while returning students are not idle either, as their own promotion assessments are about to commence. Only by completing the upgrade examination can they truly advance to a higher grade. Otherwise, they will find themselves in the same predicament as those new students who failed to pass the entrance exam. Of course, students of considerable strength have no fear of the assessments. In fact, they relish the opportunity, as it allows them to showcase their prowess before their peers. Should they be fortunate enough to attract the attention of heirs from powerful factions and become their companions, it would be a tale of soaring from the depths to the heights. At this moment, two graceful figures stand at the entrance of Shrek Academy, persistently gazing outward. The newcomers, fresh to the academy, cannot help but be drawn to the beauty of these two women. Ning Tian, Wu Feng. Huh, are you waiting for Huo Yuhao? Is he too fearful of failing the upgrade examination to show up? Three individuals approach from the side: Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Cui Yiji. Dai Huabin appears significantly taller, his previously stern expression now tinted with a hint of gloom, exhibiting a maturity far beyond his 12 or 13 years. Beside him, Zhu Lu has also blossomed into a more shapely young woman, her early development allowing her to stand nearly as tall as Dai Huabin. She walks with a silent grace, befitting the owner of the phantom spirit cat martial soul. Accompanying them is the nine-tailed fox spirit master, Cui Yiji, whose role is somewhat ambiguous compared to the aggressive Dai Huabin and the agile Zhu Lu. While her first soul skill, charm, is considered a control technique, her second skill, foxtail needle, straddles the line between offensive and agile attacks. As Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu head towards Class 2, she follows suit, as they are a team during the new student assessments. For Cui Yiji, the chance to align herself with the Duke of the White Tiger and perhaps, through her beauty, become Dai Huabin's future companion is an opportunity not to be missed. Oh, isn't this Huo Yuhao's defeated foe? How bold of you to still act arrogant before us after being expelled from Class 1. Is the humiliation from last time not enough? Wu Feng, having spent an entire year with Huo Yuhao, has learned a fair bit of his sharp tongue. With just one sentence, Dai Huabin's defenses were breached. Veins throbbing on his forehead, nearly on the verge of eruption. Being removed from Class 1 was a profound disgrace, one he has never endured in his life. As the legitimate son of the Duke of the White Tiger, Dai Huabin has been subjected not only to rigorous education, but has also developed an inherently superior disposition. It is no wonder he would dare to confront Huo Yuhao, leading to the tragic demise of Huo Yuner. As the Duke's heir, Dai Huabin is not one to succumb to such humiliation. Rather, it fuels his determination. He has not only become the class leader of Class 2 through his efforts, but has also devoted himself entirely to his studies, resulting in significant progress in his cultivation. Naturally gifted, he has now reached the 39th level of soul power, just a step away from the Soul Sect realm. In terms of cultivation alone, he undoubtedly surpasses his second-year peers. Of course, he would not have achieved this level of soul power solely through hard work. During the vacation, he secretly ingested some forbidden substances from the Sun Moon Empire to enhance his strength. Although this choice would diminish some of his potential, he deems it worthwhile if he can confront Huo Yuhao and avenge his earlier humiliation. A cold glint flashed in Zhu Lu's eyes as she remarked sarcastically, "There's not much time left before the school year begins. Surely you're aware of the academy's rules. If he fails to report, he may very well face expulsion." Upon hearing this, Ning Tian smirked, "Are you certain?" In response to Ning Tian's question, Zhu Lu and the others began to ponder. Huo Yuhao had previously flouted countless school regulations. Could a mere tardiness truly affect him? In an instant, a peculiar silence enveloped them. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance of Shrek Academy. "Senior, this is my weapon, not a coffin lid. I do not have the habit of carrying a coffin around." Ning Tian and Wu Feng exchanged glances of surprise and then joy. They turned to see Huo Yuhao entering the academy, unmistakably him. "Yuhao, over here." Ning Tian waved her hand, calling out loudly. Finally disentangling himself from the gatekeeper, Huo Yuhao turned to see the standoff between Ning Tian, Wu Feng, and Dai Huabin. And he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, when heaven offers a path, you refuse to take it. When hell presents no door, you come knocking. I had not sought you out for trouble, yet here you are, delivering yourself to me. Oh, isn't this young Master Dai? After a month apart. You seem rather disheveled, Huo Yuhao said mockingly as he approached. Huo Yuhao, what did you say? Dai Huabin stepped forward, striking out with an open palm aimed at Huo Yuhao. On the surface, it appeared that he was incensed by Huo Yuhao's provocation, acting out in anger. However, in reality, he had realized that he could no longer perceive Huo Yuhao's cultivation level, and in his alarm, he sought to test him. Huo Yuhao sidestepped smoothly, raising both hands to block Dai Huabin's strike. Yet, his expression paled, and he staggered back 2 steps. Dai Huabin's eyes glinted momentarily, and he felt a surge of confidence. It seemed that with his current advancement, he held the upper hand against Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, should you wish to fight, the Soul Arena awaits your challenge. If you wish to gamble, I am equally prepared. Huo Yuhao replied coldly, though his hands trembled slightly behind his back. Dai Huabin's keen eyes did not miss Huo Yuhao's subtle movements, and a sense of assurance began to fill him. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, he retorted coldly, "What shall we wager? How about our results in the upgrade examination?" Chapter 90, Dai Huabin. Am I caught in a trap again? At this moment, Dai Huabin hesitated. Not for any other reason, but because he was genuinely terrified of being tricked by Huo Yuhao. Although he had experienced a surge in his cultivation and felt a renewed sense of confidence, he could not shake off the lingering fear. How could it be that the esteemed heir of the White Tiger clan, the future White Tiger Duke, Dai Huabin, was afraid? Huo Yuhao raised his voice, infusing his words with a wave of spiritual energy that immediately drew the attention of the surrounding students and their parents who had come to register. The White Tiger clan and the future White Tiger Duke were terms well known to anyone from Douluo Continent. As the argument escalated, a crowd began to gather, eager to witness the spectacle. "You!" Dai Huabin clenched his fists and exclaimed angrily. "What about me? If you're afraid, just admit it loudly here. I am afraid of Huo Yuhao. From now on, whenever you see me, just take the long way around, and I won't bother you." Huo Yuhao retorted dismissively. "What kind of White Tiger Duke heir are you if you cannot even accept a mere wager? If the tiger doesn't show its might, then I shall regard you as a sickly cat." Dai Huabin's face paled with rage as the onlookers, reveling in the drama, began to cheer for Huo Yuhao. "Well said. It's merely a bet between children. If this frightens you, what does that say about the White Tiger clan? Is he truly the son of General Dai Hao? Why has he inherited none of his father's ferocity? I hail from the Star Luo Empire, and if such a coward were to become the White Tiger Duke, I would rather emigrate." Each taunt struck Dai Huabin like a blade, causing him to tremble with indignation. Even Huo Yuhao found himself grinding his teeth at the audacity of the crowd. It was as if they were a band of hired critics. Nonetheless, the tactics of moral and honor shaming proved effective. Enough. Dai Huabin unleashed a furious roar, cutting through the chatter of the crowd. His gaze turned to Huo Yuhao, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. "Speak. How do you wish to wager? What are the stakes?" At this moment, Zhu Lu interjected, "If you lose, we want the rewards you earned during the new student assessment." Upon hearing this, Ning Tian and Wu Feng's expressions changed. The rewards from the new student assessment included not only a soul ring hunt arranged by the academy, but also the precious head soul bone that Ning Tian had integrated. Dai Huabin was unaware of the specifics of the rewards they had obtained, but if the wager were to be honored, It would cost Ning Tian his life. Huo Yuhao would never gamble with his companion's life, despite his confidence in victory. Such a move would be morally reprehensible. Lazily shaking his head, he replied to Dai Huabin. The rewards from the academy are hardly worth my notice. If we are to wager, let us stake something grand. Meanwhile, Du Weilin, tasked with overseeing new student admissions, was drawn over by the commotion. Although he was unaware of the details, Huo Yuhao's words nearly left him speechless. A head soul bone over 30,000 years old, derived from one of the rarest soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, was a treasure beyond measure. Even the most prominent powers in the Soul Master realm would struggle to afford such a valuable item. Yet, Huo Yuhao seemed to trivialize it, declaring it worthless. Are you soaring too high, young man? Do you intend to assemble a full set of 10,000-year soul bones? Du Weilin coughed lightly, parting the crowd as he entered the fray. Upon seeing him, Huo Yuhao and Dai Huabin quickly ceased their quarrel and bowed respectfully. What is happening? Why are you blocking the entrance instead of registering for school? Do you wish to be disciplined? Du Weilin asked coolly, adhering to the principle of a villain reporting first. Huo Yuhao seized the moment to narrate the entire affair to Du Weilin, embellishing it as he went. Du Weilin, seasoned and wise, recognized that the situation was not entirely as Huo Yuhao portrayed. They were, in fact, the innocent victims. Judging by historical records, Dai Huabin and his companions resembled the true sufferers. Using your assessment results as a wager to motivate each other is acceptable. The Academy encourages such behavior. How about this? I shall act as your witness. The loser must bow and apologize, admitting their mistake. What say you? Zhu Lu interjected. A bow is insufficient. They must kneel and acknowledge their error. Du Weilin frowned at this, about to voice his objection when Huo Yuhao interjected. All right, you said so. If I lose, I will kneel and apologize, withdrawing from Shrek Academy. But what about you if you lose? Dai Huabin, feeling the weight of the crowd's mockery, responded without hesitation. We shall also kneel and apologize, and withdraw from Shrek Academy. With that, they struck their palms together thrice, sealing their wager. However, only after the pact was made did Dai Huabin suddenly realize the implications. When did the stakes include withdrawing from Shrek Academy? Du Weilin was about to intervene. But it was too late. Huo Yuhao and Dai Huabin had already completed the pact, binding them irrevocably. That fool Dai Huabin truly lacks foresight. I cannot believe I am entangled in this mess. Du Weilin cursed inwardly. Kneeling in apology was manageable. Regardless of the outcome, animosity would brew between the two factions. Yet they remained students of Shrek Academy. However, adding expulsion to the wager changed the stakes entirely, with core disciples from both sides involved. Any loss would yield unacceptable consequences for Shrek Academy. Moreover, Huo Yuhao was a figure explicitly designated for protection by Haishan Pavilion. If he left the academy, Du Weilin would likely face a severe reprimand from Yin Xiaoxia. But now that the wager was sealed, there was no turning back. Du Weilin nodded to both parties before departing, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Dai Huabin and his companions stepped aside, allowing Huo Yuhao, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng to proceed toward the registration area. Oh, by the way, Dai Huabin, Huo Yuhao said with a slight smile as he brushed past him. I am now a level 29 Great Soul Master, whereas you appear yet to reach the Soul Zone level. It seems our cultivation gap has narrowed. Thus, I wish you good luck in the new student assessment. With that, Huo Yuhao strode away with Ning Tian and Wu Feng. Meanwhile, Dai Huabin, standing frozen in place, noticed that Huo Yuhao's earlier bravado had vanished, and his hands no longer trembled. He had been feigning all along. Chapter 91. The Horse Racing of Hibiscus. As they transitioned from first to second grade, Huo Yuhao and his companions found themselves in a new classroom, previously situated in the pristine white building designated for first-year students. They now occupied the yellow classrooms meant for second and third graders. Huo Yuhao retained his seat in the center of the classroom, while Ning Tian and Wu Feng chose to sit in the front row, a habit they had cultivated over the past year. Even with the change in classrooms, their routine remained unchanged. Mugung and Wang Yin entered the classroom together, prompting the entire class to sit up straight, instantly quieting the atmosphere. With a cheerful demeanor, Wang Yin surveyed the room and exchanged a knowing nod with Mugung before announcing, "It seems everyone has made significant progress during the break. So I shall now discuss the upcoming promotion examination. The assessment for advancing from first to second grade is relatively straightforward compared to higher grades, making the process considerably less burdensome. Our classes, 1 and 2, will undergo the same evaluation, while classes 3 and 4 will face different challenges due to their unique martial soul capabilities. As you may have learned during your time at Shrek Academy, the beast fighting area is located just south of the soul fighting zone, enclosed by a formidable gray wall resembling a castle. Should you advance to the 4th grade in the future, you will engage in practical courses within the beast fighting area, which will be crucial for your future evaluations. In this promotion examination, you will be required to engage in one-on-one combat with soul beasts within the beast fighting area, with the freedom to select your opponent. Different soul beasts correspond to varying point values. Thus, the stronger the beast you challenge, the greater your potential score. The assessment will be graded by senior teachers from the Martial Soul Department, with a maximum score of 100. Achieving 60 or above will allow you to pass. However, I must caution you, if you choose a soul beast that is too weak, defeating it may not guarantee a passing score. Conversely, selecting one that is too formidable may place you in life-threatening situations. Of course, this is merely Wang Yan's attempt to instill a sense of seriousness among the students. The referees for the new students' assessments will be soul saints of over level 70, so it is unlikely that the instructors for this promotion exam will be any less capable. If these teachers were to allow students to be harmed by soul beasts of 1,000 or 100-year-old level, it would surely be a farce. Wouldn't you agree, Xuanzi? Moreover, it is not solely about defeating the soul beasts to achieve high scores. If you challenge a particularly strong soul beast and perform admirably during the battle, your final score may still be commendable. Additionally, depending on the martial soul category, the grading instructors will focus on different aspects. Students from the strength attack category should aim to defeat the soul beasts, while those from the control category should focus on managing the beasts, earning points based on the duration of their endurance in battle. Thus, the morning of the first day of school passed swiftly, and after class, Huo Yuhao treated Ning Tian and Wu Feng to a sumptuous meal, completely devoid of any anxiety regarding the examination. In the afternoon, they arrived at the beast fighting area, the largest exclusive zone of Shrek Academy, designed in a style reminiscent of ancient Roman amphitheaters. The area encompasses the combined size of all teaching buildings, dormitories, and Shrek Plaza, and maintaining such an extensive facility incurs astronomical expenses. Yet, these maintenance costs pale in comparison to the expenses associated with raising soul beasts. Caring for soul beasts is no trivial task. It requires preserving their wild nature, catering to their diverse dietary habits, ensuring safety, and managing their training. The investment is so substantial that no other force on the continent aside from Shrek Academy could afford it. Each year, the taxes collected from Shrek City are allocated entirely to the Academy, with 1/3 of this considerable sum directed towards the beast fighting area, rendering it a veritable money-draining machine. The beast fighting area consists of 2 main sections. One, known as the beast enclosure, is dedicated to the breeding of soul beasts, and the other, the fighting arena, is designed for practical training and assessments for Shrek Academy students. At this moment, the 2nd grade students were gradually entering the fighting arena, preparing for their promotion assessments. All students were required to first collect their examination forms, which detailed their order of appearance, with their scores recorded on these forms. After obtaining their documents, and under the guidance of their respective homeroom teachers, the students entered the grand arena. However, they did not return to the viewing platform, but instead lined up outside the arena, awaiting their assessments. To ensure the students' safety during the examination, 20 teachers were on standby, responsible for guiding the soul beasts, protecting the students, and scoring the assessments. Although the number of instructors was substantial, the grand arena was not divided into sections to familiarize everyone with the process. Thus, the hundreds of students would undergo evaluations one by one, facilitating clearer observations for the scoring instructors. Director Du Weiren was also present, serving as the chief examiner alongside 4 other teachers who would be scoring from a high platform. Overseeing the entire arena, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, as the class leaders of Class 1, stood at the forefront of their line, while Dai Huabin and Xia Huanyue represented Class 2. Though Xia Huanyue was nearly equal in cultivation to Dai Huabin, he had become the top student ever since Huo Yuhao defeated him, effectively taking over the position of class leader. Mugging approached the front of the line and addressed Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, did you see? The Academy is motivating us by allowing the class leaders to go first in both classes. One of our classmates will go for the assessment, followed by Class 2. Wang Dong, you go first, and Yuhao will follow. I suggest you both select the highest level assessment targets, even if you cannot defeat the soul beasts. Your scores will surely remain high. Huo Yuhao raised an eyebrow, a sly smile playing on his lips as he regarded Mugung. Oh, so we are employing a strategy akin to Tianji's horse racing? Unfortunately, Wang Dong remained blissfully unaware that Mugung had positioned her as cannon fodder. Or perhaps a low-tier horse, believing instead that Mugung had confidence in her abilities. She nodded enthusiastically. Teacher Mugung, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Mugung, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced at Wang Dong and thought, oh dear, this child is adorably naive. However, she was also aware of the wager between Huo Yuhao and Dai Huabin and was determined not to let her most cherished student suffer the indignity of being reduced to a mere stepping stone. In reality, Wang Dong was chosen to test Dai Huabin's capabilities, enabling Huo Yuhao to better prepare for his confrontation with him. Just then, Du Waren's voice resonated from the high platform. Let the assessment commence. Class 1, send forth your first participant, followed by Class 2. Huo Yuhao observed Dai Huabin, who wore a serious expression as he prepared to battle, and a smirk crept across his face. Oh, poor little white cat. Let us see how I'll play you this time. Chapter 92. The dual battle with the Millennium Soul Beast and Dai Huabin's fierceness in Class 1 of the second year. Wang Dong stepped forward decisively and presented her assessment form to the referee. Both Huo Yuhao and Mu Jin understood that Wang Dong was taking on the role of the vanguard, intending to gauge Dai Huabin's abilities. However, in Dai Huabin's eyes, he perceived Wang Dong's actions as a manifestation of cowardice. The memory of the humiliation he endured when he bowed and apologized to Huo Yuhao surged in his mind, transforming into waves of exhilaration that flooded his thoughts. Huo Yuhao, this time I shall exact my revenge. I will trample you beneath my feet, and then find an opportunity to annihilate you completely. I yearn to see you wail beneath my feet before I slowly extinguish your life, using your blood to cleanse the honor of the White Tiger family. I choose the Millennium Soul Beast. Wang Dong's voice pulled Dai Huabin from his reverie. He was taken aback. In his recollection, Wang Dong only possessed a 2-ring cultivation. Even if she had a Millennium Soul skill, she was surely no match for a Millennium Soul Beast. Was she seeking her own demise? Nevertheless, despite the astonishment of the referee and the surrounding students, they had no authority to interfere with the choices of the participants. Wang Dong, are you prepared? Ready. Wang Dong nodded solemnly. In Class 1 of the second year, Huo Yuhao's reputation overshadowed her, rendering her presence almost negligible. This time, she intended to prove that even if Huo Yuhao was formidable, she, Wang Dong, was equally a once-in-a-lifetime genius soul master. A dazzling blue light shimmered as the radiant goddess butterfly martial soul manifested. Instantly, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, appeared beneath Wang Dong, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around her. 2 Millennium Soul Rings. What exceptional talent! Even Dai Huabin was momentarily shaken, struggling to believe what he was witnessing. However, Huo Yuhao was not particularly surprised by Wang Dong's cultivation level. Following the freshman assessment, not only had Dai Huabin been spurred into frenzied training, but Wang Dong too had abandoned her previous lethargy, diligently enhancing her skills day in and day out. By the time the holidays arrived, Wang Dong had surpassed the 30-level Soul Master realm, and since she could absorb a Millennium-level second soul ring, it was only natural that her third soul ring would be of an even higher age. Alas, while Wang Dong's cultivation was indeed stronger than at this point in the original story, her combat prowess had seen little improvement. She still drew the bloodthirsty demon bear, employing the same tactics as in the original narrative. Although she could have utilized the advantage of her flying martial soul to gradually wear down the bear, her desire to showcase herself led her to employ her third soul skill, Butterfly God Slash, in an attempt to decisively finish off her opponent. The outcome was predictable. This battle had already drained a significant portion of Wang Dong's soul power, and utilizing her third soul skill had nearly depleted it. The bloodthirsty demon bear, being a ground-type magical beast, boasted formidable defenses among Millennium Beasts, retaining a 30% chance of withstanding Wang Dong's ultimate attack. However, with her soul power nearly exhausted, Wang Dong would inevitably perish at the hands of the wounded, frenzied bear. Such reckless tactics were not endorsed by the judges, resulting in a mere score of 100 points. Though some grievances lingered, Wang Dong could not refute the judges' assessments. Initially aiming to defeat the Millennium Soul Beast for a perfect score, she had lost 50 points due to her failure to execute her plan effectively. Nonetheless, compared to her counterpart in the original story, this was indeed a commendable achievement. After all, in the original tale, she had only attained this score with Huo Yuhao's mental probing assistance. whereas now she had single-handedly vanquished the bloodthirsty demon bear, a completely different concept altogether. Next, it was the turn of Class 2 to battle. In Class 2 of the second year, Dai Huabin's powerful voice resonated. Even before the upgrade assessment commenced, he exuded an aura reminiscent of indomitable steel. Standing there, he resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. I choose the Millennium Soul Beast. Without waiting for the referee's inquiry, Dai Huabin made his choice without hesitation. With Wang Dong's precedent set, the judges were no longer surprised. After confirming Dai Huabin's readiness, they promptly released his opponent. A low growl echoed as a 2-meter-long, agile feline soul beast leaped from the beast enclosure. It was a wind tiger, a wind-type soul beast. Known for being the fastest among feline beasts, the wind tiger seemed to sense the familiar yet perilous aura emanating from Dai Huabin. Moving laterally as it prepared to assess the situation before deciding how to attack, Dai Huabin restrained his aura, refraining from unleashing his martial soul, and approached the wind tiger as if he were an ordinary person. Sensing insufficient threat from Dai Huabin, the wind tiger's eyes glimmered with fierce intent as it propelled itself forward like an arrow, akin to a streak of azure lightning racing towards Dai Huabin. White tiger shield. White tiger transformation. With the distance between them shrinking to less than 10 meters, Dai Huabin finally released his martial soul. Simultaneously, his first and third soul rings illuminated. Upon sensing the aura of Dai Huabin's white tiger martial soul, the Millennium Wind Tiger's eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. Yet, suspended in the air, it could not evade the impending clash. It would have to endure this collision before it could regain its agility and exploit its speed. The Wind Tiger's paws spread wide, its sharp claws extending as 10 azure wind blades surged towards Dai Huabin. However, Dai Huabin disregarded the 10 blades aimed at him and lunged towards the sides of the Millennium Wind Tiger's head, seemingly intent on a mutual destruction. To gamble with one's life, the brave shall prevail. Yet the Millennium Wind Tiger, ultimately cowed, twisted its body in an attempt to evade Dai Huabin's assault. Nevertheless, Dai Huabin was relentless. He exerted force in his legs, propelling himself forward to collide with the tiger. Simultaneously, his golden-clawed tiger paws struck fiercely against the Millennium Wind Tiger's cheeks. Roaring in agony, the Millennium Wind Tiger opened its jaws to bite at Dai Huabin's hand. Yet, Dai Huabin fiercely thrust his tiger claw into the Wind Tiger's mouth, grasping its long, sharp teeth and forcibly prying its jaws apart, preventing it from closing. His hand was pierced by the Wind Tiger's fangs, yet he showed no signs of retreat. With a furious roar, Dai Huabin and the Millennium Wind Tiger faced each other, unleashing his second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave, into the beast's body. Stop! The voice of Du Weiluan rang out from the high platform. Although the battle had been brief, the victor was clear. Yet, in that moment, Dai Huabin was consumed by bloodlust, deaf to Du Weiluan's call. He delivered a powerful kick to the Wind Tiger's soft abdomen, his tiger claws driving in with such force that they eviscerated the beast. The Wind Tiger's body was split open, its entrails and blood splattering onto Dai Huabin, transforming him into a blood-soaked figure. Turning away from the referee, Dai Huabin directed a devilish grin towards Huo Yuhao, who stood at the forefront of Class 1. Huo Yuhao, I have triumphed. It is now your turn. Chapter 93, Hakimi. Dai Huabin, did you not hear me telling you to stop? Du Weiluan's voice, filled with ire, echoed in the soul-fighting arena. The demise of a Millennium Soul Beast represented a significant loss for the arena. Capturing and taming such a creature was no simple task, especially with the cantankerous old guard responsible for its protection. Battles are inherently a matter of life and death. If it seeks to kill me, I shall retaliate in kind. There is nothing more to discuss, Dai Huabin replied nonchalantly. Moreover, I could not afford to hold back at that moment. A misstep could have led to a severe backlash from it. To achieve a perfect score, I must avoid the blunders made by Wang Dong earlier. As for the Academy's losses, I shall compensate them. Du Weiluan's brow furrowed deeply. Dai Huabin's character was excessively ruthless. Such a headstrong student would become increasingly difficult to manage as their power grew. It must be acknowledged that Du Weiluan's concerns were not unfounded. However, his mistake lay in viewing Shrek Academy merely as an institution rather than as a formidable faction of soul masters. Both Dai Huabin and Huo Yuhao were there to study and receive advanced education in soul mastery. In contrast, the higher-ups at Shrek Academy, represented by Du Weiluan, saw them as investments, anticipating returns once these students reached a certain level of prowess. In other words, Dai Huabin, as the heir to the White Tiger Duke's estate, was not someone Shrek Academy could easily control. Who did Du Weilin think he was? Resuming his seat, Du Weilin spoke in a grave tone. Dai Huabin. For your upgrade assessment, you selected a Millennium Soul Beast, granting you a base score of 100. Your brute force showcased the advantages of a powerful assault-type Soul Master. Yet your fighting techniques lack finesse, earning you a score of 45 for combat skills. You are to compensate the Academy for the losses incurred from the killed Soul Beast within 10 days. Failure to do so will result in the revocation of your core disciple status. Understood. Dai Huabin, having emerged from his bloodlust and satisfied with his score, no longer dared to challenge Du Weilin. He offered a slight bow and strode back toward his class. 145 points. This was an exceedingly formidable score, nearly a perfect one, unprecedented in the second-year upgrade assessments. In reality, Dai Huabin's performance was nearly flawless. Despite his injuries, he retained his combat effectiveness and had fiercely slain a Millennium Soul Beast, specifically a powerful feline type. At just 12 years of age, Dai Huabin had already approached the realm of Soul Master, a rarity in the annals of Shrek Academy. The only reason he did not receive full marks was due to Du Weilin's displeasure over his defiance, deliberately imposing penalties. Zhu Lu's eyes sparkled with admiration. It was precisely this ferocity that she cherished in Dai Huabin, the quality she loved most in a man. As she watched Dai Huabin, bloodied and fierce, approach, the class instructor of second grade frowned and advised, Huabin, you should clean yourself up first. You have passed your assessment. However, Dai Huabin shook his head, turning to face class 1 of the second year, raising his right hand and extending his finger towards Huo Yuhao. To his surprise, Huo Yuhao's gaze was remarkably tranquil. Even cold, there was no trace of fear in the face of Dai Huabin's bloodied ferocity. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. Little did he know that he was confronting a top-tier assassin standing at the pinnacle of this planetary realm. Bloodshed did not daunt Huo Yuhao. Instead, it invoked a sense of familiarity. It's my turn, Huo Yuhao smiled faintly. The arena was cleared in a matter of minutes, and the judge received Huo Yuhao's assessment form, passing it to the elevated platform. Second grade, Class 1, Huo Yuhao. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao announce himself, both Du Weilin and the evaluators straightened in their seats, eager to witness what abilities he possessed. Last semester, Huo Yuhao had stirred considerable chaos within Shrek Academy. Even those who had not personally encountered him had heard tales of his exploits. Now that it was his turn for the upgrade assessment, the teachers were keen to discern the talents that had warranted such privileges from the Sea God Pavilion. I, too, shall select a Millennium Soul Beast, Huo Yuhao declared, smiling brightly, appearing less like a combatant and more akin to a visitor at a cat CAF. A millennium? The judge gasped. Huo Yuhao, have you truly thought this through? You are merely a touring great soul master. Facing a Millennium Soul Beast may be too great a burden for you. You witnessed earlier that even with our intent to assist, time is required for intervention. Thank you for your reminder, but I choose the Millennium Soul Beast, he replied loudly, ensuring that the elevated platform and the waiting students could clearly hear him. Du Weilin's gaze narrowed slightly as he gestured to the judge. He understood that Huo Yuhao was a cunning individual, with no one truly aware of the depth of his hidden strength. On the form in the judge's possession, Huo Yuhao's Soul Master level was clearly stated as 29. Defeating Dai Huabin, a Soul Master of rank 39 with his own rank 19, was already impressive. Thus, it was not unreasonable for him to tackle a Millennium Soul Beast now at level 29. That is quite reasonable. Huo Yuhao, are you prepared? The judge inquired. Having received Du Weilin's consent, Huo Yuhao nodded with a smile. The judge signaled for the assessment to commence, reminding, prioritize your safety. If you find yourself outmatched, do your utmost to protect yourself. A kaleidoscope of colors flickered as 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose from beneath Huo Yuhao's feet, a standard yet unimpressive configuration. Du Weilin nearly choked on his tea. Having initially believed Huo Yuhao's rapid advancement following a break was due to superior soul rings. After all, a body-spirit soul master typically possessed far greater physical resilience than ordinary soul masters, making it common to absorb soul rings of higher ages than the optimal pairing. However, he was taken aback to discover that Huo Yuhao's soul rings were genuinely a standard white and yellow, leaving him with an impression akin to striking air with a punch. Good lad, I truly underestimated you. At that moment, Huo Yuhao's opponent emerged, exuding an aura of frigidness. A leopard enveloped in ice mist and snowflakes charged from the beast enclosure. Truly, these were formidable opponents for the highest level assessments. Wang Dong. Dai Huabin, And now Huo Yuhao had all faced not just Millennium Soul beasts, but powerful entities akin to lions, tigers, leopards, and bears. This soul beast was known as the Ice Demon Leopard, a rare ice attribute feline soul beast, specifically imported at great expense from the far northern ice plains for the purpose of familiarizing students with combat techniques against various attribute soul beasts. However, upon seeing the Ice Demon Leopard, Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, a bemused expression crossing his face as he turned to cast a sympathetic glance at Dai Huabin. Then, he crouched down and extended a finger toward the Ice Demon Leopard, uttering a series of rapid sounds. Squeak, squeak, little Hakimi. Come here and let Uncle give you a hug. Chapter 94. While others assess me, I am petting cats. I'm Class 1's Huo Yuhao. The third chapter has arrived, brothers. It's too late. The author is going to sleep. Good night. The series of sounds caused the referee to feel faint, almost losing consciousness. Do you think this place is a pet paradise? That is an ice magic leopard, a Millennium Soul beast. The Academy is aware of your formidable fire abilities and specifically selected an ice attribute soul beast to counter your strengths. Yet here you are, playing with it as if it were a mere dog? Ice magic leopard. Family, who understands? This is such an absurd situation. I am a leopard, clearly a feline. Yet this inferior human treats me like a dog. I am truly at a loss. At that moment, a flash of icy blue light appeared in Huo Yuhao's eyes, followed by a shimmering green. Neither the surrounding students nor the teachers could discern anything unusual about him, as he obscured their view. However, they did witness the ice magic leopard tremble violently after Huo Yuhao emitted those sounds. Lowering its body, it emitted a soft whimper and gradually approached Huo Yuhao. The referee's gaze sharpened. The lethality of a Millennium Soul beast is not to be underestimated, and as a spiritual soul master, Huo Yuhao's physical resilience should not be strong. He must be prepared to assist Huo Yuhao at any moment. Yet, to his astonishment, the ice magic leopard lay down 2 meters in front of Huo Yuhao. It rolled over like a large cat, exposing its soft belly and letting out gentle coos. Oh, how obedient! Huo Yuhao chuckled, rising to his feet and hastily approaching, his hands swiftly gliding over the fur on the leopard's abdomen. Unbeknownst to him, a piece of fresh meat appeared in his hand, which he offered to the ice magic leopard. The onlooking students. The referee? The judges responsible for scoring. What is happening? Wasn't it agreed that we would engage in combat with the soul beasts? Why are you petting the soul beast instead? While others are fighting, you are petting cats. This is clearly a deviation from the norm. They had no idea that Huo Yuhao had inherited the ice goddess legacy and absorbed the soul ring and soul bone of the Ice Emperor, ranked second among the 3 great kings of the extreme north. Just moments ago, he had revealed a hint of his ice god martial soul's power, combined with the Ice Emperor's aura, which instantly compelled the ice magic leopard to submit before him. In the land of the extreme north, where ice and snow reign supreme, Huo Yuhao's displayed ice attribute strength far exceeded that of the ice magic leopard. Feeling the threat of a beast-level aura, the intelligent ice magic leopard wisely chose the path of submission. Observing Huo Yuhao affectionately stroking the ice magic leopard, with an evident desire to ride it around the arena, the referee's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. Indeed, helplessness. At that moment, he gazed at Dou Po on the high platform like a homeless child. Throughout his decades of soul master training, he had never encountered such an extraordinary situation. After a brief moment of shock, both the referees and the other judges on the platform turned their gaze to Dou Po, their eyes conveying a singular question. What now? What to do indeed? With such an unprecedented situation arising, how should one proceed? Huo Yuhao, have you had your fun? Dou Po said helplessly. Hurry up and conclude the contest with the soul beast. Do not delay the assessments of the other students. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and stood up, while the ice magic leopard also rose, gazing at him submissively. Extending his right hand, Huo Yuhao formed the shape of a soul-guided gun with his thumb and index finger, pointing at the ice magic leopard from a distance. Play dead. The ice magic leopard complied effortlessly, feigning weakness and collapsing to the ground, even adjusting its position for comfort. Dou Po, is your acting this exaggerated? Also, why is the ice magic leopard cooperating with you? Shouldn't you have been diligently training during this month off? I feel as though you have been learning beast taming from street performers. At that moment, several figures suddenly burst through the side door beside the arena. Leading was an elderly man with a ruddy complexion, tall stature, and striking red hair. As he entered, he exclaimed excitedly, "Young man, what is happening? How did you accomplish this? Teach me." Dou Po sighed. "Elder Gong, you see, we are currently conducting an upgrade assessment. Should we not wait until after the assessment concludes? As he spoke, he floated down from the platform to the elder's side, whispering something. This red-haired elder, named Gong Changlong, is the head of the Great Soul Arena, holding an esteemed position at Shrek Academy, with profound knowledge of soul beasts. Even Du Weilin treated him with utmost respect. Of course, I know this is an assessment. Gong Changlong snorted, snatching Huo Yuhao's information from Du Weilin. A great soul master choosing a millennium soul beast. And a control-type soul master at that? He regarded Du Weilin with a smirk. Little Du, although this boy has been playing with the ice magic leopard for quite some time, should we not consider that he has controlled it for this duration? Moreover, he has defeated it. From my perspective, he deserves full marks. No, Elder Gong. If this matter were to spread, how could the upgrade assessment maintain any semblance of authority? Huo Yuhao must engage in a real battle with the ice magic leopard to determine a victor, Du Weilin insisted. However, upon hearing Du Weilin's words, the intelligent ice magic leopard took 2 steps back, shaking its large head vigorously as if to say, "You fight him if you wish. I shall not." Director Du. It seems to me that winning without a fight is the superior strategy, Huo Yuhao reassured the ice magic leopard and then approached with a smile. Gazing at Elder Gong and then at Huo Yuhao, who bore an enigmatic expression, Du Weilin cast a sympathetic glance at Dai Huabin. This time, I cannot protect you. Huo Yuhao, having selected a Millennium Soul Beast for the upgrade assessment, begins with a base score of 100. In combat, he charmed the Soul Beast for 10 minutes and subsequently defeated the Millennium Soul Beast, earning 50 points for combat skills, resulting in a perfect score. Young man, are you satisfied now? Come, accompany me. I have some questions for you, Gong Changlong said with a hearty laugh. With a slight smile at Elder Gong, Huo Yuhao approached Class 2, wearing a mockingly triumphant expression as he gazed at Dai Huabin. TSK, merely a Millennium Soul Beast, and look at you, covered in blood. Truly pathetic. If I recall correctly, our wager was that the side with the higher score today would be the victor. You have lost. Now kneel and admit your mistake, and take your companions to withdraw from school. Chapter 95. Can you not forgive him? Now, kneel and confess your mistakes. Then take your companions to handle your withdrawal procedures. These words struck Dai Huabin's heart like a heavy hammer, draining the color from his typically stoic face. No matter how he resisted the reality in his mind, the truth was undeniable. The perfect score in the upgrade assessment was insurmountable, an unprecedented achievement within the entire Shrek Academy. Moreover, he had previously sworn an oath with Huo Yuhao at the Academy's gates, with Du Weilin as a witness, leaving him no room for denial. Huo Yuhao, you are being excessive, Zhu Lu exclaimed angrily. Oh, am I being excessive? Huo Yuhao feigned surprise. But wasn't it you who proposed that the loser kneels? I was initially going to wager with gold soul coins. Who knew you would escalate it this far? And now that you've lost, you wish to renege? Is this how the White Tiger Duke's household conducts itself? Zhu Lu was momentarily speechless, for indeed, it was she who had suggested that the loser kneels. Although Huo Yuhao had added the condition of expulsion, it was still based on her initial proposal, ultimately. She had brought this upon herself. Huo Yuhao, from my perspective, one should show mercy when possible. We are all classmates. Why must you pressure Dai Huabin so relentlessly? If this were to spread, it would likely tarnish your reputation for generosity. Can you not forgive him? At this moment, a teacher from Shrek Academy stepped forward behind Du Weilin, earnestly admonishing Huo Yuhao. Who are you? Huo Yuhao scoffed, disdainfully cleaning out his ears. How dare you speak to a teacher in such a manner? Do you wish to be expelled from Shrek Academy? The teacher was incensed. TSK, Director Du. From what rat's nest did this teacher emerge? Clearly, he has no sense of decency, Huo Yuhao coldly remarked to Du Weilin. Did you just threaten to expel me from Shrek Academy? Very well. Let us appeal to the Sea God Pavilion and see who will be expelled. Du Weilin sighed, a bitter smile on his lips. In all his years of teaching, he had never encountered a student as reckless as Huo Yuhao. However, with the Sea God Pavilion's orders in place, it was imperative that Huo Yuhao not be expelled unless he posed a serious threat to Shrek Academy. Thus, Du Weilin had no choice but to explain on Huo Yuhao's behalf. This is Teacher Yuan Liang, the substitute referee for the upgrade assessment. He was assigned to other academies on the mainland for exchange last year and has not been at Shrek Academy. Yuan Liang had previously taught theoretical courses on soul beasts at Shrek Academy and was only a mid-level teacher. However, his contributions in promoting Shrek Academy's ideals throughout the mainland had earned him a promotion to senior teacher. Being a native of the Star Luo Empire, he was naturally familiar with the White Tiger family. Though he was a teacher at Shrek Academy, he sought to ingratiate himself with the White Tiger Duke, hoping to secure positions for his family members in the Star Luo Empire's military. Thus, while he appeared to advocate for Dai Huabin, he aimed to garner favor in front of him to establish a connection with the White Tiger Duke's household. However, he did not anticipate returning to find Huo Yuhao a thorn in his side. Moreover, it seemed Huo Yuhao had connections with the Sea God Pavilion, which meant he might have kicked a hornet's nest. Oh. A substitute referee, merely a backup, Huo Yuhao shrugged. I say, backup teacher. When Dai Huabin and I swore an oath at the academy gates in front of numerous new students and their parents, Director Du was our witness. Now, you wish for me to let Dai Huabin off the hook? That would mean disregarding my oath. If I do so, what would become of Director Du's authority in front of the students? And what of Shrek Academy's reputation on the mainland? Yuan Liang was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He had merely intended to leverage his status as a teacher to sway the situation, but had not anticipated the complexities involved. Huo Yuhao. The purpose of such oaths among students is to foster mutual growth, ignite the passion for cultivation, and enhance personal strength. To demand Dai Huabin to kneel publicly or to leave Shrek Academy over a mere wager is excessive. Consider if you were in his position, what would you do? When logic failed, Yuan Liang resorted to the typical pedagogical technique of perspective taking. If I were him, facing a millennium-old soul beast that could cripple my hand, I would have long since jumped into the river. Yet, Yuan Liang was unprepared for Huo Yuhao's retort, which left Dai Huabin paling, trembling uncontrollably. Dai Huabin hails from the White Tiger Duke's household, and the Duke is a revered general of the Star Luo Empire. Should Dai Huabin violate his oath as you suggest, it would reflect poorly on the Empire's honor, marking him as disloyal. The White Tiger Duke's prestige is unmatched, and his ancestors ascended to divinity alongside Tang Sect, forming part of the original Shrek 7 monsters. If Dai Huabin retreats today, he would tarnish the honor of the White Tiger family, marking him as unfilial. You proposed perspective taking. Then consider this. If I were to fall to a millennium-old soul beast and lose this wager, would Dai Huabin show me mercy? Certainly not. Since he would not spare me, why should I spare him? Otherwise, it would appear he lacks compassion. Furthermore, with 2 female companions by his side, should Dai Huabin choose to flee from fulfilling the wager, his companions would bear the burden, which is unjust. Such disloyalty, unfiliality, lack of compassion, and injustice. Are these the qualities you, Teacher Yuan, wish to instill in your students? Or perhaps during your year away, you have harbored ulterior motives, seeking to undermine Shrek Academy's honor? A barrage of accusations left Yuan Liang's face ashen, his posture slumping as if he might collapse. Teacher Yuan, I advise you to refrain from teaching students to forgive others. Human hearts are inscrutable, akin to tigers and wolves. Extend mercy today, and you may not witness the sunrise tomorrow. Am I correct, Dai Huabin? At that moment, Dai Huabin felt a surge of indignation rising in his chest. He tasted blood in his throat and, unable to contain himself, spat out a mouthful of crimson. Zhu Lu gasped, rushing to support him, but he roughly pushed her away. Bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Huo Yuhao, he bent his knees and suddenly knelt, exclaiming, I was wrong. As he spoke, he forcefully bowed his head to the ground before rising and attempting to flee. Hold on. Huo Yuhao had no intention of letting him escape. The bowing was merely part of the wager. Do not forget the other stipulations. When will the 3 of you handle your withdrawal procedures? Huo Yuhao, you are being unreasonable. Dai Huabin gritted his teeth, blood frothing at his mouth. I understand. I am indeed being unreasonable, right? Huo Yuhao replied nonchalantly. But you are correct. I am indeed being overly harsh with you. You 3 are given a deadline of 3 days to withdraw from Shrek Academy. Otherwise, I shall weave the previous wager into a tale, recounted in every tea house of Shrek City, segment by segment, at various times. Should this adversely affect the House of the White Tiger, you will have no one to blame but yourselves. At that moment, Dai Huabin finally expelled a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, his legs weakened, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 96. The Revelation of Twin Martial Spirits and the Darkness Before Du Weron. Zhu Lu and Cui Ji hurriedly assisted Dai Huabin towards the infirmary, while Huo Yuhao's focus remained on Dai Huabin. He had no intention of troubling the 2 women. Naturally, fulfilling the wager was still a necessity, unless Zhu Lu and Cui Ji actively distanced themselves from Dai Huabin. Otherwise, they too would have to leave Shrek Academy. Du Weron returned to Elder Gong Changlong. Elder, I have brought the person you requested. Before he could finish his sentence, Gong Changlong laughed heartily and suddenly lunged forward, striking Huo Yuhao with a palm. This strike was imbued with an uncanny gravitational pull and a terrifying heat, causing the air surrounding Huo Yuhao to ripple like water. Dou Po did not intervene, knowing that Gong Changlong merely wished to test Huo Yuhao. In fact, he too was curious. Under normal circumstances, he would have sought to verify Huo Yuhao's abilities himself. It was worth noting that Huo Yuhao had easily defeated the Soul Master Dai Huabin 9 months prior, despite only possessing a cultivation level of 19 at that time. Now, with his cultivation seemingly soaring to 29, a half-step Soul Master, what heights could his current strength reach? He certainly did not believe that Huo Yuhao could be outmatched by the 1,000-year Soul Beast, Dou Po, which justified his full marks for Huo Yuhao. Though his assessment methods were rather whimsical, Huo Yuhao's combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Huo Yuhao swiftly pivoted, his hands moving in a circular motion as a circle of dark, ink-like soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. He raised his hands to meet Gong Changlong's descending palm, executing a standard grasp the sparrow's tail technique, aiming to deflect Gong Changlong's powerful strike with minimal effort. As Huo Yuhao's palms met the attack, Dou Po observed with astonishment that his hands glimmered with resplendent light, akin to wearing diamond gloves. Simultaneously, a sudden, intense chill enveloped them, reminiscent of being thrust into a frigid, Arctic environment. The cold was abrupt and fierce, penetrating to the bone, causing even Dou Po, with his own formidable cultivation, to shudder involuntarily. In that moment, Gong Changlong's right hand transformed into a fiery red, resembling a glowing ember. Yet, upon collision with Huo Yuhao's palms, it emitted a hissing sound as steam erupted, engulfing both combatants in a thick veil of mist. Huo Yuhao exerted all his strength to withstand Gong Changlong's strike, and as he twisted his waist, he utilized Gong Changlong's force to propel himself backward. Stumbling forward, Gong Changlong managed to regain his balance after 3 hurried steps, staring at Huo Yuhao with a look of astonishment. What a remarkable young man. Is that the ultimate ice martial spirit? And it seems to have overpowered my own. But what was that technique you just employed? It nearly caused me to embarrass myself publicly. Unbeknownst to anyone, a swirling mist of ice now surrounded Gong Changlong's right hand, stubbornly resisting his attempts to disperse it with his soul power. This technique is called Grasp the Sparrow's Tail, a close combat maneuver of my own invention, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile, casually grasping Gong Changlong's arm, seemingly eager to share a few movements. In reality, as their bodies made contact, Huo Yuhao quietly absorbed the icy mist into his own body. Well done, young man. Gong Changlong smiled faintly. I am Gong Changlong, known as the Beast King. I have another question. I recall from your profile that you are a control-type soul master. Yet how do you possess this ultimate ice martial spirit? Could it be that you are a twin spirit wielder? Dou Po's eyes widened in astonishment at Huo Yuhao's display of ice attribute soul skills. And when he beheld the jet-black 10,000-year soul rings, he gaped in disbelief. By the time Gong Changlong suggested the possibility of Huo Yuhao being a twin spirit wielder, Dou Po felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly causing him to spit blood in frustration, much like Dai Huabin. Twin martial spirits are an extraordinary phenomenon. Even in the selective Shrek Academy, all students with twin spirits in history have invariably become core disciples, gaining entry into the inner academy. The question that had plagued him regarding Huo Yuhao's rapid cultivation progression was now clarified. He was indeed a twin spirit wielder. Each of his 2 martial spirits had been bestowed with a soul ring, resulting in an accelerated growth in cultivation. Your insight is commendable. I do indeed possess 2 martial spirits, Huo Yuhao said with a calm smile. However, for personal reasons, I prefer not to reveal my second martial spirit in your presence or that of director. Do I hope you understand? Gong Changlong's expression turned sullen upon hearing this. Oh, young man, while your cultivation may not be lacking among your peers, your physical prowess surpasses your level. You must possess a soul bone, likely a strength type, for otherwise you would not have been able to withstand my earlier strike. Huo Yuhao offered a slight smile without confirming or denying the assertion, which only deepened the perplexity of the 2 men before him. Dou Po felt consumed by jealousy, darkness closing in around him. A soul bone. After just a month's break, he had acquired a soul bone? When did they become so commonplace? Wasn't he supposed to be an orphan? The Body Sect must have invested heavily in him. Evidently, his primary martial spirit is of considerable caliber. Unbeknownst to Dou Po, the Ice Emperor's bone had no connection to the Body Sect. It was obtained by Huo Yuhao himself. In truth, he often used soul bones in alchemy, exemplifying his extravagant nature. I understand that for soul masters with twin martial spirits, it is best to conceal the second spirit if possible. I won't pry into your secret without due cause. Here's the deal. If you share the identity of your second martial spirit with me, I will assist you in acquiring a soul ring within my capabilities. How does that sound? Gong Changlong said eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Elder Gong. Du Weron interjected quietly, explaining Huo Yuhao's connection to the body sect, which led Gong Changlong to realize that Huo Yuhao was the very student who had audaciously surrounded Shrek City, demanding attention from Shrek Academy. Young Du, the situation you handled back then. Sigh. Gong Changlong cast a disappointed glance at Du Weron, then turned to Huo Yuhao with a mix of regret and admiration before striding away. Huo Yuhao simply smiled faintly, bidding farewell to Du Weron as he made his way toward the second-year Class 1 team. Du Weron made no effort to stop him. What good would it do? Regret was futile, as Huo Yuhao had already become a direct descendant of the body sect. At that moment, Director Du could only feel a deep sense of despair, wishing to cry yet unable to shed tears. He had never imagined that while he was preoccupied with minor matters, a prodigious talent like Huo Yuhao had slipped through his fingers right beneath his and the principal's noses. After Huo Yuhao's departure, Du Weron entrusted the assessment process to another teacher for supervision and hurriedly made his way toward the inner academy, eager to report this matter to the head of the martial spirit department, Yin Xiaozhe. Such an exceptional child must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the body sect. Since he was studying at Shrek Academy, he should rightfully belong to Shrek Academy. Chapter 97, Yin Xiaozhe's Subtle Schemes. Second Young Master, this is far too perilous. Shrek Academy is the foremost institution on the continent, teeming with formidable beings. Even the number of titled Douluos surpasses that of our empire. To recklessly commit murder within its halls would bring immense trouble to the Duke. But what if it were outside Shrek Academy? If we maintain a sufficient distance, we could attempt it. Second Young Master, you must remain calm. If all else fails, you might consult the elder Young Master. There's no need. I have come to a resolution. That mere orphan, Huo Yuhao, dares to provoke me. Now, I must depart from Shrek Academy, facing a future bleak and uncertain. For the glory of the White Tiger Duke's household, I shall reveal his residence in Shrek City to you. Please, do not dissuade me further. Understood. Viren, have you lost your senses? In the Dean's office. Yin Xiaozhe gazed at Du Viren with a perplexed expression. Dean, why do you say that? Du Viren inquired cautiously. That boy's second martial soul can absorb 10,000-year spirit rings. Do you truly believe his first martial soul's second spirit ring would be merely 100 years? Yin Xiaozhe looked at Du Viren as if he were a fool. Is this something you even need to ask me? Du Viren realized his error, nearly delivering a resounding slap to his own face. Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? If Huo Yuhao possesses the constitution to absorb 10,000-year spirit rings, then his flame god-eye martial soul would certainly not be confined to a mere 100-year spirit ring. In my estimation, his second spirit ability likely has a concealing effect on the spirit rings, though whether it possesses other capabilities remains uncertain. As Yin Xiaozhe spoke, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. However, Viren, for a great soul master to possess two 10,000-year spirit rings, Shrek has truly stumbled upon a treasure. But what about the body sect? Du Viren hesitated. What of the body sect? Yin Xiaozhe replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Among the three conditions they left behind, none pertained to Huo Yuhao himself. In other words, if Huo Yuhao voluntarily joins Shrek Academy, they cannot interfere. Much like when a 100,000-year soul beast transcends its limits, certain martial souls evolve into what we term super martial souls. Any martial soul designated as a super martial soul far exceeds the typical variety. Aside from the second awakening of the body martial soul, the only other guaranteed candidate for super martial soul classification is the extreme martial soul. In the 1,000-year history of Shrek Academy, extreme attributes have only manifested 3 times: extreme wind, extreme fire, and extreme wood. Huo Yuhao's extreme ice is a first. The 3 historical bearers of extreme attributes have all made their mark upon the continent. The most renowned among them was the owner of extreme fire, who led our former 3 kingdoms to triumph over the Sun Moon Empire. He later established a powerful lineage, yet his descendants, while inheriting his martial soul, lacked the designation of extreme. Just as the owners of body martial souls are assumed to belong to the body sect, the owners of extreme martial souls receive the finest education only here at Shrek Academy. Presently, Huo Yuhao's talent surpasses any soul master I have ever encountered. I never imagined that a person could simultaneously possess twin martial souls, the second awakening of a body martial soul, and an extreme martial soul. This is a blessing bestowed upon us by our ancestor Tang Sect. Nonetheless, regarding past events, Huo Yuhao seems. Du Viren hesitated. And so what? He is merely a child, still unformed. Yin Xiaozhe waved his hand, chuckling. We need only present him with sufficient benefits. And Huo Yuhao will realize that Shrek Academy is his true home. Yuhao, I offer you a suggestion. I will apply for a core disciple position within the martial soul department for you. It is only within Shrek Academy's martial soul department that your extreme martial soul can be developed to its utmost potential. In the class supervisor's office, Huo Yuhao reclined on the sofa, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds, while Wang Yin nearly wore his lips raw, eager to have Huo Yuhao become a core disciple. However, he remained unaware that Huo Yuhao had already become the successor of the Body Sect, bound by a pact with the Poison Master not to be cultivated as a core disciple. Yuhao, you must closely monitor your physical condition during training. While extreme attributes are powerful, they possess their own drawbacks, particularly in terms of training speed. According to the Academy's records, the three predecessors with extreme attributes experienced a significant decline in training speed after surpassing level 30. Casting a glance at Wang Yin, Huo Yuhao felt genuinely moved. Whether in the original narrative or in the present, Wang Yin recognized Huo Yuhao's strength and talent, tirelessly supporting and protecting him. In contrast, the upper echelons of Shrek Academy, particularly within the martial soul department, were all notably self-serving. When Huo Yuhao had yet to reveal his prowess, they treated him differently, deliberately obstructing his path to core disciple status. Yet, upon discovering Huo Yuhao's extreme martial soul, they shamelessly scrambled to claim him for themselves, nearly igniting a full-blown conflict during the Sea God Pavilion meeting. In summary, it was a matter of utter disgrace. Teacher Wang, please do not exert yourself any further. Huo Yuhao languidly shifted his position on the sofa. As you can see, even without being a core disciple, which core disciple could possibly rival me? Is being a core disciple merely about enjoying free meals at the cafeteria? My current financial situation is so dire that I have little need for such a trifling benefit. However, rest assured, you will forever remain a teacher I hold in high esteem. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, not to squander your goodwill. Sigh. Wang Yin gently patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder, expressing a hint of regret. I once mentioned that the Academy would surely regret not accepting you as a core disciple. And now it seems that is indeed the case. Since you are unwilling to take on the role, I shall not press you. Please return to the hotel and rest. The assessment will likely take a full day, and there will be no further classes today. Huo Yuhao disposed of the sunflower seed shells into the trash bin and stood to depart. At that moment, a gentle voice unexpectedly resonated from all directions. Teacher Wang, you truly live up to your reputation as one of our martial soul department's finest instructors. Thank you for your contributions to the Academy. I have arrived. Please open the door. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin hurriedly opened the office door, revealing none other than Yin Xiaozhe, the dean of the martial soul department. Dean. Wang Yin respectfully saluted Yin Xiaozhe. Yin Xiaozhe smiled slightly, saying, Teacher Wang, I have heard your words. As the dean, I represent the Academy in expressing gratitude for your efforts to retain a talent like Huo Yuhao. You have done your utmost, and if I recall correctly, you have long desired to access the confidential library within the Inner Academy. Afterward, please visit me in the Inner Academy. I will apply for your qualification to access the confidential library. With that, Yin Xiaozhe deliberately cast a glance at Huo Yuhao. His meaning clear. If Huo Yuhao were to acquiesce to his conditions today, Wang Yin's qualification could be secured. Should Huo Yuhao refuse, Wang Yin would also suffer the consequences. Unable to access Shrek Academy's confidential library. Young man, you are still inexperienced in the art of scheming against an old hand like me. Yin Xiaozhe chuckled silently to himself. Yet, at that moment, a glimmer of light flickered in Huo Yuhao's eyes. He is also a seasoned strategist in the art of psychological warfare, and he can certainly discern the underlying implications in Yin Xiaozhe's words. Attempting to engage me in moral coercion? You have indeed chosen the wrong opponent. Even you. This old phoenix shall today lose a few feathers at my hands. Ha. Chapter 98. The Wise Adapt to Circumstances. Director, you are absolutely correct. A teacher like Wang Yin, who possesses outstanding theoretical knowledge and a profound sense of responsibility towards his students, certainly deserves access to the confidential library of the Inner Academy to acquire further knowledge, Huo Yuhao remarked with a narrowed gaze and a smile. Wasn't Wang Yin's previous performance commendable enough to warrant such privileges from the Academy? Yan Chao's was momentarily taken aback by Huo Yuhao's inquiry. It was a clear attempt to sow discord. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. Huo Yuhao's implication was straightforward. If Wang Yan's capabilities were already recognized, why had access to the inner library not been granted earlier? Was his previous performance insufficient for entry into the confidential library? While this was indeed the case, discussing it in front of Wang Yin was an entirely different matter. If Yan Chao's openly declared that Wang Yin had previously lacked the qualification to access the library due to Huo Yuhao's influence, it would surely dishearten Wang Yin. This young man was truly impervious to compromise, exhibiting greater cunning than many seasoned schemers. With a sense of resignation, Yan Chao's glanced at Huo Yuhao. Very well, teacher Wang Yin. I have the authority to make this decision here and no longer need to seek approval from the Sea God Pavilion. From this moment forth, you are granted the qualification to enter the Inner Academy's confidential library. I hope you will strive diligently to nurture a new generation of exceptional students for Shrek Academy. As the director of the Soul Master Department, I have great faith in you. Wang Yin's heart soared with joy at these words. He could hardly contain his eagerness to explore the library at once. Meanwhile, Yan Chao's found himself in a precarious position, without Wang Yin as leverage. Compelling Huo Yuhao to acquiesce would be even more challenging. After a brief pause, Yan Chao's donned a faint sincere smile as he approached Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, I have come specifically to seek you out. First and foremost, I wish to extend my apologies on behalf of Shrek Academy. As he spoke, Yan Chao's, the esteemed director of Shrek Academy and a figure of immense respect within the Soul Master community of the Douluo Continent, bowed slightly to Huo Yuhao. Wang Yin's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had never witnessed the director bowing to anyone. Even when an emperor visited Shrek Academy, the emperor had shown deference directly to Yan Chao's, who was held in high regard due to his own past as a student at the academy. However, if we consider this, it becomes evident who the emperor's homeroom teacher truly was. It is no wonder that Zhou has refrained from venturing out of Shrek City all these years. Otherwise, she would likely have faced dire consequences at the hands of that emperor. Returning to the matter at hand, the fact that Yan Chao's, the leader of the academy, bowed to a mere 12-year-old second-year student was astounding. Should this incident become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Soul Master community. After standing upright, Yan Chao's maintained his warm smile, showing no signs of embarrassment, and continued, Huo Yuhao, Shrek Academy has not conducted a thorough assessment of your abilities, nearly resulting in the loss of a talent like yourself. I sincerely apologize once more for our oversight, which almost cost the academy a genius like you. In Yan Chao's case, Huo Yuhao fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly taken aback by the director's gesture of humility. This was precisely Yan Chao's intent. He sought to use this moment of shock, coupled with a touch of sentiment, to draw Huo Yuhao back into the fold of Shrek Academy. There is no need for such formality, senior. My generation is junior to yours. It is quite inappropriate for you to bow to me. Since you insist on such humility, I can only reciprocate with a gesture of respect. In the midst of Wang Yin's bewildered stare, Huo Yuhao bent slightly, offering a gesture of courtesy appropriate among peers. This should not be happening. Wang Yin was utterly flabbergasted. Huo Yuhao was a clever individual, known for his lively spirit, yet he usually refrained from overly audacious actions. Although Yan Chao's held the nominal title of his teacher, his stature within the Soul Master community was overwhelmingly superior, being a super Douluo of over a century. The name of the Radiant Phoenix, Yan Chao's, resonated throughout the Soul Master world, a legacy that began at least 60 years ago. Yet, Huo Yuhao audaciously dared to treat Yan Chao's as an equal, which could be construed as a challenge. Who was this bold individual, daring enough to confront Yan Chao's in such a manner? Yet, Yan Chao's expression became stiff. He understood that Huo Yuhao did not harbor any malicious intent, and his gesture was entirely justifiable. Huo Yuhao now stood as the heir of the Body Sect, or rather, the young master of the Body Sect, the successor to the Undying Poison Douluo and the future Body Douluo. The rank of the Undying Poison was on par with that of the Dragon God Douluo Muin, both esteemed figures in the Soul Master community. Yan Chao's was the disciple of Muin, while Huo Yuhao was the heir of the Undying Poison. Thus, they were essentially equals. In essence, there was no disparity in their identities. Yan Chao's would soon become the next Sea God Pavilion Master, while Huo Yuhao was destined to lead the Body Sect, placing them on equal footing. In other words, the notion of humility had no place here. Yan Chao's could not appeal to Huo Yuhao's sentiments through such gestures. It would merely render Huo Yuhao viewing him as a fool. The original text depicted a vast chasm between the statuses of Yan Chao's and Huo Yuhao, which made Yan Chao's gesture of respect profoundly moving. However, the current equivalence of their statuses diminished the significance of such actions. Yan Chao's attempts to adopt a humble demeanor would not evoke any emotion in Huo Yuhao. With a face alternating between shades of green and white, Yan Chao's regarded Huo Yuhao, akin to a tiger confronted by a hedgehog, unsure of how to proceed. Ultimately, he sighed, abandoning the pretense and directly presented Huo Yuhao with an offer. Huo Yuhao, I dare say that within our Douluo Continent, only our Shrek Academy's Soul Master Department possesses the capability to cultivate the ultimate martial spirit Soul Masters. If you are willing. From this moment onward, you shall be an inner academy disciple of the Soul Master Department. Yanchao's proposition was, indeed, rather cunning. The Undying Poison had initially stipulated that Huo Yuhao could not become a core disciple of Shrek Academy. However, Yanchao's advancement of Huo Yuhao to the status of an inner academy disciple would not violate this agreement. It could be said that Shrek Academy was adept at navigating such nuances. After all, even in the most unbiased Soul Master Academy competition, they managed to employ underhanded tactics, living up to their reputation as the continent's foremost masters of evasion. Should you accept, I shall personally guide your training and become your mentor. Considering your talent, even if the cultivation of an ultimate martial spirit may progress at a slower pace, I am confident that before you reach 40, I can help you achieve the rank of title Douluo. Do you understand what it means to become a title Douluo with an ultimate martial spirit? Huo Yuhao shook his head, perplexed. Yanchao smiled faintly, his voice dripping with temptation akin to a demon luring an unsuspecting maiden. It signifies invincibility, absolute supremacy. As long as you consent to join our Shrek Academy's Soul Master Department, the resources of the Inner Academy will be at your disposal. Additionally, to compensate for our previous misjudgment, I can guarantee you 3 more things. Firstly, your 2 companions, Ning Tian and Wu Feng, will assuredly become Inner Academy disciples. Just like you. It is important to note that core disciples and Inner Academy disciples are not equivalent. Not every core disciple is guaranteed a place in the Inner Academy. Moreover, by becoming an Inner Court disciple in advance, one shall gain greater access to the Academy's resources. Secondly, I assure you, in my capacity as the Dean of the Soul Master Department at Shrek Academy, that the institution will exert every effort to equip you with a complete set of soul bones of the highest possible quality, ensuring that your fusion reaches the utmost standard. Among these, there will be at least 1 soul bone derived from a 100,000-year soul beast. Thirdly, I guarantee the addition of at least 100,000-year soul ring. Wang Yan, listening nearby, was taken aback. Although Shrek Academy is powerful, the commitments made by Yan Shaoxia to Huo Yuhao are not easily fulfilled. 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone signify that the formidable beings of Shrek Academy will assist Huo Yuhao in hunting a 100,000-year soul beast. This is unprecedented in the annals of the Academy's history, let alone gathering a complete set of soul bones for him. Furthermore, Yan Shaoxia, with his cunning nature, proposed that Ning Tian and Wu Feng also join Huo Yuhao in the inner court. Since Ning Tian and Wu Feng are dear friends of Huo Yuhao, this assurance guarantees that Huo Yuhao is unlikely to outright refuse him. What do you think, Huo Yuhao? Have you comprehended my conditions? You may deliberate on your choice. I will not pressurize you at this moment. There is an ancient saying in Douluo Continent, those who recognize the times are true heroes. You are an astute individual, and I trust you will make a wise decision. Huo Yuhao smiled and nodded in response, which brought a sense of satisfaction to Yan Shaoxia. Indeed, one cannot play tricks with a person like Huo Yuhao. As long as he perceives the benefits, he will undoubtedly make the right choice. However, amidst Yan Shaoxia's contented gaze, Huo Yuhao produced